Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 414 to Chapter 455. The stars and moon were gentle as silver splendor scattered down. The world was bright and clear. The divine city was incomparably hazy. It looked auspicious and peaceful, as if there was a layer of smoke curling about. However, the real situation was not like this. Formless killing intent pervaded the air and came from all directions. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore and rocks were collapsing the clouds. Yifan broke through with great difficulty and finally entered the four extreme secret realms. There were no longer any obstructions, and he became the first divine physique to break through the curse in over 100,000 years. Everyone's hearts were stirred. This was definitely a major event. It made all the great powers feel restraining fear and pressure. No one was willing to see him rise up. Suddenly, the night sky was torn apart by someone. Someone crossed through the void and appeared beside Yifan and the Divine King. He was like an ancient vicious beast emerging into the world, his killing intent surging like a tide. This person was a top expert. He produced two magical bodies and held great weapons interwoven with Tao and principles as he threw himself over. Wang, the void trembled as if someone had torn apart a rag. His battle prowess was overflowing and his blood energy was like a dragon. It shook everyone to their bones and made them feel as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer was extremely daring. He killed Yifan and the Divine King at the same time decisively and mercilessly. Although the white-robed Divine King could be considered a peerless expert, he had lost all of his divine blood and used his own vitality to play the divine overture. Now, he was like a lamp without oil. The newcomer could be said to be ruthless. He chose this time to exterminate them. Otherwise, who would dare face the Divine King head-on during normal times? This was completely deceiving the Divine King's declining strength. You dare! The Jiang family shouted loudly and rushed over quickly. The exceptional Divine King's eyes were dim, but his heroic appearance did not decrease. His snow-white sleeves fluttered about. His Tao techniques were natural and he was one with the world. He was like a walking deity of the mortal world as he formed a seal and shook the void. Bang, the sky immediately collapsed. This world seemed to have decayed and nothing could resist it. It was like a divine attack that could tear through everything. Hong, the ocean-like power surged violently, suffocating everyone. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, it was unknown just how many people were knocked unconscious and fell on their backs. Everyone trembled in fear. The white-robed Divine King in the sky was like a deity. With a shake of his seal, the stars and moon lost color and the world collapsed. Pooh! That peerless expert was instantly turned into flying ashes. His Dharma body was completely destroyed, and the weapon interwoven with the Tao and principles was turned into dust. Nothing was left. Every single person felt a chill from head to toe. The white-clothed Divine King was like a lamp that had run out of oil, yet he still had this kind of divine might. This truly made people shiver all over. Many great powers were shocked. The godly monarch's ancient tree has already withered. His life is nearing its end, so how can he still have such combat strength? He has lost all of his god's blood and played the divine overture. His life should have dried up. He really is a supreme god king, using his own strength to destroy the karma of the saint body. He's still so mighty even when he's about to pass away. He really can't be blasphemed. Many cultivators were alarmed, and the Jiang family's people were even more sorrowful as they quickly flew over. Boom, suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge black hand covered the night sky, blocking all the moonlight and starlight. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. It was so huge that it made people feel suffocated. The terrifying fluctuations made many people faint. Another peerless expert attacked, and he was even more terrifying than the person from before. He wanted to kill the white-clothed Divine King and Yifan. Boundless killing intent surged, and the great earth continuously cracked. The white-clothed Divine King's eyes were without luster, but his body was ramrod straight. His right hand controlled the great Tao and drew out a profound and unfathomable trajectory. That was the manifestation of the Tao as it struck towards the sky. Wang, the sky collapsed, and the huge black hand split into pieces. Then, it turned into ashes in an instant. The clear starry sky appeared, scattering down like the moonlight on water. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone was deeply shocked. Even though the Supreme God King was on the verge of death, he still couldn't be offended. Two great experts died in succession, shocking everyone. At this moment, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to act blindly without thinking anymore. The Divine King stood there with great divine might. His white clothes fluttered, and he gave off the aura of a deity. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Everyone was alarmed. Divine King. The members of the Jiang family stormed forward and surrounded the white-clothed Divine King. They were all so sad. The Divine King's life was about to end, and they felt suffocated. Boom! At this moment, the thunderclap broke the peace of the world. The little gold creature had endured the third heaven's punishment. After a short period of silence, the fourth heaven's punishment came. It was scorched, and its gold body was badly wounded. It kept wiping its tears and crying, looking at people helplessly. Only its big eyes were still bright. They were filled with tears, which made it look pitiful. That unlucky divine silkworm. After dragging Yi Fan down, it passed the third heaven's punishment too, sighed Tu Fei. In the immemorial epic, the divine silkworm had 9 transformations. It was invincible in this world. It had to go through at least 5 heaven's punishments. I wonder if it could endure it. Boom, the heaven's punishment came down with 5-colored lightning. The 5 elements divine lightning struck the little gold creature one after another. It was so sad that it cried. Use all your innate techniques to resist. In the immemorial epic, your fellows must have left their inheritance in your life seal, said Yi Fan using sound transmission. Shi Yan had cut this little gold creature from the divine origin. He didn't want it to die. Moreover, he had rented it to the Xia dynasty. They had an agreement that once the divine silkworm changed again, it would be returned to him. At this moment, lightning flashed in the sky with 5 colors. It attracted people's attention. After the little gold creature heard Yi Fan's sound transmission, it ran away in the lightning bolts and used different techniques at the same time. It opened its small claw. The 5-colored divine light shot up into the sky and grabbed all the lightning bolts. Its skin was torn and its bones were broken. It screeched miserably. That unlucky divine silkworm. It's so scared that it lost its mind. It's using its divine techniques recklessly. Li Heishui shook his head. The divine silkworm was panic-stricken. It used its divine techniques recklessly to control the lightning punishment. It made people gawk. They wanted to laugh, but they couldn't because it was too pitiful. The divine silkworm's body was cracked. It couldn't endure it anymore. The little nun in white wiped her tears and called it continually, asking it to endure. You have to resist. You shouldn't use your divine techniques recklessly to attract trouble. Yi Fan used sound transmission again. The divine silkworm cried and cried. It moved continuously in the void. After the 5-colored divine lightning struck down, half of the electric beams disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Boom, the lightning was earth-shaking. Screams arose from that area. Many people were burned and vomited blood. Some of them were killed directly. That unlucky divine silkworm. What kind of strange divine techniques does it have? Tu Fei gawked, dropping his jaw. More people were cursing the divine silkworm for moving the stars and bringing bad luck to them. They were so enraged that they wanted to vomit blood. However, the little gold creature couldn't endure it anymore. It fell from the sky. Its skin and flesh were torn. It looked like a piece of charcoal. It convulsed twice and then stopped moving. It's dead? It's just trying to lead the trouble to someone and it got struck to death? Everybody was astounded. Only the little nun in white was crying and calling for little Bab. Many precursors used their soul consciousness to check. They all shook their heads because they couldn't feel a beam of chi from the divine silkworm. It didn't have any living energy fluctuation. The lightning in the sky stopped. It flickered, but it didn't scatter. It didn't strike anymore. After an unknown period of time, people were astounded to see the little gold creature open one eye, sneakily looking at the sky. Holy sh*t. The divine silkworm is playing dead. It's the deceiving heaven divine technique in the legends. It can isolate the great path and steal the sun from the sky. It's using it to play dead. Too bad that it can't stay calm. Boom! Before they could finish their discussion, the last lightning strike of the fourth strike of the lightning strike struck. The divine silkworm ran away like a wisp of smoke. However, it wasn't as fast as the lightning strike. It was almost smashed. Blood splashed everywhere. All the bones in its body were broken. It had almost become a pile of meat paste. It cried and then fell into the dust. This time, it won't really die, right? Everyone was incredibly bewildered. The fifth heavenly tribulation descended. It arrived extremely quickly. Many older generation figures were horrified. There were only 4 streaks of lightning radiance, but it was one of the most terrifying lightning tribulations. Earth, fire, wind, and water appeared brilliantly. It was as if a world was being created, heaven and earth being opened. It quickly descended. Many people knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the divine silkworm would definitely die. Chi. Suddenly, divine radiance rushed into the sky, illuminating the night sky. A sparkling cocoon appeared around the divine silkworm's body. It illuminated the starry sky, extremely gorgeous and beautiful. This left everyone shocked. The divine silkworm's third transformation was starting. It was still young, its thoughts pure, but the inheritance in its life imprint automatically activated, protecting it. The divine silkworm formed a cocoon that was like a 7-colored gemstone. It continuously flickered with radiance, stopping the earth, fire, wind, and water types of terrifying lightning. Ear-splitting thunder sounds rang out. 4 streaks of world-shocking heavenly lightning struck down one after another. The 7-colored cocoon shattered, turning into endless divine light that surrounded the divine silkworm's body. Hong, following a world-shaking tremor, the final wave of lightning tribulation disappeared. The little golden creature's bones released pie-paw sounds, flesh and blood reborn. However, it didn't have the appearance of a true dragon, but rather a little golden qilin. It woke up. It swallowed the 7-colored radiance around its body with a single gulp. Its entire body released extraordinary brilliance, but its expression was incomparably perplexed. It stared at everyone around it, stupefied, at a loss as to what to do. The divine silkworm had 9 transformations, every single transformation a new beginning. It would completely forget the past, its memories becoming a blank. Now that it completed the 3rd transformation, it also meant that it bid farewell to its past. Little Guai. The white-clothed little nun called out softly, her face full of joy. However, the divine silkworm didn't have any reaction. It became a little golden qilin, not the size of a palm, chubby and chubby. It swayed about as it walked, its appearance charmingly naive. It looked at everyone with an innocent expression, its large eyes extremely clear. It really is heaven-defying. The 3rd transformation divine silkworm is like a golden qilin. There are no true dragons, divine phoenixes, or qilins in this world. Could it be that these immortal images were all evolved from the divine silkworm? Everyone's eyes burned with passion, rigidly staring at the divine silkworm. It was completely different from how they looked at Yi Fan. Both of them had experienced heavenly tribulation, both of them heaven-defying, but the treatment they received was completely different. Many undying inheritances wanted to strangle Yi Fan, but they wanted to subdue the divine silkworm. The little golden qilin was charmingly naive, a bit unaccustomed to its new body. It arrived in front of the white-clothed little nun, its large eyes bright. It stared at her in a daze for a bit, and then it spat out a streak of 7-colored mist. It entered her body, and then it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Little Guai, where are you going? Hurry and come back. The little nun anxiously shouted. The divine silkworm ran over to Yi Fan's side. It seemed to be very confused, as if it was trying its best to recall, but it couldn't remember anything. It timidly walked a few steps forward, and then it pulled on his trousers. It raised its head and looked at him innocently, as if it wanted to find an answer. You were brought into this world by me, so there's no need to be afraid. Just stay by my side in the future. Yi Fan leaned over, and a handful of divine origin beans appeared in his hands, handing them over. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the divine silkworm collected all of them, and then it swallowed them in one gulp. It revealed a satisfied expression and rubbed its own round little belly. It was abducted just like that? That's a divine silkworm. What will happen in the future if it walks together with the divine physique? The divine physique and the divine silkworm are both unrivaled existences in the later stages of their growth. If they grow together, there was no one who wasn't shocked. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Yifan actually managed to deceive the divine silkworm just like that. It seemed that the little golden qilin was very fond of him. Although it had forgotten the past, its instincts were still there. Yifan extended his hand, wanting to pick up this chubby little fellow and place it on his shoulder. However, at this moment, the divine silkworm was incomparably vigilant. With a schwa sound, it retreated and angrily waved its little golden fist at him. Then, it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Its speed was too fast, and no one present could stop it. They could only watch as it disappeared into the horizon. Tonight, everything came to an end. Although the divine king didn't have long to live, his might was still there. No one dared to come forward. The divine physique had broken the curse, and this was already a foregone conclusion. It couldn't be changed, and there would be plenty of opportunities to erase the future. Divine King, you once said that when Yifan broke through the 4 secret realms, the younger generation would be able to fight a life-and-death battle with him. You won't interfere, is that true? No one thought that someone would make a move at this critical juncture. They wanted to deal with the divine physique. The divine king in white nodded. His voice was calm as he said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." He didn't say much, but it caused a great commotion. Everyone looked over, especially the younger generation. "I want to fight him." Immediately, more than 10 young figures walked up and shouted one after another. It was obvious that they had the support of great forces behind them. Some of them didn't come out of their own will and only came to test the waters. Of course, there were even more people who really wanted to fight. Murderous intent surged as they walked forward. Perhaps this was the best opportunity to kill the divine physique. After all, he had just successfully broken through. Yifan's expression was calm as he walked in the void. He faced the crowd without fear and swept his gaze over them. He said, "If you want to fight me, then come forward." Now, although he had just broken through to the 4 secret realms, he was filled with powerful confidence and wasn't afraid of challenges. He also wanted to test the battle prowess of the top figures of the younger generation. Boom, this place was instantly thrown into an uproar. Many young cultivators focused their attention on him, including the divine sons and daughters, as well as a few young cultivators from the Central Plains. Almost in an instant, many people stepped forward, slowly walking over, forcing their way over. Among them, the golden-winged little Peng was the most eye-catching. He stood tall and straight, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as sabers. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands, like a demon god. "I already said that. I would use you to refine medicine. Now that you've broken the curse, it couldn't be better." Xiaojiu's arrogance soared to the heavens. Even though Yifan had entered the 4 secret realms, he was still the same as he pressed forwards. Many of the younger generation pressed forward. Wave after wave of killing intent rolled over. This was because they knew that if they missed this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to fight the divine physique again. The divine physique had just formed and had not stabilized yet. Many people saw this point. If they allowed him to continue breaking through, there might not be many in the younger generation who would dare to face him head-on. The bright moon was very bright. It was like a large silver plate hanging high in the night sky. Its gentle radiance sprinkled down, and the divine city seemed to be covered by a thin veil. It was pure white and hazy. Yifan stood in the void. He did not recognize many of the young experts in front of him. The ones he paid the most attention to were the little Peng King and Xiaojiu. These two were the top figures of the younger generation. They had crossed paths with him several times and were destined to have a great battle. Now, they finally met again. However, what surprised Yifan was that the Yaoguang saint child did not come forward. He was calm and had no intention of making a move. He was enveloped by the divine light. 108 divine lights revolved around his body, making the divine moon in the sky pale in comparison. He was like a deity under the night moon, motionless. young master, don't go over first. The two gray-clothed elders firmly grabbed Xiaojirio's arms. On the other side, the old Peking also appeared. He pressed one hand on the golden Peking's shoulder, making it difficult for him to move. I'll fight you. A yellow-clothed man walked out. He seemed to be in his 20s. His body was strong and sturdy like an iron pillar. His skin flickered with a metallic luster. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. I have nothing to say to you. Let me see how strong the divine physique is. Don't get smacked to death by me just as you break the curse. The yellow-clothed man's words were harsh. He had a cold smile on his face and was quite disrespectful. However, he was very careful and stood far away. Not long ago, Yi Fan resisted the heavenly tribulation with his own eyes. The strength and terror of his physical body made people deeply shocked. Fighting him in close combat was definitely courting death. Yi Fan did not say anything more. He stepped forward in the void. With each step, an illusion appeared. This kind of footwork that was close to shrinking the ground into inches made many people apprehensive. The yellow-clothed youngster didn't dare to let him get close, so he decisively took action. Multicolored splendor appeared like beautiful fireworks blooming. It was beautiful and magnificent, illuminating the entire night sky. Of course, what was even more shocking was the energy fluctuations. This was actually a forbidden artifact. It was extremely dangerous and possessed inconceivable power. There were many types of forbidden artifacts, and most of them could only be used a few times before being destroyed. However, they possessed great destructive power. Clearly, the yellow-clothed man had not come for a true showdown. He only wanted to use the forbidden tool to kill Yi Fan and make him disappear from this world. Like a firework, the colorful light transformed into a demonic cloud that covered the sky and covered the earth. It rushed towards Yi Fan and submerged him underneath. Using a forbidden artifact to kill someone. This is truly vicious. Someone must have instructed him to do so. Otherwise, how could he possess a forbidden artifact? Many of the spectators felt that this was too much. This was not a fair duel at all. The person who had come was clearly here to kill Yi Fan. Swish, Yi Fan immediately disappeared from his original location. Like a floating light or a flying shadow, he instantly appeared in front of the yellow-clothed man and raised his fist to strike. You. The yellow-clothed young man was shocked. No one had expected Yi Fan's speed to be so fast. The stars and moon behind him lost their splendor. The dazzling multicolored cloud buried that part of the void, and a destructive aura erupted. However, all of this was useless, because Yi Fan had long since disappeared from his original location. He had arrived in front of the yellow-clothed man. Gotcha, all types of light flickered. More than 10 weapons flew out, but they were immediately smashed into pieces by Yi Fan's golden fist. They couldn't stop him even half a step. Pfft, Yi Fan's golden finger slashed past like an exceptional blade. The yellow-clothed man was cut in half. He rushed through the middle, and blood gushed out. A one-hit kill. The yellow-clothed man was a four-extremity expert, but he didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. He was like a painting scroll that was easily torn apart by Yi Fan. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He didn't even turn around. His gaze was sharp as it swept over the many young experts in front of him. Who else is going to come? Many of the younger generation's expressions changed, becoming absolutely silent. Many of the older generation's figures were also moved. The divine body had just formed, yet it was already this powerful. This wasn't good. I'll deal with you. An azure-clothed male walked over with large steps. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. This was a cultivator at the 4th level of the Four Extremities realm, almost at the consummate level. He was about to enter the next great secret realm. Chong, light flickered on his body. An ice-cold silver battle armor appeared, tightly protecting him. It flickered with silver radiance. This was a precious armor that flowed with Dao aura. This is a Holy Lord level battle armor. Many people were shocked. The silver battle armor interweaved with the natural laws of heaven and earth. There was a great Dao aura, making this person incomparably faintly discernible. He gave off a natural feeling, as if he was one with the heavens. Who is this person? Why does he have Holy Lord level battle armor? This is a young expert from Central Continent. Just now, I saw him walk over from behind the great figures of the 100 sects. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely a young expert, perhaps the first great enemy he encountered after his divine body formed. He was much more terrifying than those who relied on forbidden artifacts. Central Continent's Gu Mingdao. The one who came reported his name. This expert who came from Central Continent only had his eyes exposed. Divine light shone. The Holy Lord level battle armor swirled with silver radiance, covering his entire body. It was as if he had become one with the great Tao. In his hands was a purple golden lamp that released streaks of purple multicolored light. 10,000 streaks of auspicious brilliance descended, making him look like a deity. This purple golden lamp was, without a doubt, also a Holy Lord level weapon. It contained divine patterns and 10,000 spiritual refinements. It possessed tremendous destructive power. Without saying too much, Gu Mingdao took action. The purple golden lamp in his hands released a streak of blazing purple radiance, illuminating the entire night sky. The radiance was resplendent. An inch-long small sword appeared between Yi Fan's fingers. With a light shake, it immediately unfolded in the wind, enlarging in an instant. The dragon-patterned black golden Holy Spirit sword became 10 zhang long. It was thick and heavy, and there were dragon patterns engraved on the black sword body. It was as if it carried the will of heaven and earth. When this sword appeared, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Its origins were great, and it was cut out from the 9 orifice stone golem. It was a small divine object. Wang, Yi Fan brandished the 10 zhang great sword, crushing the void. It hacked down on the resplendent purple radiance, immediately shattering it. Just this strike alone possessed the power of 10,000 soldiers. Peng, peng. Yi Fan held the black great sword, pointing it towards the south. He pressed forward step by step in the void, making the heavens tremble. His footsteps were like the divine drums of the celestial court. Every time it descended, someone's body would tremble. It possessed a mysterious Tao force, as if it was stepping on their hearts. Quite a few people quickly backed up, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The divine body is this powerful? Many people were stunned. No wonder the young experts of the 4 extremes all wore Holy Lord battle clothes. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Hong, the purple golden lamp in Gu Mingdao's hands flew up, fixing itself in the heavens like a purple sun. Tens of thousands of auspicious lights scattered down, purple multicolored light rushing into the heavens. Every streak of auspicious light was like a great waterfall. Over 10,000 of them poured down at the same time. This was a majestic and shocking scene. Rumbling sounds rang out, purple mists overflowing into the heavens, as if over 10,000 great purple dragons were dancing about. Yi Fan was at the center, baptized by over 10,000 great waterfalls, imprisoned by over 10,000 great dragons. The purple golden lamp's Tao force was boundless, producing destructive radiance, about to refine Yi Fan. This is a cultivator at the 4 extremes level, wielding a Holy Lord level weapon. It's too terrifying. Many people were stunned. Hong, suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. A green lotus appeared at Yi Fan's side. It only had 3 leaves, yet it contained the will of all things. With a light shake, everything was immediately set in place. The primal chaos green lotus. The divine body has displayed a phenomenon. This is one of the most terrifying ancient powers. Many people cried out in alarm, revealing expressions of shock. Yi Fan was like a deity, moving through the great waterfalls falling from the heavens. His gait was calm, pressing forward step by step with the black greatsword in hand. His footsteps never stopped, the rhythm never changing. Even a Holy Lord level weapon couldn't stop him. Gu Mingdao's expression changed. He wanted to withdraw the purple golden lamp, but he couldn't do as he wished. He had no choice but to continue activating his divine force, using the purple golden lamp to refine Yi Fan. However, all of this was useless. The chaotic green lotus phenomenon was extremely terrifying, completely freezing the divine lamp in place. Moreover, nothing could touch a radius of 1 zhang around Yi Fan. The 10,000 great purple waterfalls that connected the heavens and the earth were treated as nothing by him, passing through them as if he was entering an uninhabited realm. Gu Mingdao continuously retreated, but he couldn't break free at all. Yi Fan arrived in an instant, slashing down with the dragon-patterned black-gold holy spirit sword. Gu Mingdao couldn't avoid it, and an ancient silver shield appeared in front of his arm, blocking the sky. The black greatsword was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down. Clang, a loud sound rang out, making everyone's eardrums feel like they were going to explode. This was the divine might of 10,000 caddies. Gu Mingdao was wearing a Holy Lord-level battle robe, and he was protected by the ancient shield interwoven with Tao and truth, but he was still sent flying high into the sky. One could imagine how great the power was. Buzz. At this time, the purple golden lamp shook, broke free, and flew into Gu Mingdao's hand. Yi Fan glanced at the distant sky, but he didn't say anything. He knew that a powerful figure had secretly taken action, allowing the purple golden lamp to break free. He walked forward step by step, pointing the black greatsword at Gu Mingdao. It was as heavy as a mountain, as if it could split the world. Buzz. The void trembled as Yi Fan swung the Holy Spirit sword, sweeping over with the momentum of 1,000 soldiers. The greatsword slashed through the sky, emitting terrifying demonic sounds. Clang, Gu Mingdao resisted with the purple golden lamp. Divine flames filled the sky, turning the night sky purple, but it still couldn't stop Yi Fan's footsteps. He had a peerless edge, and his divine courage was unstoppable. Clang, clang, Yi Fan continuously swung the black holy sword. He was like an ancient god of war resurrected. His black hair danced wildly, his eyes sharp, and his white clothes fluttered as he suppressed Gu Mingdao. His body was dyed with a layer of golden brilliance, and he continuously swung the black dragon sword and the black gold sword. A total of 13 slashes fell, and even though Gu Mingdao was protected by the Holy Lord battle robe, he was still shaken and coughed up blood. Everyone was shocked. Even a weapon interwoven with Tao and truth couldn't stop Yi Fan, so how could they resist? Gu Mingdao was strong enough, and he was wearing the Holy Lord battle will and holding a Holy Lord battle weapon, but he was still no match. He was almost shaken to death by Yi Fan. Clang, Yi Fan's last slash sent Gu Mingdao flying 5,000 feet away. Blood dyed the sky. He couldn't resist at all, and he fell into the dust. Whoosh, a purple waterfall appeared and swept him away, disappearing into the distance. Who else wants to fight? Yi Fan swept his gaze forward. Everyone was shocked. He had just formed a holy physique, and he already had such battle prowess when he just entered the 4 extreme secret realms. He could already look down on the younger generation. Many people became silent, and many cultivators looked towards the saint children and saintesses. They were the only ones who could come out and fight. The other people of the younger generation couldn't resist. Yao Guang Saint Child, Ji Clan Divine King Physique, Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, Purple Mansion Saintess, and the others' expressions didn't change, but no one knew what they were thinking. Only An Miaoi was smiling faintly. Seeing Yi Fan's battle prowess, her smile could topple cities. Her style was peerless, and she was calm and composed. She radiated with boundless charm. Release me. Xiao Jiuyo's voice traveled over, shouting at the 2 gray-robed elders. A 7-colored divine radiance bloomed from his forehead. Young master, it won't be too late to fight him after you reach the next realm. The 2 gray-robed elders advised. If I advance another realm, I won't be in the 4 extreme secret realms anymore. What's the point of killing him then? Xiao Jiuyo's arrogance soared to the heavens. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. The holy physique displayed such terrifying battle prowess, and there was still someone who dared to speak like this? However, when everyone saw that it was him, they felt relieved. This was a youth who rapidly rose up like a comet. It could be said that he was an unrivaled genius that was rarely seen since ancient times. He was only 13 or 14 years old, yet he had already reached the great circle of the 4 extremes and was about to advance to the next secret realm. How many people could do this in the present age? Young master. The 2 gray-robed elders' foreheads were sweating. Step back, both of you. Who is the master and who is the servant? Xiao Jiuyo shouted coldly. Although he had red lips, white teeth, and was extremely beautiful, he also had an intimidating aura. Yi Fan stood in the void with a large sword on his back. He calmly watched everything with an indifferent expression. In the end, Xiao Jiuyo walked forward. The two gray-robed elders couldn't stop him. He was incomparably confident as he slowly walked in the air. You finally broke the curse and formed a holy physique. You can provide me with holy blood to refine medicine. Xiaojiu was the same as before. He saw Yi Fan as prey and didn't care that he advanced to the 4 extreme secret realms. You want to use me to refine medicine? Do you have the ability? Yi Fan didn't get angry. He calmly stared at this opponent who was so beautiful that it was almost like a devil. So what if you broke the curse? In the brilliant era before the primordial era where kings rose up, even a holy physique with great success couldn't be number 1 in the world. There was never a lack of great enemies to contend against. Xiaojiu laughed coldly. His bright red lips and snow-white teeth flickered with a crystalline luster. He said, I will mercilessly defeat you and take you as my eternal servant. I will let you understand what it means to be number 1 in the world. If you lose, how about becoming my servant? Yi Fan strode forward. Every step he took was like the roar of a war drum, shaking the heaven and earth. I am number 1 in the world. Whether it is physique or cultivation, I can suppress you. Xiaojiu pressed forward. His hair danced in the wind, making him look ethereal and otherworldly. He said, provide me with holy blood for life and be my servant. Wang, Yi Fan made his move. There was no point in talking to such a person. Only by suppressing her could he resolve everything. That's an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. One of the most terrifying phenomena of the primordial era. Everyone cried out in surprise. They were all incomparably nervous. Yi Fan displayed this phenomenon and manifested another version of himself. He sat high up in the 9 heavens with black and yellow qi revolving around him. He was like an immortal king overlooking the common people. The immortal king body in this phenomenon reached out a large hand and grabbed at Xiaojiu. Suddenly, this part of the world was isolated. Xiaojiu seemed to be standing in another starry sky. His expression was solemn as he resisted the immortal king. Unhurried celestial music rang out. This is the 9 Underworlds immortal song. What? Could it be that he has the same physique as Gai Jiuyou? This is a terrifying Tao sound that exists side by side with the divine overture. 8,000 years ago, a Gai Jiuyou appeared in the Central Plains. He was just a step away from becoming a great emperor and was unrivaled. It was rumored that he passed away in meditation in the eastern wastelands. Many people knew about it and immediately associated it with that unrivaled character. Gai Jiuyou, an unrivaled figure from 8,000 years ago. He was unrivaled throughout the world, looking down on all living beings. He was only a step away from becoming a great emperor, and it was rumored that he passed away in meditation in the great wastelands. The faintly discernible immortal music lingered in the air, as if it flowed over from ancient times. It resonated with the great Tao, filling the night sky with an indescribable charm. Under the moonlight, Xiaojiu was dressed in white. His eyes were clear, and his hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was standing in a pure land of immortals. However, there was a type of killing intent surging. At this moment, the bodies of many cultivators cracked, their organs were about to be injured, their souls were about to be destroyed, and even their bones were about to melt. Boundless killing intent. When the heavens released killing intent, the stars changed positions. When the earth released killing intent, dragons and snakes rose from the land. When humans released killing intent, heaven and earth were overturned. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, quickly retreating in shock. The 9 Nether Immortal song rang out, and it contained boundless killing intent. It simply had the power to collapse the heavens and rend the earth. Xiaojiu was clearly standing very close, yet he gave others an extremely faintly discernible feeling, as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky, isolated in another world that couldn't be reached. Wang, the attack of an immortal king covered the heavens and earth, the large hand covering the sky dome, almost pressing to Xiaojiu's side, colliding intensely with the Tao sound in that world. It was like a battle between a million troops, piercing through metal and splitting stone, sweeping up the sky, like a tsunami that reached the heavens, and countless great stars fell. The two of them had just faced each other when they released world-shocking attacks. Yi Fan stood silently in the void, majestic and unmoving. He produced a small world that floated in the 9 heavens. Above his head, 10,000 streaks of mysterious yellow energy descended. He produced another him, sitting high in the 9 heavens, his appearance dignified like a god. An immortal king descending into the 9 heavens, one of the most terrifying phenomena of the ancient times. As soon as it was displayed, it had the power to rend heaven and earth, suppressing everyone. Peng, an immortal king, descended into the mortal world, looking down on the common people. He walked down from above the 9 heavens, heading towards Xiaojiu. He wore a 9-dragon crown on his head, and he wore a 10,000-dragon robe, his might overflowing the heavens. Weng, the void trembled, almost about to be torn apart. The immortal king tore open the restriction, continuously closing in on Xiaojiu, wanting to break into his pure land. Clang clang, the immortal song shook the world, killing intent surging like a tide. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping forward, causing the stars and moon to lose their luster and the sky to collapse as it obstructed the enemy. Boom, the might of the immortal king was unparalleled. His large hand continuously bombarded the Tao sound that had taken form, colliding intensely with it. The 9 nether immortal song was a world-renowned song. Since the ancient times, it had only been played a few times. It stood side by side with the divine overture, a world-shaking sound that possessed incomparable might. It could be said that it possessed the profundities of seizing the creation of the heavens and the earth, and it could obliterate all techniques in the world. If it was anyone else that came here to fight it, that person would have died without a doubt a long time ago. They would have definitely been turned into powder, and it would be utterly impossible to approach it. His divine body was unparalleled, suppressing all types of strange phenomena in the world, suppressing all types of Tao power. There was nothing that could stop his footwork, 1 to break through 100, impossible to resist. It was precisely because of this that the two of them seemed to be opposing each other fiercely, and they were unable to do anything to the other in a short period of time. This was a strange great battle. Xiaojiu's body engraved itself in the void, as if he was standing at the other end of the starry sky. The 9 nether immortal song was long and drawn out, shaking up this world. The immortal king arrived step by step, as if he was crossing the heavens, wishing to enter that isolated world to resist the unmatched immortal song. The faces of many people from the younger generation became pale. This type of great battle made their hearts go cold. Once the 9 nether immortal song appeared, who could contend against it? It could erase all methods in this world, cleanse the great Tao, hack down the heavens, possessing unmatched might. This youth with bright eyes, skin whiter than snow, was truly a heaven-defying monster. With this song's small success, he could already move unhindered through the world, look down on the younger generation. No wonder he dared to call himself number 1 under the sky, wishing to take Yifan as a servant. Only the immortal king dared be this powerful, taking the initiative to attack, crossing the heavens, continuously pressing forward, relying on the unmatched irregular scenes to attack the immortal song. Clang, the immortal song sounded, heaven and earth losing color. It turned into tangible waves, as if they were streaks of great Tao symbols, suppressing downwards. Dragons and snakes rose together, phoenixes and cheilants contending, the white tiger roared at the moon, life turtle rising into the sky. The immortal song moved the heavens, tangible sound waves turning into great Tao patterns. They were like all types of immortal spirits, hacking towards Yifan, wishing to erase the immortal king. Chang, Yifan was like a deity, towering and unmoving. The irregular scene's power became even greater. The immortal king attacked in his place, walking above the 9 heavens, forcing his way into that pure land, knocking on the pass. His hands moved the sun and moon, as if he was a true immortal king. It was as if he was patrolling the heavens, shattering divine patterns streak after streak, impossible to contend against. Weng, the immortal song moved. 9 great Tao patterns turned into 9 winding great rivers, rushing towards the immortal king. Yifan was shocked. The 9 great Tao rivers looked extremely like the 9 bends yellow river, possessing inconceivable power, sweeping through everything, sweeping up the heavens. Peng, the immortal king, was like an abyss, deep and immeasurable. His hands formed imprints, producing the sun and moon, illuminating the starry sky, displaying the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth, irregular scenes overflowing into the heavens. In the skies, an enormous noise sounded. The immortal king backed up. Xiaojiu was also shaken, his clear eyes flickering with sinister radiance, but his battle intent became even stronger. Han, the immortal king, knocked on the pass, wishing to enter the pure land to resist the 9 netherworld's immortal song. this heaven and earth was about to become tattered, as if a painting scroll was shaking, about to be torn apart at any time, turned into powder. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, their hearts shaken. The two were still in their youth, yet their confrontation was already this terrifying. If they ascended to the position of Holy Lord, what kind of power would there be? Xianxia was definitely comparable to a young great emperor. He was only around 13 years of age, far from maturing. His vitality hadn't reached its peak yet he still possessed endless potential. It could be said that he was rarely seen since ancient times, truly a heaven-warping genius of the present world. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration, almost impossible to face. There weren't many people in the younger generation who could fight a great battle against him. Yifan similarly made everyone's expressions change. He had just entered the 4 extreme secret realms, his divine body only having small accomplishments, yet he had this type of fighting strength, exceeding everyone's expectations. His irregular scene made everyone shiver in fear. It could be said that from now on, when his divine body appeared, the irregular scenes of others would all lose luster, unable to be displayed before him, or else they would definitely be restrained. Weng, the void trembled, and the 9 nether immortal song shook the world. It turned into a Tao diagram and flew forward, enveloping towards Yifan. This immediately made Yifan think of the natural Tao diagram interweaving between the heaven and earth. It almost destroyed his Tao foundation, and if it wasn't for the peerless divine king risking his life to make a move, he would have already fallen into a bottomless abyss. Hong, the immortal king, stood in the 9 heavens with a dignified appearance. He held an immortal sword in his hand, and it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. He slowly swung it, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that made people suffocate. The immortal sword suppressed the 9 heavens, and when it landed on the Tao diagram, a terrifying sound that pierced through the heavens rang out. Everyone in the divine city felt their hearts palpitate, and they were about to stop breathing. The stars and moon lost their light, and the world grew dim. Only a terrifying ocean-like aura pervaded the air, intimidating the souls and bones of many cultivators. The immortal king in the 9 heavens swayed, but he didn't fall down. He received a great impact. In another world, Xianxia was also trembling slightly, but the expression in his eyes became even more resplendent. He said to himself, "Only this kind of servant is worthy of me." The immortal king descends the 9 heavens and the 9 nether immortal song clashed, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. It left everyone incomparably shocked. Xianxia must have some kind of connection with Guizhou from 8,000 years ago. He most likely obtained his inheritance, and they have the same type of constitution. Everyone quickly made this guess, because at his age, he definitely couldn't comprehend a true immortal song. This was definitely an immortal song pattern that was carved by someone before him. Otherwise, once the 9 nether immortal song appeared, the world would lose color, and the sun and moon would lose their light. It possessed unimaginable power that nothing could contend against. It was because it stood side by side with the divine overture, and it wasn't any weaker than it. When the peerless divine king performed the divine song, it could be said to be world-shaking. It even erased the curse of the divine physique that had lasted for over 100,000 years, the natural Tao diagram. At this moment, the 9 nether immortal song that everyone saw was clearly far from it. It was definitely an imitation, and not an immortal song that elevated one's soul. It is related to Guizhou from 8,000 years ago, this. After making a rough guess, everyone was shocked. At the same time, everyone was also extremely fearful of Yifan's phenomenon. An immortal king descending the 9 heavens was only at the initial stage, and it was still far from the consummate stage. No one in this world could clearly describe its ultimate might. This kind of most terrifying ancient phenomenon contained an immortal king, and that was enough to explain everything. Is this all you've got? If that's the case, then tie yourself up with iron chains and come with me. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant, and it didn't match his stunning appearance at all. What do you have to be arrogant about? Yifan sneered. Xianxia had a disdainful attitude as he said, "I haven't even used my heaven-defying methods yet, so what do you have to compete with me? I have the 9 nether immortal song, and I can break through your phenomenon. Don't vainly think of fighting me in close combat. Once one's cultivation has entered the 4 extreme secret realms, one can draw upon the 4 extreme great Taos of heaven and earth. who would still fight with their physical bodies? What I use is the Great Tao, and that is enough to suppress you. Clang, dark gold battle armor appeared on Xiaojiu's body, and it was sparkling and translucent like black jade. The cold black metal made his skin look even more delicate and snow-white. With the dark gold battle armor covering his body, it made him look even more heroic. His beautiful appearance lost some of its gentleness, and his arrogance grew even stronger. His eyes were like water, and his hair was fluttering in the wind. In his hand, there was a black immortal sword. He was still standing in another world, and it was just as he had said. After comprehending the Great Tao, he could imprint himself in the void and wield the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Compared to the other cultivators of the four extreme secret realms, he was undoubtedly a transcendent existence that stood above the clouds. It's not that I'm bullying you because you just entered the four extreme secret realms. It's because the distance between us will only get bigger and bigger. I will advance into the dragon transformation secret realm, and you will never be able to catch up to me. Today is your final chance. Xiaojiu's dark gold battle armor flickered. His charm was exceptional, and his skin was sparkling and translucent. His eyes were clear, and the black immortal sword was intimidating. He was incomparably conceited. Be my servant, and be loyal to me for life. Others felt that this was the best time to kill Yi Fan, but he felt the exact opposite. His arrogance had reached the extreme. Little wimpy brat. Yi Fan only spat out these 3 words. Bang! Yi Fan was as unmoving as a mountain, but his blood energy soared into the heavens. The phenomenon of an immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens actually fused together with him. He himself became that immortal king, and with every movement he made, it seemed as if he could tear apart this world. Wang, the black dragon-patterned Holy Spirit sword in his hand shook. It was over 100 feet long and as heavy as a mountain, nearly collapsing space itself. Yi Fan pressed forwards, 1 step at a time. Saint body and phenomenon fused together. In the legends, he possesses unparalleled combat strength. All the cultivators were shocked. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be able to accomplish this after just entering the 4 extreme secret realms. Wang, Yi Fan swung his great sword, cutting through the skies and suppressing the 9 nether immortal melody. Boom! Xiaojiu, who was imprinted in the void, swung the immortal sword in his hand and slashed downwards. A natural Tao diagram appeared and pressed downwards. He didn't approach. Just like he said, he was fighting with the Great Tao and wouldn't engage in close combat. Wang, the 9 nether immortal melody shook the 9 heavens. Tao sounds rang out endlessly, resounding through the starry skies. It possessed an unparalleled might, able to obliterate all tangible things. This was the prelude to the tribulation crossing immortal melody. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Fan tore open this small world and walked in with large steps. He was truly like an immortal king, his divine might unstoppable. Once the all character of the 9 secrets appeared, his combat strength immediately increased by 10 times. Even the 9 nether immortal melody couldn't stop him. In that instant, Yi Fan tore through the 9 nether immortal melody and entered Xiaojiu's pure land. He swung the black dragon-patterned Holy Spirit sword and slashed out. Dang! Xiaojiu was shocked. His dark golden battle clothes erupted with brilliance. The black immortal sword in his hand was raised high, meeting the attack head-on. Pung! You! Xiaojiu cried out in alarm. She was so angry her face was flushed red and her fine black hair danced about. Yi Fan swung his black great sword, cutting open a small world and striking her bottom, sending her flying. If it wasn't for the dark golden battle clothes protecting her, she would have been in danger. The dark gold battle armor on Xiaojiu's body was sparkling like black jade. The cold black metal blocked the fatal blow for him. Otherwise, he would have been sliced in half. His hair was fluttering and his face was flushed red. He pointed the black sword at Yi Fan. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Boundless killing intent was spreading out. Yi Fan sliced open a small world and sent Xiaojiu flying. This shocked everyone. If it wasn't for the indestructible dark gold battle armor, this beautiful youth would have been in danger. The 9 nether immortal melody has been broken. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. That was the Tao sound comprehended by a peerless expert. It could destroy all tangible things in the world. Such powerful combat strength. the nine nether immortal melody was a Tao pattern carved by the predecessors. It wasn't comprehended by Xiaojioyo himself. However, it was broken by Yi Fan with his black sword. I am going to drain your saint blood. Xiaojioyo's killing intent spread out as he pointed the black sword at Yi Fan. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Yi Fan faced him and pointed the black sword at the southern sky. Xiaojioyo quickly calmed down. The dark gold battle armor on his body was sparkling, making him look ethereal. He said coldly, Saint Physique, you have angered me. I am going to suppress you for eternity. His entire body was glowing with divine light. The black sword in his hand looked like it had a life of its own as sword light flickered and his killing intent rushed into the sky. Wang, Xiaojioyo disappeared from his original spot and branded himself high up in the sky. He was like a god as he slashed down with the black sword. Clang, 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 10,000 swords chimed together as tens of thousands of sword light rained down like a meteor shower. Every dazzling sword light could pierce through cultivators of the four extremes secret realm. He had unparalleled combat strength among the younger generation. Even cultivators of the four extremes could only suffer grievances when fighting against him. They couldn't block his terrifying sword light. Yi Fan used the black sword in his hand to sweep horizontally. Clanging sounds resounded as though millions of soldiers were clashing. Sword chi crisscrossed and divine light rushed into the sky as though the sky was about to be pierced. Xiaojioyo was brandishing the great Tao, he became one with heaven and earth, the natural Tao. This had long exceeded the scope of techniques, rising to the domain of the Tao. Each time the black immortal sword moved, a Tao diagram would descend. Everyone was stunned. This was truly a heaven-defying monster. No wonder he dared to speak such arrogant words. He truly had the qualifications to look down on the world. His comprehension of the Tao was extremely deep, making many older generation figures blush with shame. One sword, one Tao diagram, just what kind of concept was this? The might of a single sword strike could split apart the heavens and earth, and every sword strike of his was like this. There was no sword light, only the Tao diagrams that fell down. The terrifying pressure caused one's soul to tremble. This kind of Tao of the sword was really too terrifying. Every single sword strike could kill a cultivator at the peak of four extremities, causing many people in the dragon transformation secret realm to feel a chill run down their spines. A heaven-defying monster, this was the thought that came to everyone's mind at the same time. It was too scary to have such a cultivation at this age. How many people in the younger generation could compete with him? Could it be the reincarnation of Gaijiryo? They both possessed the same mysterious and terrifying physique. 8,000 years ago, Gaijiryo was invincible in the world. I guess he was no more than that when he was young. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Bang, like a flood striking the heavens, like a surging ocean, Yi Fan brandished the black greatsword. His movements weren't too fast, but he slowly slashed through the skies. The heavy sword had no edge, yet it could cut through the heavens. This was resisting the great Tao, competing with Xiaojioyo's sword Tao. Bang, the world erupted. The black greatsword that Yi Fan swung had a heaven-shocking strength, destroying all that stood in its way. Although it was moving slowly, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. At this moment, the phenomenon of an immortal king descending into the nine heavens had fused together with him, possessing an inconceivable might. It cut through the natural Tao diagram, unstoppable. In the skies, the great Tao was like an abyss, unfathomably deep. Xiaojioyo was one with the heavens, wielding the black immortal sword. The trajectory of the Tao he drew was endless, never drying up. If Xiaojioyo could be said to represent the will of the heavens and earth, incarnating into the Tao, then Yi Fan was defying the heavens, using strength to break through the Tao, cutting through all that stood in his way. Xiaojioyo's sword and Tao diagram had stunned everyone. No matter how many cultivators at the peak of four extremities came, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. But Yi Fan was able to receive all of them. This was similarly shocking. Refine your body to resemble the form of the Tao, Xiaojioyo shouted lightly, his voice like the sound of the Tao resounding through the world. The sword Tao he swung out became even more terrifying. The Tao diagrams were like an abyss, each one extremely terrifying, wanting to seal Yi Fan. Wang, the void trembled. A green lotus appeared, primal chaos mist curling about it. With a light shake, many Tao diagrams shattered. Primal Chaos Lotus, this ancient phenomenon appeared, accompanying Yi Fan at his side, immediately achieving success. Yi Fan wielded the dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword, his appearance dignified. He stood in the 9 heavens, black and yellow energy curling around his body. He also operated his Immortal King phenomenon to the extreme. With 2 great phenomena supporting him, he walked forward step by step, incomparably resolute. The black greatsword pointed at Xianxia. No matter how the sword diagram flew over, there was only a single sword to break it. If I can't capture you alive, then I'll just kill you. Xianxia shouted loudly. His hair danced in the air, his eyes suffused with divine light. At this moment, he branded himself in the void. The space between his brows blossomed with 7-colored divine light, tens of thousands of auspicious lights falling down. It was as if an archaic god had been revived, making everyone's hearts palpitate. Divine Eye. Heavens, it really is the Divine Eye. He definitely obtained Gai Jirio's inheritance. It's a supreme divine technique of the same origin. Everyone was stunned. The space between Xianxia's brows blossomed with 7-colored light. The divine eye that could see through everything in the world opened. That was a sparkling and beautiful eye, but it emitted terrifying fluctuations. It shot out like a rainbow-colored waterfall, striking towards Yi Fan. The divine eye, as its name implied, could produce the magic power of a deity when it reached the extreme realm. It could destroy all enemies. Dong, the divine light shot down, striking the dragon-patterned black gold sword until it was buzzing and trembling, shaking Yi Fan's arm until it was numb. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since died. Dang, another beam of divine light descended and collided with the primal chaos green lotus, causing the heaven and earth to tremble violently. The terrifying divine technique could almost draw upon the power of a deity. Even a dragon transformation realm cultivator would be pierced through. The divine eye was world-shaking and possessed inconceivable power. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air, causing many of the older generation to feel a chill down their spines. If they were to face this heaven-defying monster, they would most likely die with a grievance. Xianxia's arrogance soared to the heavens. As expected, he had the qualifications to look down on the younger generation. The more they understood, the less angry they felt. Dong, the 7-colored waterfall shot out by the divine eye once again struck the dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword, causing it to buzz and tremble. Its power was as great as the heavens. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He carried the holy sword on his back and let out a long roar. His entire body erupted with boundless radiance, looking like an ancient golden god of war. This is the indestructible golden body. His saint physique has indeed reached minor completion. He has condensed a unique indestructible golden body. The primal chaos green lotus and the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens fused into one with Yi Fan. His entire body was resplendent and surging with divine flames as if he was cast from gold. He was filled with a powerful sensation, and even his hair was dyed with a golden luster. It was as if a golden divine flame was throbbing. His entire person was like an awakened deity. Golden blood chi rushed into the sky as a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted. Yi Fan took a step into the sky and waved his golden fist towards the sky. The indestructible golden body had awakened. He needed an indomitable aura in order to unleash his boundless potential. Boom, every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to tremble. The golden fist collided with the 7-colored waterfall, causing the sky to tremble like a tsunami. This was a resplendent energy storm that drowned out the entire night sky. Yi Fan used the indestructible golden body to resist the divine eye as he closed in on Xianxia step by step. The flesh of the saint physique is too terrifying. No wonder he survived the heavenly tribulation. Even if Xianxia's magic power is overwhelming, if the saint physique gets close to him, he can only die with regret. After the saint physique was achieved, Yi Fan's indestructible golden body was incredibly dazzling. He was like an ancient emperor walking in the mortal world, impervious to all techniques. It was very difficult to injure him in the slightest. Xianxia was finally moved. He no longer felt as if everything was under his control like he did in the past. He was slightly unable to remain calm. If he was forced over by the other party, the consequences would be unthinkable. If I can't take you as my servant, I'll extract all of your saint blood and completely destroy you. The 9 underworld celestial song rang out again, and the heavenly voice of the great Tao shook the mortal world, wanting to destroy one's soul. It could obliterate all techniques in the world, cleanse the great Tao, and slash down from the heavens. Immediately afterwards, the celestial voice shook, and the aura became even more terrifying. In just an instant, countless cultivators were trembling with fear. This is Heavens, the divine song is continuing. This is the Tribulation Transcendence Celestial Song. The 9 Underworld Celestial Song is the prelude, and what follows is the Supreme Tribulation Transcendence Celestial Song. This is a young brat, and it's also a little girl with soaring arrogance. She's too powerful. Even the large black dog, who had seen many things, was secretly astonished. Everyone knew that this was Gai Joyo's supreme comprehension, and only he had been able to perform it 8,000 years ago. Once the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song was performed, the whole world would submit to him. Xia Joyo was still too young, so it was impossible for him to have this kind of spiritual advancement. He was only performing the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song based on the comprehension of his predecessors. Even so, it was extremely terrifying, and its destructive power was too great when used against enemies. It could be said that it could practically sweep through all enemies. Yi Fan also sensed great danger. His indestructible golden body shone brilliantly, and golden divine flames burned fiercely. He was like a god that had been reborn from fire. At this moment, he also displayed his lovely land and mountains, as well as the yin-yang diagram of life and death. He combined them with his body, and then strode forward. Young master, don't. When the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song rang out, the 2 gray-robed elders in the distance shouted loudly. If you haven't reached the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm, you can't perform this song. Dong. The first strike of the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song arrived, and it was as if the world was turning upside down. The entire world was filled with celestial sounds and divine radiance, and it was as bright as day. The supreme wonderful sound flowed over from the archaic era. Yi Fan was immediately sent flying 600 zhang away. The entire sky was about to be overturned, and the supreme power was vast and mighty. What a powerful celestial song! Yi Fan's body shook intensely, and he stabilized his figure with great difficulty. His indestructible golden body became even more brilliant, and his entire body seemed to be cast in gold. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens. Everyone was stunned. The Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song actually didn't penetrate him. Everyone was stupefied. This is merely the opening move of the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song. Let's see how you are going to endure it. Xia Joyo's skin was whiter than snow, and his eyes were bright. He was truly a heaven-defying monster. Young master, stop. Don't continue. You can't. Use it with your current realm. The 2 gray-robed elders shouted anxiously. The Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song rang out again, and this world seemed like it was going to collapse. The stars moved, and dragons and snakes rose from the land. The world turned upside down, and the sun and moon fell at the same time. Chang. Suddenly, the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Song came to a screeching halt, unable to continue. Xia Joyo spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound, and his body was on the verge of collapse. This song could be said to be heaven-defying, almost like a deity. Even though it was an imitation, and it wasn't a sublimation of his own comprehension, it wasn't something he could currently play. Whoosh, Yi Fan was like a comet that tore through the sky. He immediately rushed forward and lifted Xia Joyo up, and his entire body shone with endless divine radiance. Everyone was stunned. Being forced so close by a divine body, one didn't even need to think to know the terrifying consequences. It was because this was a precious body that had experienced heavenly tribulation. Be lenient. The 2 gray-robed elders shouted loudly. Don't kill him. The Crimson Dragon Daoist also transmitted sound. You must not harm his life. Jiangyan secretly transmitted sound. When Yi Fan heard this, he didn't deal the killing blow. He lifted Xia Joyo up, and then brandished his large golden palm and fiercely smacked her bottom. Pa. Although Xiaojiu suffered the backlash of the tribulation transcendence divine song, he didn't faint. He was still very clear-headed, and he was shocked, angry, and angry. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death. Little brat." Yi Fan ridiculed. He didn't stop. His golden palm moved again, and he ruthlessly slashed again. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. The heaven-defying monster Xiaojiu looked down on the younger generation, but he was actually treated like a child. Xiaojiu looked down on his peers, but his illustrious reputation was tainted. Today, he was beaten by the sacred body of the ancients like this. Even if he became unparalleled in the future and was comparable to the great emperors of ancient times, he still wouldn't be able to wash it away. Xiaojiu's arrogance soared to the sky as he looked at the younger generation with disdain. As soon as the tribulation passing immortal song was played, the stars moved, the moon dimmed, and the heaven and earth became chaotic. It shocked the world. The supreme sect masters of the Central Plains were visibly moved, and many of the younger generation paled. However, at this moment, this peerless genius was being spanked. This was a great contrast, since the ancient times, he was so talented that he could look down on his peers. In the entire Eastern Barren continent, not many could compete with him. But now, he was being treated like a disobedient child and was being taught a lesson. Everyone's jaws dropped and they couldn't believe it. That's Xiaojiu we're talking about. He played the peerless tribulation passing immortal song and killed his peers as easily as plucking grass. He can be compared to the young great emperor, but he's being subdued like this. Many cultivators and countless experts were dumbstruck. Xiaojiu was flustered and exasperated. He struggled violently and moved his arms and legs. However, the tribulation passing immortal song rebounded and he couldn't muster any strength to injure Yi Fan. "Little brat, let's see how arrogant you can be." Yi Fan really treated him like a child. He smiled while swinging his golden palm. "Pa! Pa!" Crisp sounds echoed. Xiaojiu's eyes were spewing fire and his tears were about to flow out. He shouted, "Surname Ji. I'm not done with you." He was a top expert of the younger generation. Ever since he was born, he had been surrounded by countless halos. Now, he was being treated like a naughty child. How could he endure this? Had a young great emperor ever been spanked before? Never before. He was about to cry and had the urge to bite someone. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Little Yi is too cruel. It's even worse than killing Xiaojiu. Li Heishui smiled. Xiaojiu is arrogant and thinks he's the best. He deserves to be beaten up like this. Tu Fei also laughed. I can't deny that he's a peerless genius. Once he enters the dragon transformation secret realm and plays the tribulation passing immortal song, who can compete with him? Someone was worried. Little brat, do you accept it? Yi Fan revealed a smile. I refuse to accept this. Xiaojiu shouted unyieldingly. He struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with tears, and his black hair fell down like a waterfall. His Adam's apple suddenly disappeared, and the heroic spirit on his face disappeared. A girl. She's a little girl. Her disguise is gone. In the distance, everyone was shocked. They never expected Xiaojiu to be such a young lady. No wonder she had red lips and white teeth, so beautiful. Oh my god, so it's a little girl with a soaring arrogance. This is too valiant. Everyone was flabbergasted. When they thought about how a 13 or 14-year-old little girl was so domineering and unrivaled among her peers, they all felt as if they had eaten a dragon, their mouths gaping, unable to utter a single word. Xiaojiu's jet black hair fluttered while her skin was snow-white and crystalline, as if it was carved from fine jade. She was extremely like an exquisite porcelain doll, beautiful and dazzling. I'll fight you to the death. Xiaojiu bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His large eyes were filled with tears, and a single blink of his long eyelashes would cause tears to trickle down, causing him to vividly display his willfulness and stubbornness. Swoosh, light flashed. 2 gray-clothed elders arrived, both of them expressionless. One of them said, "The outcome has been decided, please let go of our young master." At the same time, Jiangyan also flew into the night sky. He was afraid that Yi Fan was young and impetuous, killing Xiaojioyo, so he also said, "Let her go." It was very clear that Xiaojioyo had an extremely great background. Even someone from the Jiang family came forward to plead for her, which was enough to explain everything. Yi Fan let go, rubbing her beautiful hair into a mess. Then, he casually gave her a knock and said, "Behave yourself in the future." Xiaojioyo screamed in anger, tears flowing out from her eyes from the pain. However, she was firmly held back by the two gray-clothed elders. In the night sky, light flashed. They used the profound jade platform to cross the void and leave, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even though Xiaojioyo was defeated, she was still dazzling. Her performance was enough to shock the world. The two gray-clothed elders felt restraining fear, not daring to let her stay here for long. This was because she was only around 13 years old. She was far from being an adult, and her blood vitality hadn't reached its peak yet. She still had endless potential to be dug out. Moreover, once the immortal tribulation song was played, whether it was the Eastern Wasteland Holy Masters or the Supreme Sect Masters of the Central Province, all of them would have strange thoughts. "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me?" Yi Fan stood beneath the night sky, shrouded in moonlight. A layer of pure radiance flowed around him, making him appear peaceful and tranquil. It was completely different from the fierce battle just now where his blood vitality soared to the heavens. But, no one would be fooled by his harmless appearance. This was absolutely a dormant dragon. Since he had defeated the insufferably arrogant Xiaojioyo, just how many people would dare to step forwards? The golden-winged little Peng had an intimidating appearance. As he grasped the great desolate halberd, he was like a demon god. He wanted to rush forwards, but the old Peng King pressed down on his shoulder, making him unable to move or even speak. Yi Fan glanced at Alcade Saint, Ji Clan's godly king physique, innate Dao embryo, Yao Shi, and the others. The outstanding disciples of the sacred grounds were all calm and didn't say anything. The Divine Body and Yao Guang Saint were definitely the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory's younger generation. However, they didn't want to fight at all. Many people felt it was a pity. Most of the cultivators had come to a consensus that it would be extremely difficult for people from the four extreme secret realms to kill Yi Fan unless they entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm and suppressed him to death. Of course, ordinary Dragon Transformation secret realm cultivators would not be able to do it, unless they were at the level of a holy sun. The four extreme secret realms corresponded to the four limbs of the human body and could draw upon the great Tao. There were a total of 4 realms, and every realm was like the distance between the heavens. For someone of a lower realm to kill someone of a higher realm would be like going against the natural order and slaying a celestial being. It would be very difficult for them to succeed. But now, Yi Fan was only at the initial stage of the 4 extremities, and it was already enough to kill experts at the consummate level. This result was chilling. This was the power of the sacred body. No one dared to challenge or kill him in this secret territory. Even though no one came out, endless killing intent pervaded the air. Under the moonlight, the divine city was bone-piercingly cold as if winter had arrived. Yi Fan could vaguely see that the road ahead of him was filled with the flames of war. He was afraid that he would really follow in the footsteps of great Emperor Wuxi and become the enemy of the entire world. Now, no one came out to fight him because they didn't have the confidence. In the future, there would definitely be a huge battle, and at that time, it would be a battle of life and death. The only thing he could do was to enter the Dragon Transformation secret realm as soon as possible. This way, he wouldn't have to fear any challenges from the younger generation and could even sweep through the world. Many sect leaders from the middle ground frowned. The sacred body was already so powerful at the initial stage. They thought of the few king tiers from the middle ground. In the short term, they might be able to contend against the sacred body, but what would happen in the future? This was a worrying problem. The sacred body of the Great Completion could challenge the great emperor of the ancient times. Every time they thought about it, it was hard to let go of this thought. Maybe killing it early was the only choice. Yi Fan stood in the night sky and smiled brilliantly. His teeth were snow-white and sparkling, and he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. There was still a trace of immaturity about him. At this age, this kind of cultivation made all the saint children silent. Many great powers felt uneasy, and many people had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Yi Fan asked 3 times, but not a single person replied. No one from the younger generation stood out to fight against him. Ji Clan's divine physique, demon race's heavenly devil physique. It wasn't that there weren't any young kings who could fight against him, but not a single person stood out. Yi Fan stood alone under the moonlight. He asked all the experts of the same generation, but no one dared to fight against him. This was the first time he established his prestige. After tonight, his name was destined to shake the entire younger generation. The Supreme Divine King walked up. Although his eyes were dim, his heroic bearing didn't decrease, causing everyone to revere him. He arrived in front of Yi Fan and extended his hand. A resplendent radiance entered Yi Fan's body. That's the Divine King's imprint. With this imprint, no matter who kills the divine physique, the Divine King will sense it. Everyone was shocked. The Divine King wanted to protect the divine physique to the end, but how many days would he have left? He was already at the end of his rope. A great battle ended, and the winds and clouds of the night all dissipated. The Supreme Divine King was about to fall, the divine physique's curse was broken, and he could look down on the younger generation. The divine city's years were endless, but this night was enough to be engraved in it. This was the beginning of a great era, something unprecedented in the post-ancient era. That night, the news quickly spread out. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the central plains was stirred up. This was destined to be a great uproar that wouldn't calm down in a short period of time. In the following days, many cultivators came to visit and befriend him. There were people from various holy lands, ancient aristocratic families, and even the inheritors of various great sections. Yi Fan couldn't leave. It could be said that his door was as crowded as a marketplace. He almost didn't have any free time. There were people inviting him and visiting him every day. It was very tiring, but he had no choice but to deal with them. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but how many of them were sincere? He didn't know that if he failed to break through, there might be a different result. During these days, he had always been with the Divine King, humbly asking for advice. At the same time, he hoped that a miracle could happen and save the Divine King's life. He really didn't want him to fall. However, the Divine King's eyes became increasingly dim, almost becoming a deathly gray without a trace of luster. Divine King, just eat the Chilan divine medicine seed. The Divine King shook his head and didn't say anything else. He was going to return to the Jiang clan and leave the Divine City. He wanted to go back and see the extreme physique. During these days, Yi Fan met Yao Yuekong, the great Xia prince, Jin Qishao, Su Heng, the white-cloaked nun, and many others, but he still didn't go see in Miaoi. This was because he hadn't taken a step out yet. The divine physique had just formed. According to the Feng clan's intentions, they wanted him to live in seclusion for 100 years. He couldn't come out until he became a divine lord-level character. This was indeed a safe idea. He could endure 100 years of solitude in exchange for 10,000 years of prosperity. In the future, he could rule the world for 10,000 years. He could imagine that the Jiang clan and the Feng clan would definitely do their best to nurture him. He didn't need to worry about his cultivation needs at all. 100 years is too far away. Yi Fan looked up at the other side of the starry sky. He couldn't wait that long. He wasn't surprised that the Wind Phoenix hadn't appeared. The Feng clan had only entered the Divine City to test him. They had never said before that they would definitely form a marriage alliance. If he failed to break through, he definitely wouldn't even mention it. Before this, the best choice was to not let the Wind Phoenix appear. He could advance or retreat. Now that he had successfully broken through, the Wind Phoenix still hadn't come. The people of the Feng clan covered it up, saying that she was in seclusion to break through to the dragon transformation realm and should arrive within 10 days. In reality, the Pearl of the Feng clan disdained marriage alliance from the start. She clearly said that she would never marry a divine physique. Even though he had successfully broken through, the princess of the Feng clan was still incomparably arrogant and wouldn't come at all. The people of the Feng clan were trying their best to persuade her. "Brother Yi, why do I hear that you are very familiar with the fairy of Miaoyu Nunnery?" Feng Lai asked. Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "Why do you ask?" "I'm doing this for your own good. My sister is proud and arrogant. Even if you have a divine physique, she may not care about you. Don't spread any more rumors, Feng Lai warned. Last time, he was ordered to test Yi Fan, but Yi Fan did not recognize him and beat him up fiercely, putting on a happy farce of a brother-in-law beating his brother-in-law. At that time, Feng Lai was flustered and exasperated. He swore that he would not let go of Yi Fan, but seeing him succeed in breaking through, he immediately lost his temper. Brother Yi, how can I meet Fairy Miao Yi? Give me some advice. I want to meet her with some friends, Feng Lai asked in a low voice, afraid that the elders would hear. No wonder you are so concerned about her. Yi Fan glanced at him and said earnestly, don't be so naughty at such a young age. Don't go to that kind of place. You are 2 years younger than me. Feng Lai murmured. He secretly despised him, but he did not dare to show it. What are you waiting for? Yi Fan glared at him. I said I want to broaden my horizons. How about this, Brother Yi, you take us there. I swear I won't tell my sister, Feng Lai urged. Yi Fan was speechless. This brother-in-law of his was really outrageous. He immediately slapped him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not like you haven't been to that place before. Don't pretend to be serious in front of me. Feng Lai was very dissatisfied and muttered in an inaudible voice. Yi Fan was so angry that he laughed. This guy was really different. He wanted to go to Miaoyu Nunnery with him. If the Holy Lord of the Feng clan knew, he would definitely break his legs. Don't worry. This is not a test or a test. I don't want to be beaten by you again. Go somewhere cool and stay. Yi Fan glared at him and ignored him. Now that he had a small success holy physique, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. You're so boring. Feng Lai flicked his sleeves and left. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Even if he wanted to see in Miaoyi, it was impossible for him to go with Feng Lai. Not long after, Feng Lai returned and said, Brother Yi, one of the ancestors in the clan said to let us accompany you out for a stroll. We will be leaving the Divine City soon. Yi Fan's expression changed. Now was a sensitive time. It was not a good idea to go out and walk around. He did not understand why the Feng clan would make such a decision. But there's no harm in going. This is the Supreme Divine King's idea. He is about to leave and wants to take action one last time. An elder of the Wind clan walked into the room. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Divine King Jiang didn't have much time left. This was going to be the last deterrence, and it was very possible that he would never appear again. The Divine City was as prosperous as before. The streets were filled with endless streams of people and carriages. Especially the recent disturbance caused by the breakthrough of the Holy Physique, it attracted many cultivators. Feng Lai's friends were either descendants of holy lands or descendants of ancient clans. Each of them had a great background. The men were heroic and vigorous, and the women were beautiful like flowers and the moon. They were truly a group of officials. Feng Lai, your little brother-in-law is a mess. Do you feel a lot of pressure? On the night of the full moon, I saw the terror of the Holy Physique with my own eyes. He resisted the tribulation celestial song alone. Our fellow saints were all intimidated and no one dared to make a move. Your sister is older than him by 3 years. Even you are older than him by 2 years. Do you feel awkward calling him brother-in-law? Some men and women teased Feng Lai and didn't notice Yi Fan in the distance. There were also some people who looked unhappy. They were the pursuers of the Wind Phoenix and didn't want this marriage to succeed. The Wind Phoenix hasn't come yet. I heard that she disdains marriage and doesn't want to see the Holy Physique at all. Moreover, the Feng clan hasn't officially made a decision yet. Everything is still uncertain. The Wind Phoenix's beauty can make the fish sink and the beasts fall from the sky. Her beauty can outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. She is absolutely stunning. At the age of 13, she created a divine technique. It's understandable that she doesn't choose the Holy Physique. The Holy Physique can't even cultivate before. Even if he successfully breaks through, who knows what will happen in the future? It's full of uncertainty. The Feng clan doesn't need to be too worried about him. The teasing at the beginning was still acceptable, but the words at the end made Feng Lai's expression change. He said, "Don't talk nonsense." "I say, Feng Lai, what's wrong with you? Don't you also dislike that holy physique?" "That's right. Didn't you get beaten up not long ago? Why are you speaking up for him? What nonsense are you guys talking about?" Feng Lai stopped them. He didn't think that these people would say such things. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He strolled over. His eyes were clear, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He was as otherworldly as a banished immortal with an agile elegance. Holy physique, the people who spoke just now were all nervous and quickly shut their mouths. Even their saint children and junior brothers were afraid of the person in front of them, let alone them. Yi Fan's holy physique had just been formed. He fought against the unparalleled genius Xia Jiuyo on a moonlit night and intimidated everyone in the younger generation. Now, how many people dared to compete with him, when they thought of the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens and the primal chaos green lotus? These people still felt fear and trepidation. There was no need to mention Yi Fan's golden blood energy rushing into the heavens and his terrifying physical body that was comparable to a real dragon. "Brother Yi." Everyone greeted him one after another. Among them, a few young men were very nervous. They were afraid that Yi Fan would take their words seriously. On the other hand, a few women among them were very lively. Their eyes shone as they went up to talk to Yi Fan. "We've personally witnessed Brother Yi's prowess. We've also heard that your Genesis technique is unparalleled. I wonder if you can broaden our horizons." "Yeah, there's a stone square in the sacred land up ahead. Why don't we see it?" The women's eyes were bright and kind, and they all had smiles on their faces as they spoke. Yi Fan did not turn them down. He wanted to try in the stone squares with a sliver of hope. He wanted to cut out an immortal herb to save the divine king and little Tingting. After all, the purple qilin was only a seed. Although it could increase lifespan, it was definitely not as good as a mature herb. It probably could not heal the root. Unfortunately, he did not cut out a single stone after half a day because he had used everything he had, including the origin god's divine sense, but he still could not find the immortal herbs he needed. He could only sigh. The reason why immortal herbs were so precious was because they were just too rare. They could only be found by luck. Even in the primordial era, there were not many of them. Was the Supreme Divine King really going to die? Yi Fan was really unwilling to accept this. He finally became even more determined and continued to collect the divine origin stone skin. In the past few days, Yi Fan did not appear in the outside world. Now that he was walking in the stone squares, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators were extremely enthusiastic. Yi Fan's last stop was the Ji family's stone square. He wanted to find the Stone King again, but he was completely disappointed in the end. "Brother Yi, congratulations on breaking the curse." "Congratulations. The great success Saint Body is finally going to reappear in the world. Brother Yi, I've arranged a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Let's not stop until we're drunk." It was like everyone knew him. There were enthusiastic greetings everywhere. Yi Fan replied with a smile until his expression gradually became numb. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. Boom, on the way back, there was an earth-shattering sound. The sky cracked. The Supreme Divine King attacked and killed all the people in the dark with a single strike. The expressions of many cultivators in the Divine City changed. They were extremely shocked. The Supreme Divine King was about to pass away, but he still had such battle prowess. It made people feel uneasy. In particular, those who had ulterior motives all hid themselves and did not dare to attack again. The arrival of the Wind Phoenix was so sudden that it made everyone feel deeply surprised. Even the people of the Wind Clan did not receive the news beforehand. They only knew the pearl of their clan had arrived when they saw her. The Wind Phoenix was famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. She was the pearl of the Wind Clan. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her cultivation talent was also extremely shocking. She had created a divine art at the age of 13 and even fought the Little Pun King to a draw. After seeing her, Yi Fan felt that the woman matched her name very well. She was graceful and elegant. She wore a colorful dress that seemed to be woven from the feathers of the phoenix. It was dazzling and flowed with colorful light. It was extremely dazzling. The legendary peerless beauty could not be seen because she was wearing a phoenix mask on her face. It was overflowing with brilliance, and it was impossible to see through it. Her celestial body flowed with a layer of sparkling radiance. She was incomparably holy. Her figure was slender and elegant. Her waist was very slim, and the curves of her body were perfect without a single flaw. Her entire body flickered with multicolored light, making it difficult for people to look straight at her. In reality, she was like a proud immortal phoenix. She raised her flawless and sparkling chin, revealing her swan-like snow-white neck. She was incomparably arrogant and said, "I will never marry you." Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. His expression was very calm. The wind phoenix was dazzlingly beautiful. Her black hair flickered with sparkling radiance. Her entire body was like jade and dazzling. She raised her head arrogantly and said, "So what if you have a sacred body?" "I, the wind phoenix, am not interested. I don't care what arrangements the clan had in the past. From today onwards, we have nothing to do with each other. In reality, you don't need to say these things to me. You can directly find the Wind Clan's divine lord and explain everything to him." "Wouldn't everything be over after that?" Yi Fan calmly said. "There is no need for you to say these things. I naturally know. I only want you to understand that it is impossible for us to be engaged." The phoenix's voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. However, the meaning behind it was not gentle at all. "All right, you're done, and I've also heard everything. You can go to the Wind Clan's divine lord now." Yi Fan drank his tea as if he did not care in the slightest. The wind phoenix's multicolored light swirled about as if she was a fairy from the Nine Heavens Palace who accidentally fell into the mortal world. She still raised her head as if she was standing high above the clouds. She lightly snorted and swept her phoenix eyes over Yi Fan a few times. The Wind Clan's people rushed over after hearing the news. Several older generation figures entered the room one after another. "Our little princess came. Why didn't you come to see us rotten old men?" The elders all had smiles on their faces. It was clear that they doted on the Wind Phoenix. The Wind Phoenix gracefully greeted them. Her voice was delicate and gentle. She knew how to win the favor of these elders. Why did our Wind Clan's Pearl say that just now? It seemed like the elders all heard what she said. The Wind Phoenix was graceful and elegant. She gently shook her head and said with a sweet voice, "Elders, I don't want to be engaged to the divine physique at all." "Why?" an elder asked. "I should be the one asking why." "Why do you want to be engaged to him?" the Wind Phoenix countered. "You." The elders were tongue-tied. There were some words that they really could not say in front of Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would appear too realistic even though everyone knew. "So what if he has a divine physique?" "I have never had any interactions with him. I have never known him. Even if I really want to be engaged, I still want to choose someone who can become a great emperor and not a pseudo-great emperor." The Wind Phoenix raised her head. Her skin was sparkling and multicolored light swirled about. Her voice was moving as she said, "Even in terms of strength, I myself have hope of reaching that step. Why do I want to be engaged to him?" The Wind Clan's Pearl was as arrogant as an immortal phoenix. Her flawless and sparkling little chin was raised, her beautiful hair dancing in the wind. Five-colored multicolored light curled around her body, making her seem unapproachable. It was as if she was standing above the clouds, overlooking everything below. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very calm, as if he was not involved in the matter. He watched everything quietly with a smile on his lips and did not say anything. When the people of the Wind Clan saw him like this, their hearts skipped a beat. An elder said to the Wind Phoenix, "You have just arrived at the Divine City, go and rest. Don't say anything else." The Wind Phoenix knew what she meant. She raised her beautiful chin and glanced at Yi Fan. She said, "I can see my future. I won't be tied to anyone, not even the divine physique." Her five-colored divine clothes fluttered in the wind. She walked gracefully like a lotus, leaving behind a faint fragrance. The elders' expressions were a bit awkward, and their brows furrowed slightly. The news of the Wind Phoenix's arrival quickly spread throughout the entire divine city. Even the events of her first meeting with Yi Fan were spread, and not a single detail was left out. "Sure enough, it's just like the rumors say. The Pearl of the Wind clan doesn't want to be engaged to the holy physique. Now, there will be a big show to watch. This stunning pearl really has a character. She even looks down on the holy body that broke the curse. I wonder if she will still be so arrogant after 1,000 years. I already knew it would be like this. Who is the Wind Phoenix? She is the proud daughter of the heavens. The reason why the Wind clan didn't make a decision until now was because they were afraid that she wouldn't agree. Even their Saint Lord didn't want to force her. The Pearl of the Wind clan wants to reject the sacred body. This is really strange. Not a single detail was left out, and it spread throughout Divine City. Many people were discussing it, and there were even more people who added fuel to the fire. It had to be said that Feng Huangli's name had spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Her charm was extremely great, and she had a large number of pursuers. They naturally supported her decision, and all of them supported her. Yi Fan didn't care about this at all. He came from the other side of the starry sky, so he naturally didn't feel anything about this so-called marriage alliance. So what if she was the Pearl of the Eastern Barren Territory? It was not like he had never seen the most beautiful women under the heavens, but he reckoned that they were on par with Miaoi. Ever since Yi Fan came to this world where the strong ruled, he had a detached attitude towards relationships. He had never taken the initiative to look for the long-lost feeling of being touched. In the next few days, the Wind Phoenix was neither high-profile nor low-key. She often met up with some of her good friends, including many of her pursuers. Topics related to her continued. Everyone knew that she was expressing her own attitude, resolutely not agreeing to the engagement. This gave Wind Clan's elders quite the headache. Afterward, she met with the saints one after another. Although they had been in contact in the past, if it wasn't for the marriage alliance this time, she wouldn't have traveled so frequently. The most shocking thing was that the Wind Phoenix and the golden-winged little Peng's reunion caused a huge uproar. The cultivators in the Divine City began discussing it again. Huang, Saint King, Feng Saint as, and Saint as, Divine King Child, and the God Saint as of the Saint as were. They stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory. In the past, the Wind Phoenix had a battle with him. The two of them were evenly matched, shocking the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Little Pun King and Yi Fan had a great feud. On the night of the full moon, if the old Pun King hadn't suppressed him, there would have been an earth-shattering battle. The Wind Phoenix choosing to meet the Little Pun King alone at this time inevitably caused a lot of discussion. It immediately became the focal point of the city. The Pearl of the Wind clan has made up her mind. Even if the marriage alliance is forced, it will still cause a lot of trouble. The Wind Phoenix is making her attitude clear. She is meeting with the enemy of the Saint Physique and is not willing to marry him. The Wind clan hasn't made a decision yet, so it doesn't matter even if the matter is left unsettled. We can only say that the Pearl of the Wind clan has won by herself. Yi Fan laughed at the rumors of the outside world. He was too lazy to care and ignored everything the Wind Phoenix had done because he didn't need to do anything. When many people learned of his attitude, they were all shocked and sighed inwardly. The Saint Physique was really extraordinary. It was as if one of them was just watching a show. After Yi Fan made his attitude clear, there were even more topics to talk about. Both of them were extraordinary figures, and their attitudes were so special that it caused many cultivators to discuss it. The Supreme Divine King was about to leave, and he told Yi Fan to travel without worry. He seemed to have a premonition that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to kill some people with ill intentions in the dark. Yi Fan's movements naturally attracted attention, but no one dared to make a move. They were afraid that the Supreme Divine King would strike like lightning. In his last moments, no one dared to make a move. In these few days, Yi Fan went to banquets with Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the large black dog. There were many gatherings, and he didn't reject the olive branches of the large sections. He was surrounded by people all day. It was very clear that the reputation of the Saint Physique was stronger than the Wind Phoenix's, and it attracted even more topics. There weren't many people in the younger generation who could compete with him. The great accomplishment Saint Physique in the future was worth making friends and paying attention to. It could be said that everywhere Yi Fan went, almost everyone knew him. There was no one who didn't greet him, and there was no one who didn't know him. In particular, many people in the younger generation were filled with fear of him. The people of the ancient Genesis technique clans went far away, and no one appeared in God's city. Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and other cultivators who were hostile to Yi Fan also became extremely low-key and rarely appeared. Imperceptibly, Yi Fan had already established a kind of prestige. Even the saint's sons were afraid of him, and they tried to stay as far away as possible. Even the little Pung King suppressed his anger and obeyed the old Pung King's orders. He didn't cause conflict and avoided him. When Yi Fan went out, he saw endless enthusiasm, but he didn't become arrogant. He treated everyone politely, and even when he saw his opponents, he didn't provoke them. He just nodded and passed by. Pfft! Blood spurted out from Yi Fan's mouth. It was scarlet with a hint of gold, and it dyed his clothes red. It was a ghastly sight to see. What happened? Pang Bo stood up abruptly, his thick brows furrowed as he looked around. Little Yi, what happened to you? Tu Fei and Li Heishui were also startled. Yao Yue Kong, the saintess of Jade Lake, the saintess of Daoyi, the prince of Great Xia, the little nun in white, and many other experts of the younger generation were present. No one had expected that Yi Fan would suddenly cough up blood and fall to the ground. Move away. Pang Bo didn't care about anything else. He ordered everyone to move away, and then he picked up Yi Fan and examined him carefully. His white clothes were dyed with fresh blood. His eyes were closed, and his face was a little pale. He didn't look good. There was something wrong with his saint body, and he collapsed at the banquet. This news quickly spread throughout the god city, and it caused a huge uproar. The fragrance of medicine wafted out. There were dozens of kinds of pellets in Yi Fan's room, and they were all precious. The elders of the Feng clan came forward to examine his injuries, and they all frowned. How did this happen? Yes, I understand now. He was injured by the great Tao. The peerless divine king used the blood of a god to sever his karma, and then used the divine overture to destroy the innate Tao diagram. But the innate great Tao didn't destroy his Tao foundation, but it severed his life source, leaving behind an unrecoverable wound. He won't live for more than half a year. The Wind Clan's elders made an accurate judgment. They all sighed towards the sky. This result left them incomparably disappointed. The curse of hundreds of thousands of years has been broken, and he can finally cultivate. He will witness the birth of a pseudo-great emperor, but he only has half a year to live. This is an injury left behind by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even mature divine medicines can't heal him. Their expressions kept changing. The Feng clan had spent 3 million genes of energy source, and they even wanted to form a marriage alliance. But in the end, this was the result. It was hard for them to accept. The saint body was about to die. This news was no less than a tsunami. It shook the entire god city, and at the same time, it spread to every corner of the world. Many great powers were alarmed. The god city, in particular, was in an uproar. All the cultivators were discussing this. They never thought that something like this would happen. The heavenly Tao can't be defied. Even though the curse has been broken, his life can't be saved. This has already been decided. This really is a prosperous and miserable end. Who would have thought that this would be the result? What can he do with less than half a year of life? It's a pity that the peerless divine king has put in so much effort. The saint body has just formed, and he can already look down on the younger generation. Yet, he's coming to a sad end like this. He's about to reach the end of his life. There was no one who wasn't shocked. This result was just too unexpected. No one had thought of it. No, this can't be a trap purposely set up by the divine king, right? To prevent Yi Fan from being assassinated, he came up with this plan and then hit him. There were some quick-witted people who thought of this possibility immediately and made a shocking guess. With this theory, many people agreed. They believed that this was a trap, a smokescreen purposely released to confuse the eyes of the world. However, there were people who quickly confirmed that this was a real injury and not an act. The great Tao of heaven and earth had severed Yi Fan's life source. It was almost impossible to heal. The people of the Feng clan sighed deeply, but there was nothing they could do. 2 great experts of the Jiang family came as well, but they were also helpless. Even the supreme divine king furrowed his eyebrows. Injuries left behind by the Great Tao could not be healed by humans. Since ancient times, basically no one who was injured by the Great Tao had survived. Many people from large organizations came over. They were very concerned. They examined Yifan's injuries and left behind many pills. Their main objective was obviously to confirm whether the news was true or not. The people who had come from the Central Plains to watch the ceremony and had yet to leave also came one after another. After carefully inspecting Yifan's injuries, they left behind some pills and left. The news had come true, and it was confirmed by many large sections. The outside world was thrown into an uproar. There were people who took pleasure in his misfortune, and there were people who sympathized with him. Yifan woke up. He stared blankly for a very long time. He had never thought that things would be like this. The starlight in the night was like water. He and Pang Bo laid on the roof side by side, gazing at the other end of the starry sky. If I die, you have to find a way to go back too. Don't go too far. Yi, don't say anything else. You'll be fine. You'll definitely survive. Let's go back together. Help me take care of my parents. Don't say these things. My heart feels stifled. He only had half a year of life, and this was the most optimistic prediction. It was very likely that he wouldn't even have 100 days left. Even if his battle prowess could look down on the younger generation, it was completely meaningless. In the following days, Yifan's residence was completely deserted. No one came to visit again. Many people's previous enthusiasm turned into indifference. The bustling scene was gone, and it was cold and cheerless. Only the bleakness of autumn remained. The fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world were all too obvious. The road of life was full of ups and downs. Flowers bloomed yesterday and withered today. Who could control this? Fireworks blossomed with enthusiasm. Debris swirled in the air as the curtain fell. The bustling scene was gone. It was cold and desolate. Compared to a few days ago, Yifan's residence could be considered bleak. The lonely courtyard was quiet. Yellow leaves withered. Yifan coughed lightly. Blood dyed his white cloth red. It was a ghastly sight. He looked at the cold courtyard and sighed. The ups and downs of life were like flowers blooming and withering. Although there were glorious moments, there were also dark days. Everything was in the wind of the mortal world. The divine city was the same as before. There were no changes. However, when Yifan appeared again, the feeling was greatly different. Several days ago, it could be said that everyone knew him. In order to deal with them, he smiled until he became numb. Now, he appeared again. Although he was still eye-catching, few people came forward. They were cold and indifferent. When he turned around, they pointed and discussed spiritedly. The 100 states of life were experienced in one day. The divine physique is finished. Less than half a year of life, and it has finally come to an end. He was defeated by the world after hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he still couldn't create a miracle. The saint children can let out a sigh of relief. This mountain that has been pressing down on their hearts is about to collapse. The shadow is about to disappear. There is no need to worry about the Wind Clan's Pearl. She definitely won't be engaged to this kind of divine physique. The Wind Clan should be glad that they haven't made any decisions or promises yet. So what if he broke the curse? In the end, he still died, hee. So what if he can look down on the younger generation? If the heavens don't let him live, can he fight back? He can only wait for death. Some people sympathized, and some people took joy in his misfortune. Their expressions were all different. There were all kinds of words. There were sounds of regret, and naturally, there were also sounds of ridicule. Yifan walked on the street and felt all of this. He was very silent and didn't say a single word. In the end, he returned to his residence. He didn't visit anyone that day. He felt that he needed to calm down and think about some things. Late at night, a few strands of starlight scattered down in the cold lonely courtyard. It was dim and quiet. Yifan started coughing blood again, dyeing his white robe into a bleak color. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the starry sky in a daze. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. He turned around and saw a sneaky little thing peeking at him from the top of the wall. It was actually a little golden creature. It successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and turned into a small golden qilin. It was only the size of a palm and looked charmingly naive. Its large eyes were very clear. Cough. Yi Fan coughed up blood again. The little golden qilin flew over, landing on the ground. Its entire body was shining, chubby, swaying about as it walked. It carefully approached Yi Fan, and then tugged at his trousers. Unlucky little guy, are you not afraid of me now? Yi Fan sat on the stone chair and looked down at it. The little golden creature rolled its eyes at him, and then it spat out a strand of 7-colored mist towards him. It quickly entered his body and turned into a wave of warm energy. Yi Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if a gust of spring wind had blown over his life source. His injuries were somewhat healed, but it didn't change anything. You're quite considerate. Yi Fan never thought that when no one else came to visit, on this cold and cheerless night, the divine silkworm would come to visit him. Even though it had forgotten about the past, its instincts were still there. It used its pure intuition to distinguish between good and bad. Yi Fan fished out a small piece of divine source and handed it over. The divine silkworm immediately became happy, and it began to chew on it with great relish. After enjoying the divine source, it suddenly fell onto the ground. Its 4 qilin legs twitched slightly, giving Yi Fan a fright. Meanwhile, at this time, the divine silkworm secretly opened one of its large eyes and looked over in a mischievous manner. You've become addicted to playing dead. Yi Fan laughed. The little golden creature immediately jumped up and muttered in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan was shocked. This little thing was actually teasing him. At this moment, he sighed ruefully and thought of many things. Sometimes, simple little creatures like this were much more adorable than complicated people. Yi Fan suddenly discovered that he, who had a heart of steel, was actually a bit sentimental. In the end, this little thing actually came to visit him on this cold night. He silently stroked the little golden creature. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had some regrets in his heart. He really wanted to return to the other side of the starry sky and see his parents, relatives, and friends in the last days of his life. Why did this unlucky divine silkworm come? Li Heishui's voice came over. Whoosh, the divine silkworm angrily waved its little claws and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the night sky. Li Heishui and Tu Fei entered the courtyard. They had disappeared for a few days to seek help from the 13 bandits in search of a solution. They had only returned now. Eat the qilin seed. Even though it can't cure you completely, it can definitely prolong your life for a while. Then, we can slowly think of a solution. The two of them spoke like this. It was obvious that the 13 bandits had no solution either. As for this result, Yi Fan had already expected it. At daybreak, Pang Bo returned. He was very tired, and the Black Emperor followed behind him. They had gone to the important land of the demonic beast race. The Azure Thearch's heart might be able to help you recover. I will think of a way to obtain it. Pang Bo's tone was firm. The heart of the demonic beast race Great Emperor possessed endless vitality. It was just that no one knew where it was hidden. Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had searched the important land of the demonic beast race for a long time, but they hadn't found any clues. Forget it. An injury caused by the Great Tao cannot be healed by external objects. Those powerful figures speculated that even a mature immortal divine medicine would be ineffective. Yi Fan shook his head, not allowing Pang Bo to take the risk. As long as there is a sliver of hope, we have to try. Even if we have to slaughter a path of blood, I will help. You obtain the Azure Thearch's heart. Pang Bo's tone was resolute. Alright, none of you should risk your lives. Let this emperor think about it. The large black dog paced back and forth. Then, he lay down at the side and fell silent. They appeared on the main street of the God City again. After hearing those discussions, Yi Fan was strangely calm. Even if there were sarcastic words, it was difficult for him to be affected. Woof, human pet, what are you waiting for? The large black dog had never been a kind person. When he heard these sarcastic words, he would immediately scamper over, raising his huge head and clamoring for a human pet. Along the way, it was unknown how many people had been angered by the large black dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. However, it was not appropriate for them to act out, and they could only curse him in secret. The Saint physique is about to be destroyed, and this damned dog is still so arrogant. When the time comes, we will skin him alive and eat his flesh. There isn't much time left. He can only linger in this mortal world for the last time. In the end, he is going to die. The Black Emperor left, traveling through the void. He said that he would disappear for a few days, and perhaps he could find a way to save Yi Fan's life. Under the setting sun, Miaoyu nunnery was embroidered with gold. It sat among the clouds, and there was a layer of pure and holy light circulating around it. It was clear and peaceful. Isn't this our Saint physique? I heard that you were unwell. Why didn't you rest and recuperate? Why did you come here? Wu Ziming, who had not seen him for many days, walked together with some people. There was an incredibly radiant smile on his face. That's right. Your health is more important. You should rest and recuperate. Otherwise, look at the setting sun. Although it's beautiful, it's sinking, Li Zhongtian said with a smile. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Yi Fan swept a few glances at them. He's about to die, yet he's still so arrogant. Does he still have divine power? I heard that he coughs up blood every day, someone in the crowd muttered softly. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Fan stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the dozen or so youths in front of Miaoyu nunnery. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was a saint physique that had achieved small success. Although he did not have much time left and coughed up blood every day, after breaking the curse, the younger generation were all extremely wary of him. What bad luck. Let's go. Wu Ziming did not dare to resist and turned to leave. He's going to die anyway. There's no need to pay attention to him. When the time comes, we'll see the heavens take him away, someone muttered in a low voice as he left. Yi Fan sneered and said, although I don't have long to live, I'm not someone you can humiliate. I've already given you a chance, yet you still dare to speak rudely. Buzz. The void trembled. Yi Fan's golden blood chi soared into the sky. A large golden hand stretched out and grabbed forward. You dare to kill us in front of everyone? Someone cried out in fear. Do you know who we are? I hadn't decided whether to kill you or not, but because of what you said, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan's large golden hand pressed down violently in the void. Pa! The heaven and earth shook, and the sunset glow was scattered. The horizon became misty as Yi Fan's large golden hand covered more than 10 people. The moment it landed, blood splattered everywhere. Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. Only Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian managed to escape. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and they shouted as they fled. Yi Fan flipped his hand and slapped down again. The large golden hand covered the sky. Although the two of them were in the 4 extreme secret realms, they felt as if they were fighting against a divine master. They couldn't resist at all. Pfft! Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. Although they were supreme experts in the 4 extreme secret realms, they were still easily killed by Yi Fan. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Although the saint physique was injured, its power did not decrease, and it still could not be offended. The saint physique could not be humiliated. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was about to die, and he had no scruples at all. He must not be provoked. This was the thought in everyone's mind. In particular, those who had made sarcastic remarks were even more afraid. Their legs and stomachs were a little weak. When they thought of what they had said before, they felt extremely guilty, afraid that Yi Fan would hear and remember. Yi Fan glanced at the others. His white robe fluttered as he entered Miaoyu nunnery. In one of the palaces, it was resplendent with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Celestial mist lingered around it, like the moon palace. Yi Fan sat in front of a white jade table, calmly drinking tea as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. And Miaoyu was a peerless beauty. Her hair was black and glossy, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were intelligent, and her eyelashes were very long. Her red lips were sexy and bright. She was slender and elegant, and her beauty was breathtaking. The curves of her body were astonishing and perfect. "Little man, you have hurt my heart." Her words were as pleasant as the sounds of nature. She walked over gracefully like a crystal fairy swaying in the wind. "Although I have broken the curse, I don't have much time left. Do you want to kill me with your own hands?" Yi Fan smiled. "I did say that if you fail, I will be the first to kill you. But you are already like this, how can I bear to see you die?" And Miaoi was smiling sweetly, but there was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Who in this world can avoid death? Even the great emperor is no exception. I only regret that I can't return to my hometown. Yi Fan sighed softly. "You have broken the curse, why can't you change your fate?" And Miaoi's fine black hair hung down. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, flowing with a pure and holy radiance. She was like a flawless goddess descending to the mortal world. She asked, "What are your plans?" "I will come to see you tonight. After that, I will bid farewell to the divine king and immediately leave the divine city," Yi Fan said. "At least you didn't leave without saying a word." And Miaoi had a smile on her face. She was beautiful to the extreme. She said, "If I were to fall into the mortal world forever, what would you do?" Yi Fan wanted to say something, but her jade-like hand blocked his lips. And Miaoi smiled and stood up. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she said, "Only if you can survive." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He only looked at this incomparably beautiful woman in silence. "I want you to survive." And Miaoi turned around and walked towards the desk. She then took out an ancient scroll and said, "Remember this mental cultivation method." "What is this?" "More than 1,000 years ago, a disciple of Sakyamuni left this in Miaoyu nunnery." "What? Sakyamuni's disciple?" Yi Fan jumped up. "Stay here tonight." And Miaoi walked over gracefully. It was a yellowing ancient scroll made of an unknown material. It looked like animal skin, but also like an ancient cloth. It was clearly an ancient artifact. There were 2 words on the scroll, Nirvana. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. These 2 words had an extraordinary meaning in Buddhism. It was a process of becoming a Buddha. This is the Nirvana scripture of Buddhism? He was shocked. It's only an important part of the ancient scripture, and it's used for healing. In the past, when a monastery master was dying, she obtained this ancient scroll. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but she also experienced a new life transformation, and Miaoi answered. There were many ancient characters on the yellowing scroll. They were densely packed, and there were about 100 of them. They explained the mysteries of life and death, and the mysteries of rebirth. It was very difficult to understand. Yi Fan calmed his mind and didn't move at all. He carefully analyzed and comprehended. Although it was called the Nirvana scripture and was said to be able to rebirth, it was only a metaphor. Who in this world could truly be immortal? Even ancient emperors couldn't escape death. The important part of the Nirvana scripture was to change the state of one's life and obtain a different kind of power. It wasn't true reincarnation. Although cultivating this scripture couldn't make one live forever, it could increase one's lifespan and slow down one's decline. This important part was a supreme divine healing technique with inconceivable effects. The moment he comprehended it, Yi Fan's body released a precious radiance. Golden blood energy surged and rushed out of his body, curling around his body. It made him look like a god. Because there is no light, there is no rise in the heart. Because there is no rise, the realm is destroyed. Because there is no karma, the heart is complete. It is called Nirvana. The Nirvana scripture was a supreme heavenly art of the Western desert. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the Eastern wasteland. The sound of chanting resounded in the palace. It was incomparably mysterious, and there was a mysterious aura circulating. This was a precious secret technique from the ancient scripture. It could be called a supreme divine healing technique. It had the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan had a divine physique to begin with, and after using the Nirvana holy technique to heal himself, a variety of visions appeared. The chaotic green lotus accompanied him, the celestial king possessed him, mountains and rivers appeared, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death revolved around him. The indestructible golden body was dazzling. It was as dignified as a deity and had the unique aura of a sacred body. It was as if it was sitting cross-legged in the sky, overlooking the world. And Miaoi's eyes sparkled. She did not expect that Yifan not only had an unparalleled physique, but also had a high level of comprehension. He had just obtained the saint art from the ancient scriptures, yet he already had such an understanding. She opened her red lips and explained in detail. Accepting all causes and reasons, reincarnating in life and death, not accepting all causes and fate, is called nirvana. There is no difference between nirvana and the world. The world and nirvana. Yifan remained silent. His golden blood energy flourished even more, and a dense mist curled around him, drowning him within. His entire body erupted with divine light. His indestructible golden body was almost transparent like a seven-colored glaze, pure and untainted. He was repairing his life source with great difficulty, wishing to make that great Tao crack disappear, from then on become flawless, forever preserve his undying holy body, exist forever in this world. Peng, Yifan's body trembled. His blood energy surged, almost turning the entire palace into fine powder. If it wasn't for Miaoi laying down the formation patterns, everything would have been destroyed. This was the physical body of a sacred body, powerful to an inconceivable degree. A light flick could already produce the might of thunder, making it difficult for others to endure. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His first attempt to repair his life source had failed. Even the supreme healing technique from the ancient scriptures couldn't heal the scars left behind by the great Tao. And Miaoi's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow, sparkling and tender. She was ethereal like a fairy as she stood beside Yifan and said, again. Yifan stood majestically without moving. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in a dust-covered ancient heaven, hibernating and waiting to transform into a dragon. His body became more and more oppressive, and even Miaoi had no choice but to retreat. That golden blood energy curled around his body, making him look like an eternal divine furnace, making it impossible for others to get close. Profound and mysterious chanting came from within his body. That was his past self and Tao self chanting, praying for this life in order to obtain eternal life. Peng, Yifan was shaken again. Scarlet blood mixed with a faint golden color flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even though he was a sacred body, he still swayed. The second attempt failed again. The scars left behind by the great Tao didn't show any signs of healing, making him sway. Even the imperishable golden body became a bit dim. Yifan opened his eyes and lightly sighed. This sacred technique's mysteries were endless, but in the end, it couldn't resist the great Tao's injuries, making him feel powerless. Don't give up. If the first time doesn't work, then try the second, third, fourth time. There will definitely be some effect. And Miaoi was unwilling to give up. Yifan shook his head and said, it's too difficult. This is exhausting one's own essence blood to achieve rebirth. If this continues, if it doesn't work, then I won't be able to continue even if I have a sacred body. If it was an ordinary person, they would have to recuperate after using the sacred technique once and couldn't do it again. However, he had a sacred body and an unparalleled physical body. Once or twice was nothing, but if he did it continuously, he wouldn't be able to bear it. How could this be? The disciple of the Gautama Buddha once said that the Nirvana ancient scripture is the highest sacred healing technique in the Western Desert. Even though this is only one of the essentials, it's almost the pinnacle in the world. It should be able to heal any injury. The disciple of the Gautama Buddha? Who is he? Yifan really wanted to know. He wanted to know everything about Tathagata. I also don't know who he is. The beautiful and Miaoi shook her head. Miaoyu nunnery was originally a sect in the Western Desert. It inherited the Buddhist transcendent Zen technique. Later, it split and traveled east. It also obtained the Taoist dual cultivation technique and changed its name to Miaoyu nunnery. 1,000 years ago, the disciple of the Gautama Buddha returned from the sea. On his way to the eastern wasteland, he encountered the Reverend of Miaoyu nunnery. Because they were inextricably linked in the inheritance, he left behind the essentials of nirvana and floated away. Do you know the past of the Gautama Buddha? Yifan asked. I only know that it's a taboo of Buddhism. I don't know the details. And Miaoi shook her head. The injury of the great Tao is incurable. Yi Fan stood up. And Miaoi was slender and elegant. The moonlight shone into the room, making her look ethereal and peerless. Her black hair was beautiful, her eyes were lively, her skin was fair, her curves were undulating, and her figure was mesmerizing. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of heaven. Nirvana scripture and the supreme dual cultivation technique of my Miaoyu nunnery. This is the last attempt. If you still can't survive, little man, you'll really be letting me down. She walked over gracefully and stretched out her slender hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek. With a beautiful smile, she said, it's always others who help Miaoyu nunnery's disciple. Today, I might be the first to make an exception and help you come back to life. In the palace, and Miaoi's jade-like body was transparent under the hazy moonlight. She was flawless, and her whole body was shimmering with a faint glow. Her beautiful hair was disheveled, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. This had nothing to do with romance. It was just a way to save people. Yi Fan had always been against the dual cultivation technique. He never thought he would experience it himself. Little man, calm your mind. On the white jade bed and under the red veil, and Miaoi's snow-white skin was glowing. She lightly touched Yi Fan's forehead to calm his mind. Any normal man would not be able to remain calm in the face of such a peerless beauty. Naturally, Yi Fan could not enter a meditative state as quickly as the old monk. And Miaoi's entire immortal body was as white as ivory. Like a beautiful snake, her curves were exquisite and undulating, and her body was flawless. Not long after, the chanting of the Nirvana ancient scripture resounded. The palace was filled with holiness and peace. At the same time, Yi Fan covered in Miaoi's body and activated the dual cultivation technique. Under the bright moonlight, time passed like water. It was peaceful in the divine city. Miaoyu nunnery. The entire palace was sealed off to prevent the heavenly Tao melody from spreading. It was shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. As the first successor, and Miaoi's status was no less than that of the saintesses. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. She had no rivals in Miaoyu nunnery. No one in the younger generation dared to disobey her. Even though some people had deduced something, no one dared to approach or disturb her, let alone say anything. After midnight, the palace was harmonious and quiet. Yi Fan did not speak. The Nirvana scripture and the dual cultivation technique could not heal the scars left by the heavenly Tao. They could not change anything. He twirled in Miaoi's beautiful hair around the tip of his finger and pondered quietly. Was there still a way out? Where should he go? Was the matured immortal divine medicine useless? The primordial divine medicine was the most precious sacred item in the world. If even it was ineffective, then one's life would truly come to an end. However, Yi Fan found it hard to accept. Wasn't even the divine king somewhat uncertain? He could not be sure that the immortal medicine was absolutely ineffective. He decided to take a gamble at all costs. Originally, he had already prepared the stone skin to take the risk for the divine king and little Tingting. Now that his own life was at stake, there was no way out. He could only press forward courageously. This might be the last time we meet. And Miaoi slowly sat up. Her hair fell like water as she gazed at Yi Fan. This is definitely not the last time we meet. Yi Fan was extremely serious. He revealed a brilliant smile and said, please believe me, I will not die. I still want to live for another 10,000 years and make those holy lands speechless. 10,000 years. So far away. And Miaoi stood up and walked towards the jade bed. She stood in front of the window and gazed at the bright moon. The other half of the heaven-devouring evil jar is about to come into being. After who knew how long, and Miaoi suddenly spoke. Do you need the divine physique, saint physique, and heavenly demonic physique to come with you? Yi Fan asked. Don't go, don't ask why. And Miaoi did not turn around and calmly said. All right, I won't go. Yi Fan replied. After a long time, she finally returned. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, little man, you should go. I will live. Yi Fan sat up. It's time to leave. And Miaoi helped him put on his clothes. Her movements were gentle and slow. All right, in order to prove that I am still alive in this world, you will hear news about me every once in a while. This land will not be peaceful. Yi Fan said as he left. The divine city was bustling, but Yi Fan still had to leave. He did not leave immediately because he was waiting for the Black Emperor. In the following days, he walked within the divine city, causing the younger generation to tremble with fear. No one dared to speak too much. The might of the Saint Physique did not diminish, causing people to revere him. He easily killed Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian, intimidating everyone. They were afraid that they would follow in his footsteps and be mercilessly killed by him. Everyone knew that the Saint Physique did not have much time left. There was no need to be apprehensive, and no one dared to provoke him again. Even the Saint children avoided him, feeling apprehensive. They were afraid that Yi Fan would challenge them at this time. This was not impossible. In his final madness, he would unleash his might and kill them. That would truly be a great misfortune. Even the golden-winged little Peng was well-behaved and rarely appeared. Rumor had it that he was returning to the central region of the eastern wasteland with the old Peng King. The Wind Phoenix also became low-key. It seemed to have quietened down and rarely appeared. In the final days of his life, Yi Fan's might was flourishing. No one dared to face him head-on. All the saint children and saintesses avoided him, and the younger generation was even more fearful. They were all silent, not daring to utter a single word of disrespect. Every time he appeared, a region would become quiet. Compared to a few days ago, it could be said that it was completely different. Everyone felt uneasy. The Black Emperor returned. He was dispirited and full of dejection. He continuously cursed, "Damn it, I can't enter Mount Xishan. Damn it, what happened? Goodbye, Divine City." Yi Fan bid farewell to the Divine King and just happened to see the Wind Clan Saint Lord and the Divine King in white discussing marriage. Yi Fan was scarred by the ways, so he only had half a year left at most. Even if he broke through the curse and dominated the younger generation, he was obviously no longer someone worth roping in. About the marriage. The Supreme God King sat at the top. His hair was white like snow, and his eyes were dim, but he was as handsome as ever. It was impossible to tell how he was doing. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan sat below and did not move at all. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were deep. He gave off an invisible sense of dignity. He was not very reserved before the God King. That girl, the Wind Phoenix, is too stubborn. She refused to agree, so there's nothing we can do. We've spoiled her too much. I understand. The white-robed God King nodded before coughing gently. Traces of blood appeared on the white cloth. It was bright and startling. Sigh, no one thought something like this would happen, said the sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun. It's not your fault. Yi Fan is the same as me. He's in a precarious situation and has no future. If he gets engaged to the Pearl of the Wind Clan, it will be inappropriate. The white-robed God King wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed rather lonely. The white-robed God King had existed in the world for 5,000 years. Once he used the battle saint technique, all the heroes of the world would submit. He had come personally to facilitate the marriage between the two clans, but in the end, nothing had happened. Although it was humiliating, the God King did not mind. That was the reality. Saying more would only humiliate himself, so he was better off just brushing it off and acting like nothing had happened. After all, he had turned down the Supreme God King. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun, was rather nervous. Although it was because of the Wind Phoenix's stubbornness, everyone could see through this excuse. Greetings, God King. Yi Fan saw all of this. He entered and bowed before bowing to the sacred lord of the Wind Clan. The sacred lord of the Wind Clan, Feng Jingyun, eased up and changed the topic. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "There's always a way out. There'll definitely be a way out. You don't need to despair." Yi Fan smiled very brightly. The knot in his heart had been resolved, and he was no longer gloomy. He revealed his shiny teeth and said, "The heavens want to take me, but I really don't want to go. I won't let them get what they want." "All right." The Supreme God King nodded. The Wind Clan's holy lord smiled faintly and said, "Young people should be like this, full of vigor and vitality. I believe that your future is not limited to this. You've even broken the curse of more than 10,000 years. Is there anything more difficult than this?" Of course, these were just polite words. At this time, he could only say some encouraging words. It was impossible for them to get engaged. Fortunately, they had never confirmed anything before, and there was no breaking of promises now. Yifan smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then, he bade farewell to the divine king and said that he was going to travel far away. Leave after 2 days. The child with the extreme physique is clamoring to see you. He will arrive tomorrow, said the divine king. Little Tingting wanted to come, so Yifan nodded in agreement. The immortal godly medicine is a sacred healing item. Every great emperor would have one of them, and it's an immortal treasure of the world. If you can find it, it will definitely be of great use to your injured body. All you lack is the primordial world, said the supreme god king. This was the result of many days of pondering. If Yifan wanted to heal the wounds of the great Tao, he could only be healed with the nourishment of the immortal godly medicine in the primordial world. The primordial world. The Wind Clan's holy lord was shocked. In the vast eastern wilderness, there are only 7 places that still retain the power of the laws of the primordial world. They can nourish the divine body, said the white-robed divine king. Could it be the 7 forbidden zones for life? The Wind Clan's holy lord was shocked, and his face was filled with shock. Unfortunately, other than the great emperors, no one can survive for more than a few months in the forbidden zones. The supreme god king sighed. The divine body was the favored child of the world before the primordial world. In that kind of time, the laws of the world hadn't changed, and it was very suitable for them to grow. According to the divine king's speculation, only in that kind of place with the immortal godly medicine could one recover. Yifan was suddenly enlightened. He clenched his fists. His life was finally in his hands. He could take a gamble and not leave it to fate. When he walked out of the hall, he saw Feng Lai and the others. Now, these people's gazes were all strange. One of them was a rather beautiful girl. She smiled and said, "I'll go and tell the lady that we finally beat him away." Hearing this, Yifan turned around and glanced at her. He said, "There was never any relationship." "Why? Do you have to do this?" "Of course, there is no relationship at all." "Humph. This girl was the maid of the Wind Phoenix. Last time, she and Feng Lai and a dozen others were all suppressed by Yifan." On the side, someone else snorted and said, "A total of 3 million kilograms of source. Even if you throw it into the water, you can still hear the sound. In the end, it was wasted just like that." Yeah, what a waste. Such an astronomical figure, but it was only piled up to make a porcelain man with only half a year of life. What an extravagant squandering. This kind of physique is not good enough. In the end, everything was for naught. It caused our clan to lose so much source. The dozen or so young men and women were all the cousins of the Wind Phoenix. Some of them had been suppressed by Yifan before. Now that they saw him in such a state, they all spoke coldly. Yifan glanced at them and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. 3 million kilograms of source is indeed not a small amount. If I don't die, I will personally go to the Wind Clan to pay it back." "Young man, your words are making me lose face. Don't mention it again." The Wind Clan's Saint Lord walked out and scolded these young people with a dark expression. "How unruly. Go into seclusion immediately after returning to the clan." These people were all very afraid of the Wind Clan's Saint Lord. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Only after Feng Jingyun left did they raise their heads. Someone mumbled, "Nice words. He's about to die, how can he pay it back?" "Yeah, in less than half a year, he will become a rotting corpse. What's there to talk about?" Yifan was too lazy to argue with them. He only revealed a faint smile and said, "I will live for 10,000 years. At that time all the Holy Lands will have a headache because my life is too long." Not far away, a beautiful figure came over. The phoenix was wearing a 5-colored dress. It was the pearl of the Wind Clan. Her slender body was surrounded by colorful lights, dazzling and moving. The legendary exceptional immortal face was covered by a 5-colored phoenix mask. It was clear that this was a secret treasure that couldn't be seen through it all. It flowed with brilliant colors. "Miss, I was just about to tell you the good news." The maid from before smiled. The wind phoenix was as arrogant as before, as if she was standing in the clouds. She raised her sparkling and snow-white chin as she glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Take care of your injuries." Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. If he didn't die, perhaps he would really meet these people soon. The Wind Clan was located in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. One of the 7 forbidden grounds, the Undying Mountain, was located there. After solving his problem, he would definitely go there. That night, Yi Fan made it clear that he was going to find the immortal godly medicine and fight against the heavens. Pangbo objected firmly. He felt that it was too dangerous and that there was only a slim chance of survival. He wanted to take the Azure Monarch's heart and extend Yi Fan's life. However, Yi Fan had made up his mind and couldn't change it anymore. Since things had come to this, it was useless to stop him. They began to discuss where the most suitable place was. Actually, there is an immortal godly medicine in the Purple Mountain. It was planted by Emperor Wuxia himself. Sadly, we can't go in now. The Black Emperor was annoyed. He had been cursing for an entire day and couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. How does this damned dog know so much? Did he run out from there? Li Heishui was suspicious. Did the world start to change again? The big black dog's eyes were burning. He looked at the sky and laughed foolishly, ignoring the other suspicious gazes. Right now, no one cared about that. They were all discussing where to go. Li Heishui thought that they definitely couldn't go to the 7 forbidden grounds. Even the ancient sages could enter but couldn't come out. It was impossible for them to stay for several months to recover. Tu Fei thought that the nest of 10,000 dragons was worth considering. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that there was a true dragon godly medicine there. Apart from that, it was hard to find another one in the world. Actually, I've made up my mind long ago. When I collected the divine origin Stone Skin, you guys always thought that I would go to the Purple Mountain. That's not the case at all. Yi Fan spread out the Eastern Barren Grass map and pointed to one side. I want to go there. No, we definitely can't go there. We definitely can't go there. It's too dangerous. Even if a few holy lands joined hands to attack it, they wouldn't be able to make a splash. It's really a dangerous place. No one can come out alive. Tu Fei and Li Heishui objected strongly. The next day, little Ting Ting followed the Jiang family's warriors through the void to arrive. She wore a purple dress that looked like a delicate porcelain doll. However, her big eyes were filled with tears. As soon as she saw Yi Fan, she threw herself at him and said, "Big Gidge," she knew everything about Yi Fan. She was so heartbroken. Tears rolled down her face unceasingly, wetting Yi Fan's clothes. Her big eyes were red from crying. "Big Gidge, don't let anything happen to you," she sobbed. She was so sad. "Ting Ting, be good. Don't cry. I'm going to be okay," Yi Fan squatted and comforted her. "Big Gidge, Ting Ting has the extreme true blood. I've read in the ancient books that it can save lives." Little Ting Ting wiped her tears while sobbing. She wanted to cut her white wrist to release the extreme true blood. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her, scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine before long." "Really?" Xiao Ting Ting's long eyelashes were filled with sparkling tears, her face was filled with disbelief. "When have I ever lied to you? Don't cry. Otherwise, you'll look like a little kitten." Yi Fan wiped her tears and rubbed her head. "When can I see you again?" Little Ting Ting still didn't believe him. Every time her big eyes blinked, tears rolled down her face. "Not too far away." Then, Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron appeared, hovering above his head. 10,000 wisps of mysterious yellow chi poured down, creating a misty world. Hiss! Everybody took in a cold breath. Many people wanted to jump over. If the peerless God King wasn't here, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. Ah! Little Ting Ting was startled. "Do you like it?" Yi Fan asked her. Then, he stood up and faced the people of the Jiang family. "I'll lend this cauldron to little Ting Ting temporarily." Everyone understood what he meant. His fate was unknown. If he couldn't come back, then this cauldron would be given to the princess of the Jiang family. If he could come back to life, he would take it away. No one thought he could come back to life. The other experts' eyes were spitting fire. This heaven-defying sacred object was given away just like that. Helping the princess was the same as helping the Jiang family. Yi Fan originally wanted to keep this cauldron for Pang Bo, but he was afraid that it would bring Pang Bo a fatal disaster. As a result, he didn't do that. He had personally experienced too much. The reason why the Holy Lands chased after him was mainly related to the myriad Qi cauldron. He didn't want Pang Bo to follow in his footsteps, so he secretly gave the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold to Pang Bo. It was also a peerless sacred object, but no one knew about the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold's existence. It wouldn't bring disaster to Pang Bo. I'll keep it for you to forge super extreme weapons in the future. The more types of sacred objects, the better, Pang Bo said when he accepted it. This cauldron was given to little Ting Ting. With the Jiang family's protection, there was no need to worry about outsiders coveting it. It also freed Yi Fan completely. When he was strong enough, he could take it back. Now, he didn't have much life left. He had given away the supreme treasure, so there was no need for the various great powers to keep an eye on him. It could be said that he had opened a dead end and unlocked the shackles. Many youngsters of the Wind Clan were dissatisfied. They felt that Yi Fan was biased and didn't consider the Wind Clan. They were ignored. In reality, you still have hope of living. As long as you sever 4 of your cultivation, your injuries won't worsen even if you can't recover completely. An Eastern Wasteland divine doctor said. This was someone invited by the Divine King. He himself had Holy Lord level cultivation, and his medical skills were rare in this world. Is that so? Then I will definitely choose to continue living. Yi Fan smiled. If he left this time to fight for a future, it would be a very good excuse. The Divine King left without a sound. No one knew where he went. Little Ting Ting and the myriad energy cauldron also disappeared with him. He didn't return to the Jiang family, leaving the world in great suspense. Everyone had already guessed that he didn't have much life left. However, why did he take the little girl away? Some people speculated that this was the Divine King's last method of intimidation. He purposely left an unsolved mystery so that the world couldn't know whether he was alive or dead. Without a definite answer, it was like a sharp sword that didn't fall down. It made people's hearts hang in suspense. This was a formless intimidation. When Yi Fan was about to leave, he carefully walked around the Divine City. Everywhere he went, the youngsters were all incomparably fearful, fearing that he would carry out his final crazy act. Motherfucker, the divine body is here. Hurry and run. What chance does he have to live? I reckon he's going to find a saint-level character to start a massacre. Hurry and leave the Divine City. Didn't you see? All the saintesses and sons have run away. They've long since disappeared. I heard that even the little Pung King has left and returned to the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. The Wind Phoenix and the others have also left. They've also returned to the central region. Everywhere Yi Fan went, it was like a quiet street. Everyone was afraid that he would challenge them in the last days of his life. No one dared to face him head-on and all of them retreated. Unfortunately, everyone guessed wrongly. Yi Fan didn't challenge anyone. After the Black Emperor finished carving an extremely complicated and profound domain gate Dao pattern, he chose to bid farewell to the Divine City and was about to leave. Yao Yue Kong, the Jade Lake Saintess, the Great Xia Prince, the White-Robed Nun, and the others came to see him off. Soon after, more people came to see him off. Yi Fan saw Miaoi in the crowd. She was peerless and untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She looked over quietly with clear eyes. Swoosh! Yi Fan raised his hand, activating Immortal Melody, flying it towards Miaoi. That was a wondrous treasure cut out from the immortal sound stone. If it was nourished by immortal energy, it could become an unmatched immortal scripture. Goodbye. Yi Fan stepped onto the profound jade platform and instantly disappeared as he crossed the void. The sky was azure, like a massive crystal, untainted by any impurities. A cool breeze blew gently, carrying with it the fresh scent of plants that contained boundless vitality. The north region was monotonous and dull, lacking vitality. The land was crimson red, and there was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was desolate and bleak, and not even birds could be seen. Now, it was winter. Snow drifted for millions of kilometers, and the land was covered in silver and white. At this time, the environment that Yifan was in was very different. Spring was warm, and flowers were blooming. The scenery was picturesque. Birds were singing, and various animals could be seen from time to time. He left the north region and came to a world that was full of vitality. Everything was pleasing to the eye, and the flourishing vitality made one feel optimistic and cheerful. Damn dog! Yifan cursed. Traversing through the void, he was 1.5 million miles away from his destination. The large black dog had sworn that the error would not be more than 2,000 kilometers, but the error was an astronomical figure. This dog is really unreliable. If the Black Emperor was in front of him, Yifan would have the urge to beat him up. The Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others did not follow. Otherwise, they would be too obvious and easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, it was not unacceptable, and he finally entered the region where his destination was. Although 1.5 million kilometers was extremely far, it was only a small distance to this region. If he did not enter this region, it would really become a tragedy. He did not have much life left, and could not live for more than half a year. He had no time to waste on the road. The boat floated leisurely on the water, moving with the flow. Yifan was not in a hurry. He lay on a boat, and carefully thought about the various difficulties he would face, as well as the methods to deal with them. The river was not wide, nor was it rapid. The shore was full of aquatic plants, and the fragrance of the plants was mixed with the smell of the earth, making him feel endless nature. On the water surface, there were fish leaping up from time to time, creating splashes and revealing the white belly of the fish. It was very lively. Night fell, and Yifan took out his wine sack, drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and ate half a roast chicken. He lay on the boat and fell asleep peacefully, and the small boat naturally drifted down. Bang! In the latter half of the night, the skiff crashed into a boat in front of it. Yifan woke up and found himself in a wide river. Stars twinkled in the sky. On the river, there was a large ship that was dozens of feet long. Its lights flickered, and many people looked down. Someone asked, "Who hit the ship?" "I'm sorry, everyone." Yifan cupped his hands and apologized. The people on the boat were very reasonable. Seeing that Yifan's boat was damaged, they lowered the rope and let him board. "Thank you, everyone." Yifan wanted to learn more about this area from these people, so he didn't refuse their kindness. This was a large ship that sailed on the river all year round. There were ordinary mortals on it, but there were also many cultivators. Many people couldn't sleep at night, so they stood on the deck and chatted. Yifan paid some money to the owner of the ship and officially became a passenger. He quietly listened to the discussions of these people. During this period of time, all the heroes of the world have gathered in the northern domain. First, there was the world-shocking inheritance of great Emperor Wu Shi, and now there is the rumor of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. It has really stirred up the world. Some cultivators sighed and discussed the recent major events. Yifan was surprised. The heaven-devouring evil jar was really going to appear in the world. What An Miaoi said wasn't false. However, he stayed far away from the center of the storm and didn't join in the fun. There was definitely great danger inside. Although An Miaoi didn't say it clearly, there were enough hints to tell him not to go and not to ask why. Speaking of which, the saint physique is too pitiful. He broke the curse of hundreds of thousands of years, but in the end, he couldn't escape death. Indeed. Not long ago, he attracted the attention of the world, but this is the result. What a pity. He has the battle strength to dominate the younger generation, but he can't live long in this world. It can be considered the fall of a generation of heroes. In the future, there will be one less person who has the hope of approaching the great emperor. For the saint children, they can sigh in relief. Many people felt it was a pity when talking about the saint physique. Otherwise, the younger generation would fight fiercely in the future. The current ending meant that there would be much less excitement. So what if he has a saint physique? In the great era where many monarchs rise, he will similarly fade into the crowd and not reach the apex. A man clad in black iron clothes suddenly spoke. Many people were shocked. No one noticed when he appeared. He was like a specter that appeared out of thin air. Only Yifan saw this person step out of the void. He was extremely extraordinary, and even he was surprised. He was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Who are you? Why do you say that? Some people were dissatisfied with his words. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just stating a fact. In the past, I've never heard of a saint physique becoming a great emperor. When all the kings rose, he was definitely not the most dazzling. This was a very young man. He was tall and slender, and his appearance was handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The black armor on his body flickered with a cold metallic luster. In his hand was a black battle spear. The blade was very sharp, and specks of bloody light were faintly discernible. There was an endless killing intent sealed within, as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? In the era of no great emperor, perhaps not many could compete with the saint physique. The people on the ship could see that he was not ordinary, so they didn't dare to speak too intensely. In this great era, there must be a great emperor born. Otherwise, it would be a shame for so many ancient monarchs to appear at the same time. The saint physique is not enough. He can't stand out. The young man's expression was cold as he constantly shook his head. Under the contrast of the flickering black iron clothes, his skin was very white, but there was not a trace of femininity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a god from the underworld. Young man, you are very confident and powerful. However, since ancient times, only a few great emperors have appeared among millions and millions of people. You saying that there will be one in this era is too whimsical. The present era is very similar to hundreds of thousands of years ago. All kinds of powerful physiques have appeared one after another. There will definitely be a person like Wuxi. The young man spoke with an extremely certain tone. His eyes flickered with a brilliance similar to raging flames. This? The others were all stunned. Many people had heard of this before. Yi Huiling, are you still not going to come out? Don't drag out our battle for too long. I think we should settle this soon. The young man in the black iron battle suit held his halberd as he stood on the deck and transmitted his voice. Wang Chongxiao, you came quite quickly. A girl walked out from the second floor of the ship. Her steps were light and agile. She wore a blue dress that fluttered in the night wind. She was only around 20 years old. Her appearance and temperament matched her name. Her appearance was stunning, intelligent, and ethereal. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it would break from the wind. She landed on the deck. She was slender and elegant like an orchid in an empty valley. There was a kind of tranquil and transcendent temperament amidst her absolute beauty. What? They are the kings of the Central Plains young generation? I heard that they fought all the way to the eastern wasteland. That's right. I've long heard that there are kings among the Central Plains young generation. Their battles are world-shaking. Each of them has their own innate secret techniques. Even the older generation couldn't stop them. The cultivators on the ship were all shocked. They didn't expect to see the young kings of the Central Plains here. As expected, their auras were extraordinary. There would definitely be a fierce battle. I don't want to have a life and death battle with you in the near future. Wang Chongxiao, why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Yi Huiling's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. I already know that you obtained the legendary sky-covering treasured robe. You want to use it to isolate your aura and enter the forbidden region to pick the immortal divine medicine. Is that correct? Wang Chongxiao's voice was calm. Yi Fan's heart jumped when he heard these words. The young king of the Central Plains came with a sky-covering treasured robe. Their goal was the same. This wasn't good news. The other party had most likely come to the same place as him. This was definitely a powerful competitor. You're wrong. How could I enter so easily? I just want to rely on the sky-covering treasured robe to take a look at the edge of the forbidden region. Yi Huiling shook her head. Since you don't dare to enter, then leave the sky-covering treasured robe to me. I'll go pick the immortal divine medicine. Wang Chongxiao sneered. They had fought all the way from the Central Plains to the Eastern Wasteland. It was unknown how many times they had fought. They were evenly matched, but the further they went, the more intense it would be. The struggle between kings was a battle of life and death. Since there's no other choice, there's no harm in fighting. Although Yi Huiling's words were gentle, she didn't show any weakness. All of you, leave. No one is allowed to turn back to watch. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Wang Chongxiao's words were cold as he glanced at everyone on the ship. The owner of the ship hurriedly ordered the ship to leave. He didn't want to provoke the young king of the Central Plains. In the entire world, there weren't many in the younger generation who could compete with them. Wang Chongxiao jumped into the void. His black robe flickered with cold light. His hair danced in the wind as he stood there with his spear in hand. He looked like a king of hell. Yi Huiling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. She was ethereal and pure as she stood quietly under the night sky. A jade flute appeared in her hand. It was sparkling and translucent, engraved with profound Tao patterns. There was an aura of the great Tao circulating around it. She was one with the heaven and earth. This is too arrogant. They even dare to do this in our eastern wasteland. Why can't we watch? Some young cultivators were dissatisfied. Are they really kings who can coexist with the divine king physique? Don't say any more. They are indeed kings who have inherited the divine king physique. How many years has it been since they last appeared? Don't clash with them. Otherwise, no one will be able to block a single attack from them. Wang Chongxiao glanced coldly at the ship in the river and said coldly, all of you, disappear immediately. This is too domineering. Do they really think they have already ruled over the world and are giving orders in our eastern wasteland? Some people were extremely dissatisfied. Wang Chongxiao sneered and said, although I haven't ruled over the world, I'm not someone ants like you can give me pointers behind my back. There aren't many people in this generation in the eastern wasteland that can enter my eyes. Too much. Someone rushed into the sky. His entire body shone with purple radiance like a star. This was a handsome young man. He shouted, what right do you have to look down on our eastern wasteland cultivators? Because I am the king of the Central Plains younger generation. Wang Chongxiao's expression was cold. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. This is the eldest disciple of the moon-worshipping sect, Sui Weming. He is a cultivator at the peak of the Four Extremes realm and a peak expert of the younger generation. Someone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect there to be such an expert on the ship. Let me see if you are worthy of your title as a so-called king. Sui Weming rushed forward. Even a grain of rice can shine. Wang Chongxiao sneered. He didn't use his battle spear. A terrifying black wall appeared behind him and suffused with the aura of a god. Countless divine swords and magic treasures were stabbed into the wall. It was mysterious and hazy. He didn't even turn his head. He slowly pulled out a divine sword that was as red as blood. The tip of the sword spat out scarlet radiance that rushed into the heavens. He swung the sword down. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Su Mingyue was cut into two. It was as if he was fighting against a god. He was powerless to reverse the situation and couldn't block it at all. Even his weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned. Their hearts trembled. The king of the Central Plains younger generation was too terrifying. With a single attack, he cut an expert at the Four Extremes realm in half. Wang Chongxiao didn't turn around. He stabbed the divine sword that was as red as blood into the black wall behind him. All kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures flickered with radiance and disappeared along with the terrifying black demon wall. Cough. On the ship, Yi Fan coughed up blood. He wiped it clean with a silk handkerchief and looked at the sky quietly. In my opinion, apart from the Ji family's divine king physique and Yao Guang's saint child, everyone else in the eastern wasteland can't even take a single blow. Wang Chongxiao's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were deep like an underworld king. His black armor was cold and oppressive. He looked down at everyone on the ship. At this time, the shipowner was trembling in fear and ordered his men to speed up. Facing the young king of Central Plains, he felt a chill all over his body. He didn't want the other to cut his ship into pieces. All the cultivators were scared and no one dared to say anything else. Even someone as powerful as Su Yueming had been cut in half in one move. Blood fell onto the deck, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stood on the ship calmly and didn't say anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but his mind was spinning. If the two young kings of Central Plains were both injured, he wouldn't mind borrowing the sky-enveloping treasured robe and killing the powerful Wang Chongxiao along the way. Wang Chongxiao, you're going too far. Yi Huiling's voice was soft but cold. You don't need to care about my business. Tonight, we will have a battle to the death. Wang Chongxiao said coldly. His black dagger axe glowed with a bloody light as his murderous intent soared into the sky. Yi Huiling was ethereal. Her black hair danced in the wind, her skin was smooth, her eyes like black gems, her nose straight, and her teeth like jade. She held a jade flute in front of her cherry lips and blew lightly. Under the bright moonlight, she was like an otherworldly immortal, elegant and ethereal. The sound of the flute could purify one's soul, like a sweet spring flowing out of the desert or a bud growing in the harsh winter, bringing endless hope and beauty to people. Humph! Wang Chongxiao snorted as the dagger axe in his hand vibrated in the night sky. His murderous intent was as cold as winter, chilling the world to the bone. At the same time, there seemed to be millions of creatures struggling in the sea of blood. This was definitely a peerless murderous weapon. Its terrifying murderous intent and endless aura were all contained within the dagger axe. Now that it was being released, it made people feel cold all over. If the beautiful sound of the flute represented life, then his aura represented death. The moment the dagger axe moved, the plants would wither. Wang Chongxiao stared at the ship in the river and sneered, I've already said, no one is allowed to look back. Did you not hear me? He turned into a beam of black light and swooped down. The atmosphere on the ship was extremely tense. Everyone was afraid that this powerful young king would attack coldly. At the same time, Yi Huiling floated over and blocked his path. There's no need to involve unrelated people. Wang Chongxiao stopped. Standing in the night sky, he coldly looked down at Yi Fan and said, I've said this many times, but you don't respect it. You still look at the sky. Are you provoking me? I knew you were special. I don't want to get involved in your fight. Of course, if you insist on forcing me to take action, then there's nothing I can do. Although Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble, it was impossible for him to lower his head and listen to orders. You talk big. Do you think you're qualified to get involved? Wang Chongxiao stared at him. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He slowly turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to him. The formless killing intent rushed over. Everyone on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. However, Yi Fan was still walking forward, unaffected. His steps were very rhythmic. Chi! A black light rushed over and shot toward Yi Fan's back. It was the tip of the spear spewing out. It carried the smell of blood as if it had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Bang! Yi Fan didn't even look back. He flicked his finger and shot out a beam of golden light, shattering the black light and dissolving the killing intent into nothingness. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Wang Chongxiao was a bit surprised. The others on the ship were also surprised. They didn't expect this young man to be able to block the attack of a young king from the Central Plains. Yi Fan turned around and said, You should go find the Divine King Physique and the Heavenly Demonic Physique to fight. I don't want to fight you for no reason. On my way here, the Eastern Baron cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. Are you afraid? Wang Chongxiao sneered. Ding! A beam of black light rushed out of his body and emitted a metallic sound. Like a black spear, it stabbed toward Yi Fan. Chi! Yi Fan waved his sleeve, and with a light wave, the tip of the black spear was extinguished. It turned into a dark black mist and dissipated on the spot. Now, everyone could see that this young man wasn't simple. He was a top expert. Even Yi Huiling backed off and didn't want to interfere anymore. Could you be the Yaoguang saint? Wang Chongxiao revealed a strange expression. He felt that this was a strong opponent. No. Yi Fan replied calmly. If I'm not the Ji clan's Divine King Physique, the Heavenly Demonic Physique, and the Yaoguang Saint, how many others can I be? Wang Chongxiao was very conceited. Clang! A black wall appeared behind him. It was suffused with the aura of a god. There were many weapons and magic treasures stuck on it, making it look hazy and mysterious. Wang Chongxiao's iron clothes flowed with black light. He didn't look back and slowly pulled out a purple blade from the wall. Then, he slashed down. This was an incomparable attack. The blade light rushed into the clouds and a giant purple lightning slashed down from the sky. The killing intent was endless. Even a level 4 cultivator at the peak stage could easily kill it. Swoosh! Yifan didn't move, but a green lotus rushed out from his body. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist and blocked in front of him. The purple blade was immediately stopped. Primal chaos green lotus. Someone cried out in surprise and revealed a look of disbelief. It's you. Wang Chongxiao was startled and realized something. He retracted the divine wall and quickly retreated. That's right, it's me. Yifan stepped into the night sky step by step. He faced the king of the young generation from Xianxia with a calm expression. However, everyone felt a type of pressure. The golden blood energy rushed into the sky like an ancient immortal cauldron burning. It made people unable to get close and made them feel suffocated. He's the Saint Physique fan. Who would have thought that he would come here? He's going to fight the king of the young generation from Xianxia. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. Yifan had just left the divine city and he was going to fight the king of Xianxia. This was not a small matter. Recently, he had been surrounded by wind. Yifan didn't want to do this, but the other party was a powerful opponent. As long as he fought, he wouldn't be able to hide his aura. Since this was the case, there was nothing to hide. I heard that you don't have much time left and will die soon. Wang Chongxiao's expression was cold. He didn't dare to get too close. The flesh of the Saint Physique was unparalleled. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to fight in close combat. Yifan laughed and said, "Didn't you want to fight me? Why are you standing so far away?" Everyone was speechless. Did anyone dare to stand next to him? His flesh was like divine steel and indestructible. Only by using heaven overflowing magical power could he fight. In this great era where kings rise, the Saint Physique isn't much. It isn't the most dazzling. I'll break you. Wang Chongxiao shouted. Behind him, the black divine wall reappeared, and there was an additional door. At this moment, a crack opened with a rumbling sound, and immediately, heaven overflowing killing intent rushed out. It was like it was connected to the 9 underworlds. There was a peerless demon sealed inside that could rush out at any time. The endless killing intent was like a sea, causing the entire sky to tremble. Netherworld King's Wall. Yi Huiling said softly. What? This is the Netherworld King's Wall. So he has the body of the Netherworld King. He really is the king of Xianxia. The people on the ship all cried out in surprise. They thought of many legends. The Netherworld King's Wall has countless divine weapons buried within it. It can pierce through all enemies in the world and is unstoppable. Behind the divine wall is the Netherworld King's pure land. If it is opened, one can obtain supreme power and become invincible. He has already opened a crack in that door. It is clear how terrifying it is. This wasn't a phenomenon, but an innate divine technique. It was extremely terrifying and few people in the world could match it. Once it was used, one could look down on their peers and stand at the peak. In the legends, there was a divine spirit slumbering in the depths of the Netherworld King's pure land. Only a Netherworld King that surpassed large success could come into contact with it. It was difficult for the common people to distinguish between true and false. Some people said that this wasn't a divine spirit, but rather one's own sleeping potential. Or perhaps it was a divine spirit that was born from the human body. Once one stepped into that realm, they would obtain the characteristics of a divine spirit. Eternal Divine Wall. Wang Chongxiao shouted out loud. Behind him, the black wall bloomed with endless divine light. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures trembled. Then, clanging sounds rang out endlessly as they were all pulled out on their own. Purple spears, scarlet swords, golden seals, pitch-black halberds, divine weapons were like a forest, lining up in front of him. Killing intent soared into the heavens, leaving everyone trembling in fear. With so many divine weapons pulled out from the Netherworld King's wall, it was hard to imagine just how terrifying their might was. This was because everyone had personally seen a scarlet sword cut down Sui Weming, who was at the four extremes perfection boundary. The void trembled. Countless divine weapons and magic treasures appeared, turning into a vast sea. The dazzling light caused the moon and stars to lose their luster as they all rushed towards Yifan. This was a fatal blow. Wang Chongxiao wanted to succeed in one strike. He wanted to use his greatest strength to destroy the divine body. The Netherworld King's divine wall had countless divine weapons buried within it. It could be said to be the most terrifying divine wall in the world. In the endless years of history, who knew how many kings had died beneath this wall? Whoosh, Yifan didn't move. A small world appeared. The mountains and rivers inside were magnificent and picturesque. He stood on a lonely cliff. No matter how many divine weapons moved about, they couldn't cut him in the slightest. Once the phenomenon of lovely land appeared, it managed to block all the divine weapons. At the same time, Yifan moved. He displayed the phenomenon of an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, becoming one with himself. He was like a reborn immortal king as he directly rushed towards Wang Chongxiao. Boom, the world shook. Golden blood energy flooded the sky. Yifan's combat strength was like a raging sea, shocking the mind. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the great Tao and destroy the world. With a wave of his hand, countless divine weapons were destroyed. He seemed to have turned into a god, breaking through all obstacles. He lifted his hand and sent out the yin-yang life and death diagram, striking forward. Bam! Wang Chongxiao's divine wall shook as if it was about to collapse. He quickly flew backward with a shocked expression on his face. The opponent's combat strength was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. He only stopped when he was far enough away. The divine body is nothing, but it's enough to fight against you. Yifan smiled. Hearing this, Wang Chongxiao's expression darkened. He said that the divine body was ordinary and couldn't reach the apex. In the end, the opponent responded with action. All the spectators were shocked. This kind of power indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. Although the divine body didn't have much life left, he could definitely fight against the young kings of the Central Plains. This is just a small trick. Watch my true supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chongxiao's voice was low. His eyes suddenly became empty. The divine wall behind him trembled. The door was slowly opened, and the gap became larger. Yifan revealed a serious expression. This was truly a great enemy. He felt a dangerous aura and couldn't let his guard down. Boom, Yifan's body shook. His skin turned golden as if he had turned into a golden god of war. The entire world trembled as he pressed forward. It was as if he had come from ancient times, step by step. Everyone present was alarmed and their faces paled. Wang Chongxiao's expression also froze. He quickly used the supreme divine technique of Netherworld King. Wang Chongxiao, you should put away your divine technique and save your strength to fight with me. Yi Huiling chuckled. She blew on her jade flute, and heavenly music flew out. Swoosh, Wang Chongxiao retreated far into the sky. The Netherworld King's wall disappeared. Even though his divine technique was unparalleled, he didn't dare to fight against the two of them alone. Divine body, I underestimated you. I take back my words. If you don't die, we'll fight again in the future. He turned into a beam of black light and flew away. He didn't want to fight against two great enemies in one night. The divine body fought the insufferably arrogant young king of the Central Plains and was evenly matched. In the end, he forced the latter to retreat. This result shocked everyone. The divine body is about to die, but he's still so powerful. How terrifying. If he continues to grow, he will be able to compete with all the kings of the world. He will be their peerless enemy. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Yifan was about to die. They all felt that it was a pity that they wouldn't be able to see him compete with the other kings. The night was like water. A small boat floated down the river. The melodious sound of the flute seemed to be able to purify one's soul and intoxicate them. Yifan praised. This is truly a divine technique. It's close to the great Tao. Yi Huiling smiled. Brother Yi is too kind. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I won't be able to listen to young Miss Ye's divine music. Yi Fan smiled. I believe Brother Yi has also heard. I have the sky shrouding treasured robe and can enter the 7 forbidden zones. If I lend it to you. Yi Huiling looked over. She was like a fairy under the moon, pure and beautiful. Lend me the sky shrouding treasured robe? Yi Fan's expression changed. Yi Huiling chuckled. I came for the immortal divine medicine, but there are many people from the Central Plains. It will be difficult for me to succeed. I'm afraid only someone with your physique can enter the forbidden zones. The moon shone brightly as the boat drifted down the river. Occasionally, fish would jump out of the water, creating a splash. Mountains stood tall on both sides of the river. The cries of apes and roars of tigers disturbed the tranquility of the night. Yi Huiling stood on the small boat. Her hair danced in the wind, and her skin was like fine jade. The jade flute under her red lips shone brightly, and the ethereal melody was gentle and pleasant. She smiled and said that she came for the immortal medicine. However, even with the sky-shrouding treasured robe, it was impossible to enter the 7 great forbidden areas. Very few people could do this. Other than that, Yi Fan received some bad news. Many people from the Central Plains had come, and they all wanted the immortal medicine. Why is it like this? An old emperor of an eternal dynasty in the Central Plains has reached the end of his lifespan. A supreme sect master not weaker than the old emperor is also at the end of his life. They don't want to leave this world. Yi Fan gazed at the moon and pondered. The situation in the Central Plains had changed. The unworldly emperor and the supreme sect master had extended their lives, and this trip was full of uncertainties. He had to make preparations. Otherwise, if he fell behind, he would regret it for the rest of his life. There was no medicine for regret in this world. You don't need to worry. Since ancient times, no one has ever appeared in the forbidden areas or the great wastelands. It is almost impossible. Yi Huiling's eyes were like black gems that could see through the thoughts of others. She had a pure and holy aura, and her smile made the moon lose its splendor. It will be difficult for me to pick the immortal medicine. Lending me the sky-shrouding treasured robe might let down Lady Ye's good intentions. No one in this world would give out treasured robes for no reason. Yi Huiling also came for the immortal medicine, but she knew how terrifying those forbidden areas were. It was not a place ordinary people could enter. With your physical body, if you wear the sky-shrouding treasured robe, your chances are quite high. Yi Huiling's cheeks were radiant. Yi Fan also smiled and shook his head. Everyone knows that my body has a great Tao scar. Even if I pick a mature immortal medicine, it will be difficult to heal. We come to this world and experience everything. Sometimes, we have no choice but to gamble. Yi Huiling's smile was pure. Yi Fan didn't say that he was going to a forbidden area. He didn't want to attract attention, so he naturally wouldn't reveal anything. Yi Huiling also couldn't lend him the treasured robe right away. There were still variables. This was the first time they had met, so she had already said that she needed to think about it. The Eastern Wasteland had 7 great life-forbidden regions that were endlessly mysterious. They were the last 7 places where archaic divine medicines might exist. The chances of finding them in the other great wastelands were minuscule. Yi Huiling worked hard and eliminated them one by one. She believed that the Undying Empire and the Supreme Sect in the Central Plains would eventually come to this area. It was because even though the 7 great life-restricted areas all had legends of undying divine medicines, since ancient times, this was the only place that had been seen, the ancient texts also recording it. The river became faster, and the cries of apes. The water. And the cries of the cries of the river. The boat flew like an arrow. Yi Huiling rose into the night sky. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like Chang'e rushing to the moon, leaving behind only her beautiful back. She and Yi Fan had agreed to meet outside the forbidden area. If they came to an agreement, she would bring the sky-shrouding treasured robe and lend it to him. Yi Fan felt that time was pressing. He didn't dare to waste any more time. Once the experts of the central continent arrived, there would be a lot of trouble. The difficulty would increase greatly. There was a full 1.5 million li between them. Yi Fan took out the mysterious jade platform and began to cross the void. This was a one-way small realm gate. Each time he traveled, he could travel tens of thousands of li. Just like that, Yi Fan exhausted a lot of energy and finally arrived at an old place. He returned to the southern region with a clear goal. He wanted to enter the forbidden area again and climb the 9 sacred mountains. He wanted to drink the divine spring and eat the divine fruit. He wanted to recover and recuperate in that ancient world. He didn't understand the other forbidden areas. This was the only place where he had seen the divine medicine. He was most confident. After all, he had succeeded in the past. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. According to his later understanding, the forbidden area was incomparably terrifying. He didn't suffer a calamity the last 2 times because of the existence of the bronze coffin. Otherwise, that abyss was almost unapproachable. Even standing at the foot of the sacred mountain would result in an indescribable death, not to mention climbing the mountain. There had always been entry but no exit. Pangbo had also personally experienced it. He had read a lot of ancient books in the demonic race's holy land and learned more about the situation. He told his speculation to Yi Fan. It must be because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin fell on the mountain top that the peerless curse was cancelled out. It had already been several years. Yi Fan didn't know if he could climb the mountain again in peace. He didn't have a shred of confidence, but he had no way out. After returning to the southern region, Yi Fan was lost in thought. He didn't know how his former classmates were doing. Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Zhang Xiling, Lu Yi, Li Xiaoman, they had come to this world together. Presumably, they all had their own paths of life. Perhaps they would meet again soon. When passing by the Taishan sect, a super sect in the southern region, Yi Fan stood on a high mountain and looked into the distance. The 108 main peaks were majestic and majestic. It was like a divine land. The humble peak, the great way of nature, the 9 secrets. He thought of many things. Li Ruoyu, Ji Ziyue, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, there were many things that happened here. He didn't stop. Before picking the divine medicine, it was not good for him to show himself. Otherwise, it might cause a lot of waves and attract a lot of trouble. That day, Yi Fan entered the Yen kingdom. This was the starting point for them to cross the galaxy and come to this world. Yen was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory was only a drop in the ocean in the eastern wasteland. There were endless countries like this. The reason why it was known by the world was undoubtedly because of the ancient forbidden area in the central region. Since ancient times, there were too many legends left behind. Who knew how many peerless experts had fallen here, and even peerless holy lands had been destroyed here. Stepping into this land, Yi Fan was more or less excited. He really wanted to meet his classmates. They all came from the other side of the starry sky and had similar experiences. Yi Fan entered the Yen kingdom and revisited the old place. The city was bustling with people, and it was very prosperous and lively. The sound of hawking could be heard. Crispy chicken wings, free if they're not delicious. Zhang soup dumplings, thin skin, big stuffing, juicy and delicious. Come and try it. Yi Fan smiled. This place was the same as before. Nothing had changed. It was as if he had never left. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I'm begging you. I'm very hungry. Suddenly, a young and pitiful voice was heard. Someone was gently tugging at his trousers. Yi Fan lowered his head and found a filthy and pitiful little girl looking up at him with her big eyes. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were tattered and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were clear and bright. Nan Nan is so hungry. Big brother, do a good deed and buy me a bag. The little girl was very timid and scared. Her eyes were full of tears as if she had been starving for many days. Yi Fan's heart was somewhat sour. He bought a steaming hot soup dumpling and gave it to her. He told her to eat slowly and be careful not to burn it. Then, he stood up and walked into the distance. He had too many things to deal with. Even though he felt pity for her, he couldn't bring her to the ancient forbidden area. The little girl was very grateful. She watched him disappear. Her big eyes were full of tears. Ignoring the heat, she began to wolf down the dumpling. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped. He felt that the scene just now was too familiar. 3 years ago, in the same city, on the same street, a similar thing happened. His body froze. He suddenly remembered that it was the same little girl. That tattered clothes, that dirty little face, that tear-filled eyes, they were all the same. 3 years had passed, but she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same. It made one's heart ache and feel pity for her. How could this be? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and quickly ran back. He didn't believe that a child hadn't changed at all after 3 years. This was clearly not normal. He felt that this little girl wasn't in disguise, but she definitely wasn't an ordinary child. There was no such pure and flawless eyes in this world. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart tremble. The street was filled with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yi Fan carefully searched but suddenly stopped. He withdrew his divine sense and no longer sent it out. This was because he had seen a peerless expert. There were 4 great characters in front of him. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and draconic chi revolved around their bodies. They had imposing appearances and were like dragons and tigers. They possessed a majestic and intimidating aura. At this level of cultivation, they didn't need to disguise themselves. Ancestral dragon heads appeared above each of their heads. They were like celestial emperors descending into the world, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. The 4 peerless characters of the ancient flower dynasty, Yi Fan had seen them before in the divine city. They had used 410,000 kilograms of origin energy to buy the extremely damaged human-shaped divine medicine he had cut out from the Skyfei treasure tower. That's right. Yi Fan suddenly understood. The old sacred masters of the ancient flower dynasty were at the end of their lifespan. They were searching everywhere for immortal divine medicines to prolong their lives. This time, the eternal imperial court of the Central Plains that wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground was undoubtedly them. It was likely that someone from another supreme sect had also arrived. With this delay, Yi Fan looked for the little girl again, but there was no trace of her. He didn't know where she had been pushed by the crowd. He frowned slightly and chose a direction at the crossroads. Don't always follow me. A young girl's pleasant voice came from ahead, but no matter how he heard it, it sounded like she was sulking. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. She was dressed in purple and looked ethereal. Her hair was like a waterfall, her nose was wrinkled, and she grinded her shiny canine teeth. A group of people followed around her, surrounding her and protecting her as she moved forward. Aya, Yi Fan is over there. Xianxia suddenly shouted and pointed forward. The people around her were all shocked and turned their heads to look at her. Xianxia immediately jumped up, lifted the corner of her purple dress, and ran. She wanted to escape. She was very lively and funny. Yi Fan was surprised. Her cultivation was obviously sealed, otherwise, she would have flown into the sky long ago. On the street, an old woman stood out and grabbed Xianxia's arm, stopping her. You're becoming more and more mischievous. I don't want you to follow me. Xianxia said angrily. The old woman quickly disappeared. The people from before surrounded Xianxia again. Yi Fan's face darkened. He saw Ji Hui. The old woman just now was her. All the grudges in the past could be said to have arisen because of her. Back then, he had escorted Xianxia back. Ji Hui repaid kindness with enmity. Not only did she not show any kindness, she even sent Jiren to kill him. In the end, she even personally took action. The series of disturbances that followed all stemmed from Ji Hui's pursuit. The person that Yi Fan hated the most could be said to be this old woman. This old thing seems to know that I will return. She actually set up a trap for me and wants to deal with me. There were many people around Xianxia, but Yi Fan didn't care about them. What he was really afraid of were the experts in the dark, including the elders of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Ji Hui, that old hag. In the past, he had escorted Xianxia back from 1,000 miles away. Ji Hui didn't repay him and almost caused him to be doomed. He had never hated someone so much before. Yi Fan stared at Ji Hui in the dark and almost attacked her a few times. With his indestructible body, he could follow her silently and kill her in one shot. However, he still restrained himself in the end. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. He came for the undying spirit medicine in the ancient desolate forbidden grounds. If he killed Ji Hui and revealed his whereabouts, it would bring about many variables. In this area, the Ji family and the Alcade were the absolute rulers. This was their territory, and no one could shake their position. You guys are too annoying. I'm not leaving. Ji Ziyue squatted on the ground and pouted, unwilling to get up. Her eyes darted around as she continued to look for an opportunity to escape. She targeted the people of the ancient Hua dynasty, hoping to borrow their strength. Many cultivators came to the Yan capital. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't disguise themselves at all. Some wore the ancient Hua dragon robe, while others had dragon chi surrounding them. Yi Fan thought for a while and didn't follow them. He continued to look for the little girl in the city, but no matter how vast his divine sense was, he couldn't find her. He asked some people, and they said there were many abandoned children in the city. No one paid special attention to the one he was talking about, so there was no result. Yi Fan stayed in an inn, booked a quiet courtyard, and started to refine the stone armor. This was the key to entering and leaving the forbidden area. The stone skin of the god source was not strong and couldn't be used as armor, but it could isolate all auras. It was a strange material. All Genesis technique masters had god source stone armor. It was a rare treasure for entering and exiting dangerous places and ancient mines deep in the mountains. As the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, Yi Fan naturally knew about this. The 6 seals against immortals was a top-tier Genesis technique that required 6 types of divine essence stone skins as its materials. It was a technique that was close to the Tao. Not only could it seal Genesis, but it could also seal mountains, rivers, and earth, as well as powerful experts. Unfortunately, there were only a few lines in the Genesis Heavenly Book, making it extremely difficult to understand and comprehend. It was an imperfect Genesis technique that was still in the process of being deduced. Yi Fan spent a long time trying to comprehend those lines of ancient characters. Even after exhausting all his energy, he only managed to comprehend 10 to 20% of it. At most, he could only achieve a little more than the seal on immortals. But that was enough. Although he had collected a lot of stone skins, there were only 2 types. It was impossible for him to collect all 6 types of ancient materials. The god source that Yi Fan had obtained were all golden. The other types were very rare and could only be found by chance. That day, during his duel with the Genesis technique aristocratic family, Nangang Qi had cut open the blood sacrificial altar, revealing a silver source that sparkled like the moon and stars. Sealed within was a young girl. At that time, he did not know the origin of that source. Only later did he realize that it was an even more precious god source. It was extremely rare, and the stone skin had naturally fallen into his hands. For 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan had exhausted almost all of his efforts and did his best to destroy 70 to 80% of the stone skin. Finally, the stone skin was born and the 2 types of ancient materials were fused together. This did not mean that the stone skin was formed. During these days, Yi Fan could be said to have spared no effort. He concentrated all his attention and carved thousands of Genesis heavenly runes on the stone skin. The runes that were engraved were profound and complex. Every single rune contained his essence, chi, and spirit. This was the extreme embodiment of the Genesis techniques that he had mastered so far. Yi Fan turned his endless comprehension and many mysterious Genesis techniques into tangible runes. He refined them into the stone skin according to the records in the Genesis Heavenly Book. After completing all of this, he was on the verge of collapsing. He could not even move a finger. He rested for a long time before he recovered. The stone skin was simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It did not look like it was made by a Genesis technique expert. Yi Fan was very satisfied. This was his only masterpiece at the moment. After wearing it, he felt as if he was isolated from this world, as if he was in another void. He immediately felt something strange after coming out of seclusion. A large number of cultivators had come to the Yandu. the atmosphere was incomparably tense. The other supreme sect of the Central Plains had finally arrived. The Xianxia sect had an extremely ancient heritage. It could be traced back to the birth of mankind. It was a powerful and terrifying force. Within the Central Continent's 100 sects, it was ranked at the very top, worthy of being called a holy land. Even though it didn't produce a great emperor, nor did it have an extreme Tao holy weapon, it was comparable to the 4 great undying empires. The Xianxia sect had branches all over the world. They even had branches in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, their origin was in the Central Plains. Since ancient times, they had always been flourishing. Other than the ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect, there were also many people from other major powers. They could not resist the temptation. The immortal divine medicine could be considered a celestial treasure. Only the ancient sovereigns had planted it. It was extinct in the world, and only a few stalks were left in the forbidden area. With a few flashes, Yi Fan turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the Yendu. He flew toward the ancient forest of the forbidden area. He was really afraid that someone would get there first. At that time, he would not even have a place to cry. The ancient forest had an ancient style. Many cultivators had already arrived at the periphery, and many of them had already entered. Yi Fan's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that the ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect were about to take action? After traveling for several hundred miles, no one dared to continue flying because there were a few terrifying existences living outside the forbidden area. Some of the demon races chose to transform into humans early on, while others chose to cultivate in their original form. They would continue to evolve in the form of beast kings. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, most of the demon races that did not choose to transform into humans were naturally powerful and incomparably arrogant races. They were not willing to integrate into a world dominated by humans. Many people knew that there were such existences living outside the forbidden area. They were inhumane, and once they were enraged, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be formed. Yi Fan went in and saw a few rogue cultivators. He heaved a sigh of relief after understanding them in detail. The ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect had no intention of entering. They were only scouting ahead and making detailed arrangements. Ahead, the roars shook the sky. The ancient forest was in chaos, and leaves were flying everywhere. The earth was shaking for a long time before it stopped. Too terrifying. A strange beast fought to a draw with the imperial uncle of the ancient dynasty. The shocking news shocked all the rogue cultivators who had arrived. How terrifying was this strange beast to be able to fight to a draw with a holy lord. Yi Fan and a dozen rogue cultivators moved forward and arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place. It was deathly silent here. There were no plants, birds, or insects. In front of a pile of rocks was a huge lake. It was as still as a piece of iron, without the slightest ripple, and the most shocking thing was its color. It was pitch black, like ink, so black that it was terrifying. This was a barren land where not even a single weed grew. The black lake was lifeless without any signs of life. It was truly evil water. Several rogue cultivators had seen the battle just now and their faces were pale. One of them said with a trembling voice, "It's the legendary golden crow cicada." The golden crow cicada was an ancient strange beast. As time passed, it became rare to see one in the world. Only one would occasionally appear in the desolate land every tens of thousands of years. Not long after, Yi Fan and a few others arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect stood on 2 separate peaks and looked forward. Apart from that, there were also 100 rogue cultivators observing. They were still several miles away from the true forbidden area, but no one dared to take another step forward. They were filled with reverence towards this forbidden area. It could easily take away a person's entire life. Yi Fan clearly sensed the abnormality. The forbidden area was even more terrifying than before. He had entered it before and was very sensitive to the aura of the desolate land. It was many times stronger than before. This was not a good sign. He couldn't help but frown and ponder. The ancient dynasty brought a divine robe. It was left behind by an ancient sage after he passed away. It could be said that they have spent a lot of resources. The divine robe of an ancient sage, there's actually such a peerless divine item. Maybe they really can succeed. Someone whispered. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was extremely bad news. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the divine robe of an ancient sage was. It could even easily break the pure land of a peerless divine king. The Xianxia sect is also well prepared. Rumor has it that they went to the north and asked an ancient clan to refine a mysterious stone robe. It is said that it can weaken the curse. These two forces have put in a lot of effort and are determined to win. Yi Fan couldn't stay calm after hearing this news. Some people had prepared the same stone robe as him and even the divine robe of an ancient sage. The situation was not optimistic. He really wanted to enter the forbidden area, but he found that the ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect had each built a high platform on a mountain. They wanted to stay here and look at the 9 sacred mountains. Oh no. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered carefully. All of this was not good for him. In the end, the top experts of the ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect stayed. The others all retreated. They couldn't stay in this place for long. If a strange beast rushed out, it could kill everyone. Many rogue cultivators saw this and quickly retreated. They didn't have the courage to face a terrifying existence like the golden crow cicada. Once it appeared, no one would be able to survive. Yi Fan also had to leave. Otherwise, the remaining top experts would notice something was wrong. In the next half a month, the ancient dynasty and the Xianxia sect didn't make any moves. They were still observing. They were very calm. For Yi Fan, this was a kind of pressure. He only had half a year to live at most, maybe even less than 100 days. He couldn't afford to waste time. During this time, Yi Huiling arrived. However, Yi Fan hadn't met her yet. He needed to calm down and observe. Then, Wang Chongxiao also arrived. He defeated the young experts of the southern region and was invincible. Then, he fought with the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect, causing a huge wave. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. He could only wait and see. He had made many considerations. The immortal divine medicine was intelligent and could choose its own place of residence. There were only a few of them in ancient times. In order to not be picked by people, it was said that they flew into the 7 great forbidden areas. There were 9 kinds of divine fruits on the 9 sacred mountains. Legend said that one main root had been divided into 9 parts. Someone wanted to produce more immortal divine medicine, but in the end, something strange happened. These were all things that Yi Fan had learned recently. He understood many secrets that he hadn't known before. As Yi Fan waited, he ran into an old friend in a small tavern in Yanhaven. It was none other than Zhang Wenchang, his old classmate who had always been a bit dull. Zhang. Wenchang's temples were white. He was old and didn't have a trace of vitality. He hadn't recovered after coming out of the ancient forbidden area. This tavern was opened by him. Yi Fan thought of the scene in the Jade Cauldron Grotto when they were drunk. The wooden Zhang Wenchang had cried after getting drunk and wanted to return to his hometown. When he left, his wife was already pregnant and the child was about to be born. He hated himself for not being by his side. After many years, he had aged even more. His entire person was filled with melancholy. It was obvious that life wasn't going his way. He actually left the Jade Cauldron Grotto and came here to open a tavern. Damn old man, your friend really didn't come back? A young man in the tavern was very arrogant. He looked at Zhang Wenchang with disdain. No. There was no light in Zhang Wenchang's eyes. They were very dim. Another young man said, Ancestor Ji Hui predicted that he would come back. He will definitely come to see you. Old trash, if you know, tell us immediately. After hearing these words, Yi Fan's expression darkened and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Time flowed like water. Zhang Wenchang was lethargic and didn't have the vigor of a young man. In fact, his face was old and no one would think that he was a young man. Boss, give me a jar of wine and 4 side dishes. Yi Fan walked into the simple and crude tavern. Zhang Wenchang answered woodenly like a scarecrow without a heart. He mechanically brought over the jar of wine and quietly brought over the 4 side dishes without saying a word. This useless old man is like a dead man. He can't even say a word. Did you hear what I said to you just now? The young man said with disgust. I heard. Zhang Wencheng's eyes were dim. He slowly cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table. He came to this world without reason. He didn't have the talent for cultivation and was bullied by his peers. He spent the past few years in sadness and dejection, silently enduring all of this. What nonsense are you shouting? Yi Fan slammed the table and glanced at the young man. What does it have to do with you? We are talking to this old trash. Another young man looked over. Get lost. Don't disturb my drinking. Yi Fan glanced at him with disdain. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? The young men all stood up and pressed forward together. All of them sneered. Sir, you should leave quickly. Zhang Wencheng said to Yi Fan in a wooden manner. You old man, get lost. One of the young men stepped forward and pushed him. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Wencheng's temples were white like frost. He held on to the table and steadied himself. He silently stood to the side and didn't say anything. He was depressed and sad. The young men came forward together and stared at Yi Fan with cold smiles on their faces. Someone pointed at his face and said, Do you think you are the Yao Guang Saint Child or the Golden Wing Little Peking? Pa. Yi Fan covered the wine bowl in his hand and put his entire face inside. He couldn't even scream. He flew out and fell on the street. He grabbed his hands and legs and soon stopped moving. He directly breathed his last. Scram. Yi Fan only had this one word, his expression incomparably cold. The others were shocked. They didn't expect him to dare to do this. After a long time, one of them said, Ancestor Ji Hui's great-great-grandson was killed, how dare you? You even dare to kill the people of Ji clan. Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, but when he heard Ji Hui's name, his expression immediately turned cold. So what if I killed her? You, just wait and see. The few of them turned around and left. You dare threaten me? The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. With a clang, he snatched the sword from one of them. Pooh! He slashed down, and a person's head was sent flying on the spot. The corpse fell onto the street, and at the same time, the corpse was sent flying. Not a single drop of blood was spilled in the tavern. You! They were horrified. I told you to scram, but you're asking for trouble. Yi Fan was infuriated. Seeing Zhang Wencheng being bullied in such a manner, and thinking that it was Ji Hui who was targeting him mercilessly, Yi Fan was furious. Pu, he sat there and continuously waved his sword. Blood spurted out, and a few people were sent flying onto the street. Everyone who passed by was dumbfounded. They kept quiet out of fear, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who was this person? He killed the people of Ji clan. What a temper. He is the king of the young generation of Zhongzhou, Wang Chongxiao. It's him. I've seen him before. Someone discussed in a low voice, and their fear deepened. Yi Fan was as steady as Mount Tai, and his expression was calm. Before entering the tavern, he had turned into Wang Chongxiao. Even his temperament was the same, strong and cold. In the past half a month, Wang Chongxiao had entered the southern region and fought everywhere. He killed at every turn. Many people of the young generation died at his hands. Some of the older generation were angered and wanted to come out and kill him. Yi Fan felt that this young Wang of Zhongzhou had too many enemies. He probably didn't even know how many he had. Even if he made a few more enemies, he wouldn't care. Why are you like this? Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. He clearly remembered that before he left, Elder Ma Yun of the Jade Tripod Paradise had taken him as a disciple. His situation should have changed. Zhang Wencheng was shocked and looked at Yi Fan in a daze. Don't be shocked. I am Yi Fan. You just need to speak in your heart. Zhang Wencheng's lips trembled. He bent down and wiped the tables and chairs. He was afraid that he would be found out if he lost his composure. Leave quickly. They are waiting for you to come back. There are people watching in the dark. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. He didn't ask further and didn't want to implicate Zhang Wencheng. He used his divine will to calm everything down so that Zhang Wencheng didn't know anything. Yi Fan was prepared to help him recover his youth after picking the immortal medicine. He didn't want to cause too much of a commotion now. Zhang Wencheng was in a daze. Everything just now disappeared. He didn't know what had happened. After 3 years, his situation wasn't good. He came here to open a small inn to make a living. To someone who came from the other side of the starry sky, this was an indescribable sorrow. There was no lack of vitality in his eyes. He was like a walking corpse. Every night, he would lie on the rooftop and look at the starry sky. He missed his wife and the child he had never seen. I want to help you change everything, Yi Fan said to himself. He left the small tavern and changed Wang Chongxia's appearance. He did not want to fight for this young king of the Central Plains who went around challenging others. It was fine to make him a scapegoat. Not long later, he saw the elder of Ji Clan's dragon transformation realm rushing over. Naturally, he couldn't find anything and left empty-handed. Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Suddenly, his expression shook and he sped up. He saw that little girl again. She was begging pitifully from a man with a big belly. In the end, she was scared stiff by his roar. She shrunk back and stared at her shoes with holes in them. She didn't dare to say a word. Yi Fan walked over and observed her quietly. He wanted to find something different, but he was disappointed. His powerful spirit sense couldn't detect anything strange. The little girl was frightened and didn't dare to beg again. She wiped away her tears and walked forward with her head lowered. There were a few times when she almost bumped into someone. She was very afraid that she would be scolded again. She lowered her head even more and looked very pitiful. Yi Fan couldn't watch anymore. He appeared in front of her and squatted down, looking at her gently. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. The little girl walked forward with her head lowered. She was in a daze and almost bumped into him. Her eyes were filled with tears. Don't you recognize me? Yi Fan smiled and looked at her quietly. You are, that kind-hearted big brother. The little girl opened her eyes wide. She wiped away her tears and revealed a grateful expression. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, Don't you have any relatives? The little girl blinked her big eyes and shook her head in confusion. No, Nan Nan doesn't remember anything. You don't remember anything? Yi Fan felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask in detail. Nan Nan will forget everything after a period of time. I don't have any impression at all. In a few days, I might not even remember big brother. The little girl lowered her head and her mood was somewhat depressed. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was bewildered. Nan Nan doesn't know either. I seem to have forgotten many things. I don't know where I came from or where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives but I don't. Nan Nan is very lonely and sad. The little girl lowered her head and her eyes were filled with tears. I'll take you to eat, okay? Yi Fan said gently. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and revealed a hopeful expression. She said, Nan Nan is very hungry. I haven't eaten for many days. Yi Fan brought her to eat a sumptuous lunch and then carefully examined her. He frowned and couldn't find any abnormalities. Why was it like this? This little girl was clearly not ordinary, but why couldn't he find anything? He was puzzled. Big brother, for you. The little girl took out a small sparkling and translucent stone from her tattered clothes. 7 colors flowed on it. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. Nan Nan doesn't know either. Every time I forget the past, a small stone like this will appear. It can be eaten and is very sweet. It can make Nan Nan not hungry for many days. The little girl raised it high and gave it to Yi Fan to express her gratitude. Yi Fan held it in his palm and carefully examined it. He couldn't see anything special about it, but this small stone that was the size of a knuckle was definitely not ordinary. Nan Nan, put it away properly. Yi Fan wanted to return it to her. But the little girl kept retreating and kept shaking her head. She said, Big brother, take it. Otherwise, Nan Nan has nothing to repay you with. Yi Fan squatted down and sighed softly. Such a young child was talking about repayment. It really made one's heart ache. The little girl was very stubborn. She stuffed the small sparkling stone into his hand and refused to take it back no matter what. Yi Fan could only accept it. He wanted to slowly ponder over what it was. Perhaps he could solve the mystery of the little girl's origins. Seeing him stand up as if he was about to leave, the little girl lowered her head and looked at her little shoes with holes in her toes. Her little hand tugged at a corner of her tattered clothes and she said in an inaudible voice, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Can I follow you?" The little girl was very nervous and revealed a hopeful expression. She lowered her head and whispered, "Nan Nan is very obedient. She can wash clothes, wipe the floor, and learn everything. I'm going to be busy with some things recently." "Oh, Nan Nan understands." The little girl's head was almost down to her chest. She slowly turned around and wanted to leave. "I'm not finished yet. I'm very busy and I'm afraid I can't take care of you properly. If you can wait for a while, I'll take you away when the time comes." Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let this pitiful little girl wander the streets again. "Really?" The little girl suddenly raised her head. Her pure eyes revealed a luster and she looked very happy. "Let's go. I'll arrange for you to stay in an inn and wait patiently for my return." Yi Fan chose an inn next to Zhang Wencheng's tavern. "When I'm not here, you can go to that tavern to play and chat with that old man." Yi Fan warned with a smile. "Nan Nan knows. I won't run around." The little girl nodded obediently. Zhang Wencheng misses the child he hasn't seen before. If little Nan Nan enters his life, I hope he can live a better life. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. 5 days later, the ancient flower dynasty and the Yin Yang sect finally took action and entered the forbidden area. Yi Fan knew that his opportunity was coming. As long as the other side failed, it would be his turn to act. There were immortal medicines and 9 dragons pulling coffins on the 9 sacred mountains. He was looking forward to it. Many people had arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. They were all anxiously waiting for the result. The people from the 2 great powers had already entered the forbidden area. However, in just a few minutes, people cried out in surprise and looked up at the sky. The divine robe flew out. That's right, it's the ancient sage's divine robe. A golden battle robe flashed with a piercing light and flew out on its own. It was in the shape of a human, holding a golden holy sword and carrying a golden divine bow on its back. However, no one was wearing it. The peerless divine robe was sentient and flew back on its own. It had its own life. Fragments of the robe floated down from the inside. That's flying ashes. Heavens, the person who entered turned into ashes so quickly. He no longer exists under the power of time. The forbidden area is indeed terrifying. It can obliterate all experts in this world. At the same time, people were astonished. The ancient sage's peerless divine robe was too powerful. It wasn't damaged inside and flew out on its own. The divine robe is sentient. It feels threatened and doesn't dare to enter deeper. I'm afraid it won't be able to protect itself once it gets close to the sacred mountain. Yi Fan was greatly reassured. Soon, it would be his turn to act. The sage divine clothes descended from the sky, releasing endless radiance. It was like an undying phoenix within a dazzling divine flame. The powerful aura made everyone tremble, and everyone took steps back. It was humanoid in shape, as if it was a living creature. It held a golden holy sword that possessed exceptional sharpness. The oppressive killing intent made the leaves of the forest fly about chaotically. Everyone trembled in fear, as if they were facing an ancient deity. They felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies were trembling. The golden divine clothes were resplendent like the sun. With a chong sound, it landed on the ground. Golden divine splendor shot out in all directions, jumping about like flames. The golden divine bow on its back lightly trembled, straining everyone's heartstrings. Many people were about to suffocate. Kung Chong, a metallic sound rang out. It was as if a dragon was crying through the 9 heavens, as if a phoenix was shaking the heavens. It resounded through heaven and earth, and the sound was clear and cold, directly entering everyone's soul. Putong, many cultivators couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't help but kneel down, kowtowing towards the exceptional divine clothes. This was an unmatched intimidation that originated from the soul, making people feel reverence and worship. There really is life. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was standing quite far away, he could still feel a terrifying pressure. Chong, another light trembling sound rang out. The divine clothes' brilliance receded, and the mountain range calmed down. Only then could the people kneeling on the ground stand up. All of their faces were snow-white, and their hearts were shaken. They're all dead. On another mountain peak, Xianxia's unmatched great figure stood on a grand platform. He looked at the scene within the ancient forbidden land and released a sigh. Completely wiped out, Xianxia obtained the mysterious stone clothes in the northern region. It could isolate all auras, but in the end, it was still useless. Those who entered quickly aged, and then turned into ashes. The mountain ridge was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing softly. The ancient sage's divine clothes flew back, and Xianxia's stone clothes were all shattered. This meant that they had completely failed. The ancient forbidden land cannot be entered. 3 years ago, the mysterious ancient coffin appeared, and the Holy Land's curse fell to its weakest state. What a pity, we missed that only opportunity. Central Continent's people sighed lightly, their hearts full of unwillingness. Many people's hearts were pounding. Even Central Continent's divine dynasty and great sects couldn't do anything, so who else in this world could enter and pluck the undying divine medicine? I am unresigned, I wish to defy the heavens. A tyrannical voice rang out. Endless leaves fluttered about, and the primitive ancient forest began to sway. It was as if a true dragon was born, transforming into a human and walking out from the great wastelands. An incomparably dignified figure with an imposing aura that suppressed the sun and moon walked out from the mountain ridge. He was like a celestial emperor that had descended into the mortal world. Draconic energy coiled around his body as he looked down upon the world, and he had an imposing aura of supremacy in the world. The old emperor of Guhua is here. A peerless emperor has descended to the world, coming to a life-forbidden land. This is truly shocking. All the cultivators in the eastern wilderness were shocked. Emperor Guhua wore a crown of 9 dragons on his head and a robe with 9 dragons. It was as if he had come from ancient times. He blended with heaven and earth and became one with them, making the sun and moon pale in comparison. His hair was white like snow, his body shriveled up. His great limit was approaching, but his aura didn't decrease in the slightest. It was deep like the sea, making one feel intimidated. An ancestral dragon that seemed to have flesh coiled around his head. Emperor. Many people came forward and bowed to him, trying to dissuade him from entering the ancient desolate forbidden land. There were also people who knelt down and were willing to go in his place to pluck the immortal divine medicine and offer it up. I am already on the verge of death. Everything has already been arranged. There is no need for you all to throw away your lives for me. Emperor Guhua declined. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ancient desolate forbidden land is different from the other life forbidden lands. No matter how high one's cultivation is, as long as one enters, they will be reduced to immortal. Indeed, rather than that, why don't you let us go in His Majesty's place? We will definitely do our best to pluck the immortal divine medicine. The people of the ancient Hua dynasty all tried to dissuade him, including the 4 powerful imperial uncles. They came forward and bowed to him, blocking his path. Many individual cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. A peerless emperor wanted to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land. The legends were indeed true. Most of the emperors and holy lords in their later years had chosen this path. Now, everyone was witnessing it with their own eyes. Since ancient times, the old holy lords and emperors rarely left behind graves. The great wastelands and the life-forbidden lands were their burial grounds, and this was common knowledge. Perhaps, one day, when they entered an ancient forest and saw a snow-white skeleton, it might be a peerless overlord who had once shaken the world. This was their sorrow. Humans couldn't avoid death in the end. No matter how great of a hero you were, there would still be a time when the curtains would fall. Their later years were just as miserable. Even an exceptional overlord would still become a pile of yellow earth. Everyone said that the path of immortality was endless, but since the ancient times, who could truly live forever? There wasn't a single person to be seen. They were all like the setting sun, bright red, yet they all dimmed in the end. Gu Hua's old emperor's appearance was unordinary. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, "All of you, back off. This is my choice. Your Majesty. The ancient desolate forbidden land will strip away the cultivation of all peerless experts." The people of Central Continent's undying imperial court all spoke up to stop him. "Even if I am reduced to a mortal, I will still be the human emperor, stronger than others. You all don't need to say anything more. I don't want anyone to die in my place." This old emperor was quite bold. He had already guessed at the result, but he still chose this path. Everything had already been arranged, and he was going to carry out his final struggle. No one dared to stop him. Wherever his eyes passed, even the 4 imperial uncles could only shut their mouths, all of them retreating to the side. Yin Yang sect's people were all silent as they watched from the side. They were competitors, but they also sympathized with each other. The cultivators of the eastern wastelands were all shaken. They finally saw the scene of an old emperor's later years with their own eyes, what kind of choice he would make. Everything was just like the legends. He lived a glorious life, stunning the world, but in the end, he walked alone, stepping on a path without hope. An imperial uncle from Gu Hua Empire walked up. He sighed softly and arrived in front of the ancient saint's divine clothes. He was comparable to a powerful being, his magical force heaven overflowing, but he was still extremely respectful. He bowed respectfully towards the golden divine clothes and said, "Divine clothes, please protect my lord." King Chang, a light sound pierced through the sky. Blazing divine light rushed into the heavens, and an unmatched pressure swept through the entire mountain range. It was as if a vast ocean had submerged the mountains and rivers. Then, the world became quiet. The mountain wind stopped, and the plants stopped moving. All sounds disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped, and it was deathly silent. 90% of the people here knelt down. Their bodies and minds were trembling, and they couldn't help but kowtow. Meanwhile, within the endless mountain range, there were even more birds and beasts lying down, trembling as they cried in this direction. This was the power of the ancient saint's divine clothes. Even though Yi Fan was far away, he was still shocked. This wasn't the first time he saw this. Back in the northern region, there was a saint's divine clothes that had cut open the divine king's pure land. One has to understand that the divine king's pure land was known as an exceptional defense that could never be broken, but it was still cut open. The saint's divine clothes had the power to seize the world's natural luck. Swoosh, light flickered, and the exceptional divine clothes covered the old emperor's body. His entire body was golden, and divine flames surged, making others feel reverence. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and a golden divine bow on his back. He was like a deity from the ancient times, frightening people's souls and emitting a monstrous aura. The Gu Hua old emperor seemed to have recovered his youth. His body had reached its peak state. He walked forward in large strides without looking back. Perhaps this was the last time people would see him in this world. Time seemed to have stopped. No one spoke, and they all waited patiently even though many people had already guessed the result. After an unknown amount of time, the Gu Hua emperor who was standing on a high platform on the mountain peak cried out in sorrow. His voice was sorrowful, and the endless leaves fluttered in the air. His divine eyes were wide open as he saw everything in the forbidden land. The peerless emperor had fallen, and in the end, he couldn't defy the heavens. In his later years, he was buried in a foreign land. "Your Majesty!" The people of the Gu Hua imperial court cried out in sorrow. Their cries shook the heaven and earth, but they couldn't change anything. "I am not willing, I want to defy the heavens." These 6 words were still echoing. Unfortunately, it was still a miserable ending. Swoosh, light flickered. The ancient sage divine clothes descended from the sky. It was much dimmer than before, gently trembling. There were a few wisps of blood and quite a bit of ashes on its surface. The golden clothes had been damaged, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to recover. Throughout the ages, who in this world could avoid death? Everyone felt a sense of despair. Since ancient times, immortals had never stopped, but what people saw was emptiness and destruction one after another. Even the great ancient emperors had disappeared in the long river of history. How could people not feel despair? This was a never-ending road that could not be succeeded, the people of the Guhua imperial court returned to the Yan capital. Without a doubt, they had failed. The news shook the entire southern region, and all the Holy Lands came to investigate. The peerless emperor had fallen, and the people of the Yin-Yang sect also left the Forbidden Land and returned to the Yan capital. Their supreme sect master didn't carry out the last struggle because the ending had already been written. The news quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and all the great powers were shaken. The 7 great life forbidden areas couldn't be entered after all. They were the burial grounds of absolute experts. However, in the future, there would be old sacred masters who would choose this path. This was the sorrow of their later years. In order to obtain a new life, they had no other choice. The immortal divine medicines could choose their own places of residence. It was rumored that they had all flown into the 7 great life forbidden areas. Yi Fan's heart went cold. The curse in the forbidden area was many times stronger than before. He immediately became silent. Could he succeed? Even though he had refined the peerless stone clothes with the 6 seals and could isolate all the energies in the world, he still saw a path of no return. This storm shook the eastern wasteland, and it was difficult for it to calm down. During this time, Yi Fan thought hard and finally went into seclusion. After half a month, he exhausted all his effort to refine the 9 ancient characters of the Tao. Scripture into the stone clothes. These were innate great emperor marks, and they had peerless uses. They could be used to suppress one's body, achieve eternity, and stop the passage of time. They contained the mysteries of the heaven and earth, and were immeasurably powerful. Yi Fan spent more than 10 days, and his body almost couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, he combined the 9 ancient characters with the tens of thousands of resentment patterns in the stone clothes. Big brother, you're finally awake. Little Nan Nan's eyelashes were very long. She blinked her big eyes at him, looking very innocent and cute. Yi Fan felt guilty. He was really too busy and didn't have time to care for this little girl. She was still wearing tattered clothes, and the holes in her shoes were very obvious. But luckily, little Nan Nan didn't go hungry. The inn obeyed his orders and sent delicious food every day. Big brother, that old grandpa over there is so pitiful. The little girl was very sympathetic. She was naturally talking about Zhang Wenchang. Yi Fan rubbed her head. Wasn't the little girl also pitiful? It made one's heart ache. Little Nan Nan, be good. I might have to leave for a few months, so wait patiently for my return. Big brother. The little girl immediately lowered her head in low spirits. She thought that Yi Fan was going to abandon her and leave. I'll be back. Don't worry, little Nan Nan. Yi Fan softly comforted her. Really? The little girl was still not at ease. Her eyes were sparkling as she pouted her little mouth and lowered her head. She looked at her own tattered shoes and said, Nan Nan will always forget the past. I'm afraid that after a period of time, I will forget Big Brother. You won't forget. I've left you a precious jade. I've refined it and it can record your daily experiences. Every day, when you wake up, you will be able to see what happened the day before. Yi Fan decided to enter the ancient desolate forbidden ground. He couldn't delay it any longer. He wasn't going to throw his life away. Other than the worldly stone clothes, he still had a peerless trump card that might be able to resist the corrosion of time. That was the key to his success. He gazed at the horizon. Perhaps he could even borrow Yi Huiling's sky-shrouding treasured robe. Having one more protective robe was better than nothing. Little Nan Nan, be good and wait for my return. Yi Fan stood up and walked out of the inn in large strides. Behind him, a small figure waved her little hand. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she watched him leave. The Northern Territory was rich in resources, and there were even terrifying creatures that had been in deep slumber since the primeval times. Since ancient times until now, it had always been a place where powerful figures gathered. Origin ancient mine existed throughout endless time. The Dark Age, Desolate Age's great calamity, human race's great disaster, they all more or less had traces of it, leaving behind endless legends. Ever since the beginning of the human race, it was unknown just how many unrivaled heroes had entered this place in their later years. Unfortunately, they had never returned, and no one had ever heard of them appearing in this world again. A month after Yi Fan left, shocking news came from the northern region. The sacred lands had gone to explore an ancient temple in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, but they had returned with heavy casualties. The entire world was shocked. No one thought that the Holy Lands would dare to enter the absolute beginning Forbidden Area and engage in a bloody battle with an unknown creature inside an archaic divine temple. The Holy Lands could be said to be tight-lipped. Before this, not a single piece of information had been leaked. No one knew how long they had been preparing for, and it was only when the operation failed that everyone learned of it. The people of the world were all shaken. The Holy Lands actually entered the absolute beginning Forbidden region. This was just too sudden. They definitely discovered some heaven-shocking secret, or else why would they take such risks? The great earth was in an uproar. The people of the world were all discussing this. They discovered with shock that there had long been some clues regarding this matter. A year ago, beautiful music sounded from the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Someone saw an exceptionally beautiful woman set out. This news shook the northern region and spread to many great sections. It was also at that time that the world gathered in the northern region. Whether it was the younger generation or the supreme sect masters, they all started to head north. Yifan clearly remembered that the Green Wyrm king had come to the southern domain to invite the Peacock king to the north. That was when all the holy sons and holy daughters had gone north. Right, so that's how it is. He suddenly realized that the absolute beginning Forbidden Area definitely had an incredible discovery. It really affected the minds of all the Holy Lands, and they actually spent a year to prepare. Connecting the dots, everything made sense. It was why the northern region had been in such turmoil in the past year, and why all sorts of people had appeared, as if that place was the center of the world. Inside the absolute beginning Forbidden Area, a world-shaking ancient temple appeared with the beautiful voice of a goddess. Unfortunately, the Holy Lands retreated in the end and couldn't get everything. However, they must have gained a lot. After all, they had prepared for more than a year. When Yifan found Yi Huiling, another shocking piece of news came from the northern region. The appearance of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar had been rumored for several months. Finally, the place where it was buried was found. As a result, the catacombs were stained with blood, and countless powerhouses were killed or injured. The sacred weapon of the ancient emperors attracted everyone's attention. Once this news spread, the world was shaken once again. People had to wonder why it was such a coincidence that the lid of the sky-devouring demonic jar appeared right after the Holy Lands returned from the absolute beginning Forbidden Area. Soon, the exact news came. Many of the Holy Lands' grand elders had been killed or injured, and the younger generation was almost completely wiped out. It had long been rumored that opening Vicious Dojo required the heavenly beast physique, divine physique, saint physique, and many other physiques to join forces and use their blood to perform a sacred sacrifice. Today, it had indeed come true. All the kings rose up together and used their blood to open up the dojo of the number one ruthless ancient man. However, what awaited them was a merciless massacre. The place where the ancient emperors hid their weapons was engraved with world-shaking runes. Even if you were a heaven-defying genius, you wouldn't be able to block a single strike. The runes could pierce through the heavens and earth, destroying everything in their path. If it wasn't for the green flood dragon king taking over the Azure Emperor's sacred weapon at the crucial moment and the seventh bandit Tu Tian attacking with the demonic jar, no one would have survived. The whole world was shaken. The number one ruthless ancient man was indeed ruthless. He was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to those who dared to offend him. He almost wiped out all the young elites of the eastern wasteland. Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, Yan Ruyu, Jiang Clan's Divine King Physique, Heavenly Beast Physique, Innate Dao Embryo, Xia Jiuyo, Yao Guang Saint Child, and the others were all gravely injured. Too ruthless. He refined himself into a weapon and showed no mercy to his descendants. As expected of the number one ancient emperor who couldn't be provoked. He created the indestructible heaven art and created a divine embryo from his aged body. He refined his old body and was rumored to be the one who lived the longest among the ancient emperors. When Yifan heard the news, the first thing he thought of was that it was a conspiracy. This was because the Black Emperor, this knowledgeable fellow, had made all sorts of judgments and told him many secrets. As expected, more accurate information came out. He found some clues that the Heavenly Beast Physique, Divine Physique, and Innate Dao Embryo were all trapped in the ruthless training field. Their origin was almost taken away. It was just as the Black Emperor had said. The number one ruthless ancient man had an ordinary body, but he suppressed all the kings and finally became a peerless monarch. Before he created the indestructible heaven art, he had also created the heaven-devouring demonic art. When he first mastered this technique, everyone in the world chased after him, because he could devour other people's source energy. Vicious had a narrow escape from death, and he had more enemies than Great Emperor without beginning. These secrets had long disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Black Emperor remembered that almost no one in the world knew that the indestructible heaven art's predecessor was the heaven-devouring demonic art. Could it be, as the Black Emperor said, that someone obtained the inheritance of the number one ruthless ancient man? Yi Fan quivered and shivered. In the distant northern region, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly and stared at the training field. He was about to go crazy and almost bit Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui. At the crucial moment, he stopped Pang Bo and the others, preventing them from entering the ruthless training field and avoiding a great calamity. However, the Black Emperor was furious because he discovered that someone had already visited the training field. The lid of the heaven-devouring demonic jar must have been taken away. The final result also proved his guess. When the calamity happened, many cultivators escaped with great difficulty. They did not obtain the half of the extreme Tao sacred weapon and were almost all destroyed. In addition, there was another person who was very calm and did not enter. That was the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. When he arrived here, he was shocked at first, then he narrowed his eyes and did not take a step in. When Yi Fan found out about all of this, he thought of the secret that the Black Emperor had told him. He felt that there was a terrifying person with a deep mind who had guided all of this. After obtaining the ruthless inheritance, he wants to get rid of the divine physique, heavenly demonic physique, innate Tao embryo, and so on. Who could he be? Yi Fan thought of a person. If it was him, he was too gloomy and terrifying. He did not reveal himself, but every step he took was filled with killing intent, which made him feel a chill. The two pieces of news from the northern region shocked the world. The great curtain slowly fell. The supreme sect masters, experts from all walks of life, and the saints all left and returned to various places in the eastern wasteland. Under the moonlight, Yi Fan and Yi Huiling met. Everything went smoothly, and he borrowed the sky-covering treasured robe. Under the moonlight, the girl from the middle prefecture was bright and ethereal. Her skin was like fine jade, and her eyes were quick-witted. She was very calm. If Yi Fan succeeded in ascending a sacred mountain and returned with the immortal medicine, she wanted a fruit. Yi Fan immediately agreed. If he really succeeded, then he would definitely ascend all of the sacred mountains. The 9 divine roots were formed from a single main root. Miss Yi, please do me a favor. If I don't return, please take one person with you and take care of one person for me. Oh? Who? Yi Huiling was surprised. Yi Fan pointed at Zhang Wencheng in the tavern and said, "Take him away from this place and help him get rid of this environment." Then, he pointed at the tavern. Little Nan Nan could be seen through the window. She was like a delicate porcelain doll with long eyelashes, and she was sleeping peacefully. Okay, no problem. The next day, the morning glow rose, and the morning dew rolled on the green leaves, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Yi Fan stepped into the ancient forest and set out for the forbidden area. Half a month had passed, and the people of the ancient Hua dynasty and the Yin Yang sect had not left. They were still in the Yan capital, but no one was looking at the forbidden area anymore. Along the way, Yi Fan did not see a single person. He carefully avoided the areas where there might be peerless beasts, and arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. The huge mountain forest was deathly silent. There was not a single sound, and there were no birds or beasts. There were no ants or insects. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the world. Bang! One of Yi Fan's feet finally stepped into the forbidden area, and he immediately felt a terrifying aura attacking him. This was the power of desolation. The last time he walked to the 9 sacred mountains, it was the same. Today, he was attacked like this as soon as he took a step in. He felt cold all over. At this crucial moment, stone clothes appeared on his body, covering the sky and covering his body, protecting him tightly. He walked inside with large steps. Swoosh! The moment he entered, even with the peerless stone clothes covering his body, Yi Fan still shivered. His cultivation had been wiped clean, and nothing was left. In this forbidden area, he had become immortal, and he could no longer fly in the sky or burrow underground. However, unlike others, his sea of reincarnation had not dried up, his Tao palace had gone dark, and his 4 poles had been sealed. His divine power had not disappeared, but it had been sealed inside his body. The physique of a saint physique was extremely powerful. His golden blood energy was still boiling, and it could rush out at any time. This was the reason why Yi Fan dared to enter the forbidden area. Yi Fan strode forward, and soon, he had traveled tens of miles. He sensed something strange. The power of time seeped into his body through the stone clothes. Not good. His heart trembled, and his expression changed. This was only 1/10 of the journey, and it was already so dangerous. No wonder the Supreme Emperor of the Middle Continent had to die with a grievance. Chi. Yi Fan activated his Heaven Origin pattern channel. Tens of thousands of divine runes overflowed with brilliant colors, and they wrapped around him. At the same time, the sky shrouding treasured robe shone brightly, covering him. He looked up at the sky. There was no way out now, or else he would die within half a year. Although entering the forbidden area was like entering a bottomless abyss, it might be the only way out. Inside the forbidden area, ancient trees towered into the sky. Their branches were like the palms of giants, and they were almost at the same level as the mountain ridges. Old vines were as thick as water tanks, and they wriggled about like true dragons. They coiled from the foot of the mountain all the way to the summit, bold and powerful. Along the way, Yi Fan saw countless spiritual medicines. They were all rarely seen in this world, and they were all extremely ancient medicines. However, he didn't have the time to pick them. He was squandering his life away every minute and second. It wasn't worth it to stop here. Right now, only undying divine medicines were useful to him. After advancing for 30 li, the sky-shrouding treasured robe dimmed. The Tao patterns within it had been severed. The material of this robe was unknown, but it was even sturdier than divine iron. It fell from the heavens and was refined into a precious robe. It was indestructible, and it could isolate all auras. That was why it was known as the sky-shrouding treasured robe. However, right now, it couldn't withstand Desolate's invasion. Its Tao patterns were erased, and the treasured robe only had a sturdy nature left. Its Tao and reasoning, as well as techniques, had all been stripped away. Yi Fan moved as if he was flying, advancing with extreme speed. In front of him was an abyss, and behind him was hell. There was no pure land. He could only save himself and open up a path of life. Bo. The heaven resentment patterns in the robe began to break, unable to hold on any longer. Tens of thousands of patterns were severed in the blink of an eye, and soon, all of them would disappear. Tao Scripture. Yi Fan activated the Tao Scripture's Heart Sutra. 9 ancient words appeared on the robe, suppressing his body to achieve eternity and resist the power of time. As expected of the innate Great Emperor's patterns, they blocked the invasion. He temporarily calmed down, and his life wasn't taken away. However, there were only 9 ancient words. Although he could carve them, he couldn't even understand their meaning, so how could he comprehend the ultimate mystery? After advancing for another 60 li, the 9 ancient words gradually faded away. Together with the heaven origin pattern, they were about to disappear. This is only 60 li, but it's already countless times harder than last time. Yi Fan's heart pounded. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. There was no way out, and Desolate's aura would become even stronger. He gritted his teeth and rushed past mountain after mountain. By the time he reached 70 li, he had already aged. At this time, the 9 ancient words and the heaven origin pattern had all disappeared. Now, only the empty robe and the heaven-enveloping treasured robe were left. There were no more Tao, principles, or techniques to protect them. Yi Fan didn't panic. He took out the Qilin seed and held it in his hand. As he absorbed its essence energy, he ran madly, using the immortal divine medicine to prolong his life and charge into the final stretch. However, this last stretch was extremely difficult. Even though the divine medicine could prolong his life, he was still aging. Even his great Tao injuries were worsening. Finally, after charging for 100 li, Yi Fan saw the 9 sacred mountains. However, the corrosion of time had seeped into his bones, and his consciousness was becoming blurry. He gritted his teeth and finally reached the foot of the mountain. However, his strength was almost exhausted. At the same time, his hair stood on end. On the sacred mountain, several figures stood side by side, looking down at him with cold gazes. He felt a chill from head to toe. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and strange rocks rose abruptly. It could be said to be magnificent. They were not very tall, but they gave off a majestic aura, giving off boundless pressure. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were in front of him. When Yi Fan arrived at the foot of the mountain, his body was withered and could not hold on any longer. He looked up, and his entire body turned cold. Those cold eyes and intimidating figures made him feel like he had fallen into an ice house. A few people stood side by side on the tall mountain. Some had hair as white as snow, while others had hair as black as a waterfall. When the mountain wind blew, their hair fluttered about. Their gazes were cold as they looked down. There were no fluctuations in their emotions. What was this place? The ancient desolate forbidden land. Creatures with flesh and blood could not exist for long. Even the divine clothes of the ancient sages could not withstand the corrosion. They automatically flew away, not willing to enter this place. No one could stay here for long. Since ancient times, who knew how many peerless experts had been buried here? Even the flourishing holy lands were destroyed here, turning into ashes. Yi Fan's heart immediately turned cold. He knew that they could not be humans. They were terrifying and mysterious desolate slaves, great heroes of the past. Silently, another girl appeared beside those people. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her neck was slender, and she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was exceptionally beautiful. She wore white clothes that fluttered in the mountain wind. She was like a moon fairy riding the wind. She was extraordinary, and it was difficult to find any flaws in her. She was like a person from a painting. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady. Yi Fan was shocked. Last time, he had encountered this girl and nearly lost his life. She was the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate lands from 6,000 years ago. She was also from the same sect as the old lunatic. 5 figures stood side by side, each with an extraordinary aura. It was impossible to become a desolate slave unless one was extremely talented. They were not from the same era, but they were definitely unrivaled in the past. Perhaps one could find records of some of them in ancient books. It was very likely that they were the world-shaking heroes of the past who could summon the wind and rain on the continent. Do the heavens want me to die? Yi Fan sighed. He had used all his methods and finally approached the sacred mountain. He had never expected to encounter such shocking desolate slaves. How could he resist them? Legend had it that desolate slaves did not come out often. Sometimes, they would not come out of the deep abyss even after hundreds of years. Now, 5 of them had appeared. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He had gone to the ancient desolate forbidden land 3 times and encountered a powerful desolate slave twice. This was truly bad luck. At this moment, he was already old beyond recognition. Even though his stone clothes and sky-covering treasured robe were not broken, they could no longer withstand the corrosion of time. The Kirin seed had long since withered away. Yi Fan extracted an endless amount of life essence energy from it in order to prevent it from dying, but it was impossible for it to continue for a long time. The divine medicine seed and his physical body were his greatest trump cards. Originally, he was just about to ascend the sacred mountain, but now, such an unforeseen event had occurred. Whoosh! A figure whose feet didn't touch the ground floated down from the sacred mountain like a specter and headed straight for Yi Fan. All the hair on his body stood on end as a terrifying aura assaulted him. Buzz! At the crucial moment, the golden blood energy of the sacred body surged. Even though his body was old, it still possessed endless potential. It was as if he was born with the power to resist desolate slave. Yi Fan braced himself and flew towards the other sacred mountain. He did not choose to leave, because with his current condition, he would probably die of old age and turn to dust before he could leave the sacred mountain. This was a middle-aged man with hair as white as snow. He was heroic and imposing, as if he was the only one in the world. He must have been a world-shaking character in the past. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Yi Fan's path. However, he did not make a move. He stared at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation without blinking. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently as if he was being stared at by an ancient desolate beast. All the blood energy in his body was about to evaporate, and his body felt like it was about to burst apart. Just how powerful was this person? Even though his current condition was terrible, his flesh was withered, and his body was declining, he was still a sacred body after all. He actually felt this way. The white-haired man walked forward in a steady and resolute manner. Every step seemed as if it could split apart mountains and rivers. Yi Fan discovered that the sky-covering treasured clothes were directly cracked apart, and the stone clothes were even more so shattered. It was exceptionally terrifying. This middle-aged man was heroic and majestic, as if he could rule over heaven and earth. He calmly walked forward, as if a great mountain was crushing down on Yi Fan to crush him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Golden blood energy rushed out, moving around his body. The undying sacred body's potential surged to resist this disaster. At the same time, his appearance was dignified. He chanted a strange scripture that resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if thunder was descending into the world, shaking the ancient trees until Walala sounds rang out and leaves flew about chaotically. He used his sacred body's golden blood energy to move. This was the last exceptional trump card he could take the initiative to use. This was the several hundred ancient scripture characters from the ancient bronze coffin. From the past until now, he had never understood it. When he roared out now, it didn't turn into sound, but rather a type of fluctuation. This scripture didn't exist in this world. Regardless of whether it was written or chanted, it couldn't appear, and outsiders couldn't understand it. Suddenly, halfway up the mountain, the same scripture rang out. It was even more resounding than his, covering the heaven and earth as if it was expounding the supreme principles of the great Tao. The heavenly sound was like thunder, but only Yi Fan could hear it clearly. This was exactly the same as his own scripture. It turned into a type of heavenly might, and others couldn't understand its meaning. Yi Fan didn't care about anything else and directly rushed towards the mountainside. He didn't care whether or not the white-haired man followed him. In his heart, there was only that ancient coffin. At this moment, his consciousness was a bit hazy, and he could fall down at any time. He simply couldn't care about anything else. In the ancient forest halfway up the mountain, a huge ancient bronze coffin quietly lay there. It was full of vicissitudes of time, as if it was connected to the ancient past. The bronze coffin fell to the side, and the coffin lid slid down to the side. Yi Fan staggered as he approached. He immediately threw himself in because he couldn't hold on any longer. Am I going to die? No, I definitely can't die. He held the Qilin divine medicine seed in his bosom. Only a trace of blood energy seeped out, guiding life essence energy into his body. He clenched his teeth, not allowing himself to go unconscious. However, his state was just too terrible. Even though his will was as firm as iron, he still couldn't hold on. The great Tao scars ruptured, immediately expanding. He almost directly died. Yi Fan finally fainted. The great Tao crack steepened. His spirit and body couldn't bear the burden anymore. He collapsed within the ancient coffin. After more than 5 years, almost 6 years of time, he entered the bronze coffin again. Everything was because of it that he came to this world, and now, he entered again. The bronze coffin that crossed the star domain, it was unknown where it began and where it ended. It was full of too many secrets. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Yi Fan slowly wake up. The great Tao heavenly sound had long stopped. It was incomparably peaceful without a single sound. The coffin didn't have Huang's power, so the passage of time couldn't continue to deprive him of his life. Yi Fan knew that his gamble paid off. The several hundred characters of ancient scriptures stirred up the ancient coffin. Before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land, he had already made all types of deductions. Since even Huang feared the ancient coffin, pushing it out from the abyss, then it definitely didn't fear that type of aura. At the crucial moment of life and death, his choice was correct. He resonated with the ancient coffin's heavenly sound and entered this place, allowing him to escape disaster. Even though the passage of time no longer corroded him, his state was terrible to the extreme. The great Tao scars worsened, and his life source seemed like it was about to be split in half. Moreover, right now, his body was aging, his flesh shriveled up. He was like a lamp without oil, about to reach the end of his life at any time. If not for the Qilin divine medicine seed in his hands, he would have already turned into withered bones. The purple Qilin that was less than the size of an infant's fist was dim and without light, already about to wither. This was a type of extravagant squandering. Absorbing the life of the undying divine medicine seed to resist the passage of time, perhaps he was the only one under the heavens who had done such a thing. Even a peerless emperor wearing an ancient sage's divine robe couldn't approach the sacred mountain. Even if Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, without this seed, it would be almost impossible for him to reach here and survive until now. This was the world's rarest divine object. Please don't wither and die. Yi Fan felt a sense of guilt. The undying divine medicine was unique in this world. If it died, it wouldn't be able to reappear. The world was silent. He gazed outwards, but he didn't see the white-haired man, nor did he see the figures of the others. Can this ancient coffin really restrain them? Even though he didn't die, Yi Fan's lifespan had already dried up. He was only using the Qilin seed to prolong his life. The terrifying great Tao scars could take away his life at any time. I'm trapped here. How can I reach the summit? He felt like he didn't have the strength to climb up. As long as he left the bronze coffin, he wouldn't be able to resist Huang's aura. This won't do, I have to go up. There's no time to waste, or else I will definitely die here. Yi Fan was inwardly anxious. If he had enough divine force, he could carry the bronze coffin up and resist the corrosion of time. But now, even walking was an issue. What do I do? The Qilin seed has dried up, so it's difficult for me to absorb life essence energy. How am I supposed to go up? Yi Fan had never felt so helpless before. Death was so close to him. Perhaps before the sky darkened, he would leave this world. His life would dry up, and it would be difficult for him to continue living. Yi Fan stood up with difficulty. He gazed outwards. The 9 enormous dragon corpses in the ancient forest were like a great steel wall, not decaying even now. Dark light flickered about, full of power, making one couldn't help but tremble. Are these true dragons? His voice was trembling. The 9 corpses looked exactly the same as true dragons, their might like the heavens. However, after experiencing too many things, he already began to doubt the existence of immortal spirits. Perhaps they are fled dragons that have evolved to the extreme realm. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. With the Qilin seed in hand, he quickly rushed out towards the enormous dragon corpse that flickered with scales. He prepared to drink dragon blood to prolong his life. Chong, sparks flew in all directions. It was as if Yi Fan's finger had hacked down on 10,000 refined divine iron, unable to cut through it at all. His injuries were just too severe. After hacking down a few times, he couldn't even move a single dragon scale. The terrifying great Tao scars made it almost impossible for him to stand. He used all of his methods, yet he still couldn't break through the dragon corpse. His body aged even more, and he almost fell backwards onto the ground. Yi Fan used the last of his strength to barely return to the bronze coffin. He fell onto the ground, unable to budge an inch. Am I really going to die? Yi Fan was downcast. He had left his hometown and arrived at the other shore of the starry skies, dying in a place no one knew of. There were no relatives, no friends who knew of this. This was too sorrowful. If I die like this, who would shed a single tear for me? He couldn't even send out a message. 10 years, 100 years later, there would only be a skeleton here. If there was an outstanding character who could come here, they would only sigh. Yi Fan really didn't want to die like this. He said to himself, what other trump cards do I have that I can take the initiative to use? He searched through his entire body. The golden Tao scripture, the silver heavenly source book, the Bodhi seed, apart from the shriveled Qilin seed, none of the treasures could save his life. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. A small translucent stone fell to the ground. It was only the size of a knuckle, and it flowed with rainbow splendor. It was sparkling and beautiful. Little darling. Seeing this small stone, Yifan immediately thought of the pitiful little girl of unknown origins. His heart moved, and he placed the small seven-colored stone in his palm. He used it as a divine medicine to absorb its essence energy. With a swoosh, a seven-colored light entered his body. This is... Yifan was shocked. He felt his entire body relax, and he had gained a lot of strength. He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. Just what kind of stone was this? How could it have such a pure life essence? He continued to absorb, and ray after ray of seven-colored splendor rushed into his body. Yifan finally sat up after recovering some strength. He looked at this small stone in disbelief. It wasn't an immortal divine medicine, but it possessed a powerful life essence. Little darling. Yifan didn't expect that the small stone little darling gave him would save his life at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the strength to stand up. The seven-colored stone was sparkling and translucent. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream. It flowed with an intoxicating radiance as if it was a peerless treasure. It made Yifan's palm seem transparent. He absorbed the flourishing life essence energy. All of his pores relaxed, and his essence energy recovered. He could already stand up, no longer as difficult to move as before. This was the most basic life essence energy. It was pure and flawless, without any impurities. The moment it entered Yifan's body, it became a part of his life. For him, who was at the end of his rope, it was extraordinarily effective. Just what kind of background did the little girl have? This small stone gave birth to endless fantasies. This adorable little girl definitely had an astonishing secret. Originally, Yifan's flame of life was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Now that it was nourished, he temporarily escaped the threat of death. He stood up and looked towards the holy mountain. There was no time to waste. The wounds on his great Tao were worsening. Although the small stone could temporarily revive him, it definitely could not last for long. Every bit of essence energy that was consumed in the small stone reduced his hopes of ascending the holy mountain by a bit. There was no trace of the desolate slaves on the majestic holy mountain. They had all disappeared. It was as if they had returned to the depths of the ancient desolate abyss, cold and lonely. There was no sound at all. He was the only one in the world. He could not feel any fluctuations of life. It was like he had arrived at the end of the world. Yifan clenched his teeth and rushed up the mountain with the small seven-colored stone. Although he could obtain a moment of peace here, staying here for a long time was no different from slowly committing suicide. Swoosh, he had just left the bronze coffin when Desolate's power rushed over. It was like scraping his bones and flesh. The intense pain almost made him cry out. The treasured clothes and stone clothes on his body had long been shattered. At this moment, they turned into powder and fell to the ground. This was a peerless killing intent. It was the merciless suppression of time. It was like a heavenly blade that could destroy everything in the world. The small stone flickered in his hand. A seven-colored radiance seeped out and enveloped him, making him look hazy and vibrant. Yifan was shocked to discover that the small stone had blocked time and Desolate's aura. Although his life was flowing away, it was much slower than before. That's right. Yifan immediately understood. No wonder the little girl was the same as 3 years ago. There was no change at all. This small stone could block the corrosion of time. However, as long as one lived in this world, death was unavoidable. There was no such thing as an eternal existence. The little stone was also growing dim. It could only temporarily block Huang's power. It could only temporarily block Desolate power. Yifan was terrified. This was his final trump card. If he could not reach the holy mountain, then he would truly return to dust. He held the shriveled Qilin seed in his hand as well. The seven-colored stone and the seed of the immortal herb provided him with life essence. The vegetation on the holy mountain was flourishing and the rocks were strange. It could be said to be beautiful. However, Yifan did not give it another glance. At this critical juncture, climbing the holy mountain was the only way out. The closer they got to the mountaintop, the stronger Huang's aura became, penetrating into one's bones. Not even the seven-colored radiance could stop it. The little stone quickly dimmed. Meanwhile, the Qilin divine medicine seed was also withering, about to dry up. Their vitality had been stripped away by Yifan to continue their drying up life. Finally, Yifan reached the summit. This was the center of the life-restricted region. The 9 holy mountains were linked together, forming a giant abyss. It was pitch black and difficult to see the end. Looking at it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if it could devour one's soul. The sacred mountain he ascended was majestic, lofty, and heavy. However, it was completely silent. The endless abyss seemed to be connected to the 9 layers of hell. A horrifying aura pervaded the air. The small stone completely dimmed, no longer flowing with radiance. The Qilin seed was wailing. It couldn't endure Yifan's continuous absorption. Its life was about to reach its end, and it was about to dry up. Kacha, Yifan seemed to hear a cracking sound within his body. His life source was only connected to a small point, but it was almost cut open. His entire body was powerless, and he couldn't even open his eyes. His great Dao injuries had worsened to the extreme. Death was right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he couldn't absorb life essence energy. Even his powerful divine body was about to turn to ashes, forever disappearing from this world. Pooh! Yifan clenched his teeth and spat out a strand of golden essence blood. It burned into golden light, isolating his body and blocking Desolate's power. He stumbled forward. He had been to this place before, and the spring of life was right in front of him. Suddenly, Yifan fell into despair. There was a cold figure standing at the side of the spring. His hair was white like snow, and he was heroic and imposing. It was still that middle-aged man, the desolate slave, an unrivaled expert of the past, was blocking his way. How could he go over? Desolate slaves aren't commonly seen, so why do I keep encountering them? He sighed towards the sky. This was a hopeless situation. Not long ago, the ancient coffin's heavenly sound rang out. Why didn't they return to the abyss? Yifan didn't think that his judgment was wrong. There must have been an accident somewhere. Yifan couldn't even stand steadily, but he didn't want to wait for death like this. He struck out everything on his body. The golden Tao scripture, the silver heavenly origin scripture, and he even wanted to cut open the sea of reincarnation to grab the most mysterious green copper. Weng, the white-haired man took a step forward, and this world was about to collapse. This was the aura of an unrivaled expert. Every move he made the heavens tremble. Yifan's body quickly cracked like fine porcelain. He was about to break apart and turn into powder. A world-shaking unrivaled figure. Even though many years had passed, it was still enough to look down on. The world. His divine might was unfathomable. The white-haired man was like a ruler of the world. He had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and he was the only sovereign in the world. It's over. Even though Yifan's divine body was small success, he still couldn't endure it. His body broke apart, and cracks appeared in his bones. Clang, a crisp sound rang out. The tall and majestic white-haired man grabbed the 3 pieces of ancient jade. His hollow eyes actually had a trace of brilliance. He stopped and didn't take another step. Yifan struck out the 3 pieces of ancient jade left behind by Great Emperor Wushi, and they were caught by the white-haired man. He stared at them without blinking and was in a daze. Yifan's hand had already reached the sea of reincarnation and was ready to destroy the sea of bitterness to grab the green copper. He didn't expect the other party to stop. Clang, with a soft sound, another piece of ancient jade appeared in the white-haired man's hand. It could obviously be pieced together with the other 3 pieces. He was in a daze. Yifan's heart jumped. That was also the ancient jade left behind by Great Emperor Wushi. There were a total of 9 pieces, and he didn't expect the white-haired man to also have one. The white-haired man placed the 4 pieces of ancient jade together on the ground. His eyes became incomparably hollow again. He glanced at Yifan and then jumped into the abyss without looking back. This result exceeded Yifan's expectations, but he didn't have much time to think. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the spring of life in front of him. After an unknown period of time, Yifan woke up. His whole body was soaked in the spring of life, feeling incomparably comfortable. Desolate's power had finally been blocked. A faint fragrance lingered around his body. The spring was incomparably sparkling. He drank large mouthfuls of divine spring water to nourish his almost dried-up life. His energy was slowly recovering. He finally pulled himself back from the door of death and had a hope of living again. In this land of despair that could obliterate peerless experts, there was such a spring of life. It faintly conformed to the will of the heavens. The extreme of death contained a wisp of vitality, giving people a glimmer of hope. Around this spring, there were 13 small trees. They were emerald green and flickered with green light as if carved from jade. They were all less than half a meter tall, and their leaves were like human palms. They looked like little people with many arms. However, there were no fruits on them. They had already been plucked by Yi Fan and Pangbo several years ago. Even now, they still hadn't bloomed or borne fruit. The reason why he chose this sacred mountain was mainly because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was halfway up the mountain. For safety's sake, he didn't go further up the mountain. Yi Fan felt an abnormality. A powerful life force surged around him like a tide, swallowing and spitting out, making him indescribably amazed. Looking down, the small 7-colored stone absorbed the divine spring water and regained its luster. It became sparkling and translucent again. Meanwhile, the Qilin divine medicine seed seemed to have come back to life. It swallowed the sun essence and absorbed the divine spring water. It was originally very shriveled, but now it was slowly filling up again. Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder many people said that only the divine spring could revive the damaged humanoid divine medicine when it was cut out of the northern region. He lay motionlessly in the spring of life, carefully sensing this world. It was actually different from the outside world. It retained a different power of the great Tao. Divine King Zhang's speculation has come true. This was a world from the ancient times. It had the qi activity from before the primordial age. The rules of the world hadn't changed, and everything was different from the present. If I can continue cultivating in this world, I will definitely be able to repair the damage of the great Tao. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. If he could cultivate the saint physique to the great accomplishment realm in this world, even if the rules of the world had changed, he could still defy the heavens. Yi Fan lay in the spring of life. His dried-up lifespan was recovering bit by bit, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to make his qi activity stronger as soon as possible. This was because this was the forbidden area of the primordial age. There might be some existences in the endless abyss. He could be obliterated at any time. In the end, he chose to absorb the essence of the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone, letting them swallow the spring of life. Primordial divine medicines only needed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to be immortal. There was nothing in the world that could absorb the power of immortality faster than them. At this time, with the spring of life beside it, the Qilin seed was like a fish in water. It continuously transformed the power of immortality into its own life. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's life force finally became stronger. He could stand up, and his golden blood energy began to circulate. Although the injuries of the great Tao on his body didn't show any signs of improvement, the undying saint physique was slowly recovering. The flame of life wouldn't dim in a short time. He needed the immortal divine medicine. The 9 sacred mountains had 9 divine roots. In the past, he had already picked 2 kinds of divine fruits. At this time, he looked into the distance. After resting for a long time, Yi Fan held the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone in his hand. He quickly ran around the sacred mountains that surrounded the abyss. As soon as he got close to the sacred mountain, he smelled a refreshing fragrance from afar. It almost made him drunk on the mountain. This sacred mountain was majestic like the sky. It seemed to be the former site of the celestial court. There were many strange flowers and plants, and it was full of vitality. At the center of the flat mountain peak, there was a 2-meter square spring. It gurgled and overflowed with sparkling splendor. It seemed to be formed from divine liquid. At the side of the spring, there were 3 small trees that were half a meter tall. They were scarlet like fire and sparkled as if they were carved from red agate. They looked like 3 dwarfs. Their branches were like arms, and some of their roots were exposed from the ground like legs. It was extremely strange. Although they were short, they were vigorous like horned dragons. They were full of the aura of time and gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. The fragrance was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate. There was a pink fruit at the top of each tree. It seemed to be carved from beautiful jade. It was warm and clear, and its color was different from the small trees. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. The 3 fruits were shaped like little dolls, and they were all the size of a fist. They were very special. Ginseng fruit? The 3 small trees didn't move, but the 3 pink fruits were swaying. It was as if they wanted to struggle free. It was very strange. Yi Fan didn't dare to delay. He rushed into the spring of life to recover his energy. He then plucked them and sealed them in a jade box. Just this aura alone made him intoxicated. Walala! The scarlet divine tree made a sound as its leaves moved. It was like a beautiful melody, and Yi Fan was amazed once again. At this time, the sun was setting. Yi Fan felt that the abyss was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to delay and decided to return to the bronze coffin at night. Before leaving, he couldn't help but go to the edge of the cliff and use his heavenly god's eye to look down into the abyss. That's the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Yi Fan was shocked. In the endless abyss, he saw a broken sacrificial altar floating in the air. It was very ancient and mysterious. His divine eye was successful, but it couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. However, this sacrificial altar wasn't at the deepest part, but halfway down. It was exactly the same as what Mount Tai had seen. So that's how it is. He finally knew why the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had landed here. I don't know the beginning or the end of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The other end of the starry sky and this place are all just relay stations. I don't know where the road ahead is. He muttered to himself. The ancient desolate abyss had existed since time immemorial. What kind of secrets did it hold? No one knew. There were too many legends about it. What was desolation beneath the abyss? Was it a living creature or a type of power? No one could say for sure. Perhaps only the great emperors of ancient times knew. It was pitch black like a bottomless pit that could devour one's mind. The 5-colored altar floated quietly below without any fluctuations. It was unknown what kind of power was used to do all of this. It seemed as if it had never moved since ancient times. It was incomplete and was covered in scars from the passage of time. Its luster had been sealed, leaving behind only calmness and truth. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Mount Tai, ancient Mars star, ancient desolate forbidden ground, where would it be next? Ancient Emperor Ziwei star? This was an unpredictable journey. Yi Fan really wanted to jump down. This 5-colored altar was connected to ancient Mars star. Perhaps it was a way home. He wanted to turn back and set foot on the way home. The setting sun dyed the sky red. The aura of desolation intensified like a volcano about to erupt. Yi Fan's body was under intense attack. He quickly returned to the spring of life to nourish himself. He then filled the pristine jade bottle with divine water and sprinted towards the sacred mountain where the bronze coffin was. Yi Fan's choice was correct. After the sky darkened, the ancient desolate abyss became even more terrifying. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared. Terrifying fluctuations surged, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The aura of desolation spread out and enveloped the 9 sacred mountains. Then, it rushed towards the even more distant forbidden ground. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. There was no sound at all, only boundless pressure. Yi Fan hid in the bronze coffin and observed quietly. He was incomparably shocked. What kind of existence was there at the bottom of the abyss? What kind of power was there? Perhaps only the resurrection of the great emperors could resist it. Or is this the aura of the great emperors? There were countless thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't make a clear judgment. He soaked the Qilin seed and the 7-colored stone in the pristine jade bottle and nourished them with the divine spring. He then took out the ancient jades of great Emperor Wuxia and placed them together. After the 4 emperor jades were pieced together, they formed half a map. The purple mountain, which was guarded by 9 dragon veins, appeared. He pondered for a long time, not knowing when he would be able to enter. Finally, Yi Fan opened the white jade cauldron and took out a pink fruit. It looked like it was carved from pink jade, but it was only the size of a fist. It looked like a pink doll and was very vivid. The fragrance seeped into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and moistened every inch of his flesh. The rich fragrance was an irresistible temptation. The sparkling and translucent fruit contained infinite vitality. On the other side of the starry sky, the ginseng fruit from the ancient myths and legends, could it be such an immortal divine medicine? I think so. Yifan took a bite of the jade-like fruit. His mouth was filled with fragrance, and his whole body was enveloped in brilliance. He felt like he was about to ascend to the heavens, and his whole body was covered in mist. He didn't swallow it all at once. After taking a bite, he began to meditate and refine it, striving to bring out the medicinal power to its fullest. He would stay in this forbidden area for a few months instead of leaving immediately. In just an instant, his body seemed to be on fire. His damaged and withered flesh suddenly became resplendent, and he was enveloped by the blazing light. This is... Yifan was shocked. His great Tao wounds were being nourished. Although there was no sign of them healing, it made him feel comfortable. Fragment of worldly laws. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, and the light on his body became even more brilliant. There was some kind of power of rules in this fruit, and only those who had reached the 4 extreme secret realms could sense it. It was the existence of this power that added a trace of vitality to his great Tao wounds. This was a very good sign. If he ate more of these fruits, there would definitely be obvious improvements. The immortal divine medicine is indeed a holy item. It actually contains such a fragment of worldly laws. Yifan knew that this was the best medicine to heal great Tao wounds. The night was peaceful. He was silent and motionless as he refined this fruit bit by bit. Boom! Suddenly, in the latter half of the night, Yifan was awakened by a loud sound. This part of the world seemed to be turning upside down, and the 9 sacred mountains were shaking. Clatter! The loud sound of iron chains was like a demonic sound from hell. It covered the sky and the earth, and resounded through the clouds. The terrifying iron chains, the sound of death, the loud sound, and the bone-chilling cold. It was as if a peerless savage had broken out from the prison of hell. Yifan was horrified, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He felt an unparalleled killing intent. If he was not in the bronze coffin, his body might have been torn apart. He stood at the edge of the bronze coffin and looked up at the sacred mountains. A chill immediately ran down his spine as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Endless demonic clouds surged out from the abyss like raging waves hitting the clouds. Vaguely, a few huge iron chains could be seen flickering with cold light, connecting to the horizon. A terrifying existence was firmly locked in place, struggling in the horizon. This part of the world was about to collapse. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of low roars that resounded in people's hearts, as if a great mountain was pressing down. What is that? Yifan said to himself. Back then, when they first arrived in this world and left the ancient desolate forbidden land, they had also seen this kind of terrifying scene late at night. There were people in this world who said that this was a desolate slave, a matchless figure that hadn't been tamed yet. There were others who said that this was a clone desolate forged for himself, but it was difficult to truly understand. Yifan retreated into the depths of the bronze coffin and calmed his mind, continuing to refine the sacred fruit. External objects couldn't affect his heart, so he forgot everything and wasn't disturbed by sound. Only after 3 whole days did Yifan finish refining a ginseng fruit, allowing it to completely display its medicinal effects. All of the spiritual essence was absorbed. Within the great Tao scars, life force was unstoppable, showing signs of taking a turn for the better. His blood energy was much more vigorous, and his body recovered its vitality. As expected, great Tao injuries require corresponding natural laws to heal. Just life essence energy isn't enough, Yifan said to himself. Then, he spent another 3 days to refine and absorb the second ginseng fruit. His life energy immediately flourished, and golden blood energy curled around his body. However, Yifan frowned. The great Tao law fragments he absorbed were repeated and did not have much of an effect. The same type of sacred fruit contains the same divine effect. Is it really as the legends say? In reality, there was only one divine herb in the Forbidden Land. The 9 divine fruits were all split off from it, so it could not be considered a true immortal herb. However, if one harvested all 9 fruits, it would be comparable to one. Although the original main root did not turn into 9 divine herbs, If the 9 divine roots mutated and the medicinal effects merged, it would be comparable to 2 or 3 immortal herbs. Of course, there was a huge drawback. Immortal herbs were all unique. After being split off, they lost their spirituality and could no longer fly. The natural laws they contained were also incomplete and incomplete. Only by merging them back together could one obtain a truly flawless and mature immortal herb's effects. Yi Fan sealed the 3rd sacred fruit and did not consume it again. He was prepared to take the risk to pick other sacred fruits to heal his great Tao injuries. What if I run into desolate slaves again? This was what Yi Fan was most worried about. He could not turn danger into safety every time. Who knew, he might be killed next time, his body and soul destroyed. He arrived at the depths of the bronze coffin and used his hands to hug the small coffin. He shook it forcefully, but it did not move at all. He was filled with boundless curiosity and wanted to open it, but he could not move it at all. It is not realistic to carry the coffin up. Looks like I can only rely on myself. Yi Fan sighed and poured the divine spring in the jade bottle into his mouth. Then, he took out the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone before rushing to the summit of Sage Peak. During the day, the 9 sacred mountains were very quiet. Although the aura of desolation was very strong, it was much weaker than at night. Yi Fan continuously drank the divine spring and absorbed the essence of the divine medicine seed and the small stone, so he did not age much. He ascended a sacred mountain that he had never been to before. In the distance, he saw sparkling and translucent, and a boundless fragrance drifted over. Yi Fan quickly approached and rushed into the spring of life. He first drank to his heart's content before looking at the sacred fruits. There were a total of 7 small trees here. They were all pure white, regardless of whether it was their leaves or branches. They flickered with a sparkling and translucent luster. Every single one of them had a crescent moon-shaped fruit. The color was different from the rest of the plants. They were silver and dazzling, like small moons hanging on them. Yi Fan took out the jade cauldron and plucked the 7 silver moon divine fruits. He carefully sealed them before rushing to another sacred mountain. The desolate slaves had not appeared yet, so this was the best opportunity. He wanted to pluck all the divine medicines in the 9 sacred mountains in one go. He arrived at another sacred mountain. 5 small green jade trees swayed and rustled as they flowed with brilliant colors. There was a heart-shaped fruit at the top of each of them. They were scarlet like blood, bright and beautiful. They seemed to be made from the most resplendent rubies, and their fragrance refreshed the mind. When the small tree swayed and the red heart-shaped fruits trembled, it really seemed like 5 hearts were beating. They were filled with powerful vitality and power. Yi Fan quickly plucked them and prepared to rush to the next sacred mountain. However, when he looked into the abyss, his expression changed greatly. The heavenly jade holy maiden flew up like a fairy. Yi Fan turned to flee. At this moment, his vitality could still be considered vigorous, and his speed was extremely fast. Golden blood chi curled around his body like a burning golden divine flame. However, the heavenly jade holy maiden was even faster. She crossed the air and arrived beside him in an instant. She slowly descended, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her beauty was exceptional, like a goddess descending from the heavens. She did not attack and only stared at Yi Fan's feet in a daze. Strands of light flowed in her eyes. Yi Fan's mind was sharp, and he instantly thought of a possibility. He used all his strength and began to use the old lunatic's footwork to rush toward the ancient coffin. As he expected, the heavenly jade holy maiden's black hair fluttered in the wind as she flew in the air. She only stared at his feet and did not attack him. She was observing this strange footwork. Swoosh, before long, Yi Fan rushed back and entered the ancient bronze coffin. The heavenly jade holy maiden stopped and did not follow. Her expression was somewhat blank as if she was trying to recall something. The old lunatic is not dead yet. I don't know if he is your senior brother or your uncle master. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Without a sound, the heavenly jade holy maiden left. Her figure flickered to the peak of the sacred mountain, and then disappeared into the abyss. This time, after returning, Yi Fan began to cultivate in seclusion. He refined the silver moon fruit and the heart-like crimson fruit. Mist flowed and a fragrance assailed the nostrils. In the past half a month, Yi Fan's body had become translucent and radiant. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality. Golden blood chi surged, and ocean-like essence energy surged. The strangest thing was that as he sat there, Tao diagrams lingered around him. They were profound and unfathomable. He was like a god, one with heaven and earth, guiding the Tao into his body. Yi Fan didn't move. The great Tao wounds in his body slowly healed. The incomplete world law fragments were extremely useful to him in this ancient world. Swoosh, he opened his eyes, two blazing beams of divine light shooting out. In this past half a month, he had refined 3 silver moon fruits and 2 heart-like fruits. If I can refine 2 or 3 of each type of divine fruit, the great Tao wounds will definitely be healed. Essence energy surged around his body. Incomplete Tao diagrams lingered around him, constantly imprinting themselves into his body. Yi Fan stood up. He arrived in front of the coffin within the coffin and shook it. Clang, it moved. He had actually moved this small coffin. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just what was inside the coffin? He lifted the coffin lid, wanting to open it and see what was inside. Wang, the moment the small coffin moved, the large coffin also swayed. All sorts of bronze diagrams began to shine. In particular, the starry sky diagram was even more bizarre. It was as if a true sky had appeared with twinkling stars. The vast sky, the boundless starry sky. It was cold and dark, lacking vitality. Loneliness was the eternal theme. The blurry ancient starry road was like a thread that rapidly flickered. Yi Fan was truly shocked. The ancient starry road had no end. Who was it that paved it, and what kind of distant place did it lead to? Was it the ancient Myrtle Star, or an even more ancient and mysterious star region? The inside of the bronze coffin was filled with a mysterious aura. All kinds of bronze carvings were flickering and flowing with a dim brilliance. The rust was very thick, but it couldn't cover up the vague bronze carvings. There were ancient ancestors looking up at the starry sky and ancient gods with tear stains. At this time, it was as if they were alive. They wanted to rush out through the bronze and the thick rust, giving off an incomparably realistic feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He let go of the coffin and carefully observed everything, wanting to comprehend the mysteries within. More and more vague bronze carvings were flickering. The ferocious 9-headed divine bird spread its wings and flew across the sky. It was a heaven-defying creature like the sacred battle ape, standing tall in the clouds with its staff splitting the sky. There were ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, such as the Taotai, Xianxia, and Bian. There were also many creatures he didn't recognize. They were huge and had sinister faces. They were so vivid and lifelike that it would cause people to feel fear. What Yi Fan paid the most attention to was the starry sky diagram. It was so real, profound, and ever-changing, making people feel boundless and boundless. A cold and dark aura rushed over. He wanted to capture the ancient starry sky path, but the thin thread was moving too fast. He had no idea what kind of star field it had passed through. That was because the star field was boundless. Without any reference coordinates, he couldn't identify it at all. Looking at the star field from the other end of the starry sky was completely different from here. He didn't know where to look from. Mount Tai, ancient Mars star, ancient desolate forbidden ground. Does it point to the ancient Earth star next? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the carvings on the coffin lost their luster and quickly dimmed down. It seemed that they were all related to the small coffin. It stopped moving and everything calmed down. The bronze coffin in the giant coffin was 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide. It was simple and dull, with ancient carvings on it. It was covered in a bronze green and full of the vicissitudes of time. Clang! Yi Fan exerted force and wanted to open the lid. He had endless questions in his heart. What kind of character was buried in a coffin pulled by 9 dragons? Buzz. As expected, when he moved the coffin again, all kinds of carvings flickered, full of mystery. Clang! Yi Fan felt as if he was pulling up a mountain. The bronze coffin was as heavy as a great mountain. He used all his strength, and his whole body seemed to be cast in gold. His golden blood and energy boiled, and the bones of the immortal holy body creaked and almost broke. Boom! Finally, he opened the ancient coffin's lid a bit, revealing an extremely small crack. A strand of chaotic energy seeped out, immediately sending him flying. Even someone as powerful as the golden sage body was punched with a bloody hole. If it wasn't for the green copper piece in the sea of bitterness that gently shook and absorbed the misty chaotic chi, he would have turned into powder just now. Yifan was overwhelmed with shock. This was too terrifying. A wisp of chaotic energy appeared. Even a small perfection saint physique was like a piece of paper that couldn't be blocked at all. This result made his heart tremble. He hurriedly drank the divine spring to heal his wounded body. He didn't want his body to be destroyed by this ancient coffin when the cracks in his great Tao were about to heal. His entire body's essence energy was like a tide, quickly circulating. Yifan was indescribably shocked. Just what was inside the small copper coffin? To be able to chant the heavenly sound of the great Tao, it might be an ancient scripture. It seeped out a strand of chaotic energy, so it might be a supreme treasure. If it was a corpse, then it would be even more terrifying. After a long time, Yifan's wounds finally healed. He naturally didn't dare to lift the coffin lid again because there was an exceptional killing intent. He paced back and forth in the giant coffin, carefully observing every diagram. He thought about it seriously, and the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Countless shocking ideas emerged in his mind. The boundless star domain had too many secrets. The ancient starry sky path had no end, and it was unknown where it ended. This ancient and mysterious starry land might just be a segment of the road. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin might have set sail as early as the ancient times. Just where were they heading? Perhaps? Wuxia had no end, no answer, and no home. Yifan pondered for a long time, and then he walked out of the ancient coffin with the Qilin divine medicine seed and the small 7-colored stone. He arrived in front of the 9 enormous dragon corpses and began to have ideas about them. Regardless of whether they were true dragons or not, their bodies were so similar that they were definitely not ordinary. Taking a step back, even if they were flood dragons, they had most likely evolved to an unfathomable realm. Just based on the fact that they had pulled the bronze coffin through the boundless star domain and hadn't rotted until now, it was enough to prove everything. Their entire bodies were treasures. Yifan's great Tao scars hadn't healed, but his corporeal body had more or less recovered. His divine power was unparalleled, and he wanted to release dragon blood again. However, after trying for a long time, he still couldn't pluck out a single dragon scale. Dang, he forcefully pulled off the dragon horn, causing the web between his thumb and index finger to split open, but he couldn't pull it out at all. He pulled on a dragon whisker and almost broke his own palm, but he still couldn't cut it off. These are exceptional divine treasures. I've been guarding them, but I can't take anything out at all. Yifan was truly at his wit's end. He wanted to try to carry a dragon away, but he discovered that it was even heavier than a mountain. Moreover, there were iron chains connected to the bronze coffin, so he couldn't cut them off or push them away. In the following days, he recuperated his injured body while pondering over the bronze coffin and the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, even though he clearly knew that they were treasures, he couldn't do anything about them. He couldn't cut them off, and he couldn't move them. He was guarding a treasure mountain, but he couldn't obtain even a single copper. This was a very helpless matter. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had already been in the forbidden land of the desolate antiquity for more than 20 days. In this ancient world, the great Tao scars were indeed recovering bit by bit. Several years ago, he had plucked 2 types of divine fruits, and today, he had plucked 3 more. There were still 4 types of divine roots left in the 9 sacred mountains, so he decided to take another risk. This time, he was very successful, and he plucked the 6th type of divine fruit. It was shaped like a small sun, and every single one of them was golden and dazzling. They were perfectly round, and every one of them was the size of an infant's fist. This 6th type of divine root had 9 small trees, so naturally, there were as many as 9 fruits. As he held them in his hand, they made his body shine resplendently. The bronze coffin was resplendent, and it was overflowing with fragrance. The brilliance flickered, and just smelling the aura made one have the illusion that they were about to ascend. All the pores on his body relaxed as he was continuously baptized by divine power. They really were like sun essence. The medicinal strength was mysterious and powerful, beautiful and sparkling. Just looking at them left one intoxicated. Yifan entered seclusion again. On the 6th day, after he refined the 2 golden sun fruits, damaged Tao diagrams lingered around his body, engraving themselves within his body and entering the great Tao scars. One could clearly see that the wounds were slowly healing, and his injuries were developing in a better direction. At the same time, his flesh also began to change. His bones and flesh seemed like they were going to be reborn. Before this, when he entered the Holy Land, he was injured too severely by Huang's power. He ate a total of 7 divine fruits, yet he was only able to recover to his peak state. Now, he refined 2 more golden sun divine fruits. His inner organs were all shaken, and there were signs of his bones being reborn. 3 days later, when he refined the 3rd sun divine fruit, his bones released pipa sounds. His body split apart, and a layer of old skin fell off, forming a new body. His flesh was extremely tyrannical. After breaking free of his old body, he was once again full of vitality. His flesh shell was even stronger than before. He sealed the other 6 golden fruits because the heaven and earth natural law fragments inside were the same. They could no longer be used on the great Tao scars. Yifan exerted strength, actually carrying the small bronze coffin on his back. One could imagine just how powerful his divine power was right now. It surpassed the past. Even though it was very strenuous, he was truly shaken. It was as if he was moving while carrying a mountain on his back. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and sweat poured down. Golden blood energy coiled around his body like flames. Dang, when he placed the small bronze coffin down, a sky-shaking sound rang out. The coffin and the large outer coffin seemed to have some kind of suction force, merging back together. There are 3 more fruits. I have to pick them all and heal the great Tao scars. However, in the following days, Yifan saw desolate slaves several times. He didn't dare ascend the mountain out of fear of provoking a fatal disaster. He waited like this for half a month, and during this time, he saw them twice. It looks like I can only carry the small bronze coffin up the mountain. After Yifan made his decision, he carried the small coffin on his back and walked up the mountain step by step. The pressure made his bones creak, and with every step he took, the iron-like sacred mountain would crack. After ascending the sacred mountain, he saw desolate slaves again. There was a white-haired man, the heavenly jade holy lady, and a ruddy old man. As Yifan advanced step by step, the 3 desolate slaves stared at the bronze coffin in a daze. They didn't do anything. Instead, they retreated as if they didn't want to get too close. Whoosh, in the end, they all jumped into the abyss and didn't appear again. It was as if they were extremely fearful of the bronze coffin. This was the first time Yifan picked herbs while carrying a coffin. However, he had no other choice in order to survive. On this day, he picked 3 kinds of holy fruits in a row. They were all strange and extraordinary. One of them was shaped like a small cauldron. The Tao lingered around it, and a hazy mist surrounded it. There were a total of 6 of them. There was another one that was like a flying bird. It was scarlet like blood and looked lifelike. It looked like it was going to spread its wings and soar into the sky. There were a total of 5 of them. The final fruit was also very special. It was shaped like a small disc that flickered with blue light. There were 8 faint golden scars on it that looked like the 8 trigrams. There were a total of 5 of them. This, Yifan clicked his tongue in wonder. These holy fruits were too special. There was not a single one that was the same. All of them were incomparably wondrous and dazzling, flickering with brilliance. He successfully picked all the holy fruits and carried the bronze coffin back with great difficulty. On the way down the mountain, he almost rolled down. The small bronze coffin was too heavy, and it almost broke all the bones in his body. In the following half a month, the aura of the Tao filled the ancient bronze coffin. It was fragrant, and all sorts of strange fruits bloomed with incomparably dazzling light. When he refined the scarlet bird fruit, there seemed to be a vermilion bird fluttering around him. There were phoenix cries, and the incomplete Tao diagram revolved around him. Every inch of his flesh and blood trembled as he was constantly being reborn. When he refined the small cauldron divine fruit, his bones broke inch by inch. Then, they reformed and were constantly reborn. The incomplete Tao diagram first circled around his body before finally submerging into the great Tao scars. When he refined the 8 trigram scars on the holy fruit, 8 innate patterns turned into the 8 trigrams that lined up in all directions, surrounding him. Mysterious Tao diagrams appeared one after another, submerging him within. In these 20 days, Yi Fan's flesh and bones were constantly reborn. He was reborn. Even though he carved the 9 ancient characters on his body, he still almost became even smaller. This rebirth made his body extremely tyrannical. It seemed as if he could pierce through the world with just a raise of his hand. The vermilion bird fruit, cauldron fruit, and 8 trigrams fruit were clear and flawless. They sparkled like 7-colored glass and were dazzling. After being refined, they turned into incomplete Tao diagrams that were also mysterious and unfathomable. They were constantly branded into his body. Outside of Yi Fan's body, the small blood-red vermilion bird danced in the air. The small cauldron floated up and down and the 8 trigrams diagram spun around. It was extremely strange. The medicinal efficacy was too strong. If he didn't carve the 9 ancient characters on his body, he might have turned into a child. If he was as small as the little girl, then he would be in big trouble. The bronze coffin was covered with impurities. There were broken bones and cracked skin. This scene made his hair stand on end, but it was real. He had shed himself. During this half a month, Yi Fan was truly shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones, but it was a type of inhumane torture. His entire body was splitting apart, his internal organs sounding like heavenly sounds, his bones breaking and reforming inch by inch. In the end, he took 2 of each of the 3 divine fruits. After 20 days of seclusion, he had cleanly absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the 6 divine fruits. At this time, his body was flawless. It was sparkling and translucent, almost translucent. His blood was red with a faint golden color and there were even golden lights flowing within. Yi Fan stood up and pressed down in the void. Space collapsed. His body was clean and flawless. Precious splendor flowed around him like an immortal god on an altar. At this time, he felt that his body was comparable to a saint lord. If those people didn't use their heaven-shaking magical power and only used their bodies to fight him, he could suppress them. It had to be known that there were many chasms between the two of them. In terms of cultivation, there was still a great disparity. However, his body was even stronger. It could be said to be shocking. The medicinal efficacy of the divine fruit was extraordinary. It allowed him to be reborn once again. Now, he didn't need a weapon and could use his bare hands to shatter divine weapons. He himself was a powerful human-shaped weapon. However, Yi Fan sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Several years ago, when he ate the divine fruit for the first time, apart from being reborn, it also opened up his sea of bitterness, allowing his saint body to cultivate. When he consumed the holy fruit for the second time, his physical body underwent a metamorphosis, and his divine sense also became extremely terrifying. A small golden lake appeared between his brows, and it became a powerful trump card. This time, the strange power entered the scar of the great Tao and didn't appear. It was helping him resolve his inevitable death. Damned crack of the great Tao. But he soon understood. The saint body couldn't cultivate for more than 100,000 years. How could he break the curse without paying a great price? It could be said that he had used an immortal herb to fight against the invisible great Tao of heaven and earth. To have such a result was already a great blessing in misfortune. The Supreme God King had done everything he could and basically sacrificed his life, but in the end, he still failed to help him defy the heavens. It was no surprise that he needed so many holy fruits to change his fate of certain death. It was already fated. Yi Fan looked at his injuries and revealed a smile. After dozens of days of nourishment, the cracks in his great Tao had already healed. His life source was crystal clear. This is... Suddenly, his smile froze. Although the large crack in his life source had healed, there was still a small, barely visible crack. If he didn't look inside carefully, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. It was too well hidden. There was only a trace, which could be considered a kind of hidden injury. If he walked out of the forbidden area like this, the old injury would most likely reopen after a long time. Why is it like this? Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He had eaten all kinds of divine fruits. Although he still had some, the fragments of the laws inside were repeated, so they were useless for the great Tao scar. In the primordial world, even nourishing divine fruits couldn't cure it. What else could he do? Yi Fan frowned. This was a terrible discovery. Was he really destined to be suppressed by the world and couldn't walk out unscathed? Suddenly, he raised his head, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and said to himself, yes, that must be it. The 9 sacred mountains had 9 kinds of divine roots. Although there were many divine fruits with shocking medicinal power, they weren't the true immortal medicine. In fact, there is only one immortal medicine here. The one I obtained is incomplete. Yi Fan came to a realization. The 9 types of divine roots merged into one. That was the most primordial divine medicine of immortality. Only the rules of heaven and earth contained in it were flawless, and only then could it repair the scars of the great path in his body. During these several dozen days, he had refined 7 kinds of divine fruits. 2 of them were missing because he had consumed them years ago. Was this the will of the heavens? Only by combining the 9 divine fruits can I heal the great Tao scar or find a truly mature immortal medicine and not a mutated fruit like this. Yi Fan looked at the Qilin seed in his hand. It wasn't mature yet. Even if it was planted on the sacred mountain, who knew how many years it would take before it could be harvested? He thought about it carefully and his eyes brightened. He carried the small bronze coffin on his back and started to climb the mountain in order to completely resolve his crisis. At this time, his mortal body was even more terrifying than a holy lord's. Carrying the bronze coffin wasn't that strenuous anymore. Soon, he arrived at a sacred mountain. This was the place where he had picked the first divine fruit several years ago. He placed the bronze coffin on the ground and entered the spring of life. He carefully dug out the roots of a small tree and cut off a small section of the rhizome. Since the main root of the immortal medicine was divided into 9 divine roots, then their rhizome was definitely the most essential part. He wanted to use this to make up for his deficiencies. Yi Fan didn't want to destroy everything. There were 13 small trees here, and he only cut off a small section of the lateral root from each one. He also plucked some branches and leaves before descending the mountain. 7 days later, Yi Fan opened his eyes in the bronze coffin and revealed a satisfied expression. Everything was as he had guessed. The divine roots contained fragments of the great Tao. Tao diagrams appeared and were branded into his body. The crack in his life source had almost completely disappeared. He naturally wanted to do it perfectly and not leave behind any residual effects. He carried the small bronze coffin up the mountain again and arrived at the second divine medicine he had picked several years ago to dig out the divine roots. 10 days later, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the coffin and carefully examined it. His life source was sparkling and translucent. It was pure and flawless. The great Tao scar had completely disappeared and there were no longer any flaws. At this point, in this world that still retained the archaic laws, Yi Fan's injuries were completely healed. He no longer had any hidden worries. He let out a long breath. He had finally truly broken the curse and defied the heavens to reconnect the broken path of his divine physique. However, this kind of price was too great. If the outside world still didn't change, it would be almost impossible for another divine physique like him to appear. No one could bear this kind of price. This trip was a complete success. He had resolved his hopeless situation. The immortal divine medicine is indeed heaven-defying. No wonder every great emperor has one. Not only can it revive the dead, but it also contains the laws of the great Tao. Yi Fan sighed. The immortal divine medicine was rare even in the archaic era. It was the most precious divine object in the world and could be called immortal treasures. It was hard to find in the entire world. Now, there was even less of a need to talk about it. The immortal divine medicine had flown into the 7 great life forbidden zones and could no longer be seen. It had become a legend. The divine fruit of the desolate forbidden zone was not a true immortal medicine, but it contained endless power. Each one of them was enough to let Yi Fan be reborn. From this, one could imagine how incredible the true immortal divine medicine was. Yi Fan didn't leave but continued to cultivate here. Perhaps this archaic world could help him speed up his cultivation. He didn't have to worry about being corroded by the desolate power while hiding in the coffin. After entering the four extreme secret realms, one needed to comprehend everything and no longer rely on external objects like the divine source. Yi Fan knew this a long time ago. Absorbing the divine fruit was an obvious example. His fleshly body had become strong enough to compete with holy masters and even suppress them. However, his magic power and cultivation hadn't broken through to a new realm. The four extreme secret realms require one to reside in the void and imprint the emotionless great Tao. Only by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth can one advance. Not only do I need to cultivate the physique, but I also need to cultivate the true Tao. Yi Fan went into seclusion and sat in the ancient coffin. He didn't move at all. His heart was peaceful and very ethereal. He calmed his heart and comprehended. His entire being became blurry and imprinted in the void. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, Yi Fan's heart was clear. Sometimes, it was full of colors and sometimes, it was empty. He was like an eternal God who didn't know the passage of time. He didn't care about the ups and downs of the mortal world. One of his arms seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. It entered the void and reached out to the limits of heaven and earth. The human body had 4 extremes. It could reach the 4 extremes of heaven and earth and draw upon the great Tao of the heavens. His left arm imprinted itself in the void and turned into a Tao diagram, becoming eternal. Yi Fan activated the mysterious technique recorded in the eternal universe scripture and comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. He made his first extreme become the embodiment of the Tao. All kinds of wonderful sounds came from the heaven and earth at the same time. Even in this cursed forbidden land, nothing could stop it. All kinds of heaven and earth patterns fell down like sparkling flower petals. They fluttered about and entered the ancient coffin. Tao diagrams appeared one after another, surrounding Yi Fan. He was like an immortal god with primal chaos swirling around his body. It was as if he was sitting at the beginning of the world and was surrounded by all kinds of Tao patterns. The heavenly sounds of the Tao resounded through the clouds. He was neither happy nor worried. His expression was serene like a smiling god. He had a kind of calmness and confidence as if he was one with the heaven and earth. In this recent period of time, he had experienced too many things. He was always hovering between life and death and had long developed a Tao sense in his heart. This time, when he isolated himself in the forbidden ancient coffin, success came naturally and he broke through in one go. Yi Fan's left arm entered the heaven and earth and became eternal, becoming the embodiment of the Tao. His right arm also flickered and was surrounded by Tao diagrams. He advanced to the second level of the 4 extremes. He didn't move at all as he sat there. The divine sounds of the great Tao rang out endlessly in his body, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens. It was as if there was an ancient deity chanting scriptures. 3 months after Yi Fan entered the forbidden ancient land, he finally opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with serenity and his heart was incomparably tranquil. He was only a step away from the 3rd level of the 4 extremes. He stood up and gazed outside the forbidden ancient land. He said to himself, "It's time to leave." Yi Fan had some thoughts in his heart. He couldn't sit there anymore. If he wanted to break through again, he needed an opportunity. It wasn't something that could be solved by just sitting there. He thought of little Tingting and divine King Jiang. He couldn't delay any longer. The flames of life of those two could be extinguished at any time. He needed to find them as soon as possible with the divine fruit. This was also the main reason why his Tao heart was unstable and couldn't break through again. "I've disappeared from the world for 3 months. Perhaps many people thought I was dead." Yi Fan stood up and gazed outside the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan was about to leave. He ascended the 9 sacred mountains one after another and dug out some of the 9 divine roots in order to create a perfect immortal divine medicine to save people. In addition, the 9 springs of life could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. There were also priceless treasures in this world, so he naturally wouldn't forget them. He had brought a total of 9 jade bottles, enough to store a large mountain. He wanted to collect a large amount of the immortal divine spring water, but the forbidden ancient land could reduce any treasure to an ordinary item. The 9 jade bottles had almost become ordinary vessels. Each could only store a dozen or so kilograms of water, not even a drop more. Even so, Yi Fan was still very satisfied. He had even picked the immortal divine medicine and healed the wounds of the great Tao. The harvest this time could be said to be heaven-defying. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Since ancient times, many old sacred masters had entered the forbidden area of life in their later years. Like moths flying into a flame, almost all of them were turned into ashes, and it was very difficult for them to reappear in the world. It's time to leave. Yifan stood above the ancient desolate abyss and stared at the five-colored altar in the darkness. He was in a daze. At this moment, he had an urge to jump down with the little copper coffin. When would he be able to cross the star domain? After a long time, he turned around and arrived at the bank of a spring of life. He took out the Qilan seed and looked at it. Should he plant it here? Without a doubt, the forbidden ancient land was very suitable for it to grow. In the future, it would definitely become a mature immortal divine medicine and become a worldly immortal treasure. However, the immemorial divine medicine was full of spirituality. Perhaps, once it germinated, it would fly away on its own before it could grow up and escape to a dangerous place that no one could find. In the end, Yifan put it away. This immortal divine medicine seed still had other uses, so he couldn't let it go now. He could plant it himself in the future. Yifan went down the mountain and walked around the bronze coffin for a long time. He stared at the 9 dragon corpses and really wanted to drag them away. These were all divine treasures. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he was too greedy. Why did he want to take away everything he saw? It seems that after staying with the Black Emperor for a long time, I've been infected with its habits. Yifan himself laughed. He had plucked all the divine fruits, not even the roots and leaves. He also took a lot of the divine spring, and now he was thinking about the bronze coffin. The big black dog would rather kill wrongly than let go. He took whatever he saw. He was extremely greedy and even wanted to take the treasures of his acquaintances. He had done this to Yifan many times. This damn dog is full of bad habits. Being affected by it, I'm almost like it. Yifan did not blush at all and pushed all the blame onto the Black Emperor. He stroked his chin. He really wanted to carry the small coffin away, but in the end, he sighed. This coffin was too demonic. He couldn't put it away at all. To it, he took it to the divine spring and by. He could it by Yifan's to the fan. And by, he had and by the divine spring after the divine spring of Tichen to after another. By 2. Yifan put the small bronze coffin back to its original position. He didn't even look back as he left. He held the Qilan seed and the small 7-colored stone, gulping down large mouthfuls of divine spring water. It wasn't long before he arrived at the edge of the forbidden ancient land. He could see the ancient forest that stretched for 400 kilometers. He was about to leave this forbidden land. He turned around and took a look. There were too many secrets in this forbidden land. Unless he became an ancient emperor, there was no way he could understand them. The injuries of the great Tao have finally healed. I'm back. Yifan was unsettled. When he first came to the southern region, he was on the verge of death. Now, he had finally gotten out of this hopeless situation. Suddenly, he sensed great danger. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Boom, a thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. Its diameter was over 30 meters, and it pierced through heaven and earth. This was too sudden, and Yifan was sent flying several hundred meters away. Mother Fasterus Kerr, is there a mistake? The sky is bright and clear, and there isn't even a single cloud. How could there be lightning? His entire body was pitch black, and his clothes were turned into ashes that stuck to his body. Even though he wasn't injured in the slightest, he was in a sorry state. Even his hair was standing on end. Boom, another bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. The radiance was blazing, and it was as if a purple mountain ridge was falling down. It was thick and terrifying, and it made it hard for one to breathe. At first, Yifan thought that someone was plotting against him. However, he quickly realized that something wasn't right. This was definitely lightning that came from the heavens. It was impossible for it to be man-made. Heavenly tribulation. He deduced the truth. His expression immediately changed. How could he provoke a heavenly tribulation for no reason? He felt that this was too illogical. The terrifying lightning turned into a purple sea, submerging this place. Terrifying fluctuations surged violently, suffocating everyone. The towering ancient trees and giant boulders were all blasted into ashes. How could I be struck by lightning for no reason? Yifan was truly speechless. Boom, the sea of lightning was berserk, almost pressing down onto the ground and covering him. Lightning struck one after another, and all kinds of strange beasts in the endless mountain range were alarmed. Could it be because I broke through to the second layer of the Four Extremities realm? Yifan immediately felt a headache. If that was the case, he would have to suffer in the future. He thought of what the Black Emperor said. More than 100,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wuxia was often struck by lightning, and in the end, he became used to it. It seemed like he would most likely be like this in the future. Grandpa is very close, and Uncle loves me very much, but why do I have to be struck by lightning? Mother ****. Yifan cursed. Heavenly tribulation struck one after another, causing the endless mountain range to tremble. The mountains in this region all collapsed and were turned into fine powder by the lightning, becoming a barren land. Just like the last time, there were a total of 5 heavenly tribulations. Each tribulation had a total of 9 small tribulations. It was terrifying to the extreme, striking until the mountains shook and the earth quaked. This mountainous region was completely destroyed. It was a scene of the end of the world. Other than Yifan, no other creatures existed. The lightning struck out an incomparably large abyss. However, Yifan was not seriously injured. This time, he was reborn in the ancient desolate forbidden land, using the undying holy body to resist the lightning tribulation. He was no longer as miserable as last time. When everything calmed down, he lightly shook his body, and his injured body instantly recovered. His entire body blossomed with auspicious colors, bright and clean, flawless, sparkling and translucent like jade. His powerful precious body had withstood the heavenly tribulation. If I had snatched the holy maiden and seized the extreme path holy weapon, I would accept being struck by lightning, but I have never done such a thing. Yifan was indignant. Fortunately, this place was still 800 li away from the outside world. Otherwise, such a great commotion would definitely attract many people. If people knew that he had gathered all the holy fruits, it would definitely be a great disaster. Yifan put on a set of green clothes and walked into the primitive ancient forest with large strides. When he passed by a stone wall, he stopped and thought of some distant past events. What happened to the classmates who came to this world with him? He sighed softly and disappeared into the mountain forest. In the endless distance ahead, a faintly discernible immortal palace appeared. Its scale was vast, and the halls were continuous. It was as if a palace from the heavens had fallen into the mortal world. Yifan tried to get closer, but just like in the past, the immortal palace outside the ancient desolate forbidden land could not be approached at all. He did not force himself and just left. Yifan had already left for 3 months. He did not know what had happened during this period of time. It was likely that many people thought that he had died, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. When he was about to leave the 800-li-old forest, he discovered a few cultivators who had actually sealed off this place. One look was enough to tell that they were people from great sections. Yifan was astonished and hid his figure. He did not want to stir up any trouble. However, things did not go as he wished. Someone laid down formation patterns in the mountain forest, and his whereabouts were exposed. "You, come here." An arrogant youngster in the mountain forest shouted at Yifan from not too far away. Yifan swept his eyes over him and did not pay him any attention. He directly walked out of the mountain forest. He was eager to return home, and he did not know how the little girl was doing. If she did not give out the little 7-colored stone, she would most likely have died inside. "I'm talking to you. I told you to come here." That youngster was furious. He pointed at Yifan and loudly berated him. "Who are you? What right do you have to order me around and set up an obstacle for no reason? Just what are your intentions?" Yifan looked at him coldly. The youngster was startled at first, and then he coldly said, "Several great sects have sealed off this place, and everyone knows about it. Yet you dare to barge in recklessly. You don't know the difference between life and death." Yifan was moved. Was there someone else who had designs on the ancient desolate forbidden land? Unfortunately, it was destined to be a wasted effort. The corners of his lips couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. You can still smile when death is at hand. That youngster sneered again and again. Such big words. This mountain forest is ownerless. What does it have to do with you that I'm passing by? Yi Fan calmly said. Truly tired of living. You really don't know? The Yin-Yang sect and the three great sage of the Eastern Baron have joined hands to carve a supreme formation pattern here to open the space gate and transport people to the 9 sacred mountains to harvest the divine herbs. Anyone who dares to barge in will be killed without mercy. Yi Fan was startled. 3 months had passed, and the Yin-Yang sect still hadn't given up. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Baron had also made their moves. Yan City must be full of experts. Die. The youngster raised his hand and shot out dozens of source stones. He wanted to activate the formation pattern and refine Yi Fan to death. Swoosh. Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and traveled through space. He arrived beside the youngster in a flash and pressed down lightly. With a pu sound, the youngster's life was ended. What happened? An old man brought 7 youngsters into the forest. Who are you? Someone shouted. That old man was obviously an expert of the dragon transformation realm. His expression darkened as he walked towards Yi Fan. He turned his hand and slapped down, wanting to restrain Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately laughed. There was someone who dared to fight him in close combat. It was truly an old man who was tired of living. Pooh. He reached out a golden hand to meet the old man's attack. The old man's arm was broken into pieces and his body was smashed into smithereens. This old man was indeed strong. Unfortunately, he didn't use any magic power and overestimated himself. As a result, he was killed on the spot. Who are you? Everyone else's expression changed. An elder of the dragon transformation realm was killed with a single slap. This was too frightening. Everyone's heart was pounding, and their stomachs were cramping. Surging golden blood chi and a physique comparable to a real dragon. He's that Saint Body. What? He's not dead yet? Wasn't it rumored that he had been dead for 3 months? These people felt that the situation was not good. They turned around and ran. The Saint Body was not dead and had appeared near the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. This was not a small matter at all. Bang! Unfortunately, they couldn't escape at all. Yi Fan's hand pressed down in the air. Before they could run more than 10 steps, they were all turned into a mist of blood. The turbulent Yan capital, the Holy Lands and the great sects of the Central Plains. Unfortunately, your efforts are destined to be in vain. Yi Fan chuckled. Whoosh! He flashed and disappeared into the forest. Not long after, he entered the Yan capital. As soon as Yi Fan returned to the Yan capital, he heard a lot of news. Many people were discussing this matter. Other than the Yin-Yang school and the 3 great sages' lands, the ancient Hua dynasty hadn't left yet. Other great sects were also preparing to take action and find ways to harvest the immortal medicine. The young kings of the Central Plains and the geniuses of the Eastern Barren territory fought one after another. Many elders were alarmed and became the focus of the day. He doesn't have much time left. According to his temperament, he should come back to take a look. In Zhang Wenchang's little bar, Ji Hui walked in with a dragon-headed walking stick. She glanced at Zhang Wenchang with disdain and a cold smile on her face. Damned old woman. Yi Fan had just returned and saw this old woman, which made him want to kill her. The tavern was very quiet. There were no other customers. Zhang Wenchang had aged even more. His eyes were dim as he stood there woodenly like a scarecrow without a heart. He was lifeless and there was no light in his eyes. He was bullied and humiliated by others. Life was not going his way, but he was always silent. His world was dark. Useless old man, did you see the Saint Body before but didn't tell us? A young man asked coldly. No, Zhang Wenchang replied woodenly. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. He was filled with depression. Is he really dead? If that's the case, then it's too easy for him. Another young man was very unhappy. He glared at Zhang Wenchang and said, if you dare to lie to us, you will be in trouble. A few months ago, he fought against the young king of the Central Plains. However, he hasn't shown up for 3 months. Many people say that he is already dead. Ji Hui sneered and said, he is definitely not dead. 3 months ago, he appeared 1.5 million miles away. His goal is obviously to come to the Yen Kingdom. This is the only place where he has met. Great-grandmother, you always say that he is not dead, but why hasn't he shown up? A young man was confused. He was Ji Hui's direct descendant. This brat is very cunning. I think he has returned long ago. He just hasn't shown up yet. Ji Hui's eyes were sharp as she stared at Zhang Wenchang. He is going to die anyway. Why should we make such a big fuss? There is no need to make such a big fuss over a dead person. A grandnephew of Ji Hui said. This little bastard burned half of my body. I only recovered after cultivating in seclusion for more than a year. If I don't skin him with my own hands, how can I vent my anger? Ji Hui slammed her dragon-headed walking stick on the ground. Then, she sneered meaningfully and said, different civilizations will collide and create dazzling sparks. For cultivators, if his experience is imprinted, it will be a supreme experience. Ancestor, what are you talking about? A few young people of the Ji family didn't understand. You won't understand even if I tell you. Ji Hui's face turned cold, and she didn't say anything else. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The upper echelons of the Ji clan must have known that he came from the other side of the starry sky. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such a thing. When they were in the northern region, Ji Haoyue had revealed similar information. He had hypothesized that if the divine body was not from this world, could it break the curse? But, if we kill him, that person from the Jiang family, we can't afford to offend him, a middle-aged man in his 40s said with a worried expression. Who said I was going to kill him? Ji Hui's face was gloomy. She revealed a cruel smile and said, he is going to die anyway. Isn't it too easy to kill him? I want to. Slowly peel off his skin, pull out his bones, and refine him well. Old fart. In the distance, Yi Fan sneered. Even if that's the case, I'm afraid that it will still provoke that person. It's better to think thrice, advised the middle-aged man. I know what I'm doing. I won't kill him. Even if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with the clan. I will take full responsibility, Ji Hui said coldly. The middle-aged man stopped talking because Ji Hui's father was an extremely powerful great elder. Even the Saint Lord of the Ji clan had to be wary of him. He had already heard the secret. The divine body came from an unknown place. Everything he experienced was a supreme experience for cultivators. These were mostly revealed by the great elder. The ultimate divine king of the Jiang clan might not be in this world anymore. A young man sneered, lacking respect. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense, the middle-aged man scolded. Even though he also thought that divine King Jiang had most likely passed away, the older generation still had scruples. They were afraid that the divine king would come back. The more powerful one was, the more scruples they had. What's the point of guarding this half-crippled old man? The divine body obviously won't come. A young man glanced at Zhang Wenchang, pushed him to the side, and said, get lost. Can't you see that I'm walking over? Zhang Wenchang stumbled and almost fell to the ground. His temples were white, and crow's feet were piled up at the corners of his eyes. His body was very thin, and he hit the table heavily to stabilize himself. He stood to the side in a daze and said nothing. He was extremely depressed. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes as he silently endured all of this. Ji Hui's expression was cold as she said, the divine body must have come a long time ago. He is proficient in Genesis techniques, so he must have changed his appearance. He doesn't have much time left, so he will come to see his old friends. But if he doesn't show up, there's nothing we can do, a young man mumbled. Ji Hui glanced at Zhang Wenchang in disdain and said to the young men, cut off one of his arms, but don't take his life. His experience is also a supreme experience. If that little bastard still doesn't show up, then cut off one of his legs. Let's see how cruel he can be and how long he can endure. Yi Fan had never hated a person so much. He wanted to cut Ji Hui into 8 pieces and nail them on the city gate of Yen City for everyone to see. He was already very tough, but at this moment, he was furious. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to break. He walked out with the god-beating whip on his back and forced his way into the tavern. He couldn't just watch as Zhang Wencheng's arm was chopped off by someone else. He had already done his big thing. He had picked the sacred medicine and successfully walked out of the forbidden ancient land. He no longer had any scruples in the southern region, so he revealed his true face and walked over. "Ji Hui, you damned old woman." Yi Fan's voice was really cold and it terrified one's soul. Everyone on the street felt the temperature drop rapidly. The invisible killing intent made them shiver uncontrollably. They felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and their teeth and lips were trembling. "Little bastard, you finally dared to show up. I should have cut off one of his arms earlier. Otherwise, you would have come out long ago." Ji Hui's eyes were cold. She suddenly stood up with the help of her dragon-headed cane. The others from the Ji family were shocked. They stared at the green-clothed youth in front of them. Was this the saint body? It was the first time for many people to see it. Everyone on the street was shocked. All the cultivators rushed over and quickly surrounded the tavern. "The saint body is actually not dead. Didn't they say that he died 3 months ago?" Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was an explosive piece of news that quickly spread. More and more cultivators rushed over. It was as if tens of thousands of people had turned out, and everyone in Yan City was alarmed. Not long after, countless cultivators rushed over. "Is he the saint body?" He caused a great stir in the north region. Even the sect master of the Central Plains was alarmed. "But he looks like a young man. Everyone is saying that the youth's surname Ji has been dead for 3 months. Why did he appear again?" Many cultivators of Yan City rushed over and were all discussing. Yi Fan was wearing a green robe. His hair was black and his eyes were clear. He looked very delicate. It was hard to associate him with the golden blood energy and the flesh that was comparable to a real dragon. In the tavern, Zhang Wencheng's dim eyes lit up. He was very anxious and shouted at Yi Fan, "Quickly leave. Old trash, what are you shouting for?" A young man from the Ji family shouted. He pushed him and made him tumble down between the tables and chairs. Yi Fan's expression suddenly became cold. He stared at the young man and said, "I will kill you first." Such a big tone. "Little bastard, since you came today, don't think about leaving," Ji Hui said in a gloomy tone. Whoosh! Yi Fan suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhang Wencheng, sucking him into the pristine jade bottle. Then, he pointed out with a finger, and with a pu sound, a hole was pierced through the forehead of the young man next to him. He said he would be the first to kill this man, and he really did it with one strike, this young man screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. Blood and brain juice flowed out of his forehead at the same time. He fell straight to the ground and died. Yi Fan disappeared in a flash. He left the tavern and coldly stared at those people. His movements were too fast. No one could react. "Great void technique!" everyone exclaimed. The secret technique Yi Fan used was the Ji family's Great Void technique. He was even better at it than the Ji family. He was invisible and appeared in the void. It was impossible to defend against. "Don't let him escape." Ji Hui's face was ashen. She hated Yi Fan to the core. More than a year ago, Yi Fan burned the Ji family's great elder to death and even burned half of her body. She was almost crippled. She always wanted to take revenge. She had completely forgotten the cause of all this. Escape? I don't even have that thought. If I don't kill you, why would I leave? Yi Fan's voice was cold. In the tavern, a few silhouettes appeared silently. They were all powerful elders of the dragon transformation secret realm. These days, they had been hiding here just to stop Yi Fan. "You are all Ji Hui's nephews, right? I will kill you one by one. I want her to watch." Yi Fan stared at the young people in the tavern. At the same time, a resplendent mark rushed out of his body. It was as deep as the sea. It was majestic and filled people with reverence. "That is, the mark of the deity king." Heavens, is the deity king not dead yet? Everyone cried out in surprise. They were all in disbelief. This was naturally Yi Fan's intention. He wanted to intimidate them so that some living fossil would not jump out. In reality, this mark had nothing to do with the deity king. He had strengthened it himself. He did not know whether the deity king was dead or alive. Shwa. Yifan disappeared into the tavern. An elder of the dragon transformation secret realm tried to stop him, but he was not as fast as Yifan. Pfft. Yifan slapped Ji Hui's great-great-grandson into pieces. He died on the spot. Then, in a flash, he appeared on the street again. You. Ji Hui was furious. This was her direct descendant. She loved this child very much, but he was beaten to death by Yifan. Don't you like to kill me? Today, I will kill you and let you have a taste of it. Yifan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Let's kill him together. Ji Hui was so angry that her body was trembling. She was so angry that even her fingers were shaking. However, the elders of the dragon transformation secret realm did not dare to kill him. They rushed over to suppress Yifan first. However, they had underestimated Yifan's strength. They could not catch his figure at all. Crazy Ole's footwork represented the world's fastest speed. Shwa. Yifan entered the tavern and picked up a young man. He twisted the young man's neck and said coldly, "Is he your grandnephew? I heard about him just now. Let him go." Ji Hui screamed. Okay, I will give him to you. Yifan nodded in agreement. Spare me. This has nothing to do with me. The young man shouted. Pfft. Yifan slapped the young man's head into his chest and threw it to Ji Hui. He then rushed to the next person with a cold smile. Quick, kill him. Ji Hui's hair was disheveled. She waved her dragon head crutch and rushed forward. A few elders of the dragon transformation secret realm moved out together, wanting to stay by the side of the youths and protect them. Bang! Yifan stretched out his golden hand and sent one of the dragon transformation secret realm's elders flying away. Then, he grabbed another young man who was so scared that his legs went limp. Ji Hui, old hag, take this. Pfft. The young man's head split open and he threw it in front of Ji Hui. Little bastard. Ji Hui was flustered and exasperated. The young man was also her descendant. Her whole body was trembling. Yifan killed one person every 10 steps. He did not attack Ji Hui. He had been enlightened by the words of this damned old woman. Sometimes, torturing a person was much scarier than killing them. Pfft, pfft. The young men in the inn were killed by Yifan. He did not show mercy to them. He saw how they treated Zhang Wenchang. There was no need to show mercy. Old hag, it's your turn now. Yifan said coldly. The few elders of the Ji family who were in the dragon transformation secret grounds could no longer keep their composure. Yifan had started a massacre here, yet they could not stop him. This was a shameful matter. With us here, you'd better keep your arrogance to yourself. Several people shouted in a cold voice. What's so great about the dragon transformation secret realm? Yifan was unmoved. He took big steps forward. Kill him. Ji Hui's hair was disheveled. She was about to go crazy. A few elders of the dragon transformation mystic realm stood behind her, protecting her. If she were to be killed, they would lose face. Bang! Suddenly, Yifan exploded with a terrifying wave. Chaotic green lotus, immortal king descending to the 9th heaven, and other phenomena appeared at the same time. Kill! Yifan snatched a golden spear and pierced it forward. No one could block it. He broke through the limit of his speed. Pfft. He pierced through Ji Hui in an instant. She was unable to block such a peerless sharpness. Bang! Yifan's entire body shone with boundless radiance. The golden radiance burned fiercely like divine flames. He was like an ancient war god, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. You, put her down. The elders of the dragon transformation secret realm rushed over. Ji Hui didn't die. She struggled on the golden spear, trying to break free. Yifan took big steps and rushed towards the city gate. When he was still a few hundred zhang away, he fiercely threw the golden spear. The golden spear transformed into a golden light and pierced through the sky with Ji Hui. Pfft. The golden spear was like a golden lightning. It pierced into the city gate and trembled. Ji Hui was nailed to the top. The golden spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced through the sky and nailed Ji Hui to the top of the city gate. She screamed towards the sky as blood flowed out from her wounds. However, she could not move at all. The spear was quivering slightly. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling light. It was as if the peerless weapon of the god of war had descended to the mortal world. Blood dripped onto the ground. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to stun everyone. Everyone was tongue-tied and their hearts were filled with fear. Time seemed to have frozen. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. The huge city was dead silent as everyone held their breath. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-piercing cold air entered their bodies. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan's bravery was unparalleled. He stood a few hundred zhang away and threw the golden spear. It pierced through the sky for 1,000 meters and nailed the elder of the Ji clan to the top of the city gate. This is too terrifying. The Saint Physique's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Even the Dragon Transformation Secret Domains experts could not stop him. He pierced through the experts of his own clan as if there was no one around. Everyone said that the holy body died 3 months ago, but he appeared alive again. Everyone guessed wrong. I don't know how much longer he can live. After a short period of silence, a hubbub broke out as people discussed spiritedly. At this moment, Ji Hui's hair was disheveled. The golden spear pierced through her chest and into the wall. She was terrified. She had never thought that such a day would come. More than half of her body was dyed red with blood. The spear was destroying her life force. She screamed in fear, "No! Put me down! Save me!" Shwa! A huge black crack appeared in the void. An elder of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm from the Ji family cast the Great Void technique and arrived at the top of the city gate. He wanted to save Ji Hui. Buzz! Yi Fan arrived first. His right hand was like a golden millstone as it slashed down with unparalleled force. The space around him twisted and collapsed. Bang! His golden palm was like a huge mountain, striking the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm elder and sending him flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The elder was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual energy was as vast as the ocean, this strike would have crushed him into pieces. If I want to kill him, who among you can stop me? Yi Fan's expression was cold as he looked around. With a ping sound, he pulled out the golden spear. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes shone brightly. He held the spear in one hand and pointed it towards the southern sky. Golden light flowed and the tip of the spear was cold and glaring. Ji Hui was stabbed on the spear and her face was as pale as paper. She gritted her teeth but didn't dare to make a sound. You! The expert who attacked just now was enraged. At the same time, his heart shivered. He had long heard of the peerless physique of the Saint Physique, but he still felt terrified when he personally faced this kind of pressure. Buzz! His entire body erupted with radiance, magical force like an ocean, deep and immeasurable. Then, it suddenly erupted, all of his magical force surging toward Yi Fan, covering heaven and earth, about to submerge and suppress him. Boom! With one hand holding onto the spear, Yi Fan lifted Ji Hui up and with the other, he punched out with the force of a gigantic wave. The golden fist pierced through the boundless magical force, tearing open a terrifying crack in the air. The blazing golden light was like a heavenly blade that slashed forward. Pung! The Dragon Transformation Secret Realm elder was flung backwards. The golden blood chi was actually able to transform into his magical force, causing his heart to tremble. Yi Fan's strength shook off the elder of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and he stood there unmoving in the air. Not even the corner of his robe fluttered, he was as steady as Mount Tai. The Saint Physique has disappeared for 3 months, but he's not dead yet. He's even more powerful than before. He's broken the 100,000 years old curse. Could it be that his cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds? This is too scary. The area around the Yen capital city gate was filled with cultivators. Shadows of people could be seen everywhere, and everyone's heart was pounding. A dragon transformation realm cultivator with the four extremities physique was extremely terrifying. Humph. A cold snort could be heard. Another elder of the dragon transformation secret realm who was sitting cross-legged in the sky suddenly stretched out a huge hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was as big as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the sun. This was not a battle of physical strength. This was the manifestation of a technique being pushed to the extreme. He was several hundred zhang above the ground, but his hand could cover the sky. The space in his palm was enveloped, and he wanted to suck Yi Fan into it. This was a mysterious Dao technique, and it was as if he was creating a small world. However, Yi Fan did not care at all. He allowed the hand to fall on him, and he did not move an inch. Instead, a majestic mountain and river appeared beside him. Boom! Inside the mountain, there were towering mountains, silver waterfalls, towering ancient trees, and long rivers that split the earth. It was a majestic and beautiful mountain and river. Lovely land. The moment this phenomenon appeared, it was as if a whole new world had been opened up. Everything was coming back to life, and at the beginning of heaven and earth, it gave off an incomparably majestic feeling. At the same time, there were terrifying waves of energy. Boom! When that expert from the Ji clan slammed down with his mountain-like hand, he received a terrifying impact. The small world in his palm immediately collapsed, and it no longer existed. In lovely land, chaotic energy curled up and filled the air. It was incomparably terrifying, and it destroyed the small world in his palm. Pooh! That huge hand suffered a heavy injury, and fresh blood rained down from the sky. It was like a scarlet rain, and it fell to the ground. Too powerful. With the appearance of the saint physique, who can fight against him? It can restrain all phenomena in the world, and it can obliterate the endless power of the world. It is innately undefeatable. It is truly frightening to fight against the saint physique. Even the spectators felt this way, let alone those who were personally facing Yi Fan. They felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if they were facing a holy spirit. Boom! Another elder from the Ji clan from the dragon transformation realm rushed over. His appearance was that of a middle-aged man, and he looked very heroic. The bronze battle armor covered his body, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It was incomparably oppressive. He held an ancient shield in his left hand, and a bronze battle spear in his right. He pressed forward step by step, and every step he took almost caused the void to collapse. It was as if an ancient heroic spirit had been revived, and had reappeared in the world. Bang! He forcefully shook it, and the bronze battle spear stirred up the heaven and earth. It immediately enlarged, and it was as if a majestic mountain range had fallen down, piercing through the sky. In the area around the city gate, the earth cracked, and many buildings collapsed, turning into dust. The formless killing intent and pressure destroyed everything. The huge bronze ancient spear was like a huge mountain that pierced into the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was enough to crush a cultivator at the peak of the four extremes into meat paste. It made people's hearts palpitate, and it was as if an ancient war spirit was descending from the sky with a divine weapon. However, such a huge and terrifying battle spear was completely unable to do anything to Yi Fan. He held the golden battle spear and carried Ji Hui, standing tall and unmoving as he stared at the surroundings. In the lovely land, there were towering mountains, long waterfalls like the Milky Way, and ancient trees that towered into the sky. At the beginning of the world, tens of thousands of spirits appeared in the world, and the aura of primal chaos lingered around. It was impossible to break through. Pooh! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and took the initiative to strike high up in the sky. He was as resplendent as a golden sun, and the golden divine flames around his body burned fiercely. His aura was like a mountain, and it was impossible to reach. His physical body was comparable to a magic treasure. When his fist landed on the huge battle spear, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Cracks first appeared on the bronze ancient spear, and then it shattered into pieces. Dong! Like the beating of a heavenly drum, this elder from the dragon transformation realm imprinted the ancient shield in his left hand in the air, blocking Yi Fan. The bronze ancient shield became one with the heaven and earth, and the aura of the great Tao circulated around it. Boom! In the lovely land, the majestic mountains and rivers flew out together and pressed forward. The primal chaos mist lingered around, destroying everything in its path. Crack! The ancient shield that was imprinted in the air was shaken out and turned into ashes. This dragon transformation realm elder was shocked, and he quickly retreated. The space that he had fused was shattered. Below him, many cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure. Their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but retreat. Some of them even had blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. The hearts of the Ji clan's elders sank. They could feel a dangerous aura. Although the other party didn't attack, it didn't mean that they couldn't sense it. The other party was like a dormant dragon. If he really started a massacre, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop him. Young man, you're too much. This is the southern region, our Ji clan's territory. How dare you do such a thing? An elder's face darkened. When she wanted to kill me, did she ever think that she was going too far? Yi Fan asked coldly. He was fearless when facing these dragon transformation realm experts alone. Save me. Ji Hui was truly afraid at this point. She was being carried on the long spear, and her voice was trembling as she pleaded for help from the elders of the dragon transformation secret ground. The Supreme Divine King has already helped you resolve the grievances between you and my clan. You don't want to continue being enemies with us, right? Hand her over to us. What do you think? An elder from the dragon transformation realm said. The spectators were all shocked. These elders had lowered their stance, and it was obvious that they were afraid of Ji Hui. She was the one who wanted to kill me. How could I let her go? Yi Fan wasn't moved. He stared at Ji Hui and said with a sneer, the Ji clan has a wise person like your Saint Lord, but they also have an ungrateful and shameless person like you. I don't understand. He was obviously not flattering the Ji clan's Saint Lord. He was just making it clear that he didn't want to become enemies with the entire Ji clan. He only wanted to kill this old woman. Young man, you have to consider this carefully. The dragon transformation realm experts' hearts jumped. They could feel Yi Fan's killing intent. Don't kill me. Ji Hui was on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan glanced at her in disdain and said, let's end it here. Show mercy. A few of the dragon transformation secret realm cultivators shouted. However, Yi Fan only glanced at them. Without any hesitation, he threw the spear with all his might. The spear turned into a golden bolt of lightning and stabbed into the city gate once again. However, this time, the power behind the spear was incomparably great. Ji Hui was split into pieces and embedded into the wall. She was completely dead. The spear trembled coldly and terrifyingly. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan killed a few dragon transformation realm elders in front of them, and then swaggered off without anyone stopping him. Cough. Before Yi Fan left, he coughed and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He did this on purpose. He didn't want people to know that his great Dao injury had healed. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. It was better to let people continue to misunderstand him. On this day, the entire southern mountain range was shaken. The Saint Physique returned and fought against the experts of the Ji clan. He was invincible and nailed Ji Hui to death on the city gate. The news spread quickly. Many old friends found out that the Saint Physique was still alive. They were all astonished. He had such battle prowess and dared to do such a thing. The Yan capital was a gathering place. The Holy Lands of the Eastern Baron and the supreme sects of the Middle Prefecture all wanted to enter the ancient forbidden grounds to pluck the immortal divine medicine. There were even the kings of the Middle Prefecture's younger generation, as well as the Eastern Baron's younger generation's heaven's prides. Recently, they had been fighting fiercely. When they found out that Yi Fan had returned, a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. Everyone thought that Yi Fan was dead, but he reappeared after a few months and did such a big thing all of a sudden. The news naturally caused an uproar. The young man with the surname Yi faced off against the cultivators of the dragon transformation secret realm alone and killed Ji Hui in front of everyone. How shocking! It's unbelievable. It's been several months, yet the sacred body is still alive. Is he still alive? This is a turbulent era with many rulers rising. Without the sacred body of the ancients, he would seem imperfect. Even the heavens don't want to take him away. People discussed among themselves in shock. The sacred body's strong comeback had affected many people. Even some major forces could not sit still. The younger generation was even more restless. Yi Fan was definitely a great enemy, especially for the rulers. This was bad news. If the sacred body were to survive, the rulers would definitely have to fight him in the future. No one dared to say that they could completely suppress him. It would definitely be an extremely tragic battle. However, someone soon spread the news that when Yi Fan left, not only did golden blood seep from the corner of his mouth, but he also spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a place where no one was around. What? He coughed up blood? What a twist. He was obviously badly injured and couldn't escape from death. It seems that there's nothing he can do. Hee. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. Otherwise, they would have felt a sense of pressure. If the accomplished sacred body were to reappear in the world, many super forces would feel uncomfortable. Some sighed. The sacred body had broken the curse that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, but he did not have long to live. He originally had the hope of being comparable to the great emperors of old, but his fate was full of misfortunes, and he could not live. There were all kinds of people, and naturally, there were many who were gloating. They laughed and waited for the sacred body of the ancients to die and disappear from the world. The heavens want to take him away. Even if a supreme divine king were to help him, it wouldn't work. Months of his half a year of life have been used up. He can only live for a month at most. Now, it's better not to provoke him. He's about to die anyway, so there's no need to bother with a dead man. He even killed the people of the clan of the ancients like they were vegetables. He has already thrown caution to the wind. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Many people said this because they feared supreme god kings. Yi Fan had swept through Ji Hui and the others, and his god king imprint had once burst out. This had truly stunned many of the old antiques. Many people secretly cursed. They didn't understand why the divine king was so lucky. However, they didn't know that this was a mark that Yi Fan had strengthened with the saint body's unique source. When Yi Fan heard these rumors, his lips curled into a smile. He muttered to himself, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'll revive every time." As for how to survive, he had too many reasons and excuses that he could show to the world flawlessly. Thinking of all the things that might happen in the future, he couldn't help but laugh. Important figures from the Ji family immediately appeared. 2 grand elders came to the tavern and learned about everything in detail. Yi Fan almost bumped into them. He felt regretful that he couldn't see little Nan Nan for now. Although they were afraid of the divine king imprint and probably wouldn't make a move, he still didn't want to appear in the same place as them. He calmly left, heading north. He felt that there was someone who could take in Zhang Wenchang. That place was very suitable for him to live in peace. Along the way, he heard a lot of news, many of which were related to him. Many people were discussing him. His reappearance had indeed caused a great disturbance. At the same time, there was also a lot of news about the great sage's land and the supreme sects of the Central Plains plucking the primordial divine medicine. There was also a lot of news about the kings of the Central Plains and the Eastern Wastelands' young geniuses. The saint of the Yinyang school fought with Ji Haoyue and was forced to vomit blood. When Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao fought to the death, the two were stopped by mysterious figures. Now, no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Their whereabouts were unknown. In addition, the Yin lady of the Yinyang school appeared. She visited the Yaoguang Holy Land and fought with Yao Shi. No one knew who was stronger and who was weaker. The Taishan school had a total of 100 peaks, representing 108 kinds of inheritance. It was incomparably prosperous and was one of the most powerful sects under the Holy Lands. From afar, it was as if 108 dragons were soaring in the sky. It was majestic and magnificent. In this area, even the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land were afraid of them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't provoke them. It was very difficult to have a conflict. Yi Fan silently snuck in and arrived at the humble peak. This peak was the same as before. It was very different from the other peaks. Weeds grew everywhere, old vines accompanied withered trees, broken walls, and ruins. It was a desolate scene. Isn't the humble peak going to prosper? Why is it like this again? Yi Fan was puzzled. You're back. A calm voice sounded beside his ear. Yi Fan was surprised. He had already concealed his aura, but as soon as he got close to the humble peak, elderly Ruoyu sensed it. On the humble peak, an old man dressed in gray clothes appeared. His expression was calm and ordinary. He didn't have the otherworldly air of a master. He was far from being an immortal. "Greetings, senior." Yi Fan rushed to the humble peak and paid his respects. This old man had done him a great favor. His all secret came from here. "Get up. I've heard about what happened to you. Stay at the humble peak." The old man didn't talk much. Standing in front of an ancient palace that was about to collapse, he didn't look like a cultivator at all. Weeds grew inside and outside the ancient palace. Not far away, there was a withered old tree. There were 9 crows cawing on it, but it didn't give people an ominous feeling. They were the treasures of the humble peak. They were the gods nurtured by the mountain's guarding weapon. Their power was peerless. Normal people wouldn't even think about them. Yi Fan didn't hide anything. He talked about his experiences in the past year in detail. In the end, he mentioned Zhang Wenchang and explained his purpose of coming. He wanted to ask the old man to take him in. "Ask him to come out," Li Ruoyu said. Yi Fan took out the pristine jade bottle. With a flash of light, Zhang Wenchang appeared on the humble peak. He couldn't figure out the situation and was a bit stunned. "Wake up. Don't just stand there like a fool." Yi Fan smiled and pushed him, telling him to pay his respects to Li Ruoyu. "Yi Fan, I finally see you again." The moment Zhang Wenchang came back to his senses, his expression was extremely excited. He wasn't as lifeless as before. He was extremely tired of this world. These years, he was very depressed. He wasn't suitable for cultivation. He missed the past even more. He actually had the thought of leaving this world. His world was gray. "Don't worry. Everything will change." Yi Fan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "We'll get drunk in a while." Li Ruoyu looked at Zhang Wenchang and said, "Your foundation is really not good." Zhang Wenchang already knew why Yi Fan brought him here. He sighed and said, "I've disappointed you." "Why would I be disappointed?" Li Ruoyu shook his head. "Seeing you, I seem to see my past self." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Wenchang's wooden face was full of confusion. Yi Fan smiled. When he was in the Taishan sect, he heard people say that Li Ruoyu had no talent. His foundation was extremely poor. The main peaks were unwilling to accept him as a disciple. In the end, he came to the declining humble peak. He could be said to be a late bloomer. In the first 100 years, he couldn't even compare to the disciples of the other main peaks. It wasn't until he comprehended the great way of nature of the humble peak that he alarmed the 108 main peaks. "I spent hundreds of years here in vain. Your foundation is the same as mine. Although it's not very good, it doesn't matter," Li Ruoyu said. "Is foundation really not important?" Zhang Wenchang was in a daze. "If you comprehend it, this world can be used by us. Your own foundation is nothing," Li Ruoyu replied calmly. Not to mention Zhang Wenchang's reaction, even Yi Fan was very surprised. He had long noticed that the old man's cultivation was very high. He understood the true meaning of the great way of nature and was unfathomable. Although the humble peak looked desolate, if one carefully sensed it, they would find that it was in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. Life and death were interdependent, prosperity and decline coexisted, and there was a kind of great way of nature qi. "Are you willing to accept me as a disciple?" Zhang Wenchang wasn't too sure. These years, he had been bullied and humiliated by his fellow disciples. Everything was not going his way, and he had long given up on cultivation. The world is as big as your heart. Don't always be limited to your own dark world. After Li Ruoyu finished speaking, he pointed at the center of his brows. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed greatly. He then looked at Zhang Wenchang and Yi Fan in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Civilizations from beyond the heavens, you guys." Yi Fan instantly understood. The old man understood everything and knew that they came from the other side of the starry sky. This was no longer a secret. The higher-ups of the Ji family also knew about it. your past, your experiences, such beauty, the world of your heart is so vast, you should be confident. You and I should be like a teacher and a friend, right? Li Ruoyu found it hard to calm down and said such words. Zhang Wencheng hurriedly paid his respects and officially became a disciple of the humble peak. Li Ruoyu was very emotional. He said that if he had great achievements in the future, it would be greatly related to what he learned today. He encouraged Zhang Wencheng, telling him that as long as he persevered, his root bone wouldn't be a problem. Restoring Zhang Wencheng's appearance wasn't difficult. Yi Fan could do it with his own methods. However, he took out a holy fruit and helped him refine it into his body, helping him to be reborn. Yi Fan took out another fruit and gifted it to Li Ruoyu, wanting to repay his kindness. However, the old man shook his head and refused to accept it. I don't need it. Although Yi Fan had plucked many holy fruits, he still felt that it wasn't enough. In order to save the divine king and little Ting Ting, he needed a perfect undying divine medicine. In the end, he pushed 10 caddies of divine spring water to the old man, resolutely giving it away and not taking it back. What? Elder Ma Yun passed away? On the humble peak, Yi Fan and Zhang Wencheng drank wine and talked about the past. He received this news. No wonder Zhang Wencheng was in such dire straits. He sighed with emotion. The fate of cultivators was unpredictable. Life and death, sickness and old age were unstoppable. Everyone would have such a day unless they became immortals. But did the great ancient emperors do it? Yi Fan took Zhang Wencheng to wander around the humble peak so that he could familiarize himself with everything here. Then, he prepared to leave to look for little Nan Nan. Isn't that Li Xiaoman? Zhang Wencheng was surprised and pointed at a white-clothed girl flying in the sky. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Li Xiaoman was a disciple of the Stellar Peak, but he didn't have any intention of greeting her. Junior sister, that person is your old friend, Yi Fan. That's right, it's the divine physique that has caused such a commotion. I really didn't expect that he would stir up such great waves when he stayed in our Supreme Mystery sect. Senior brother Hua is extremely talented and likes to discuss the Tao with others. This time, he invited the young kings of the Central Plains and several geniuses. If he knew that the divine physique had appeared here, he would definitely invite him as well. Beside Li Xiaoman, 3 girls spoke one after another. They all stopped, and one of them said, I'll go tell senior brother Yunfei. After saying this, she flew away. Li Xiaoman turned around and looked back at Yi Fan and Zhang Wencheng. She landed on the ground and said calmly, long time no see. Yi Fan smiled and walked over with Zhang Wencheng. They appeared at the foot of the Star Peak and looked at this woman who was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. Li Xiaoman, it really is you. We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. Zhang Wencheng found it difficult to calm down. His life had been gloomy in the past few years. Being able to see an old friend from the other side of the universe made him feel close and excited. Zhang Wencheng, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Li Xiaoman was dressed in white. She was beautiful and gave people a very peaceful feeling. I'm fine. Zhang Wencheng was very slow. After the initial excitement, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to remember the past. I heard about you. Rest well. Li Xiaoman looked at Yi Fan calmly. It's fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. How can a scourge like me die? Yi Fan smiled. At this moment, some disciples of the Star Peak flew over. They were all outstanding successors with great cultivations. They landed on the ground and walked towards Yi Fan. Brother Yi, I never thought you would return to Grand Mystery. Although these people were warm, there was a sliver of fear. They couldn't let go. Back then, Yi Fan had made the disciples of the Star Peak dispirited. Even now, they could not forget that. No one had thought that in around 2 years, he would be able to stir up such a storm. Even though he was about to die, no one dared to underestimate him. A young king from the central continent has arrived. Senior brother Hua can't leave right now. He's afraid that brother Yi will leave, so he sent us to welcome you first. He'll come personally later, someone said. Junior sister Xiaoman is here too. Someone greeted. You can go. I'll go with them to see Senior Brother Hua in a while. Clearly, Li Xiaoman's identity was not ordinary. They all nodded and left. Zhang Wencheng was slow, but he was very nostalgic. He spoke much more than before. He felt that the closest people in the world were his old classmates. Li Xiaoman's eyes were like water as she stared at Yi Fan quietly. She said, "Do you really not have much time left? I don't have to die." In the northern region, the Supreme God King invited a divine doctor for me. He said that as long as I sever my cultivation, I can live. Then just live a peaceful life as a mortal, Li Xiaoman said. In the distance, a blue light flashed, and a blue-clothed man appeared. He was even more noble and pure than a woman. He was extremely quick-witted, like a banished immortal. He had an otherworldly temperament, and it was precisely Hua Yunfei. Jiang Yifei's elegance and Hua Yunfei's ethereal immortal-like nature left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Hua Yunfei, in particular, made him fearful. Currently, the younger generation of the eastern wilderness was filled with outstanding talents. However, the powerful Hua Yunfei was still hiding in the southern region. His name was not well known, and very few people knew about him. "Welcome back, Brother Yi." Hua Yunfei had a warm smile on his face as he welcomed Yi Futian personally. Yi Fan also revealed a bright smile and said, "It has been 2 years since we last met. Brother Hua is even more elegant than before. How can I compare to Brother Yi? Right now, your name has shaken the world. Who doesn't know of you?" Hua Yunfei smiled and shook his head, revealing his sparkling teeth. He was extremely sincere as he said, "In the past, you once cultivated here. Even though you have left, the doors of Taishan will always be open for you." Brother Hua's words really moved my heart. As Yi Fan said this, he could not help but cough. A faint golden blood seeped out. "Brother Yi, are you okay?" Hua Yunfei went up and asked anxiously and concernedly. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Yi Fan shook his head and used a white handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Hua Yunfei turned to face Li Xiaoman and said softly, "Junior sister Li Xiaoman, bring me the sacred medicine that I have treasured." "Sacred medicine?" Li Xiaoman was shocked. "It is the sacred medicine that the founder of Taishan left behind. I think it can reduce Brother Ye's injuries." Hua Yunfei smiled warmly. Li Xiaoman nodded. She glanced at Yi Fan and then flew away. "There is no need to do this. My injuries are fine." Yi Fan shook his head. As he spoke, he wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yi, you are a genius from ancient times. One day, you will rule the world. You will definitely get through this." Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Even though he was frowning, he was still as ethereal as an immortal. "Senior Brother Hua, the Yaoguang Virgin is here," someone reported to Hua Yunfei. "Brother Yi, please don't leave. I have invited a few geniuses. In a while, we will drink and talk. I am going to welcome Goddess Xiaoxi." Hua Yunfei apologized to Yi Fan. He was also very polite to Zhang Wencheng and asked them to wait for a while. "Brother Hua, there is no need to be so polite with me," Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched him leave. It was hard to say how strong Hua Yunfei was. In the past, Ji Ziyue had solemnly said that before the god body Ji Haoyue was born, there had been a shocking battle. His opponent was Hua Yunfei, and they had been evenly matched. In the end, the god body Ji Haoyue had paid a great price to win. This was what Ji Ziyue had said when she first saw Hua Yunfei. After that, Hua Yunfei went into seclusion for 2 years. The god body was only born 2 years later. However, the two of them did not fight again. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to be in deep thought. "Is he very strong?" Zhang Wencheng asked. He had heard of the god body, but he had never heard of the name Hua Yunfei. This was someone who dared to kill Ji Haoyue and his sister. How could he not be strong? However, Yi Fan could not tell Zhang Wencheng about this. Otherwise, it would only bring trouble to him. When you cultivate in Taishan, do not provoke him. It is best to stay in the humble peak and not leave the mountain easily. In Yi Fan's opinion, Hua Yunfei was on the same level as Yaoguang Saint. Back then, he had only lost to Ji Haoyue by 1 move. Many years had passed. Now that he was Fighting with the god body, it was hard to say who was stronger. The Taishan sect does not have ancient scriptures, but he has such cultivation. He can fight against the god body. How shocking! Yi Fan said to himself. He had never underestimated Hua Yunfei. Other than his cultivation, this person had hidden himself very well. Who would have thought that he had wanted to kill Ji Ziyue? Every time he thought of this, he was very afraid. Not long later, Hua Yunfei returned. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was the Yaoguang saint. I know that the two of you have misunderstood, but the past is like smoke. Everything is in the past. Today, you are my honored guests. Hua Yunfei seemed to be afraid that the two of them would fight. How could that be? Brother Hua, you worry too much. Yi Fan smiled and looked at the Yaoguang saint. Goddess Yaoxi, we have not seen each other for many months. You are the same as before. Like a shining pearl, like a beautiful lotus. Yaoxi responded with a moving smile, but in reality, she was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. Yi Fan had suppressed her in the fire divine furnace for nearly half a year. Moreover, he had stolen one of her bras. Every time she thought of it, she felt like she was going crazy. However, at this time, she did not seem abnormal. On the contrary, her smile was beautiful, and there was an intoxicating light in her eyes. Hua Yunfei had indeed invited some geniuses. In front of them, flowers and plants were fragrant, and there was a spiritual spring. There was a purple bamboo forest, and there were many extraordinary people in the pavilions. Wang Chongxiao came from the Central Plains and was a young king. His expression was cold, and he did not move. However, when he saw Yi Fan walk over, he suddenly stood up, and his murderous aura filled the air. You want to kill me? Yi Fan walked straight towards him, and there was a cold smile on his face. He was quite domineering. Everyone present was very nervous, and they all stood up. One was a king from the Central Plains, and the other was a saint from the Eastern Wasteland. The two of them met, and they actually wanted to fight. Please calm down, you two. Hua Yunfei hurriedly stepped forward, and stood between them. During the last battle, my body reacted to you. Just now, when I saw you, I was naturally a bit too agitated. Wang Chongxiao sat down. Yi Fan could not help but cough. He used a white cloth to wipe away a trace of blood. Many people's eyes flashed with a strange light. Everyone sat down, and Hua Yunfei smiled as he introduced them. Other than Wang Chongxiao, there were two other geniuses from the Middle State. One was the saint of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other was a princess from the ancient Hua dynasty. There were also a dozen cultivators from the southern region. However, other than Yaoxi and Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect, the others were not very famous. Everyone drank and talked. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and there was no longer the nervousness from before. During this time, Hua Yunfei played a song. The music seemed to come from the 9 heavens, causing many flowers to bloom in advance. Many spiritual birds landed and danced with him. His Guqin skills had long entered the realm of the path, and everyone was amazed. Their hearts rippled. If he fought against an enemy, his music could probably kill them without them knowing. Not long later, Li Xiaoman came over. In her hand was a small purple jade cauldron. It was only the size of a palm. The moment she opened the lid, a fragrance wafted over. Brother Yi, please take this medicine. It will definitely slow down your injuries. Hua Yunfei personally brought it to Yi Fan. I know my own injuries. There is no need to waste such a spiritual pill. Yi Fan shook his head. This is the 9 orifices exquisite pill made by the founder of the Taishan sect. It definitely has a magical effect, Hua Yunfei said. Many people were shocked. Many of them had heard of this pill before. Even Yaoxi was moved. She said, back then, the founder of your sect made 108 of them. Now, there are probably only a few left, right? Li Yuyu from the Xiaoyao sect was also shocked. This pill can almost heal the dead. Although it can't compare to a magical medicine, it can extend life. I was lucky enough to get one. I really can't bear to see a genius like Brother Yi die. I want to help him get through this. Hua Yunfei passed the small cauldron to Yi Fan. In the purple cauldron, there was a pill the size of a baby's fist. It had 9 orifices, and it looked like a small ginseng baby. Its entire body shone with purple light. Yi Fan declined and then accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Brother Hua, for the pill. This was indeed a gathering to discuss the Tao. Everyone present shared some of their insights in cultivation, and even the arrogant Wang Chongxiao shared some of his experiences. Yi Fan was very surprised. This person looked down on the cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory and could still sit here today. Hua Yunfei indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, I heard that you fought with Yi Huiling and were stopped by a mysterious person. What happened? Where did Lady Yi go? Hearing this, everyone looked over. Everyone present had heard this rumor. Because of this, Wang Chongxiao had disappeared for a long time. Yi Huiling is definitely not dead. The person who ambushed us that day was very powerful. He is definitely someone from the older generation. Wang Chongxiao gritted his teeth and refused to say anything more. In the end, Yi Fan coughed up blood and left early. The gathering also ended. They agreed to meet again in 7 days. Brother Yi, are you really going to leave? Why don't you stay in Taishan for a while? Goddess Xiaoxi, Wang Chongxiao, and Princess Gu Hua are all geniuses. We will meet again in 7 days. It will be very beneficial to interact with each other. Hua Yunfei sincerely urged him to stay. I need to find a way to prolong my life. I can't waste any more time. I can only leave now. Brother Hua, we will meet again. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan bid farewell. Li Xiaoman saw him off and said, there is no choice. Just cut off your cultivation. Actually, being immortal is good. I know what to do. Yi Fan left. He and Zhang Wencheng returned to the humble peak and met Li Ruoyu alone. He said, Senior, please do me a favor. What is it? Help me stop a terrifying person, Yi Fan said. What happened? Li Ruoyu did not understand. I am sure that someone wants to kill me. Please follow me for a few days and help me stop a terrifying old man. If someone from the younger generation attacks me, I will get rid of him myself. You are sure that someone wants to kill you? Li Ruoyu's eyes were as calm as water. Yes, I am sure that someone wants to make a move. Yi Fan was very sure. Since you already know, why don't you retreat? Why do you still want to meet him? Li Ruoyu asked. Because I want to confirm one thing, Yi Fan replied. On that day, Yi Fan left the Supreme Mystery Sect and headed towards the Yan capital. He walked very slowly and was not in a hurry. He paid close attention to everything in the dark. Buzz. On the 7th day, a dazzling light descended from the sky and slapped towards him. It was a huge purple hand that covered the sky and the earth. The shockwave it released was as terrifying as the ocean. Bang, Li Ruoyu appeared. He raised a single hand to the sky and reached out a large earthen yellow hand to block. With a rumbling sound, the peak of a nearby mountain range was sent flying. One could well imagine how terrifying this power was. So ruthless. He is actually comparable to the Divine Lord. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He was very worried for Li Ruoyu. Peng, Li Ruoyu was very calm. He comprehended the mysteries of the mountains and rivers. In this forest, he was like a deity as a domain appeared. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Giant vines were like dragons as they covered the sky. There were plants everywhere. They grew in the void and flowed with terrifying power. Every blade of grass, every vine, every tree was absorbing power from the void. One could see their roots splitting open the space and completely covering this place. A skinny old man was forced out. He was trapped in this natural domain and could not rush out. This was an existence that was not much weaker than a divine lord. He was extremely powerful and his magical power overflowed into the sky. He shattered a mountain peak, but he still could not rush out. Pop! An ancient vine bloomed in the void and absorbed the power of the void. It rushed out like a dragon and wrapped around the old man. Who are you? I seem to have sensed your aura. Before. Li Ruoyu calmly faced the expert who was imprisoned in the void. Brat, you are actually so crafty. The skinny expert did not reply to Li Ruoyu. Instead, he coldly stared at Yi Fan. I already knew that you would come to kill me. Yi Fan sneered and said, since you can't kill me, then I'm sorry. I will go kill him. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This withered old man was fearless. He didn't respond to Li Ruoyu at all and only stared at him. You want to keep me here? That's impossible. The withered old man's words were cold. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, appearing extremely sinister. His spine shot out rays of light that shot into the heavens, crushing the surrounding vegetation to pieces. This was a soul-shaking sword radiance that cut apart a mountain peak. Rubble scattered into the clouds as sword energy pierced through the heavens and swept out in all directions. Hong Long, the spine shot out sword radiance. It was extremely strange, but it was unstoppable. It was incomparably terrifying. A mountain peak was cut apart at the waist and collapsed. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. Earth and stone flew everywhere like raging waves crashing against the shore. The entire world trembled, making one feel suffocated. A terrifying storm of energy wreaked havoc with great momentum that shook the hearts. Hung, like a flood that reached the heavens, the sword energy that pierced through the clouds completely destroyed this mountainous region, completely flattening it. There wasn't a single trace left behind, turning it into a barren desert. Pu, the vegetation that took root in the void constantly collapsed. Even though they absorbed the power of the void and possessed a sturdy and immortal divine radiance, they still couldn't stop this sword radiance. All types of ancient vines and towering old trees were originally engraved in the void, turning into Tao diagrams that were mysterious and unfathomable. But they were still cut apart and broken apart one by one. Half-step supreme being. Yi Fan was shocked. This withered and mysterious old man's strength was incomparably powerful, leaving one speechless. If he took another half-step forward, he would be comparable to a holy lord. This old man will send you on your way. His smile was cold and his killing intent soared into the clouds. The invisible killing intent turned into a peerless edge that aimed straight at the source of others. Pop. Old man Li Ruoyu frowned. He reached out a finger and a refreshing aura of vegetation filled the air. His finger turned into a towering tree that blocked the invisible killing intent. Pooh, the towering old tree had branches like dragons and lush green leaves, but at this time, it was continuously wounded. Leaves fell in disorder as a terrifying divine force rushed out. The natural great Tao resisted the formless killing intent, obliterating the peerless sharpness and slowly dispelling the powerful killing intent. These were two extremes. The emaciated and mysterious old man's killing intent shot into the sky, and his entire body was like an unsheathed peerless and ferocious sword, whereas Li Ruoyu was carefree, as if he was strolling in a beautiful painting. Li Ruoyu, don't think that you can gain a foothold in the southern territory just because you've comprehended the humble peak. I'll let you know what an immortal inheritance is. The mysterious old man was becoming more and more domineering. His entire body was filled with killing intent, as if a demonic blade had come back to life. That kind of aura was so powerful that it made people's flesh and blood spasm uncontrollably. Boom, his body released endless radiance. Terrifying divine radiance shot in all directions. He was as resplendent as a sun, raising this place to the ground. Clang, the shriveled old man's spine creaked, and a holy sword actually appeared. His right hand grasped the hilt of the sword, and he slowly pulled it out. Clang clang, blinding divine radiance and terrifying sword cries pierced through metal and cracked stone, almost shattering one's soul. This was an undying sword intent that could shatter one's soul. He used his spine as a sheath, and a terrifying divine sword was born. With every inch he pulled out, a terrifying aura would appear, and the entire ground would crack open. Boom, the sword was not completely unsheathed, but the killing intent had already engulfed the world. The sword radiance was everywhere, or perhaps it should be called terrifying sword waves. The shriveled old man slowly pulled out the sword. The exposed 3-inch blade vibrated with ripple-like fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it was destroyed. Pop. In the sky, leaves withered and broken wood fell. The sword intent cut through the natural Tao, destroying everything as it pressed forward. Die. The shriveled old man shouted, and his right hand quickly pulled out the sword. His entire body was dazzling, and the sword radiance split the sky. Clang, the divine sword that was born in his spine was completely pulled out by him. It was even more resplendent than 10 suns combined together. Sword of man! The shriveled old man roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Several meter-wide cracks appeared under his feet, and they extended into the distance. It was extremely terrifying. The divine sword in his hand slashed down towards Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan. It was known as the Sword of Man, and it displayed the power of the human body to the extreme. Even the void was split in half. The blazing sword radiance became the only thing between the heaven and earth, covering up everything. At this moment, the Sword of Man became eternal. The world-shocking sword radiance split the void in half, and the earth was split into a great ravine that stretched as far as the eye could see. Walala! The green leaves swayed, and an ancient vine appeared. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, and it took root in the void. It surrounded Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan in the center, blocking the supreme killing sword. It's useless. Sword of Man, break for me! The shriveled old man roared. The terrifying great sword came crashing down, and the void was cut open and melted. It was simply impossible to block. Yi Fan was horrified. No wonder this old man didn't respond to Li Ruoyu's words when he was trapped not long ago, and instead only stared at him as if he wanted to kill him. It was clear that this old man had a powerful trump card. He was confident in his backing. Half-step great figures were terrifying after all. Wang, heaven and earth trembled. The ancient vine was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if it was a hibernating horned dragon. It swayed about, and the giant leaves flickered with green light. A fresh and natural aura filled the air. Kacha, the ancient vine was incomparably strong, and its old skin was rough like dragon scales. Its roots pierced into the void, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Break for me! The shriveled old man shouted. Exceptional sword radiance hacked down. Even though the void was collapsing, the ancient vine didn't break. It was like a horned dragon, bold and majestic. Vine flowers bloomed one after another, filled with endless vitality. Every flower was a Tao diagram that condensed in the void. This world immediately stabilized, becoming completely fixed in place. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The roots took root in the void, condensing the power of the void in an endless stream. It connected with the great Tao, becoming one. This was the power of the natural great Tao. This was a grand Tao diagram that covered this small world. Everything was harmonious and natural. The human sword couldn't cut in. Moreover, the ancient vine was like a true dragon, extending towards him, wishing to bind him and forever seal him in this domain. The heavens were immeasurable, the earth far immeasurable. In this small world of the natural great Tao, Li Ruoyu became a deity, possessing unstoppable Tao force. Hong, he waved his hand. The ancient vine extended out, piercing through the void, obliterating the human sword. It wrapped around the shriveled old man at the center. Vine flowers flickered one after another. The Tao diagram was like an abyss, immeasurably deep as it suppressed forward. Li Ruoyu, you are quite formidable. The shriveled old man's expression changed. He then attacked with everything he had, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, he stopped moving. His body flowed with a terrifying aura. He said coldly, I don't believe you can suppress me. Tremendous fluctuations erupted, destroying the plains like a mountain flood. Waves reached high into the sky. The mysterious old man's figure immediately dimmed. That place became darker and darker. In the end, he turned into a black hole. Terrifying fluctuations originated from the pitch-black center. It began to devour everything in an incomparably crazy manner. Hong, the ancient vines broke apart and the withered branches were thrown into disorder. They rushed forward together and were swallowed up by the black hole. The power of the natural great Tao was like a tsunami that broke through a dam. I'll take your power and use it for me. Let's see how you resist. The shriveled old man sneered. At this time, he became a black abyss that devoured everything. It was difficult to see his figure anymore. The natural force in the void was completely sucked dry. Extremely terrifying fluctuations destroyed everything. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan couldn't stand still. The space around them collapsed and the great earth shattered. Hong, in the distance, a mountain peak split apart. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was crazily swallowed up by the black hole. Li Ruoyu and Yi Fan were also surrounded by the black hole and were about to be sucked in. A great crisis descended. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This strange demonic art was terrifying after all. Hong, exuberant life energy erupted. An ancient tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves were lush and lush. It engraved itself in the void and its leaves rustled. 9 Dao diagrams actually fell down. It was as if they grew from this ancient tree. From the crown of the tree all the way down to the roots, they melted together with the void and became one with the great Dao. The natural energy was flourishing to the extreme. The great Tao of heaven and earth was at his disposal. This was the true embodiment of this. Li Ruoyu sat on the crown of the tree, not moving at all. This is useless. The shriveled old man shouted from within the black hole. My mysterious technique is unrivaled under the heavens. It is enough to suppress your Tao source. The mysterious technique isn't important. What is important is the person. Li Ruoyu replied. The ancient tree swayed. It was connected to the great Tao. 9 diagram scrolls unfolded, turning into 9 small gates of heaven and earth. They were profound and mysterious and flowed with a mysterious aura. Hong, in the distance, another mountain peak collapsed. It was swallowed up by the mysterious old man's black hole. The earth trembled and the heavens seemed as if they were about to fall down. The ancient tree took root in the void. Its vitality became increasingly exuberant. The 9 Dao diagrams revolved, becoming one with Li Ruoyu and becoming one with the great world. The sound of chanting sutras echoed out. It was hard to tell if this was coming from the ancient tree or from the small world gate formed by the 9 Dao diagrams. It seemed to come from ancient times, mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if an ancient heroic spirit was resonating with the Tao, or as if an ancient god was perceiving the heavens and earth, chanting ancient scriptures. Within each of the 9 Dao diagrams, a Li Ruoyu appeared. He had become the absolute deity of this natural world. His aura was everywhere. You. The shriveled old man was shocked. He tried his best to resist, but the black hole continued to crack apart and slowly disintegrate. Bang, finally, after a loud explosion, the giant black hole vanished. The world became tranquil once more, filled with vitality. Green buds began to grow from the destroyed mountains. The inheritance of my humble peak isn't simple at all. You old thing with such poor aptitude actually managed to reach this step. The shriveled old man was deeply shocked. Mysterious methods and inheritances aren't important. Li Ruoyu's words were still the same. He turned his hand and pressed downwards. The shriveled old man's eyes shined with an incomparably evil light. Then, 2 beams of light shot out, piercing through the void as if they wanted to escape. But, under the cover of Li Ruoyu's great hand, he couldn't escape. The 2 beams of divine light were imprisoned within his palm. Bang, suddenly, he self-immolated. He instantly turned into a blazing light, so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, he dimmed down and turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. He destroyed my divine sense. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had cultivated to such a boundary, yet he had so cleanly destroyed himself and was so ruthless to himself. The body on the ground had lost all vitality, as if it had died dozens of years ago. There was an ancient and archaic feeling to it that was filled with evil. Yi Fan and Li Ruoyu descended and carefully observed the corpse. The strength of this corpse was astonishing, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Chong-chong sounds rang out when they struck it. It really isn't easy to cultivate to this boundary. Li Ruoyu sighed softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a ball of flame jumped out, fresh and natural. Pooh! The corpse was submerged, turning into ashes in a breath of time. Nothing was left. Yi Fan was very shocked. The old man's cultivation had exceeded his expectations, comparable to a divine lord. As expected, great talents matured slowly. Li Ruoyu had been silent for hundreds of years, and only then did he comprehend the Tao. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, alarming the 108 peaks of Taixin. He was considered to be comparable to his predecessors in the future. When Yifan saw how unfathomable he was completely at ease with Zhang Wenchang. They were the same type of people, born to be master and disciple. There was no need to worry about their future accomplishments. Be careful. If you can't do it, then follow me back to my humble peak, Li Ruoyu said. Yifan thanked him. He was full of respect for the old man, and then he said goodbye. That day, there were rumors in the southern region that the divine physique was going to leave this world. Many people saw him spit out large mouthfuls of blood and staggered back to Yendu. The divine physique's great Dao injury has worsened again. He won't be able to survive. Almost everyone in the southern region knew of this news, and many people were discussing it. On the same day, Yifan came to Yendu and found a few supreme sects from the great sage's land and the central plains. They were willing to enter the ancient forbidden land on their behalf to pick the immortal divine medicine. When this news came out, the southern region was in an uproar. Everyone was sure that Yifan had been forced into a dead end. He had a premonition that he didn't have much time left, so he was willing to become a medicine boy in the Holy Land in exchange for a last chance at survival. On this day, Yaoguang's saint child was hazy. His entire body was surrounded by holy light like a deity. He opened his eyes under a great waterfall, filled with the aura of a god. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression was not calm. He found Yaoxi and said, "The divine physique is about to leave this world. Let's go and take a look." Yaoxi was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were full of spirit. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yifan died, she would be free. Otherwise, the bra would always make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that Yifan would throw it out one day. "I'm about to disappear from this world. The divine physique is about to be destroyed. You should come out now, right? I'm waiting to kill you." Yifan laughed coldly and looked to the north. He believed that the other support wouldn't dare to enter Yendu because the great sage's land and the central plains supreme sects were all here. In the Ji family, Ji Haoyue with the divine king physique gazed to the south and said, "He's about to die." In the end, he couldn't defy the heavens. What a pity. The divine physique will never appear in this world again. Let's go and take a look. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose, and there was some sadness in her intelligent eyes. She said to herself, "He's still going to die." Then she turned around and lowered her head. "But, he killed my aunt." Ji Haoyue caressed her hair lovingly and said, "That's Ji Biyue's great aunt. But she's also a direct descendant of our Ji family." Ji Haoyue's eyes were incomparably deep. He gazed into the distance and said, "Being too kind is easy to get hurt." In the Taishan sect, Hua Yunfei stood on a cliff. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and he was as ethereal as an immortal. He sighed and said, "What a pity. Brother Yi is actually going to die. Junior sister Xiaoman, let's go and see him off." Li Xiaoman stood on the cliff, her white robe fluttering in the wind. She gazed at the southern region and nodded. Yan capital had a long history. Many dynasties rose and fell here, and most of them chose to build their capital here. Since ancient times, it had been the center of this region. The change of a dynasty was a huge matter in the eyes of mortals, but cultivators didn't care about it. Some experts could see 9 dynasties in their lives. The ancient city walls were carved with the vicissitudes of time. Blade marks and sword holes bore witness to the rise and fall of dynasties. Yifan released all kinds of smoke and coughed out blood to enter Yan capital. Naturally, he was creating a false impression. He wanted to draw out a scheming enemy and kill him after he came to Yan capital. The fact that the enemy sent a top expert to kill him was enough to show how terrifying he was. He had a half-step expert protecting him. Perhaps the withered old man who died wasn't his real body and was just a human-shaped weapon. This was Li Ruoyu's speculation because the corpse was too old. With such a powerful figure protecting him, Yifan didn't want to take the risk and kill him. He could only set up a trap to draw him out and kill him outside. He was sure that the other party had obtained the inheritance of the vicious person from the north and was determined to obtain the divine body's source energy. After learning that he was about to enter the forbidden area, he would definitely rush over. Otherwise, he might never have the chance. Even though he had a top expert protecting him, the demonic arts of half-step experts couldn't see the light of day. If such a person appeared in Yan capital, he would definitely be hunted down by the Great Sage's land and the Central Plains Supreme sections. Yi Fan was taking advantage of the situation. The Supreme Sects wanted to pick the undying divine medicine and gathered in Yin capital. This was enough to intimidate the half-step experts so that they wouldn't dare to show themselves. If the vicious person's inheritance appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could devour the source energy of other constitutions, and everyone in the world would kill it. In the past, the vicious person had the entire world as his enemy. His path was even more difficult than Great Emperor Wushu's. He fought against the entire world alone. Regardless of whether it was the Central Plains or the Eastern Wasteland, as long as it was a cultivator, they would suppress him. This inheritance went against the harmony of the world and wanted to kill other cultivators to strengthen itself. I will disappear from this world. Let's see how you can keep your composure. If you bully my dying body, I will kill you until your blood runs dry. Yi Fan also felt restraining fear towards this type of inheritance. It was just too heaven-defying, able to continuously strengthen one's body. If he gathered all of the king essences in one body, just how powerful would he be? Every time he thought of this question, he would feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know how powerful that ruthless man was after he became a great emperor. The inheritance and weapon of the merciless great martial emperor made the undying Black Emperor drool every day. He had been thinking about it for a long time. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly if Emperor Wushu and Vicious were born in the same era. Both of them are monstrous geniuses who are often struck by lightning, Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He really yearned for such a grand era. If he could personally see these two ancient emperors, it would definitely be an honor. Unfortunately, since ancient times, Central Continent, Southern Mountains, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Desolate had never produced two great emperors in the same era. Perhaps it was too difficult to become a great emperor. After all, there were only a few people since ancient times. However, Yi Fan still had doubts in his heart. He felt that it wasn't so simple. Since ancient times, billions of life forms had been born. Could it be that there had never been two people with the bearing of a great emperor in the same era? Could it be related to this world? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He thought of many things, but he couldn't truly understand them. After Yi Fan finished arranging everything, he walked along the main street and arrived at an inn. It was next to Zhang Wenchang's tavern. Little Nan Nan, Yi Fan really wanted to see the little girl. If it wasn't for her little seven-colored stone, he would most likely have died in the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was impossible for him to survive. However, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to see her in the near future. He had already heard from Zhang Wenchang that little Nan Nan had been taken away by a girl. Zhang Wenchang didn't see that girl. Yi Fan guessed that it was Yi Huiling. He only came here to seek confirmation. He entered the inn to find the boss and immediately searched his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan was worried. During this period of time, little Nan Nan was actually always sick. She kept muttering something about a little stone, which scared the people in the inn badly. They were afraid that she would die here and wanted to drive her away several times. After searching the memories of the inn boss, Yi Fan discovered a shocking fact. Every time little Nan Nan was seriously ill, it was when he used the little seven-colored stone. Especially when he held the little stone on the sacred mountain for the first time. When it was dim, little Nan Nan was seriously ill and almost died. This made him blame himself incomparably. This little stone can't be lost. Little Nan Nan can't leave it. Yi Fan was alarmed. Even though the little seven-colored stone was very beautiful, he still put it into the jade bottle containing the deity's spring to nourish it. Even when Yi Fan left, he still had doubts. Was it Yi Huiling who took little Nan Nan away? He searched the memories of everyone in the inn but found no clues. It was just a mass of mist. Someone had purposely destroyed the imprint. Judging from the time, it should be Yi Huiling. But soon, she and Wang Chongxiao were ambushed and disappeared. Where did they go? Yan City was in a turbulent state. Experts of the older generation appeared, and the young generation's geniuses appeared. There were many topics of discussion every day. On this day, Saint Child Jiaoguang came and attracted a lot of attention. He was an almost invincible figure among the younger generation. Many people thought that he was on par with the great emperor when he was young. Xianxia also appeared. The two were like a beautiful couple. Their elegance was moving and attracted the attention of many. Saint Qiao Guang is broad-minded and bold. He doesn't hold any grudges and came just to see the dying saint physique. Perhaps he has some regrets. If he wants to walk the path of the ancient emperors, the saint physique is the best whetstone. It's a great enemy that must be defeated. Unfortunately, this opponent is about to pass away. People had a high evaluation of Saint Qiao Guang. Many people of the older generation thought that he would definitely reach the peak and look down on the eastern wasteland. On the same day, Xianxia, who had the physique of a divine king, arrived. The divine physique was known as the king of the eastern wasteland. There was no doubt about it. Naturally, he was the focus of everyone's attention. The supreme divine king Jiang Taishu had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years and was almost at the end of his life. But as soon as he came out, he swept through the world. No one could compete with him. From this, one could see how terrifying the divine physique was. If Xianxia grew up and didn't encounter a disaster like divine king Jiang, his future would undoubtedly be incomparably bright. Beside him, little Moon of the Ji family followed. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had a little dimple on her face, giving people a lively and clever feeling. She also attracted a lot of discussion. I heard that Xianxia also has a special physique. Even Nangongzheng wanted to take her as a disciple. Nangongzheng's lifespan is about to end. Some people said that he followed dozens of living fossils into the Bronze Immortal Palace. I wonder if it's true. Xianxia, who had the physique of a divine king, only looked at Yi Fan from afar. He didn't approach him. His expression was calm and he didn't say anything. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to come over, but Xianxia grabbed her arm tightly. She couldn't take a step forward. I'm just going to take a look. I won't say anything. He's about to die. Little Moon of the Ji family couldn't help but cry when she saw Yi Fan coughing blood. You can only take a look and not go over. After all, he killed our clansman. I don't like that, aunt. Xianxia wasn't willing to let go. He warned expressionlessly, it's easy to get hurt if you're too kind. Yi Fan walked on the street aimlessly. Naturally, he sensed the siblings behind him. His expression was calm and he didn't look back. He just sighed. Although Xianxia didn't go forward, Yao Guang did. His expression was calm and his teeth were very white. He gave people a very radiant feeling. His entire body was flowing with a faint golden luster. Brother Yi, can we sit down and reminisce about the old days? Even Yao Guang's hair was flowing with golden light. He was like the sun god. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect that he would be the first to come. He couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered for a moment and then made a gesture of invitation. Xianxia was at the side. She was graceful and elegant. Her steps were graceful and charming. Many people couldn't help but pay attention to her. Yao Guang and the Doomsday Divine Physique reunited. I think this scene will be mentioned many years later. I wonder which one of them will regret it. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. A cultivator saw this scene and said so. In a very quiet tea house, Yi Fan and Xianxia were facing each other. They were originally great enemies, but now they were sitting together like this. Both sides had a very strange feeling. Brother Yi, don't be pessimistic. Maybe you can get through this. From now on, you can do whatever you want, Yao Guang said. Yi Fan said, in the Northern Realm, that divine doctor once said that if I sever my own cultivation, I should be able to live. Maybe I will make this choice. Yao Guang immediately smiled and said, according to my understanding of Brother Yi, you won't make this choice even if you die. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart quivered. Only after Xianxia and Yao Guang left did he mutter to himself, why is he the first to come to me? Yi Fan sat quietly in an inn in the capital of Yan for 3 days. On this night, a shocking murderous intent suddenly shot into the sky. 3 figures appeared. They were like 3 eternal and inextinguishable divine furnaces. Their life force was incomparably powerful. They killed their way into his room. The inn was immediately turned into powder. Under this kind of terrifying fluctuation, all the buildings were no longer there. The person in the lead was 3 meters tall. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was tall and strong, and his black hair danced in the wind. He held an ancient halberd in his hand, almost tearing the world apart. He had incomparable vitality. He turned into a true dragon and rushed into the night sky. Bloody light covered his body. He was like a demon god descending to the world. He waved the halberd and chopped down. The world was cut apart in an instant. It was like an ancient beast coming out of the abyss. It was like an unparalleled Holy Spirit walking out of the 7 great forbidden areas. It was incomparably terrifying. Clang! Yifan brandished his golden fist and met the halberd head-on. A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating through the entire Yin capital. Yifan's heart trembled. The weapon in this person's hand interweaved with the laws of heaven and earth. He himself was also incomparably powerful. This was a great enemy. Boom! On the side, another person made a move. His power was just as terrifying. It was a man who looked like a demon god. His purple hair danced in the wind. He was like a god who had descended to the world. He activated an ancient pagoda and suppressed downwards. His deep eyes flickered with a demonic purple radiance. Its power was terrifying. The ancient pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Great Tao patterns flickered on its surface. It was definitely a weapon that interweaved the Tao and principles. Before it even landed, the great earth already collapsed. Clang! Yifan barehandedly resisted this great weapon. His large golden hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. Tao patterns swirled about as it struck the ancient pagoda. The sound rang through the entire capital. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Doubt arose in Yifan's heart. Hong! A third wave of terrifying aura attacked. It was as if the Milky Way fell from the 9 heavens. It was a woman with a face like a flower and a face like the moon. Her slender jade-like hand brushed out, and dazzling radiance rushed over. Yifan sneered. Was she going to fight him in close combat? His right hand turned into a golden Tao monument. Symbols flickered, and it was as if it represented the will of heaven and earth as it struck down. Wang! Suddenly, behind that resplendent radiance, the woman held a black jar in her hand. It turned into a black hole and wanted to swallow him. Yifan's heart jumped. It was another expert. She could be considered a great enemy. She was definitely not weaker than the previous 2. This jar looked incomparably familiar. An imitation of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. It interweaves the Tao and principles. Yifan was shocked. This jar was even stronger than Two-Phase jar. Could it be that I guessed wrong? His heart was filled with doubt. His entire body surged with golden blood energy as he fought against the 3 experts barehandedly. This battle alarmed many experts of the Yin capital. Many cultivators rushed over. They were shocked. When did these 3 peerless young experts appear? Clang! That 3-meter-tall, majestic man had the strength to pick up mountains. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He swung his halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth. Yifan resisted with his golden fist, causing the halberd to tremble repeatedly. The sound of the halberd pierced through metal and stone, resounding throughout the sky. Boom! The purple-haired man was like a demon deity. His skin was sparkling like white jade, and his eyes were as terrifying as the abyss, occasionally flowing with purple light. He controlled the 9-story ancient pagoda and covered Yifan below. He kept activating it, and the innate Tao rune-imprinted pagoda descended, almost sucking Yifan inside several times. Dong! A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The ancient pagoda pressed down, piercing through the earth and sucking in endless soil and stones. Clang! Yifan's heart trembled as he tried his best to dissolve it. He had already been sucked into the first floor of the ancient pagoda, and the golden hand continued to move. Dong! His left hand turned into a golden heavenly steel, and his right hand turned into a golden millstone. They struck out at the same time, and finally, the weapon was sent flying. He was fearful, but he didn't know how shocked the others were. How many people would dare to resist a heavenly rune weapon with their bare hands? The saint physique is too powerful, and his body is comparable to a heavenly rune weapon. He is innately invincible, and how many people in the same generation can injure him? To deal with him, one can only suppress him with overflowing magic power and slowly refine him. Otherwise, he will suffer greatly. Many cultivators came from afar, and they were all discussing in low voices. The sounds of such a battle could be heard for dozens of miles, and as long as one was in the Swallow capital, it was impossible not to hear it. At this moment, what Yi Fan feared the most was the woman with the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar. Not only did she have the body of the jar, but she also had a lid, both of which had Tao and logic interwoven within. According to legend, the scariest part of the jar was the lid. It was refined by Ruthless using the skull of a great sovereign, and it possessed unimaginable power. Even if it was an imitation, it should be even more terrifying than the jar. Yi Fan was always on guard, but this beautiful woman didn't use it. This was a formless deterrent. These three people's origins were unfathomable, and every single one of them was a great enemy. They were all comparable to saint children, but he had never heard of them before. This truly shocked him. Chi. All of a sudden, a beam of gold light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. That small golden lake was like a small sun, and a small golden cauldron condensed by his soul consciousness flew out. Everyone in the younger generation knew how powerful his divine sense was. When the small golden lake transformed into a small three-legged cauldron, everyone's expression changed. Even the three powerful enemies revealed looks of shock. The space between their brows flickered with brilliance. Great treasures appeared, blocking in front of them. Hey! The beautiful woman gave a cold snort, then abruptly pulled out the lid of the ancient sky-devouring fiend jar and pressed it towards the small golden cauldron. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his forehead. The golden cauldron was about to be sucked into the demonic lid. There was a ghostly face imprint on it that looked like it was laughing, but also like it was crying. It was incomparably bizarre. Hee hee. Haha, a terrifying laughter sounded. It was sinister and terrifying, as if the world's most vicious person was laughing coldly in front of the desolate past. It transmitted through time and space. Then, an incomparably arrogant laughter sounded. It was as if the world's most arrogant demonic voice could trample on all the immortals of the heavens. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. This was just an imitation, yet it even imitated this type of demonic voice. Was this the voice of that unmatched vicious person? Fortunately, it was only an imitation. It only had a sound and didn't possess the power to erase the world. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great disaster. Even Yen City wouldn't be able to protect itself. Despite this being the case, Yi Fan's small golden cauldron was almost sucked inside. It quickly grew dim. He released a light shout, the space between his brows flourishing with golden light. The small golden cauldron turned into a streak of flowing light and rushed out, sweeping towards the three of them. They hurriedly resisted, fearing that it would touch their bodies. Everyone knew that this was one of Yi Fan's trump cards. Dong! At the same time, the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. That woman turned her hand, aiming it at Yi Fan. A mysterious streak of light shot out. This was a streak of dark light that devoured everything. Apart from this, there were great Tao patterns that descended, strand after strand like a heavenly screen, destroying everything. Yi Fan was unharmed, but in the distance, there were people who fell onto the ground and cried out miserably. A large number of people were affected, blood flowing out from the space between their brows. This devil cover's power was extremely great. Moreover, right at this time, the devil face imprint on the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar's lid seemed to have come to life, crying and laughing. Yi Fan's heart was pounding intensely. Chaotic green lotus, he displayed the irregular scene, wishing to suppress the three of them at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was still to deal with the heaven-devouring devil jar. This sect artifact was too sinister, he didn't know what other powers it had yet to display. He didn't want to deal with them one by one. He wanted to take the initiative, wanting to capture and kill all three of them at once. Primal chaos mist lingered about. The little golden cauldron returned to the space between his eyebrows. Yi Fan moved. A green lotus accompanied him, taking root in the void. It was like a heavenly book of the great Tao. 3 leaves gently swayed, reviving all living things. The world seemed to return to the beginning. Wang Yifan's hands moved. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared between his golden palms. His left hand was a yin diagram, and his right was a yang diagram. It was as if the sun and moon were moving together. An aura of the beginning of the world filled the air. Yifan's golden hands turned into a yin-yang diagram, wanting to cover the three of them below. It was clear that they knew how powerful this scene was. They didn't dare to enter the range of the irregular scene, all of them decisively retreating. Dang, the tall and imposing man with the ancient halberd was sent flying backwards. The halberd in his hands violently trembled. If it was any other weapon, they would have already been turned to powder. It was impossible for them to withstand a strike from the yin-yang diagram. Bang, the ancient 9-layered pagoda was like a mountain. It was sent flying by the yang diagram in Yifan's right hand. It turned into a beam of light that tore through the skies like a comet, disappearing into the ends of the world. Only the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar was terrifying. Even though it was a weak replica, it still displayed an unimaginable might. It withstood the yin diagram's strike, tens of thousands of black lights circulating around it. The divine body is so powerful. He didn't even use a weapon, and yet he could resist 3 great enemies. The spectators all felt a chill in their hearts. These 3 are the top experts of the younger generation. Where did they come from? Some people were puzzled. Yifan stood there, his expression calm. He confronted the 3 of them. If they continued to fight, he would capture and kill them. There were clouds of doubt in his heart. These 3 people had appeared and disrupted his conjectures. Were they sent by the other side to probe him? But how could these young experts that could compete with him listen to orders? They were nameless people. Just what kind of background did they have? They could definitely stand side by side with Holy Child-level characters. Whether it was in the Central Province or the Eastern Wastelands, there were very few people like this in the younger generation. They had the replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing demon jar, including the perfect lid. Although Holy Lord-level characters could reproduce and duplicate it, it was still very difficult. This was a bit unusual. His heart trembled. Could it be that the other party had obtained the vicious person's inheritance? It was possible. Yifan lightly shouted. Under the night sky, his golden body flickered. He pressed down on the void with one hand and used the green lotus to protect his body. He struck out the yin diagram and the yang diagram, wanting to capture the 3. Swish, swish, the majestic man with the ancient halberd and the demonic deity-like purple-haired man both retreated. Only the woman waved the heaven-swallowing demon jar and attacked him. The ghost face cried and laughed at the same time. His 2 eyes were filled with black light, making Yifan feel a chill invading his body. He fiercely shook his body, and his blood energy rushed into the sky, dissolving it. Your skills stop here. Hand over your life. Yifan rushed forward. Brother Yi, your body, hee. The woman laughed softly. Yifan's heart trembled. Was the other party here to probe his injuries? Thinking back to everything that had happened just now, there were clues to follow. What kind of person was so terrifying as to suspect him? He felt that he didn't have any flaws and was always on guard. His performance was perfect, and he even imitated the great Dao Crack's aura, inadvertently circulating a strand. You don't have to worry about me. I won't die so easily. Yifan raised his hand to attack, wanting to capture and kill the other party. Swoosh, however, the 3 figures suddenly became faint. They stepped into the void and were about to cross over. Yifan's expression changed. He raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. At the same time, his eyes shot out divine radiance, using his heavenly divine perception to see through their real situation. This is a divine technique that carves Dao patterns on the body. It can cross the void and leave no trace for 100 li. It's difficult to track down. It has disappeared for many years, and I didn't expect it to reappear in the world. An elder sighed. No matter how scheming you are, you still don't know that I have cultivated the divine eye. Yifan said to himself. He found it hard to calm down. This opponent was difficult to deal with, a terrifying enemy. Those 3 were actually not their true bodies. They were 3 deities from the Dao Palace. They came from the same source and were inseparable. However, after thinking about it carefully, he frowned. This person was extremely cunning and cautious. The three deities did not leave behind any special imprints, so there was no way to make a judgment. What a powerful person. The three deities he gave birth to can all compete with the saint child. Moreover, the deities he gave birth to can turn into men and women, no different from flesh and blood. Without the divine eye, it is impossible to see through him. Trying to find such a person was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Yi Fan pondered and thought back to all kinds of past events. He couldn't start from the life imprint, so he could only search for clues from the details. He really wanted to find this person, or else he would feel uneasy. Similar, there is a slight resemblance. He stood there for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. When the majestic man brandished the ancient halberd and tore apart the heaven and earth, that insufferably arrogant charm was a bit similar to the scene he had seen before. This was thanks to his powerful divine will, which firmly imprinted the scene of the past. When he was in the northern region, not long after he came out of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, there were two frightening existences with long hair all over their bodies, suspected to be archaic creatures. They held great swords in their hands and hacked apart the heaven and earth. At that time everyone speculated that they weren't archaic creatures, but rather old Saber Honcho. From the suspicious points that followed, it could be seen that old Saber Honcho had left, and all signs pointed to him. However, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the Alcade Saint Child, even though the possibility of that resemblance was less than 1 in 10,000. That day, those two creatures were elders of the Alcade Saint Child. They went on a killing spree, killing one person every 10 steps. When he thought of how the Alcade Saint Child was like a deity walking the mortal world, untainted by dust and eternally shrouded in a divine halo, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even though there's only a sliver of possibility, I still have to be on guard. Yi Fan's heart pounded. He placed all of his thoughts on the Alcade Saint Child and muttered to himself, did he obtain the inheritance of Ruthless? He also entered Ruthless training ground and was heavily injured and almost died. Does he want to be in the same darkness? Yi Fan frowned. Before this, he had never suspected the Alcade Saint Child, but now he had to be on guard. This person had inexplicably been implicated. But, the other person is more likely. Yi Fan thought of Hua Yunfei. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Hua Yunfei and an old man in the fire domain, he would never have thought that Hua Yunfei wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. He would never forget those words. At that time, Hua Yunfei said to himself that the divine body contained a strange power. If he knew about it, he would obtain its origin. Yi Fan was not involved. Only when he heard it with his own ears could he see through the fog. Who in the world would think that the ethereal Hua Yunfei might be the inheritor of Ruthless? Hua Yunfei was as outstanding as a banished immortal. He was elegant and noble, and he was very low-key. He never caused any waves. It was as though he was wearing a layer of holy clothes. There was not a single flaw. The world would never doubt him. Regardless of whether he obtained Ruthless inheritance or not, he definitely wants to harm me. He wants to obtain Ji Ziyue's origin, and that includes me. When old man Li Ruoyu fought with the half-step almighty cultivators, he was astonished. Old man Li Ruoyu's aura was somewhat familiar. Old man Li Ruoyu often hid in the humble peak and was adjacent to the star peak. This made Yi Fan even more certain. What's going on with the Alcade Saint Child? It's very confusing. There's a slight possibility that it's him, however, the other party's main goal tonight was to investigate the injuries of the divine body. His thoughts were very heavy. Regardless of whether Xiaochen was involved or not, he had to be on guard. I firmly believe that Hua Yunfei wants to kill me. Yi Fan revealed a murderous intent. Just what he saw in the fire domain was enough to foretell that it would be difficult for him to coexist with Hua Yunfei. The next day, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman entered the Yandu together. Yi Fan went up to them and directly attacked. He did not expect the other party to have meticulous plans. Otherwise, given the other party's scheming, he would definitely have a plan after entering the Yandu. He would most likely have a powerful backup plan to get rid of Xiaochen. Rather than giving Hua Yunfei a chance, Yi Fan decided to make the first move. Furthermore, this was a trap he had set up for Hua Yunfei in the first place. The earlier he dealt with it, the better he could be at ease. Brother Yi, why are you doing this? Hua Yunfei was enveloped by a majestic golden blood qi. His expression changed drastically. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaoman also cried out in shock at the side. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was only here to kill and did not want to be distracted. Only by using the might of the lightning to obliterate this person would he be at ease. An immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, and other phenomena appeared at the same time, enveloping Hua Yunfei. As long as he was trapped within, everything would be easy. The 9 heavens appeared, and an immortal king sat high above. The yin and yang diagram sealed the sky. This area was like a celestial land. The golden light around Yi Fan soared into the heavens, and he was as powerful as a holy spirit. Boom! Hua Yunfei naturally could not just sit and wait for death. A star rushed out from between his eyebrows, and endless immortal light flowed down, enveloping him. Why is the holy body fighting against the supreme mystery sex Hua Yunfei? All the cultivators were shocked, and they could not understand. Heavens, that is the star peak treasure. Legend has it that it was refined from a star. Some of the older generation were shocked. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Senior brother Hua gave you the 9 orifices exquisite pellet to save your life. Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Li Xiaoman's expression changed. Yi Fan laughed in disdain. He did not care at all. He took a big step forward, and the might of lightning was still there. He wanted to kill Hua Yunfei. He was like an ancient god walking over, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Yi Fan had made up his mind to kill Hua Yunfei. He did not waste any words. The golden hand covered the sky, causing the space to collapse and the world to tremble. The might of the undying holy body was completely unleashed. The immortal king descending from the 9 heavens merged with him. The 9 heavens were vast and lofty. Clouds flowed and appeared under his feet, making him look like a god. With every step he took, the world would tremble. There was a terrifying and mysterious rhythm that made many people's hearts almost jump out of their chests. He was like a holy spirit forged from divine gold. His entire body shone with boundless light, and golden blood qi rushed into the sky. The golden hand slapped forward, covering the sky and the earth. Hua Yunfei usually did not reveal himself, but his strength was extremely great. He was like an immortal that could ride on the waves, surpassing the limits of his speed. At this moment, he became the embodiment of the Tao. He slashed through the air and turned into a ray of blue light. Tao patterns flowed around his body as he avoided the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens and brushed past the golden hand. Boom! Yi Fan laughed coldly. The primal chaos lotus avatar pressed down. Threads of mist split the sky and the earth. The lotus, which contained the will of the 3 living things, shook violently as if it wanted to split the sky and earth. Clang! At the crucial moment, a star appeared on Hua Yunfei's forehead and blocked the green lotus. He was like a moving light, like a moving shadow. His body merged with the sky and disappeared into the distance in an instant. You want to leave? Impossible! Yi Fan shouted coldly. The yin-yang diagram shot out like an erupting volcano. It rumbled and cut off the path forward, cutting through the sky and earth. Boom! The powerful yin-yang avatar sealed the sky and earth, trying to suppress Hua Yunfei inside. The yang diagram and yin diagram merged together and pressed down at the same time. Ding! With a soft sound, the star flew out again and hit the yin-yang diagram. It blocked the heaven-sealing power and Hua Yunfei flew back decisively. Everything happened too quickly. The bystanders were dazzled and could not understand what was happening. They could not keep up with their speed. The 2 of them moved like 2 rays of light. Boom! The phenomenon of lovely land appeared. This was a small world, and Yi Fan stood alone in it. His hair danced in the air, and like a demon, he suppressed Hua Yunfei beneath him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a merciless smile. The golden hand that had turned into a heavenly steel slammed down. The space cracked, and a huge black crack extended into the distance. Hua Yunfei's star was extremely dazzling. It burned like a sun, illuminating the entire Yandu. No one could open their eyes. He fought fiercely against the lovely land phenomenon. Otherwise, once he fell into the sacred body phenomenon, he would definitely die. This was what many people believed, and there were countless legends about it. Clang, the phenomenon was blocked, but Yi Fan's giant hand came crashing down. Hua Yunfei had nowhere to hide. Divine light covered his body and Tao diagrams appeared. He could only forcefully resist. Boom, Yi Fan kept slapping out with his golden palm. The power behind the palm was terrifying, causing many of the distant spectators to feel horrified. This level of power could even flatten a cultivator from the dragon transformation pocket stage. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Yi Fan's 9 palms came crashing down. Hua Yunfei coughed out 9 mouthfuls of blood. His face was incomparably pale, and his body was about to split open. He had suffered heavy injuries. But Yi Fan was shocked. This opponent was too terrifying. Even if it was an elder from the dragon transformation pocket stage, he would undoubtedly die if he was forced to such a close distance. But Hua Yunfei used his body to receive the attacks. His body did not collapse, and he continued to pull away from Yi Fan. He began to mobilize his monstrous magic power. Boom! That star flickered, as if a huge monster was awakening. It was like an ancient king had awakened, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Heavens, the supreme treasure of the profound star peak has been unsealed. The spectators cried out in alarm. This treasure is incomparably terrifying. It was refined from a real star, and it is enough to suppress a world-shaking powerhouse. Many people's expressions changed. Hua Yunfei quickly retreated. His face was snow-white, and he coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. His monstrous magic power surged out like an ocean, drowning towards Yi Fan. Especially that star, it blocked the lovely land. It blossomed with millions of rays of starlight, cutting off the heavens. It blocked Yi Fan outside, and he was unable to get close. The body of a divine physique is too terrifying. No matter how strong an opponent is, they can only hold a grudge when they get close to him. Hua Yunfei's ability to withstand it is truly shocking. Although this Hua Yunfei has a certain amount of fame, I have never heard of his shocking battle achievements. Yet, he was able to block the body of a divine physique. It is truly terrifying. Many people cried out in alarm. They did not dare to believe everything that was happening. Although Hua Yunfei coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were not light, people did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. This was because the body of a divine physique was unparalleled in the world. To be able to survive a close combat situation with him was already a miracle. Yi Fan sighed softly. Hua Yunfei's strength had exceeded his expectations. In a close combat situation, he did not die, and he still coughed up blood as he escaped. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have no enmity between us in the past. Why do you want to take my life? Hua Yunfei's blue robe was stained with blood. However, he was still as ethereal as before. Even in this kind of situation, he was still very calm. Yi Fan, why are you doing this? Seeing your brother Hua heard that you are about to enter the ancient desolate forbidden grounds and traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Swallow capital. Everything was to send you off, but you actually want to kill him. Li Xiaoman stood in the distance and questioned. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan glanced at Li Xiaoman. After that, he pressed forward step by step. The heaven and earth trembled rhythmically because of his footsteps. The powerful aura caused people to tremble. You. Li Xiaoman found it hard to remain calm. In the Swallow capital, many cultivators rushed over. The battle between the divine body and Hua Yunfei attracted a lot of attention. Recently, Yi Fan was always in the limelight. Nobody knew why the two of them were fighting, but they were all looking forward to it. They hoped to see a fierce battle. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight me? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. He took off his blue robe that was stained with blood and tossed it out. Didn't you come to the Swallow capital to kill me? Why do you have to be so pretentious? However, you don't have time to plan. Yi Fan was very calm. Brother Yi, why do you say that? Why do I want to kill you? Hua Yunfei looked surprised and didn't understand. Do you think it's flawless? I already know everything. Yi Fan laughed coldly, creating pressure in Hua Yunfei's heart. I don't understand what you are talking about. However, I know that Brother Yi has made up his mind to fight me. Although I am not talented, I am not afraid of anyone. Hua Yunfei's calmness had a trace of toughness. Don't speak like you are innocent. You are not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. Yi Fan smiled. Buzz. He attacked again. His golden fist pierced through the sky towards Hua Yunfei. This was a battle of life and death. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing killing intent. Ding. The strings of the zither were plucked. Hua Yunfei also attacked. His heroic spirit was overwhelming. The calmness from before was gone. He sat cross-legged in the air and played the zither. If that is the case, Brother Yi, I will fight with you. Ding ding dong dong, the sound of the zither was like the sound of nature. However, it contained a terrifying killing intent. Beams of light shot out from the zither towards Yi Fan's golden fist. Dang! This was a sharpness that was even sharper than sword chi. It could kill a cultivator of the Four Extremities realm. Many of the spectators' expressions changed. Hua Yunfei is actually so strong. Just the sound of the zither can kill people invisibly. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine body is strong, normal people would have been turned into sieves by the sound of the zither. Boom! The essence chi in Yi Fan's body boiled. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold. He emitted a divine light and even his hair was dyed golden. He merged with the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens and rushed forward. The sound of the zither was like a blade. Although it had tens of thousands of layers, under his golden blood chi, it was all turned into nothingness. It couldn't hurt him at all. Brother Yi, you have surprised me. You have only entered the Four Extremities secret realm not long ago, but you were already able to dominate your peers. Hua Yunfei's voice was gentle. His fingers were agile. When he plucked the strings, the rhythm suddenly changed. The melody was completely different. The cry of the phoenix shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the sound of the zither disappeared. Only the cry of the phoenix remained. It resounded throughout the Yen capital and pierced through the sky. One could clearly see 9 divine phoenixes rushing out from the zither. They spread their wings and soared. Although they were incomparably graceful, they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if real celestial spirits had descended into the mortal world. This is an ancient song that has been lost. It is known as the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix. It can be said to be a divine sound. It directly kills the source of life and destroys all life. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It really is the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix. Heavens, it has actually reappeared in the mortal world. It has disappeared for at least tens of thousands of years. It has merged with the Tao and its power is boundless. It can destroy all enemies. Many people cried out in surprise and revealed expressions of shock. The ripples from the 9 divine phoenixes made people tremble uncontrollably. They possessed extremely powerful might and gave people a feeling that they couldn't resist. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The magic power of the 9 divine phoenixes surged into the sky. They turned into beams of light and rushed over, aiming for the source of life in his saint body. At this moment, his golden sea of bitterness was boiling. The 9 divine phoenixes actually wanted to enter his body. Their cries shook the 9 heavens and destroyed all life. Dang, dang, Yi Fan used his physical body to resist. Innate patterns flickered on his golden palms as he fought against the 9 divine phoenixes. His murderous intent reached the clouds. Boom! The phenomenon of lovely land rushed out. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time and directly imprisoned the 9 divine phoenixes. Then, he punched them one by one, turning them into dust. This caused everyone to be shocked. This was the legendary Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix. Its divine might was unfathomable, but it was actually destroyed by his punches. Hua Yunfei sighed softly like a sorrowful god. Then, he continuously plucked the strings of the zither 9 times. It possessed a mysterious power and the world was torn apart like a piece of paper. The 9 tribulations of the Song of the 9 Tribulations of the Phoenix had truly appeared. These were the gates of 9 small worlds. They opened in the sky and a world-destroying aura surged down. Divine melody, a divine melody that manifests the heavenly tribulations. The 9 tribulations transformed into 9 phoenixes. They connected the 9 small worlds and descended to suppress Yifan. This was a peerless killing intent. How many people in this world could resist 9 tribulations? Everyone's expression changed. Of course, Yifan was an exception. Recently, he had been struck by lightning many times. In this world, perhaps only his physique was least afraid of the heavenly tribulations. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. Hua Yunfei is too terrifying. This kid is very low profile. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He is probably not weaker than people with the godly king physique. Boom. Yifan went against the 9 tribulations and left golden footprints in the sky. He quickly arrived in front of Hua Yunfei. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death? Hua Yunfei sighed softly. Then, his hands slowly moved in the air. The trajectory was mysterious and unfathomable. The 9 gates of the small world shook violently as if 9 gods were about to rush out. Monstrous waves of energy covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom. Suddenly, a golden ocean surged out from Yifan's body and drowned Hua Yunfei. Yifan had never used this kind of phenomenon before. He had always kept it as a backup plan. A green lotus floated in the golden ocean. Primal chaos mist surged and surged. It locked the 9 gates of the small worlds in place and pressed towards Hua Yunfei. Boom. Yifan rushed forward and all the phenomena appeared at the same time. They combined into one and suppressed Hua Yunfei within. Yifan, you can't kill the innocent. Li Xiaoman shouted. Yifan's various phenomena fused into one. The blue lotus, the immortal king, the yin-yang diagram, the beautiful mountains and rivers, and the golden sea of bitterness linked together. It was as if he was evolving the heaven and earth, transforming into a pure land. When the heaven and earth began, all living things were born. There was a vigorous life force as well as a destructive force. Yifan stood alone in the center like a god that split the heavens and earth apart, becoming the absolute ruler. Hua Yunfei's expression finally changed. Being suppressed by the divine physique phenomenon meant that there was only a slim chance of survival. The legends had always been like this, not many people could break out. Clang, 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 he forcefully plucked the zither strings. The 9 small world gates in the sky became even more terrifying. They continuously pressed downwards, wanting to break out of the imprisonment. Boom, the small world gates collapsed. A vast and destructive aura rushed towards Yifan's phenomenon, wanting to destroy everything. Hua Yunfei's methods were sharp. He was destroying space. He would rather both sides be injured and break the great Tao he had branded in the void to kill his way out. Boom, boom, the 9 minor world gates shattered one after the other. All the spectators were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. Hua Yunfei was too ruthless. He destroyed space and shattered the Tao diagrams that he had left behind. This was a move that would destroy the enemy with him. Everyone's hair stood on end as they fled for their lives. They wanted nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and leave this area. If they were caught up in this, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The void was collapsing and formless destruction was happening. Such a terrifying method would even make a Saint Lord frown. It was not something that just anyone could use. At this moment, even Li Xiaoman had no choice but to fly into the distance. If she was one step late, she would definitely be turned to dust. Boom, it was as if 10,000 thunderclaps were ringing. The 9 small world gates collapsed and the power of the space they had absorbed completely erupted and surged downwards. This Hua Yunfei is really calm and emotionless. He dares to break the divine physique phenomenon like this. He will definitely be greatly injured. His actions are decisive. This child is truly terrifying. He destroyed his own Tao diagram and turned it into such a calamity. It is truly amazing that he has such methods. The tune of the 9 tribulations phoenix was a supreme divine technique that was renowned throughout the ages. It could produce heavenly tribulations and fight against cultivators. It was inherently invincible, and not many people could contend against it. Only someone with a constitution like Yifan's could endure it, not fearing the lightning tribulation. However, right now, he frowned greatly. The 9 tribulations were detonated. The power of nothingness surging, sweeping downwards. Even he couldn't face it head-on. Boom, the boundless void energy surged. Yifan gritted his teeth and attacked while he was in his mysterious phenomenon. He was fighting for time and speed, wanting to kill Hua Yunfei first. Whoosh! A formless killing intent surged over like water. Yifan was like a blazing golden god of war. As he waved his mysterious phenomenon, Hua Yunfei's body cracked. Yifan, how can you be so heartless? Senior Martial Brother Hua. Li Xiaoman screamed. What a terrifying scene. The divine body's power is truly terrifying. All of the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The battle prowess that Hua Yunfei displayed was so strong that he could definitely look down on the younger generation. However, right now, he was being suppressed to the point where he was about to shatter. Hua Yunfei could kill cultivators in the 4 extremities realm as easily as cutting grass. Killing cultivators in the dragon transformation realm was also not a problem. However, right now, when everyone saw this result, their expressions all changed. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Bang! Hua Yunfei's body split into pieces and shot out in all directions, leaving behind a large amount of blood mist. This caused a series of exclamations. Such a strong talent died just like that. Yifan used his mysterious phenomenon to cross over, avoiding the surging void energy from the sky. This was a world-destroying aura, causing him to be extremely fearful. Boom, the void collapsed and was completely destroyed. Fortunately, it was in the sky. Otherwise, this region would definitely be flattened. It was unknown how many people would die a violent death. Senior Martial Brother Hua. Li Xiaoman cried out in alarm. The others also sighed. An incomparably strong talent who could display the 9 tribulations Phoenix melody with boundless prospects was killed just like that. What? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. He didn't die. Rising from the ashes, Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. Many people were shocked. In the distance, Hua Yunfei's body that was split into pieces turned into a few beams of light and rushed together. He had revived and was completely unharmed. Many people were dumbfounded. They clearly saw him being killed, but now he was revived and his body was reconstructed. There wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. This kid has a great fortune. He actually obtained such a long-lost supreme divine technique. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique is known as an undying mystical technique. It is profound and unfathomable. Grasping it is equivalent to having an extra life. The 9 tribulations Phoenix Melody and Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique are of the same origin. When combined, they are known as Phoenix Calamity. It is a supreme heavenly technique. As expected, he has an extraordinary fate to actually obtain such an inheritance. Everyone gasped in admiration. There wasn't a single person who wasn't envious. These 2 ancient mystical techniques had been lost for God knows how long. Today, they were actually obtained by a single person. You're really hard to kill. Yifan pressed forward. He naturally wouldn't stop. He was determined to take Hua Yunfei's life. Brother Ye's strength is daunting. Hua Yunfei sighed softly. However, he was very calm. He wasn't angry or dejected. Although Yifan was very powerful, he didn't dare to be careless. This person was extremely powerful. He definitely had an incomparably powerful trump card. He was a great enemy of life and death. Why do I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't any weaker than the Divine King physique? He's in existence like the Alcade Saint Child. Someone said in a low voice. Indeed. The 9 tribulations Phoenix Melody's offensive power is world-shaking. In the same generation, apart from the saint physique, almost no one can withstand it. This kid is unfathomable. Everyone was pondering. Only Yifan understood that Hua Yunfei was indeed such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Swoosh, a group of stars appeared and surrounded Hua Yunfei. The night was like water. The starlight was endless. Hua Yunfei stood in the starry sky, elegant and otherworldly. This wasn't a strange phenomenon. It was the mystical technique of the Supreme Mystery Star Peak. It was the mystical technique he was most proficient in. At this moment, he was like a star monarch descending to the mortal world. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Yunfei's body was covered in starlight. His powerful qi made people tremble. His entire being was incomparably holy and frightening. Dragon transformation. He's actually a cultivator of the dragon transformation secret realm. My God, so young and already a cultivator of the dragon transformation secret realm. This is unbelievable. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Nobody expected Hua Yunfei to reach such a realm and have such terrifying cultivation. I've long heard that someone from the younger generation has entered the dragon transformation secret realm. However, it has never been proven. Who would have thought that the first one to be discovered would be Hua Yunfei? He had always kept a low profile and kept a low profile. Now that he had displayed such strength, it was naturally shocking. Yi Fan's heart jumped. His opponent was indeed frightening. He had long entered the dragon transformation secret realm. This would be an extremely difficult battle. The difference of one realm was like the difference of heaven. The difference in strength was huge. It was almost impossible for a lower-level cultivator to defeat a higher-level cultivator. Yi Fan was only able to go against the flow and kill immortals because of his special physique. Now, he was in the second realm of the Four Extremes secret realm. However, he could kill cultivators of the Four Extremes complete realm. He could even kill cultivators of the dragon transformation secret realm without a problem. However, Hua Yunfei was different. He was a top cultivator of the younger generation. People like him and Yao Guang could already kill cultivators of the dragon transformation secret realm when they were in the Four Extremes secret realm. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation secret realm, one could imagine how powerful he had become. Brother Ye's strength is shocking. You have forced me to fight you with the cultivation of the dragon transformation realm. Hua Yunfei shook his head. His voice was ethereal, like a god sighing. This is not all you have up your sleeves. Show me your strongest demonic skill. Yi Fan said coldly. I only know the secret of the Star Peak. I have only recently acquired the supreme divine skill, Tribulation of Phoenix. Hua Yunfei was incomparably calm and unmoved. Boom, Yi Fan made his move. At this point, it was useless to say anything else. The only way to force out ruthless Great Emperor's secret was to defeat his opponent with his true strength. He displayed the void palm imprint. The golden palm covered the sky like a golden cloud and smashed down with unparalleled divine might. Everyone was shocked. How many people could contend against this kind of wild power? In the crowd, Ji Haoyue's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light as he stared at the golden palm. This was his clan's divine skill. Boom, Hua Yunfei was not afraid at all. He used his overflowing magical power to resist. Stars appeared in the sky and shot out one after another from his fingertips towards Yi Fan. Starlight flowed out from his fingertips like water. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if a galaxy was under his control and was surging and roaring in front of him. The place he was standing at was no different from a real star domain. There was starlight everywhere and divine power everywhere. It was brilliant in the night. Boom, the 9 stars aligned was like a ray of life, but it was also a butcher's knife of destruction. It struck towards Yi Fan and was filled with a bitter aura. The two of them fought with true fire. Even the elegant Hua Yunfei had an imposing aura. A sharp aura appeared as he fought with all his might. This was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in the destruction of his body and soul. Yi Fan used all kinds of images to suppress the sky. He continuously pressed forward and took the initiative to attack. His power was unstoppable. Boom, the void collapsed. The battle prowess of the two was too terrifying. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. There was nothing that could stop them. They fought from the sky to the clouds, and then from the clouds to the ground. They were like dragons and rocks. They were incomparably valiant and terrifying. This was a bitter battle. Both of them were peak characters of the younger generation. It was incomparably intense, causing the spectators to feel uneasy. Kill in all directions. Hua Yunfei lightly shouted. He took the initiative to attack. He was like a celestial being that had come into being. He was flawless and sparkling. However, when his hands moved, a terrifying pressure caused people's hearts to tremble. The trajectory of his slender fingers was complex and profound. Boom, the boundless star domain enveloped the sky and earth. One after another, huge stars lined up and formed a huge cross. The two rows of stars intersected and crushed towards Yifan. The void was like a broken painting. It was easily torn apart. Kill in all directions carried the power of the boundless star domain and destroyed everything in its path. The void continuously collapsed. The cross intersected and the resplendent starlight contained an unstoppable and terrifying star power. To people of the same generation, this was a supreme killing technique. At this moment, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation felt a chill down their spines. Hua Yunfei's battle prowess was too terrifying. Boom, Yifan faced the battle calmly and did not panic at all. His hands also moved in the void, leaving behind mysterious and unfathomable trajectories. Boom, he pressed his hands together and an ancient pagoda materialized in the void. It flew forward and faced the kill in all directions, wanting to shatter the countless stars. This ancient pagoda materialized into the world. It was his understanding of the Tao and condensed into a tangible form. It suppressed the surroundings. Boom, the star domain dimmed and the kill in all directions was weakened. It was not as terrifying as before. Boom, Yifan's hands continued to move and a huge bell appeared. This was also his understanding of the Tao. It was imprinted into a tangible form. With a loud dang sound, time froze. The kill in all directions was blocked and then it started to collapse. The cross-shaped star completely dimmed and was finally extinguished. Yifan's hands moved and the ancient pagoda and the bell collided. Space and time trembled and with a loud rumble, they combined into one and turned into a simple and unadorned cauldron. A cauldron, 2 ears, 3 legs. It was in accordance with the saying, the Tao begets one begets two begets three begets all things. This was the tangible manifestation of the Tao. The space was suppressed and time was frozen. Yifan used the cauldron that he imprinted in the void to attack Hua Yunfei. Boom, the cauldron represented the will of the heaven and earth. It was like the descent of the great Tao. Hua Yunfei used the Phoenix Calamity and the Star Divine technique to resist. Blood finally flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Who was Hua Yunfei? With his current performance, no one would doubt his combat ability. He could definitely go against nature and kill a celestial. An outstanding talent like him could kill a dragon transformation realm cultivator in the 4 Extremes secret realm. Now that he had stepped into the dragon transformation realm, he was even more terrifying. But now, he was actually injured. The might of the divine physique was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that when he killed Ji Hui, the few dragon transformation realm cultivators from the Ji clan allowed him to leave and did not stop him. Everyone's heart jumped. One should know that Yifan had only stepped into the 2nd level of the 4 Extremes secret realm. There was a huge gap between him and his opponent. However, at this moment, there was no joy in Yifan's heart. He knew that this was the scariest opponent he had ever met since he started cultivating. This was because the other party was enduring patiently and had a terrifying backup plan. Hua Yunfei was definitely an unparalleled enemy. It was very possible that he had obtained the inheritance of Ruthless and had not used it yet. Once that kind of supreme demonic technique was used, it would most likely be world-shaking. It was the most terrifying absolute technique in history. It was hard to predict how terrifying it would be. Although Yifan also had a backup plan that he had not used, he still felt that this was a life-or-death enemy. The most disadvantageous reason was that he was a few levels lower than the other party. He was still far from the dragon transformation realm. If you don't use your demonic technique now, you won't have the chance anymore. Yifan's thoughts turned quickly. Both of his hands carved in the air. He started to use his own understanding of the Tao to imprint the words. Unknowingly, he carved out 9 ancient characters. It was very natural, as though he was involuntarily doing it. Very quickly, he finished. They were the 9 Qinggis recorded in the Tao scripture. They pressed towards Hua Yunfei. The 9 ancient characters were incomparably mysterious. It was as though they ran through the past, present, and future. You. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He seemed to know that these were characters that only the great ancient emperors could understand. He used all his strength to resist. Boom. The 9 ancient characters revolved around him. The entire area was on the verge of collapsing. The 9 characters imprinted in the air formed a small world cage. It wanted to seal him forever. The 9 ancient characters sealed the sky, absorbing the endless power of the void to form a small world cage. An immortal aura pervaded the air. Boom, the void collapsed, and black cracks appeared one after another. Then, they quickly reformed. The 9 ancient characters imprinted themselves in the void, forming the heaven and earth. A sturdy and eternal small world was born. Hua Yunfei's expression changed drastically. He attacked with all his might, wanting to break this small world and escape. His aura continued to rise, and he was bathed in divine splendor like a god being reborn. He started to draw upon the great Tao, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to resist. Beside him, the starry sea was incomparably brilliant. Large stars kept colliding. This was a sea of stars. Boom, countless large stars collided. This was a shocking scene. The sea of stars boiled, and boundless starlight shone, wanting to destroy this newly born small world. Dong, the small world cage trembled and became clearer. With the support of the 9 ancient characters, it began to slowly compress, wanting to seal Hua Yunfei in the center for eternity. He must have seen the innate imperial text before, and he must have a peerless ancient scripture in his hands. Yi Fan observed his expression and immediately made this judgment. Starlight heaven and earth. Hua Yunfei shouted. The sea of stars around him became even more resplendent, like a vast ocean, incomparably gorgeous and divine. A powerful aura and destructive power rushed out immediately, wanting to open a path to escape and break out of the small world cage. Boom, the stars turned into rivers, and thousands of great rivers surged with power. Countless large stars gathered together, causing people to tremble and destroying everything in their way. Pung, pung, the small world cage shook, but there were no signs of it collapsing. The 9 ancient characters were rooted in the void, representing immortality and eternity. They could not be broken at all. This is a miraculous technique, creating a void cage. It is so sturdy, but how can it have such terrifying power? Hua Yunfei's talent is shocking. How many people in the same generation can contend against this kind of starry power? But they cannot break out of this small world. Many cultivators were discussing, and their hearts were filled with doubt. They could not guess the reason for this. Everyone was extremely amazed by Hua Yunfei's performance. He was a genius. Such a young Dragon Realm expert, yet he had such shocking battle prowess. He could be called a hero. As for the crowd, they were even more shocked by Yi Fan's methods. This kind of battle prowess was terrifying. He was able to suppress the genius Hua Yunfei, causing them to feel fear in their hearts. Once the small world cage appeared, everyone was horrified. Almost no one knew the origins of the 9 words. The unknown always made people fearful. Among the crowd, Yao Guang Saint looked calm and peaceful. There was a layer of holy light flowing around his body. His eyes were very deep as he calmly looked at the 9 ancient characters. No one knew what he was thinking. Boom, Hua Yunfei's body was blazing with light, as though he was burning. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, he had transformed into a star, incomparably bright. He turned his body into a star, becoming the ruler of the endless stellar domain. All of the stars seemed to have revived, resonating with the great heaven and earth, drawing upon the great Tao. Buzz. The void trembled. Everyone was shocked to discover that there was a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Countless large stars were burning, wanting to burn down the small world cage. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, causing the void to collapse. Large cracks extended into the distance. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be sucked into the cracks. Hua Yunfei's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. Many of the older generation experts of the Dragon Realm felt a chill in their hearts. Boom. Although the void outside the small world cage was shattered, it did not show any signs of collapsing. The 9 ancient characters did not move at all. They were incomparably stable, stabilizing everything. Moreover, the cage began to shrink, continuously compressing towards the center. It looked like Hua Yunfei was about to be sealed, and he was powerless. Everyone could only sigh. In this kind of great era, various kings and geniuses rose together. It was already destined that tragedies would happen one after another. The rise of a king would definitely be followed by the fall of another king. However, the divine physique was about to leave this world. Yet, in the few remaining days of his life, he suppressed an unparalleled genius to death. This made everyone feel that if Hua Yunfei were to die like this, it would be an incomparably great pity. Everyone could only shake their heads. In the future, there would definitely be great battles that would be even crueler. This was because the glorious era of the various kings had only just begun. Wang. Just when everyone thought that Hua Yunfei was about to suffer a calamity and be suppressed, the situation changed. Hua Yunfei withdrew the endless starlight and sat cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. He was enveloped by immortal light, and his body became hazy. His hands moved in an incomparably ethereal manner, and it was impossible to imitate. Complicated and profound Tao marks appeared. He continuously formed hand seals, drawing out mysterious trajectories. He became one with heaven and earth, becoming the embodiment of the Tao. He looked incomparably lofty, causing people to revere him. Boom! The first ancient character appeared. It was as sharp as a blade, and contained an exceptional killing intent. Boom! The second ancient character appeared. It was like a raging ocean, and its tyrannical aura pierced through the clouds. Boom! The third ancient character appeared. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. The majestic force of the world transformation surged violently, causing people to feel suffocated. The great world was trembling, and the void was collapsing. 9 ancient characters appeared one after another, engraving themselves in the void. They were mysterious and profound, causing people to feel fear. Yi Fan's heart jumped. These were characters that only ancient emperors could recognize. They possessed boundless might, and it would be difficult for anyone in this world to comprehend them now. Hua Yunfei had a great opportunity, actually obtaining this kind of inheritance. It was truly unknown what other trump cards he had. Even Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. All signs pointed to the fact that Hua Yunfei had a great encounter. His heavenly fate was great, and it was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Shua. Hua Yunfei opened his eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged at the center of the small world cage. His hands fiercely pressed down, and the 9 ancient characters rushed out, beginning to destroy the small world. Hong. The mysterious ancient characters clashed. The 9 ancient characters that Hua Yunfei inscribed were different from the ones that Yi Fan grasped, but they were on the same level. The 18 ancient characters were all strange and unfathomable. They absorbed the power of the void, evolving into a small world, and then destroying the small world. In the distance, the crowd was all shocked. What kind of battle was this? Both of them had endless methods, and the battle was far from over. Who was weaker and who was stronger, who would live and who would die, was still hard to say. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled, as if the world was being created, and also as if the world was being destroyed. The two clashed, and everything became hazy. The aura of life and death drowned out the small world. In the end, the crowd could no longer see anything. They could only see large cracks extending out, and the void was being torn apart. The great battle raged on, and after an unknown amount of time, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Hua Yunfei rushed into the sky, finally breaking free from the seal. However, he could not help but cough out 3 large mouthfuls of blood. The 9 ancient characters circled around him, and they quickly dimmed. On the other side, Yi Fan stood there quietly. He was not injured at all, but his expression was grave. This great enemy was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Hua Yunfei had great luck, and obtained an inheritance that others could not imagine. He had endless methods, and if it was someone else, it would be almost impossible to deal with. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Until now, Hua Yunfei's tone was still calm, without any ripples. Show me your demonic arts. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. since you want to fight, then let's fight. Although I am not famous, I do not think I am weaker than anyone. Hua Yunfei's aura became sharp for the first time, and people could feel his strength. At this moment, night fell, and stars appeared in the sky. The water-like starlight gathered towards him, incomparably beautiful and holy. Child of Night. The inheritors of the mysterious star peak have always had the legend of the Child of Night. Under the starry sky, they are invincible. Many people cried out in surprise, and when they saw this scene, they all revealed strange expressions. Bang! Hua Yunfei took the initiative to attack, and attacked towards Yi Fan. What he used was the power of the stars, and it was formed from the interweaving of the starlight in the sky. It was incomparably vigorous. A large expanse of blazing light was like a tsunami that reached the sky, and it was boundless. It drowned Yi Fan in front of him. The resplendent starlight was boundless, and there was no end to it. The spectators all felt horrified. Under the starry sky, Hua Yunfei was like a ruler. Even his divine body is threatened. No matter how strong a person is, he would not be able to contend against the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan formed seals with both hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared. It suppressed the heaven and earth, and resisted the endless starlight. His steps were firm, and he advanced step by step. Whoosh! Beside Hua Yunfei, a starry sky appeared again, and the starlight shone brilliantly. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The small starry sky that he transformed into and the real big starry sky in outer space resonated with each other, as if they were connected together. The boundless starry sky surged down, and it was incomparably majestic. It was as if there were countless silver waterfalls pouring down. Hua Yunfei was like the child of God, and he was surrounded by one spectacular waterfall after another. His radiance was boundless, and every move he made could bring out endless power. Moreover, in between his eyebrows, a star appeared. It was dazzling, and it was like the eye of a god, able to see through everything. Oh my God, the supreme treasure of the mysterious star peak has opened another layer of seal, and it is enough to protect his body. He is innately invincible. Brother Yi, I'll accompany you in a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei rushed forward to attack. He raised his hand and unleashed the 9-star pearl. Then, he held a moon in his left hand and a star in his right as he chopped down. His attacks were extremely powerful, extremely ferocious. He brandished endless stellar radiance, every single strike incomparably vast, making the night sky collapse. Yi Fan faced him head-on, clashing intensely with him. Sounds rang out continuously, stellar radiance erupting, brilliant colors flowing about. Great void cracks continuously extended outwards. This place was boiling with fighting. There was light everywhere, starlight everywhere. A terrifying aura and boundless killing intent interweaved together. It was like the 9 layers of hell. The killing intent was so oppressive that even the distant horizon was affected. The occasional night bird that flew by instantly collapsed, and even the boundless distance couldn't escape. Hua Yunfei became more and more valiant as the battle went on. Battle techniques emerged one after another. He raised his hand to toss out the moon and stars. Formed a seal to transform into a god, and formed a seal with a flip of his hand. There were endless profundities, and not a single divine technique repeated. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't shaken, feeling that this was inconceivable. This type of powerful attack was like a stellar stream flowing in reverse, endless and almost impossible to defend against. Buzz. The stars and moon flew over one after the other, followed closely by the descent of the divine mountain. Then, the sky-flipping imprint descended. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He shattered the stars and moon, supported the divine mountain with his strength, and supported the sky-flipping imprint. He received all of these attacks, valiantly resisting them. He knew that Hua Yunfei's killing intent was boundless and had made up his mind to eliminate him no matter what. This might very well be Vicious' unique inheritance. The Black Emperor had once said that Vicious was world-shaking and had created a supreme divine technique called the Art of 10,000 Transformations. This divine technique showed disdain for both ancient and modern times. Its power was peerless and unparalleled. It could transform all the secret techniques under the heavens, turning all world-shocking techniques into ordinary ones. That was why it was called the Art of 10,000 Transformations. The pressure on Yi Fan became greater and greater. His heart trembled. The other party had finally cast aside the Star Peak Absolute Art and completely displayed the art of 10,000 transformations. As expected, it was a peerless divine technique. All of the secret techniques he displayed had been turned into ordinary ones. That kind of divine technique was truly unfathomable. It countered all divine techniques under the heavens, and he had almost died several times. Hong Yifan displayed the Battle Saint technique. Perhaps only this kind of divine technique could resist the art of 10,000 transformations. The saint art of 10,000 transformations could turn all the divine techniques of the world into mortals. It was peerless and terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a person was, if they had a technique but could not use it, they could only die with a grievance. The saint art of 10,000 transformations was mysterious and unfathomable. Its power was boundless. Yifan used the Battle Saint technique to fight and escaped from the dangerous situation just now. Otherwise, he would have been in a life-or-death situation. All of his divine techniques were turned into ordinary things and lost their charm. The spectators were all amazed because Hua Yunfei's strange technique was ever-changing. There was no fixed form, but it had a strange power that could turn the opponent's miraculous techniques into something rotten. Before, this technique had suppressed many of Yifan's secret techniques. The spectators were puzzled, and only now did the situation change. Pa! Yifan formed seals with both hands, emitting a soft sound. Then, with a boom, a terrifying aura erupted, intimidating everyone's soul. The Battle Saint technique was also ever-changing, but it was not used to suppress the opponent. Instead, it was the most powerful attack, an attack that could destroy everything in its path. His hand streaked through the air and left behind Dao imprints. A bronze coffin appeared, and 9 dragons appeared at the same time with iron chains on their backs. They pulled the coffin and charged forward. Everyone was startled. This was a secret technique, but why did it even summon a coffin? Was there some kind of premonition? Could it be that it was sending the opponent to the heavens? Yifan only had a flash of inspiration and thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He directly used it and activated the Battle Saint technique, producing a powerful killing intent. Boom! Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered with divine light. His hands formed seals, and a divine mountain pressed down with his left hand. His right transformed into a sky-flipping imprint and slammed down. The towering mountain was like the sky, covering the entire sky as it smashed down towards the bronze coffin. The sky-flipping imprint was even more powerful. It was as if the sky was flipping over as it pressed down, crushing the 9 dragons. Yifan had a strange feeling. The other party's saint art of 10,000 transformations was very similar to the battle saint technique. They were both complex and profound. However, their profoundness was completely different. One wanted to turn the opponent into a mortal, destroying all miracles. The other was the most powerful attack, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if hundreds and thousands of suns had been imprisoned, hanging in the sky, blazing light swallowing and spitting out. The divine mountain struck the ancient coffin, producing a deafening sound, but it couldn't break it. The sky-flipping seal struck the 9 true dragons, scattering the clouds, but it didn't break them. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin, advancing courageously. Dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. The vigorous dragon body soared through the sky, pulling the bronze coffin with rumbling sounds as it surged forward. This was a type of unstoppable might. The 9 true dragons' bodies shone with black light, and their scales were all half a meter long. Their bodies were like great steel walls, crushing the skies and destroying everything in their way. The copper coffin was like a great Tao, sometimes illusory, sometimes vast like an ocean abyss, deep and immeasurable. It was covered densely in innate patterns, and Tao diagrams descended one after another. Bang! Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He did everything he could to resist. A star domain appeared, and he used the 10,000 transformations sacred art to activate it. The boundless sky and endless stars cut off his path forward. He used the transform character art to its peak. If it was a divine technique that was too ferocious and couldn't be dissolved in a short period of time, then he would transform it into his own domain. Hua Yunfei cut off the heavens, as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky. He was incomparably far away, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom, however, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were unstoppable. They broke through the heavenly moat and traversed the star domain, arriving in front of him in an instant. The powerful dragon bodies and the huge coffin pressed down together. This was a confrontation of Daos. One had the heaven-severing Dao, while the other used the heaven-transforming Dao to break through the situation. They clashed head-on, and that small world was broken through. Peng, Hua Yunfei's hands formed seals. He had no choice but to face it head-on. He turned millions upon millions of starlight into his own, and tens of thousands of silver waterfalls fell down, attacking the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Moreover, his hands continuously formed seals, activating the 10,000 transformations sacred art to its peak. He controlled the endless star power to destroy the 9 true dragons and the ancient coffin. There was an intense collision and a terrifying confrontation. Hua Yunfei used the power of the star domain and activated the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Originally, it should have been as easy as crushing dry weeds, but now, the situation was far from good. He furrowed his brows. The opponent's divine technique made him feel as if there was nothing he could do. The unstoppable saint technique was actually a bit uncomfortable at this moment. In the end, he transformed into a silver river and poured it down, gathering into a boundless sea of stars. Only then did he finally shatter the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and it disappeared from this world. However, what made Hua Yunfei speechless was that Yi Fan's second attack, third attack, came continuously. It was still the same 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and there were no changes at all. It was as if he was going to eat him up with this move. In the distance, the spectators were all dumbstruck. What kind of technique was this? It was too unconventional. They had never seen someone produce a coffin during a confrontation before. How could he create something like this? This was evolved from the user's comprehension of the Tao. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this child always thought of coffins when he comprehended the Tao? This was truly unique. Outside the arena, only Li Xiaoman understood what was happening. She was in a daze as she thought of her hometown, of the past, of Mount Tai, and of the dragons and coffin that lay across the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Hua Yunfei used everything he had learned to refine the 9 dragons and coffin. He wanted to completely destroy this Tao diagram and beat down Yi Fan until he no longer had the competence to use it. Yi Fan didn't want the entire world to know that he cultivated the battle saint technique. Thus, he didn't use endless transformations. But, just this move wasn't a solution. He rapidly changed. Weng, the void trembled. He transformed into the heaven-swallowing demon jar. With a clang, the demonic lid flew up. The empty body of the jar was like an abyss as it tried to swallow Hua Yunfei. At the same time, a ghostly face appeared on the demonic lid. It branded itself into the void, suppressing Hua Yunfei. Seeing this, everyone was startled. They felt that Yi Fan was too unconventional. Every move he used was unexpected, but they were all peerlessly powerful. Hua Yunfei's aura flourished even more. He revolved the 10,000 saint transformations art to its peak, and a formless killing intent rushed out. Unknowingly, his expression had become somewhat cold. Yi Fan knew that no matter what, Hua Yunfei was definitely in trouble. Once the 10,000 saint transformations art appeared, it could be said that he had already revealed some clues. As long as he forced him a bit more, his opponent would definitely be unable to hide his demonic art. Bang, the two fiercely fought, constantly attacking each other. Their battle had almost reached a climax. Yi Fan began to ponder how to defeat his enemy. The battle saint technique was ever-changing, he had to display its true might. At this time, Hua Yunfei had already sensed that his opponent definitely had a saint technique that could resist the 10,000 saint transformations art. It was difficult to counter, but he had no fear. He began to unleash his killing blow. Bo, under the starry skies, Hua Yunfei stood alone. Immortal flowers bloomed one after another, sparkling and translucent as they danced around him. Peng, his hands constantly pressed down. Every petal had the word transform imprinted on it, becoming his flowers of Tao comprehension. They flowed with brilliant light and sparkled brilliantly. Rustle, the sky was filled with falling petals. 10,000 rays of multicolored light flew toward Yifan, wanting to drown him and seal him forever. Suddenly, Yifan also became ethereal and was no longer as oppressive as before. He clenched his fist and moved. Innate Tao patterns flickered and were filled with the aura of the great Tao. This was a physique art that he had been secretly pondering ever since he came to this world. However, he had never used it before. Today, he used the Battle Saint technique and used it for the first time. Tai Chi Saint technique. This art naturally contained the will of the great Tao and could conceal the Battle Saint technique. It was most suitable to be used at this moment. Bang! Yifan's fist was like a star, his eyes like swords, his waist like a dragon, and his legs like lightning. Amidst the lightness, there was a masculine aura. Yin and Yang coexisted as a golden blood chi soared into the sky. PFFF, PFFF, he smashed an immortal flower with one punch. Even though they were all imprinted with Hua Yunfei's 10,000 Saint Transformations art, they still could not remain intact and shattered one by one. All the spectators were astonished. A divine art like Tai Chi was extremely peculiar and had never been seen before. It naturally contained the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver. Swoosh, Hua Yunfei stood on an immortal flower as his clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended. Of course, he did not want to engage in close combat. Instead, he wanted to unleash a supreme killing saint technique. Endless petals rained down, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity that was plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Every petal had his imprint. Walala, a cool breeze brushed past. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was filled with Hua Yunfei's silhouettes. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies that he had manifested. Everyone was astonished. Even with their powerful spiritual senses, they could not tell which one was the real one. The void was being annihilated as a powerful aura enveloped the heaven and earth. This was an indescribable pressure, as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this really a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm? Many people were shocked and their hearts were palpitating. They quickly retreated. Even someone as powerful as Yifan felt waves of pain. When the petals and the millions of silhouettes closed in, he was actually about to explode. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. A peerless great killing technique, Yifan shivered inwardly. He thought of the Black Emperor's words. The great Emperor Vicious had created a saint technique called One Thought to Bloom Flowers, sovereign descends upon the world. Every single one of them could transform into a true body, and it was a peerless killing technique, One Thought to Bloom Flowers, sovereign descends upon the world, displaying its divine charm. At this moment, it was displayed together with the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was extremely terrifying. This was a type of fatal attack. Hua Yunfei had finally used a forbidden technique. Yifan used the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom, the heaven and earth exploded, and the void shattered. As his hands moved, a yin-yang fish appeared, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. Then, the yin-yang fish transformed, leaping into a dragon and rising to the extreme. It spat out a Tao scroll that was profound and unfathomable. Boom, the yin fish jumped out and transformed into a dragon. It smashed apart the heaven and earth, turning many petals into fine powder. Dong, the yang fish transformed into a dragon, and with a Tao scroll in its mouth, it attacked Hua Yunfei, who was on the immortal puppet. The dragon's body was of extreme yang, and like a flood breaking through a dam, it was unstoppable. Kacha, the immortal puppet beneath Hua Yunfei's feet cracked. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. This was the first time he revealed an expression of shock. He used a fatal technique, yet he was still injured. In the present age, very few people knew what the meaning of One Thought to Bloom Flowers, sovereign descends upon the world represented. This was because this peerless sacred technique had already been buried in the dust of history. Otherwise, this place would have already erupted. The divine might of this technique was difficult to defend against. If not for Yifan using the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi, it would have been difficult for other techniques to contend against it. This time, Hua Yunfei didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly became a bit empty, and after a long roar, the heaven and earth became as dark as ink. Endless clouds and mist wrapped around him and Yifan, completely isolating them from the outside world. At this moment, no one could see through it, and they couldn't hear anything either. They had no way of sensing how the great battle was going on inside. You finally used your demonic technique? Within the endless black mist, Yifan coldly said. Hua Yunfei didn't reply. His body was like a bottomless pit, and his entire being was like an abyss that swallowed all light. One thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descends upon the world. 10,000 transformations Saint Art, I am the only one. Hua Yunfei's temperament had completely changed. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were empty. He was incomparably terrifying, and his celestial temperament had completely disappeared. He was like a demonic god. Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged out like an ocean, drowning Yifan in an instant. You want to use techniques to suppress me? I'm afraid you've miscalculated. I also have a sacred technique that I haven't used yet. Yifan coldly laughed. Now that this place was isolated from the outside world, he no longer had any misgivings. He unleashed both the Battle Saint technique and the All-Sacred technique at the same time. After hundreds of revolutions, with a boom, the sky collapsed. A catastrophic collapse occurred in this place. The moment the All-Secret technique was unleashed, the Tai Chi force that he evolved from the Battle Saint technique increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to 10 Yifan attacking Hua Yunfei at the same time. Boom! The void collapsed, and everyone discovered too. Their shock that Hua Yunfei's head flew out. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the isolated heaven and earth was forcefully shattered by Yifan. Hua Yunfei's head was struck out, and a string of blood sprayed out. This shocked everyone. This was definitely a heaven's pride, but now, from the start of the battle until now, his performance made everyone sigh in admiration. The saint children all felt restraining fear. Such a character could look down on the younger generation. Everyone originally thought that the battle between him and Yifan would continue. It would be hard to tell who was stronger and who would live and who would die in a short period of time, but now, a shocking change had occurred. This is a hero of a generation. Is he going to die just like that? Powerful strength and an immortal-like aura. How many in the younger generation can compare to him? What a pity. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. There were still many cultivators who did not speak. They felt that it would not be so simple. Hua Yunfei should not die so easily because he had a supreme saint technique. The void collapsed, and an energy storm wreaked havoc. The sky was in chaos, and there was a black hole in the void that almost swallowed Yifan. It was incomparably terrifying. The black mist was blown away. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. There seemed to be a black abyss in the sky that swallowed all light. Yifan rushed out with great difficulty. He was almost swallowed inside. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. The moment he rushed out, he directly chased after the head in the sky. He did not want to give his opponent a chance to recover because he had grasped the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique. Moreover, what kind of person was the most ruthless person of the ancient times? The creator of the undying heaven art was the most difficult to destroy. The moment Yifan rushed out, many pieces of flesh appeared in the black hole, flowing with a strange radiance. In the distance, Hua Yunfei's head also blossomed with auspicious light. Boom! Yifan's golden blood energy surged. His entire body seemed to be bathed in golden divine flames. It was as if he was a holy spirit that had walked out from one of the 7 great life-forbidden zones. Pa! He waved his golden hand and slapped forward. The void collapsed, and large black cracks rushed out in all directions. Hua Yunfei's head suddenly became pitch black. A small black vortex appeared there, and with a schwa, it disappeared without a trace. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Yifan had mastered the Great Void technique, so he was very sensitive to such a secret technique of crossing the void. He immediately found his tracks. In an instant, he chased after it. The head actually sank into the black abyss that had almost swallowed him. It merged with the fragments of the body and flowed with splendor. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Yifan's golden hand covered the sky and covered the earth, crushing the void and covering the area. Unfortunately, I was not able to display my full strength. Otherwise, the result would have been different. This was Hua Yunfei's thought, and it was filled with regret. Suddenly, Yi Fan was horrified and a chill ran down his spine. He decisively retreated. The void where he was standing split open and a large black hand appeared, slapping down on where he had just been standing. Half-step almighty, this person was shrouded in fog, and a powerful aura surged like a vast ocean. He was not much weaker than a holy lord. If he could advance half a step further, he would be an almighty who could look down on the world. Hua Yunfei's protector had appeared. Yi Fan was already on guard, because he had fought with Hua Yunfei for too long. He already knew that this person might have been alerted. Boom, the person in the black fog attacked again, wanting to mercilessly kill Yi Fan. The terrifying fluctuations caused the spectators to feel a chill. Apart from a holy lord, who could contend against such a person, however, Yi Fan laughed. He used a peerless movement technique to retreat, moving like a beam of light. Then, he shouted, "Everyone, the inheritance of the most ruthless person since ancient times has appeared." This loud roar shook the entire Yen capital. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, collapsing the heavens and alarming everyone. Many figures rushed up into the sky. None of them were among the spectators, and they came from all directions. They were all old men with white hair and beards. Yi Fan's shout was too powerful. Several holy lands and the supreme sects of the Central Plains all had extraordinary characters here. They wanted to enter the forbidden area to pluck divine medicines, so they were all alarmed. This was something that Yi Fan had long since planned. He wanted to divert everyone's attention. There were too many people staring at him, and it was time for someone to step out and bear the hostility in his place. "Who is it?" An aged voice came from the distance. Naturally, it's Hua Yunfei from the Supreme Profound Sect. Just now, he already displayed that kind of inheritance. That black hole that almost swallowed me hasn't disappeared yet. Don't tell me that you don't think it's him? Yi Fan replied loudly. Don't slander me. The half-step almighty retreated to the abyss in the sky. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the unharmed Hua Yunfei rushed out. The Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique had revived him, but he had used it twice in a day. It had caused him to pay a huge price and injure his foundation. You say that I'm slandering you? You can stand there and not move. Wait for the many seniors to come and judge. Those who are innocent will be innocent, while those who are turbid will be turbid. Yi Fan said indifferently. Next time, I'll do as you wish. I'll display my supreme technique and kill you. Hua Yunfei transmitted his voice. He wasn't dejected, only calm and confident. If you really dare to come and die, I'll take care of you in place of the heavens, Yi Fan replied. I didn't think that you would obtain the secret of all. My inheritance is not weaker than any technique in the past or present. It naturally has a technique that can resist the secret of all. Hua Yunfei's words suddenly changed, and he said something that made people scratch their heads. You think you know everything, but you've only guessed half of it. Even I don't know the other half. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Naturally, others couldn't hear him. In reality, before Hua Yunfei left, he still wanted to prove that vicious inheritance had nothing to do with him. In the distant sky, a few old men appeared. They came from the eastern wastelands' holy lands and the Central Plains' great sections. They were all holy lords. I'll prove my innocence. If I stay now, I'm afraid that there are people in the dark who won't give me a chance to silence me, Hua Yunfei said. After that, he took out a profound jade platform. The void split open, and he and the half-step almighty flew out. The entire city was in an uproar. What was going on? Was the genius of a generation, Hua Yunfei, really vicious inheritor? Not long ago, a great calamity had occurred in Vicious Dojo. Many people had died, shaking the eastern wasteland. Was he related to this? However, he was far away in the southern region. How could he do all these things? Did he really have such great power? This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The disturbance was too great. Vicious inheritance affected too many people's hearts. If he appeared, it would be a great disaster. Many of the older generation chased after him, heading directly to the Taishan sect. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as there was something suspicious, they had to investigate it clearly. Otherwise, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? Where did that woman go? Finally, someone reacted and wanted to find Li Xiaoman's whereabouts. However, at this moment, there was no trace of her. She had long since left the city. Yi Fan was also startled. He didn't even notice how Li Xiaoman had left. He had never paid attention. That night, the Yan capital was in chaos. News flew everywhere, spreading to all parts of the world. It was immediately spread. Cough. Yi Fan landed on the ground and coughed out faint golden blood. Many people were filled with reverence. They couldn't help but open up a path for him. Although the divine body had been injured by the great Tao and was about to die, he still had this kind of might. It made people shiver. There were even more people cursing. How could someone who was about to die still be so fierce? This made many people speechless. People believed that if Yi Fan fought with his life on the line, he could kill a few saints before he died and go to hell with them. It wouldn't be a problem. The divine king physique of the Ji clan looked at Yi Fan calmly, without any emotion. He grabbed the arm of the Ji clan's little moon tightly, not letting her go. Ji Ziyue was very worried, and tears appeared in her eyes. In the distance, the Yao Guang saint's eyes were very deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Divine light flowed on the surface of his body, and he was incomparably divine. At this moment, Yi Fan only had one thought, and that was to quickly find the little girl and then leave the southern region. This place couldn't stay for long. Awoo. The next day, a long howl shook the Yan capital. It made people think that a 1,000-year-old wolf had broken in. The large black dog had come. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei were also here. However, the three of them had changed their appearances before entering this ancient city. Why are you here? Yi Fan was very surprised when he saw them. They had originally agreed to meet in the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. To help you fight, of course. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news, Pang Bo said. Actually, we should have arrived a long time ago. It's all this damned dog's fault. When we crossed the void, it said that the error would not be more than 1,500 miles, but in the end, it was a full 1,000,000 miles. Tu Fei cursed. It was 1,300,000 miles. Li Heishui added. It's just an occasional error. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally understood. Last time, he had deviated by 1,500,000 miles, and that was already very lucky. When the Black Emperor appeared in the Yan capital, many people's faces immediately darkened when they saw him. When he was in the northern region, he was very fierce, causing chaos everywhere, and clamoring for people to be his pets. Many people wanted to skin him. However, the older generation disdained to lower themselves to the level of a dog. The younger generation was afraid that the sacred doomsday physique would stand out and risk his life. If he was killed like that, it wouldn't be worth it. The large black dog didn't have any self-awareness at all. He greeted everyone he saw, and he was very familiar with everyone as if he was very popular. Long time no see. We meet again. Others ignored him, but he didn't feel it at all. He was still very friendly. Hey, little girl, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Don't you think this is a beautiful encounter? I'll kill you, woof, I don't want to fight with women. They came to Yi Fan's residence, and after learning about his experiences in detail, they all instantly exclaimed in surprise. Great, the great Dao injury has finally been healed. Pang Bo was very excited. From now on, the sea is wide, the fish can jump, the sky is high, and the birds can fly. Tu Fei laughed loudly. That's right, we can't leak this out now. Let the world think that you don't have much time left, Li Heishui said. Holy fruit. The large black dog was drooling, and his tongue was about to fall off. I won't forget about you. Now, hurry up and tell me about the problem with Vicious. Yi Fan gave him a slap, waking him up. The vicious emperor was arrogant. He fought against the heavens, against the earth, and against himself. It wasn't that he was extraordinarily talented, but he relied on his own strength to kill many kings, and finally reached the peak with a mortal body. The divine techniques he created were unparalleled. First, he used the heaven-devouring demonic technique to change his fate, and became an immortal emperor. He looked down on the world and looked down on all beings. Then, he used his entire life's effort to create the indestructible heaven technique, and broke through the demonic body. He erased all the future troubles that could affect the harmony of heaven and earth, and gave birth to a divine embryo. He defeated himself. There were rumors that he might be the person who lived the longest among the emperors. Everything about him was full of mysteries, and not many people in the world could explain it clearly. With a single thought, flowers bloom, and a sovereign descends. It can be said to be an unparalleled saint technique. If you add the unparalleled 10,000 transformation saint technique, it's practically undefeatable. Brat, how did you break it? After hearing that Yi Fan had defeated the saint technique, the large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he said, even if it's the battle saint technique, it might not be able to deal with this combined saint technique. Yi Fan recounted the course of the battle in detail. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, this brat obtained the inheritance of the vicious, and the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar is in his hands? It's hard to say. Yi Fan shook his head. He had thought of many things, so he continued to ask. The Black Emperor said, that vicious was a world-shaking figure, and he created more than those two unparalleled saint techniques. He also created the unique and righteous saint technique. According to what you said, he indeed didn't have time to unleash them. Moreover, this is only the corresponding saint technique for the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Yi Fan was shocked, and he asked, what do you mean? There's also the indestructible heaven technique. That's a mystical technique that Vicious created in his later years. As for what kind of saint technique it corresponds to, no one knows, the Black Emperor said. Vicious is that powerful? Pangbo was also very surprised. Of course he's powerful. Otherwise, why would I want to dig up his grave? The large black dog mumbled. You said you suspected that the Yaoguang Saint Sun was also involved in this, and he came to test you 2 nights ago. Now that we're all here, why don't we go and kill him tonight? Li Heishui said. That's right, we'll take the initiative to attack. Tu Fei also said. Don't act rashly. The situation in Yen capital is complicated now. My every move will be watched. Don't act now, Yi Fan said. He was most concerned about Ruthless. That kind of inheritance was too powerful and terrifying. If this kind of inheritor grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. Flowers bloomed with a single thought, and a king descended. This represented Ruthless' unparalleled power in the past. With this technique and the unparalleled 1000 transformation saint art, he could kill all heroes in the world. It was said that Ruthless had created a supreme secret technique that could kill kings. He was peerless in the world, and the legends alone were enough to make people tremble. He gave birth to a divine fetus in his old age and reborn in his old age. This is too terrifying. Doesn't it mean that he has experienced 2 emperors? Li Heishui was speechless. It said that he lived the longest. Is he still alive? Tu Fei also had doubts. His grandfather had the ancient sky-swallowing demon jar. As he learned more about Ruthless, he felt his heart beat faster. He felt that it was a hot potato. Impossible. If he was still in this world back then, the great Lord of No sure would have definitely had a battle with him that would shake the ages. The Black Emperor muttered. Did none of the ancient emperors survive? They were all extremely talented and looked down on the past and present. I don't believe that they all passed away, Pangbo said. If he didn't die, I would have dug up his training field and dug up his grave. With his personality, he would have jumped out and skinned me alive, the large black dog muttered. They were speechless. After thinking about it, it was true. If he was still alive, why would he let the sky-swallowing demon jar fall apart and scatter in the world instead of keeping it in his hands? Yi Fan felt the pressure. The sky-swallowing demon technique corresponded to all kinds of secret techniques, and the indestructible heaven art was even more mysterious. Even the Black Emperor didn't know what kind of amazing technique it corresponded to. I need to go to the St. Cliff and find the 3rd secret of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan had this thought. Although he had learned the Tao scripture and the Western Emperor scripture, they were all mental cultivation techniques of a certain secret realm. They weren't complete scriptures, and they didn't contain any supreme techniques. At this moment, he seriously felt that he lacked secret techniques. Just having a powerful mental cultivation method was far from enough. Fortunately, the Battle Saint technique was unparalleled in the world, and the Saint energy was number one in terms of offensive power. It was capable of countless transformations, and could evolve into countless killing techniques. Otherwise, he would have a hard time dealing with his nemesis. "Have you found out the whereabouts of the God King?" Yi Fan asked. In the past, when he crossed over from the northern region, he had made an agreement with a few people. If he healed his wounds of the ways, he would definitely cause a disturbance so that they could search for supreme God Kings. "No, it's like a stone sinking into the sea. There's no news at all. I've asked the bad guy Jiang to ask. His grandfather Jiang Yi went to the Jiang family, but he didn't get any clue," said Tu Fei. Li Heishui also sighed. "The Eastern Barren Land is just too big. Finding a supreme God King is easier said than done." Yi Fan frowned. He had narrowly escaped death and finally managed to obtain a perfect immortal medicine, but he had no way of finding the divine king. This gave him a headache. "Don't worry. If the Jiang family has any news, we will know immediately," said Li Heishui. Yi Fan was indebted to the supreme God King. He didn't want to see the God King fall, so he wanted to find a way to revive him. Now, he saw the light, but he couldn't do it. "I think the God King hasn't passed away yet. After all, Ting Ting is with him. When he feels that he doesn't have much time left, I think he will send the little girl back to the Jiang family," Pangbo deduced. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. "This is what worries me the most." He was very worried that the God King would use his last bit of power to change Ting Ting's fate and use up the last hope of revival. This was very likely to happen. Ever since the God King disappeared with Ting Ting, Yi Fan had such a thought. The God King had lived a sad life. If such sad news came out, it would be very sad and make people cry. At this time, the outside world was shaken. Many important figures went to Taishan and the Star Peak. No one didn't care about the inheritance of the ruthless Great King. If it was true, it would be a catastrophe. It would be an unbearable disaster. Everyone in the world looked over. It was even more than when the Saint Physique had broken the curse. People from the great sects had come. Yi Fan had succeeded. He had shifted people's attention. He didn't need to be afraid of a dying Saint Physique. However, the inheritance of the most ruthless man in history was different. He finally smiled. The stars had moved, and the disaster had been shifted. Everyone had their eyes on another person, and they had started to search for the successor of the ruthless man. Hua Yunfei had disappeared, and everyone was searching for him. Although they didn't have any evidence yet, he had become the enemy of the entire world. This is a good move. Hua Yunfei is more useful alive than dead. He can replace Yi Fan to bear this burden. Tu Fei smiled. That's right. Push him out. Little Yi can cultivate in peace and accumulate power. When those people come back to their senses, it will be too late. Li Heishui also laughed. Don't be blindly optimistic. The more I hear, the more I feel that Hua Yunfei isn't easy to deal with. He is cunning and ruthless. Such a person won't die easily. Don't be forced to become the second ruthless man, warned the Black Emperor. Pangbo smiled. In the future, we can plan at ease. This time, we will push out a ruthless man. Next time, we will push out a wuxer. The outside world was in an uproar, all types of discussions covering heaven and earth. Yi Fan could finally relax for a period of time. In the next few days, he continued to search for the little girl. He had to find her. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for his own conscience. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find a single clue. Yi Huiling should come out soon. She heard that I'm safe and sound. She will come for the holy fruits. Yi Fan took out the holy fruits and distributed them to them. The Black Emperor was drooling. His old habit of being greedy appeared again. He started to steal from his own people. Fortunately, Li Heishui and Tu Fei understood him and reacted quickly. Even though they were bitten a few times, the fruits were saved. Damn, this damn dog is too hateful. Everything else is good, but his bad habit of stealing treasures is incurable. The two of them cursed. Am I that kind of person? I just wanted to test your reaction speed. The large black dog was so shameless that it made people speechless. At first, they didn't want it because they understood that they needed to combine all kinds of holy fruits to create a perfect immortal divine medicine. They wanted to use this to save the divine king and little Ting Ting. Yifan still insisted on giving one to each of them. However, he didn't take it himself because it was just enough. He needed a deity root to make up for it. After several days, they still couldn't find the little girl. Yifan felt uneasy, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In the end, he and Pang Bo left the Yen capital to see some old friends. They were classmates who had come to this world with them. If there were no accidents, they should still be in the Yen territory. Their first stop was naturally the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The two of them had lived here for almost a year. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in their minds. However, when they arrived here, they heard the grievous news. Their classmate called Zhang Ningfei had died. That year, Yi Fan and a total of 13 people had been brought out of the ancient forest by Vivian. The 6 blessed lands had each taken 2 of them as disciples. The Spirit Ruin Paradise had taken Pang Bo and Zhang Ningfei as disciples. Yi Fan had only followed Pang Bo here. He wasn't a true disciple because he had been found to have a desolate ancient trash body. After coming here, Zhang Ningfei had been taken away by his master to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had only seen him a few times. They didn't expect that when they returned, this classmate had already been buried for more than a year. Let's fill up his grave. The two of them were a little sad. They had come to this world together, but they never thought that someone had already passed away. They would never see him again. Zhang Ningfei wasn't killed by a cultivator. A year ago, he had gone to pick a spirit medicine and was torn to pieces by a beast. He had died a terrible death. I still remember when we graduated. After you got drunk, you cried and laughed, talking about your ideals and regrets. After coming to this world, we didn't get to meet for a long time. In the end, we didn't get to see you one last time. The two of them poured wine on his grave and were silent for a long time. This was the world of cultivators. Everything was extremely cruel and full of hardships. When the two of them returned to the Spirit Ruin Paradise, many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The 2 Spirit Ruin leaders were very nervous. Even he was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. He was afraid that the two of them would be angry and punish him. There's no need to be like this. Ling Su has done us a favor. His accident has nothing to do with the Spirit Ruin Paradise. Nearly 6 years had passed. They were already cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, enough to look down on the entire Yen country. The Eastern Barren territory was too big. The Spirit Ruin Paradise was the lowest level of cultivation. Cultivators at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were already the top cultivators of the Yen country. If they were cultivators of the 4 levels hidden realm, they could dominate dozens of countries. Dozens of countries might have a medium-sized sect, but hundreds of countries might not even have a large sect. In the vast Eastern Barren territory, there were countless countries. Elder Wu Qingfeng was invited, but the Spirit Ruin Paradise leader was still a little worried. He knew that the two of them were indebted to this elder. In fact, other than seeing their classmate, Yi Fan and Pang Bo mainly wanted to see this old man. He was the one who had led the two of them onto the path of cultivation. After several years, Elder Wu Qingfeng had aged a little, but he was still in good spirits. He was very happy to see them. "Child, I heard about you. Your great path injury." The old man sighed. "It's fine. He's very tough. He'll make it through this." "Don't worry," Pang Bo said with a smile. He could not tell the truth because the stakes were too high. "I didn't expect you to have such achievements. You can compete with the sons of saints." Elder Wu Qingfeng was very excited. One of them was his disciple. The two of them stayed with Elder Wu Qingfeng for a long time. Then, Yi Fan left behind several caddies of divine spring with a divine root soaked in it. Only then did he leave. After today's parting, It might be difficult to see him again. They walked far away and found the old man still standing at the mountain gate. His white head, his back that was no longer straight, and his skinny figure. The old man seemed to have been petrified as he watched them leave. This might very well be the last time they met. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very sad. They turned around and bowed deeply before rushing into the sky. Yi Fan and Pang Bo came to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland, the former sect of Zhang Wenchang. Their arrival caused panic. Now, everyone in the Yen Kingdom had heard of the divine body. Those who had humiliated Zhang Wenchang were all frightened and felt that the end of the world had come. Many people knew that Yi Fan had been here before and was a close friend of Zhang Wenchang. They all thought that he had come to vent the anger of the half-crippled old man. Pang Bo glanced at the group of young people. He wanted to slap them to death, but in the end, he only snorted coldly. As a result, a row of people knelt down. We want to know if Louis has ever come back. Do you have any news of her? Yi Fan asked. Louis had entered the same sect as Zhang Wenchang. This time, they had come to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland mainly to find news of her. She never came back. What a pity for a good cultivation seed, an elder replied. The two nodded and did not say anything else. They turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people of the Jade Cauldron Wonderland all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they went to the Mist Wonderland, the Purple Sun Wonderland, and the Golden Glow Wonderland. In the end, they got the same answer. Zhou Wang, Lin Jia, and the others had not come back. In the past, the three people of the Great Sage's land had forced Yi Fan and the others to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity to pick the divine medicine. Yi Fan had created an opportunity for Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to escape. 3 years had passed. They only knew that Li Xiaoman had escaped and entered the Taishan sect. There was still no news of the others. Back then, Yi Fan had asked Li Xiaoman when he was in the Taishan sect. She did not know where they were because they had escaped separately. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia are all smart people. Naturally, they will not come back. Otherwise, the people of the Holy Land will definitely find out, Yi Fan said to himself. Zhang Xiling isn't stupid. He must have gone to a safe place. I think he is definitely with him, Pang Bo said. In addition, 2 other students had died. One was Gaming, and the other was Sichuan. One was killed when he went out to train, and the other was trapped in the ruins with others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo filled their graves. It had only been a few years, but 3 of their classmates had already died in this world. They did not know how many of them would be left in the end. Finally, they arrived at the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven and learned of Cade's whereabouts. A wandering old monk took him away because he saw that he was tall and sturdy, born with a head full of yellow hair, and thought that he was similar to the guardian Vajra in Buddhist legends. This yellow-haired devil has become a guardian Vajra. Doesn't that mean I can become a Buddha? Pang Bo was somewhat dumbfounded. What did the old monk say? Yi Fan asked in detail. The people of the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven did not dare to hide anything. They knew that this person was a terrifying killer who did not have much time left. He even dared to kill people from the Holy Land. They did not dare to provoke him. The old monk only said that he would take him to the western desert, to some Mount Meru. He did not say anything else. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. Mount Meru had too many legends, whether it was in the other side of the starry sky or in this world. This devil is really lucky. He actually went to Mount Meru. In the future, when we go to the western desert, we must get him to introduce a few female bodhisattvas. One of Sunset Moon's disciples even repeated what Cade had said before he left, word for word. Oh, dog seller. God my ass. From now on, I can only believe in Buddha. Who told you to leave me here? Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other and could not help but laugh. They did not stay for long. After understanding everything, they flew into the sky. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and brought them away. Originally, there were only 10 people left. Along the way, the 2 of them felt a bit sad. They did not know when they would be able to go back. When Yi Fan and Pangbo returned to the Yendu, the great sage's land, and the Supreme Sex immediately sent people to find them. They had already carved the Supreme Formation runes, and wanted Yi Fan to go pick some medicinal herbs. How could Yi Fan go back? This time, he had only set up a trap to deal with Hua Yunfei. He tactfully said that it was too dangerous and that he wanted to give up. He wanted to go to the Undying Mountain in the central region of the eastern wasteland to try his luck. The people of the Great Sex cursed silently. Although the Undying Mountain had the word Undying in its name, it had always been impossible to leave. Once you entered, you could forget about coming out alive. Little friend, are you sure? That mountain range is not a good place. In the past, there was a Saint Physique who broke a cliff and caused a huge disaster. In his later years, blood stained the Saint Cliff. Senior, can you explain in detail? Yi Fan's heart stirred. This is already the most detailed record. There is nothing else, a grand elder of a holy land said. Yi Fan was speechless. No matter what, he was not willing to enter the forbidden ancient desolate land. As long as he could find little Nan Nan, he would immediately leave the southern region. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Although the people of the Supreme Sex wanted to beat him up, as there had never been anyone who dared to stand them up, they still suppressed their anger. After all, the mark of the Divine King was still there. In the following days, Yi Fan almost turned the entire Yen kingdom upside down. He used all his power to search, but in the end, there was no trace of Nan Nan. And in this period of time, the southern region was in a great turmoil. Many elites were searching for Hua Yunfei's whereabouts, but it was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no trace of him at all. After another 2 days, Yi Huiling finally appeared. This caused Yi Fan to be overjoyed, and he welcomed her into the inn. This was a large inn, and the layout was very particular. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards, specially for cultivators who liked peace and quiet to stay. At this moment, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and even the large black dog were all in seclusion. They were slowly refining the holy fruits. In a purple bamboo forest, Yi Fan personally poured tea for Yi Huiling. He asked, "Why did Miss Yi disappear for so long?" "It's a long story. I almost died. During the battle between Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao, someone had attacked both of them at the same time. Both of them had been severely wounded, and then that person had chased after Yi Huiling. In the end, although she had luckily escaped, her vitality had been greatly injured, and she had almost died. She had only come out of seclusion today after recuperating. After learning about everything that had happened recently, she suspected that it was very likely that that person was Hua Yunfei's protector, because the two of them were very similar. Congratulations on recovering from your injuries, Brother Yi. From now on, your path will be smooth, and no one will be able to stop you." Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Yi Fan fulfilled his promise, and took out a golden sun holy fruit. Although it was sealed in the small jade cauldron, its fragrance still seeped out, refreshing the mind. He pushed it forward. "Brother Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me?" Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was like suet jade, and her eyebrows were elegant. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit, and her oval face gave people a very ethereal feeling, as if she could see through everything. "How could that be?" "I believe that Miss Yi will help me keep this secret." Yi Fan smiled. "I believe in Brother Yi's character." The corner of Yi Huiling's mouth curled up, and with a hint of mischievousness, she said, "But I also ask Brother Yi to believe that I won't say a single word." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. He lightly pushed the small white jade cauldron, and it flew out. Only now did Yi Huiling reach out her hand to receive it. Her big watery eyes were full of smiles, and she said, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I want to know, was it Miss Yi who took little Nan Nan away?" Yi Huiling shook her head. Because it was not time for her to leave, she often fought with Wang Chongxiao, so she did not come to take little Nan Nan away. Who was it? Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed. If it was not for the little girl, he would already be dead. If he could not find her, his conscience would not be at ease. "I think I have guessed it," Yi Huiling said. "What, you know who it was?" Yi Fan suddenly looked over. "I am not absolutely sure, it is just a guess." "Please tell me." Yi Huiling guessed that little Nan Nan might have been taken away by the people of the Yin sect, because she found that the saintess of the sect was personally moving around, looking for children with good physiques. Is she still in the Yin capital? Yi Fan jumped up. He could not help but be anxious. If she was sent to the Central Plains, it would be very difficult for him to get her back. Not here. Right now, there is a storm brewing in the Yin land. They are in another peaceful place. I know that is one of their strongholds in the Eastern Barren Land. The talented children should not have been sent away yet. After all, crossing to the Central Plains requires a large amount of energy. They should be waiting for the matter in the Yin capital to end before leaving together. Where are they? What kind of experts are there? Yi Fan asked. Yi Huiling said, in a sect called Rosy Dawn 50,000 miles away. It is a sect supported by the Yin sect. Yi Fan waited for a day, and Pang Bo and the others came out one after another. They had all completed their blood transfusion and bone tempering, and the medicinal power had been absorbed to the extreme. Without any delay, they crossed the void at top speed, killing their way 50,000 miles away. Yi Huiling also followed. Rosy Dawn sect was located in a mountain range. There were fiery red cherry trees everywhere, like endless burning clouds. The name of the sect was very suitable for the environment. These people were all tyrannical, so it was natural for them to sneak into a medium-sized sect quietly. At first, they did not find anything, and even Yi Fan was disappointed. Only when they turned to the back of the mountain did they feel refreshed. They saw more than 10 children, the oldest only 5 years old, and the youngest only 2 years old. All of them looked like they were carved from jade. Why isn't little Nan Nan here? Yi Fan frowned. They separated and continued their search. He passed through one magnificent house after another, and when he was about to reach the end, he finally revealed a happy expression. He sensed little Nan Nan's aura and quickly rushed over. There were also a few children here, and all of them were wearing beautiful new clothes. They all looked very delicate, except for a little girl around 3 years old. Her clothes were old and tattered, and even her shoes had finger holes. Yi Fan blamed himself. He had been too busy before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land and did not have the time to take care of this little girl. He had never given her new clothes, and now he felt incomparably guilty. It was obvious that little Nan Nan was being ostracized here. Otherwise, she would not have been treated like this. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. Come over quickly, it's time to eat the spirit medicine. A middle-aged woman walked over. There were 6 or 7 small bowls on the tray in her hand. Waves of fragrance wafted out, refreshing the mind. Clearly, these were spirit medicines. The Yin sect was very willing to part with these genius children. They had to build a solid foundation for them from a young age, and all of them were refined with precious medicines. The other children all ran over, and only little Nan Nan did not go over. Her big eyes were very bright as she stared at those small bowls with hope, but she did not dare to go over. That little muddlehead, don't count on it. I originally thought that your bone frame was rare in this world and that you were a little genius. Who would have thought that you were born with such a bad memory? In a few days, you will forget everything. The middle-aged woman coldly swept her gaze over. But, Nan Nan is very hungry. I did not eat anything in the morning and afternoon. Little Nan Nan felt very wronged. If you make another mistake, you will not be allowed to eat tonight. The middle-aged woman's voice was very cold. In a few days, the saintess will come again. After she has made her decision, she will throw you out. Oh, Nan Nan understands. Little Nan Nan lowered her head and did not dare to look at the middle-aged woman. She looked at her own tattered shoes. After the middle-aged woman left, a group of young children held their small bowls and drank the spirit medicine. Some of the children were very naughty and did not like the taste, so they secretly poured it away. Little Nan Nan stared at a child's small bowl. Her big eyes were very bright as she asked with a tender voice, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" "Not delicious," the young child replied. He had already poured out the spirit medicine in the small bowl. Little Nan Nan saw that the other girl was also about to pour it away and revealed a hopeful light. Her eyes were very bright as she asked the same question, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" She was already very hungry and was punished not to eat. At this time, she could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's not delicious. Nan Nan, you must be hungry. Here, eat it. The little girl handed over the small bowl. Are you really giving it to me? Little Nan Nan asked seriously. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she reached out to receive it. Yes, quickly eat it. The little girl handed it over. Thank you, Nan Nan is really very hungry. Little Nan Nan reached out to receive it. At this time, the middle-aged woman returned and coldly shouted, What are you all doing? Gotcha. Little Nan Nan trembled in fear as the small bowl in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. She had a very scared appearance. Not only are you not allowed to eat tonight, you are also not allowed to eat tomorrow. Quickly go back to your room, this is not a place for you to stay. Oh, Nan Nan understands. Little Nan Nan's head drooped down to her chest. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she walked towards the servant's room not far away. Yifan finally knew the situation of little Nan Nan here. His heart ached and tears almost fell out. He walked out of the darkness with large strides and coldly shouted at the middle-aged woman, Are you shouting at her? Who are you? How did you get in? The middle-aged woman was shocked. Nan Nan, come here. Yifan beckoned to little Nan Nan. Big brother, who are you? Why do I feel that you are very familiar? Little Nan Nan's big eyes blinked. I told you to go back to your room, why are you still here? The middle-aged woman coldly shouted. Little Nan Nan quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look over. Smack, Yifan's slap landed on the middle-aged woman's face. Although she was very fast, she still failed to dodge and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Yifan spared her life because he had many questions to ask her. Otherwise, the power of the sacred body of the ancients would have been enough to shatter her. He strode over, picked up little Nan Nan, and then forced her back. Who are you? What's your relationship with her? The middle-aged woman asked with a trembling voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that even your saintess is not as precious as her. How dare you treat her like this? Yifan was furious and said, Tell me, where is your saintess? You. Who are you? How dare you belittle our saintess like this? The middle-aged woman was shocked. At that moment, several powerhouses rushed into the courtyard and shouted, asking who Yifan was. The lives of your saintess and son of God added together are not enough to make up for the grievances that little Nan Nan has suffered. Yifan clanged and held the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in his hand. Pfft, blood splattered as he sliced the few people who rushed over into pieces. He then continued to interrogate, Tell me, where is your saintess? At that moment, Pang Bo and the others also heard the noise and rushed over. Who dares to offend the school of Yin Yang? At the same time, someone spoke in an eerie voice. Several elders from the dragon transformation realm flew over and said coldly, Are you guys tired of living? It's you guys who are tired of living. Yifan shouted and swung his sword at the sky. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on the school of Yin Yang. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on our Yin Yang sect. Several elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm flew over, their words cold and murderous. Yifan pointed the holy sword in his hand toward the sky. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and his eyes were deep. He was like a demon god, full of murderous intent. 8 or 9 young people followed the elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm. There were both men and women. Seeing that Yifan was only 15 or 16 years old, they all looked down on him. One of the young men held a murderous weapon and pointed it at Yifan. A blood-red light flashed, and he said coldly, Is this a place where you can barge in? You don't know your place. Are you saying that you don't know your place? Yifan waved the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword and slashed it toward the sky. The thick black sword ray was more than 100 meters long, and it shot up like a black lightning bolt. Pooh! The young man was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. He was crushed by the thick sword chi, and nothing was left. Even the murderous weapon was turned into powder. Behind them, the other young cultivators all cried out in surprise, and their expressions changed completely. The elders of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm looked extremely gloomy. During this process, Yifan held little Nan Nan carefully and covered her big eyes at the same time, so she didn't see this scene. Little Nan Nan was being bullied every day, and she didn't even have food to eat. He didn't want to be frightened again. This poor little girl really made him feel sad. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xianxia's territory and offend us? An elder asked coldly from afar. I offended you? What a joke. You captured the disciples of the Eastern Barren territory, imprisoned my family, and you dare to question me? Yifan's murderous intent soared, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a demon god. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also approached, and they each guarded aside. Only the big black dog was nowhere to be seen. Have you really heard of the Yin-Yang sect? One of the young men didn't believe it. The Yin-Yang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State, and not many people dared to offend them. He thought that Yifan didn't know about it. Regardless of right or wrong, let's talk about the inheritance first. The Yin-Yang sect has such a bad temper. Yifan's killing intent grew denser and denser as he said, isn't it just a sect in the Central State? What's so great about it? Good, good, good. He is indeed a reckless madman. There is no one in this world who dares to look down on my Yin-Yang sect. Yifan sneered and pressed forward with his sword. So what if I underestimated you today? Where is your saintess? Young man, you don't know how to appreciate favors. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. An old man's face sank. With a hong sound, a large bell floated above his head. Purple energy was hazy, and killing intent was boundless. One of them shouted, you still dare to barge into our Yin-Yang sect's territory after knowing it? What right do you have to see our saintess? Several elders are here, do you still want to overturn the heavens? He will definitely be killed. Noisy. Yifan did not care about these young people at all. He was only concerned about the few experts from the Dragon Transformation secret realm. The dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand slashed forward, and a thick sword light sliced through the void. Pooh. The few Dragon Transformation secret realm experts wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. They could only watch as Yifan killed someone in front of them. That black sword ray was too fast and sharp. The black sword ray cut through the heaven and earth. With a flash, blood splattered everywhere. That disciple died a violent death. Boom. That large bell let out a huge roar like a lion's roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. Endless horrifying sound waves were produced, and tens of thousands of waves were formed. Dang. Yifan directly waved his sword. The dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword extended in the wind, and it turned into 100 meters long. He held it in his hand and slashed down tens of thousands of waves, cutting through the sound waves of death. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. He shook the bell again and rushed forward. As the bell rang, a ferocious beast rushed out. It had the head of a lion and the body of a dragon. Roar, the sound of the bell was like a lion's roar. It fused with the sound waves and stirred up winds. And waves in the vast ocean of black sound waves. Dang, the long and drawn-out sound of the bell split the sky. The dragon-lion ferocious beast pounced forward, bringing along monstrous black bell waves that almost drowned Yifan. Buzz. The sky was filled with brilliant rays of light. Yifan's entire body was golden. The large sword in his hand swept across the sky and slashed downwards. With a poo sound, the dragon-lion's sword was cut in half. The vast bell waves were extinguished in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling an angry roar. The sound suddenly disappeared, and the bell waves that filled the sky disappeared. There was not a single trace of life force left. Dang. The large bell on top of that Dragon Transformation secret realm experts had personally rushed over. With a loud quang dang sound, the huge purple bell flew out like a mountain and pressed down on Yifan. Boom. The large bell was as tall as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped Yifan under it, emitting a deafening sound that was incomparably vast like a tsunami. The majestic bell fell down, intending to turn Yifan into dust and ashes. The bell shook the heaven and earth. Kacha! All of a sudden, the large bell collapsed. The black golden dragon mark Saint Spirit in Yifan's hand was like a black true dragon. It smashed the large bell and he rushed out. The elder of the dragon transformation mystical ground harumphed coldly, but he did not dodge. Instead, he formed a phenomenon and charged towards Yifan. This was a dark gray mist that formed a small world of its own. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he stood alone in the center. It could corrode all living beings and was invincible. He thought that he could turn Yifan into pus and blood. However, Yifan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He directly walked in and brandished his sword. Black light split the sky and with a pu sound, the elder's head was sent flying. What's going on? What happened? Why is elderly frozen by his own strange phenomenon and unable to move? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were stupefied and revealed expressions of disbelief. Yifan's slaying of the dragon was like cutting vegetables in a garden, shocking them. He is, the Saint Physique Yifan. Don't display your strange phenomenon in front of him. A few figures flew over from the distant sky and said. What? He is that Saint Physique? Why did he come to our Xianxia sect's important place? Many people cried out in alarm. They felt that the situation was far from good. Many of them came from the central prefecture. Even though they had heard of the Saint Physique, it was impossible for them to see it with their own eyes. They all knew that the Saint Physique was about to leave this world and that he didn't have much time left to live. Even his old enemy didn't want to provoke him. They didn't expect that he would come here. Yifan, although you are famous, you shouldn't have provoked the Xianxia sect. The elders of the Dragon Transformation secret territory looked gloomy. I'm not the one who provoked you. You are the one who provoked me. You kidnapped little Nan Nan and tortured her. You should be killed. His voice was cold and his murderous aura became more intense. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui sneered. They took out their weapons and were ready to attack. Woof. The big black dog, who had been missing for a long time, dashed out. His mouth was filled with the smell of medicine. Apparently, he had gone to their storehouse to cause trouble. Yi Huiling stood in the dark and didn't show her real face. After all, she was a cultivator from the central prefecture. The Xianxia sect was too big. If she knew about it, she would be in big trouble in the central prefecture. Below them, the children were crying in fear. Even little Nan Nan felt uneasy. Although her eyes were covered by Yifan, she still whispered, Nan Nan is scared, don't be scared, Nan Nan. Yifan covered her with a divine light. A holy aura filled the air, making her feel warm. Swoosh, the three elders of the Xianxia sect moved forward and surrounded Yifan. They wanted to kill him together. So what if you have a saint physique? Even if you have the protection of a divine king, you are the one who came to kill us. We will kill you for nothing. Boom, the three of them revealed their murderous aura and attacked at the same time. They took out their weapons. The red blood light and the black death light surged like the sea, and the sky exploded. Boom, Yifan didn't move. The lovely land avatar appeared. A beautiful small world appeared. There were many mountains that reached into the sky. Ancient trees reached the sky, and silver waterfalls poured down. He stood at the peak, and all the spells that attacked him turned into nothingness. He swung the black holy sword, and the avatar moved with him like a world. The magnificent rivers and mountains were so far away that they seemed to have no end. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. The three of them were shocked and quickly retreated. However, they couldn't move faster than lovely land. They were immediately enveloped. They were terrified. They were suppressed by the Saint Physique avatar, and they had a slim chance of survival. This was the consensus. Boom, even though they were charging forward, the three great mountains between the magnificent mountains and rivers flew up and pressed them down in an instant. So what if you have transformed into a dragon? You dare to show off in front of me? Yifan brandished the black holy sword and chopped off the heads of the three people who were suppressed under the mountain. Blood flowed out and everyone was shocked. Youngster, you dare? Several figures flew over, taking action against Yifan. Do you think we are air? Pang Bo sneered. His eyes were like silver moons, and they shot out two dragon-shaped white beams. He used the 9 slashes of the demon god, form of destruction. The power of this saint technique was unparalleled. Yi Fan and the large black dog had suffered greatly from it, and only the 9 secrets could defeat it. Junior, who are you? An elder of the dragon transformation mystery realm didn't seem to sense the approaching danger, and used an ancient shield to block it. Pong, the ancient shield shattered. The dragon-shaped silver beam was indestructible, and it instantly pierced through him. He shattered on the spot, and not even a mist of blood remained. Ah! Everyone cried out in shock. Who is he? He's so terrifying. Even an elder at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm was killed with a single strike. This was Pangbo's strongest saint technique. He had only mastered the first 3 slashes of the demon god 9 slashes, but its power was unparalleled. Now that he had reached the consummate level of all 4, it was naturally not difficult for him to kill a cultivator 1 tier higher than him. Kill. Yi Fan attacked again. His avatar appeared, and he was invincible. These people were not the elite Hua Yunfei. Although they were also elites at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm, their battle prowess was inferior. The avatar was far away, and it sealed the heaven and earth, sealing the enemies. Pft, pft, pft. His first slash sent a head flying, and blood splattered everywhere. His second slash cut another person in half, and blood spewed everywhere. His third slash cut off another dragon transformation elder's shoulder, and blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. He killed 3 people in a row, and all the elites of the Yin Yang religion were stunned. The dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and he looked like a demon. Everyone retreated far away, and they didn't dare to come close. Whoosh! Yi Fan reached out a golden hand, and grabbed the middle-aged lady who was sealed on the ground, and said, "Where is your saintess?" Cough. The sound of an old man coughing could be heard. An old lady holding a walking stick walked over in the sky. A few elders from the dragon transformation secret realm followed behind her, surrounding her in the middle. Many other cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm also appeared. 4th transformation of dragon transformation. Pangbo was shocked. This was definitely a great enemy, and she was much stronger than the elders of the first transformation of dragon transformation. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually came to the Yin Yang religion to behave atrociously. Although the old lady's body was weak, her eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. You kidnapped little Nan Nan here, and now you're blaming me for behaving atrociously. Such arrogance, as expected of the supreme religion. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Isn't it just a little girl with a bad memory? What's the big deal? The old lady was indifferent, and she didn't take it seriously at all. She glanced at little Nan Nan with disdain, and stared at Yi Fan, and said, "You're just a holy doomsday physique, and you're about to die, and you're still causing such a big commotion. I'll send you on your way. Old thing, let me send you on your way, and then I'll go kill your saintess." Yi Fan said coldly. You delivered yourself to me. Even if I kill you, the Divine King has nothing to say. The old woman brandished her walking stick and struck forward. The walking stick flowed with green light. It was a bamboo stick that was green and glistening. It engraved itself in the void and spat out a new bud. It was full of vitality and boundless vitality. However, the void was collapsing greatly. The bamboo stick looked light and agile, but it was extremely heavy, collapsing space, striking towards Yi Fan's body. The bamboo stick became one with the void and drew out a Tao trajectory. It possessed an undying divine radiance as it lashed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Dang, Yi Fan brandished the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword to meet the attack. It hacked down on the bamboo and released a piercing sound. It made one's eardrums feel like they were going to explode and their organs were ringing. A black abyss appeared between the two. That was what appeared after the void collapsed. It devoured everything in its surroundings, making one shiver with fear. Yi Fan's heart sank. Even the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword couldn't cut through the bamboo stick. An expert at the 4th transformation of dragon transformation was terrifying as expected. The bamboo stick became one with heaven and earth. The old woman was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to suppress his body and the holy sword with the supreme Tao. The green bamboo seemed to have a life of its own, representing sturdiness and immortality. It was emerald green like jade. Swoosh, the old woman pressed forward. She looked old, but she was even more graceful than a spirit. She moved like a streak of light and continuously lashed out with the bamboo stick. The small green bamboo condensed the void and merged with the Tao imprint. It sprouted verdant and flowed with life imprints. It became more and more immeasurable. Yi Fan didn't feel comfortable fighting and felt his hands and feet bound. He couldn't erupt with his full strength. This was a terrifying rhythm. This old woman was controlling everything and using the might of the great Tao. She turned the Tao to her own use and stood high up. The green bamboo stick and the Tao became one, reflecting her will. The more she fought, the more terrifying it became. Heaven and earth gradually began to pulse. Pa! The green bamboo in the old woman's hand swept over and struck at Yi Fan's head. When he dodged, she took advantage of the situation and slashed at his chest. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When he slashed out with the Holy Spirit sword, he always felt a bit sluggish and couldn't attack with full power. Moreover, at this moment, he finally felt danger, as if the heavens were about to press down on him. Pa! The green bamboo stick in the old woman's hand continued to move forward unhurriedly, and the pulse of heaven and earth became more and more intense. This terrifying rhythm was resonating with the bamboo stick. Not good. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was the sign of an earth-shattering strike. Buzz. The old woman placed the green bamboo cane in the air and shook it fiercely. The power of the great path flowed. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Then, it was like a great river striking the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. The bamboo cane revived, glistening with emerald green. It turned into a towering ancient bamboo with lush green leaves. Endless bamboo flowers swayed about, creating a snow-white expanse that was sparkling and translucent. Boom, this part of the world collapsed. Countless bamboo staffs appeared in the void, bright green like jade. They struck at Yi Fan together, as if tens of thousands of true dragons were dancing. Those were imprints, emerald green and vivid imprints of life. Just now, the old woman had lashed out tens of thousands of times, and every type of power was imprinted in the void. At this moment, they completely erupted. Wherever the bamboo cane passed by, a green bamboo cane would appear. It would condense into a Tao imprint and unleash a devastating attack. The old woman unhurriedly lashed out tens of thousands of times, all for this final heaven-shocking strike. Tens of thousands of imprints revived, and the great path pressed down. Yi Fan resisted with all of his strength. He had no choice but to defend. The golden sea of bitterness appeared, surging into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, blocking the tens of thousands of imprints. This was an intense collision. Light erupted from both sides, erupting with an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura that rushed in all directions. Yi Fan and the old woman were separated by many realms. Only he could go against the flow and kill immortals, resisting such a terrifying attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been turned into ashes. This was a killing trap laid out by the old woman, but he forcefully withstood it. The golden sea of bitterness revolved around him. His own blood energy surged, and the golden holy body seemed to be burning. Pung, he brandished the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, splitting the heavens. He finally released his own battle prowess, and was no longer restrained like before. A black dragon danced about. The holy sword and the sea of bitterness roared together, annihilating the tens of thousands of imprints. The void collapsed, turning into a shattered rift valley. It was pitch black, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Little evil creature, you do have some skills. The old woman's words were cold, and her heart was not calm. The other party was so many realms lower than her, but he actually broke through the killing trap she had set up. This old woman is very terrifying. Behind her, Pang Bo's eyes flickered, and silver light flowed. The 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign was about to be released, and the dragon-shaped divine radiance was faintly discernible. The old woman looked back coldly, and as if she had felt the killing intent, she stared at him and said, "If you want to die, then go ahead and attack." Old thing. Pangbo didn't believe it and was about to attack. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure came one more time. A mountain far from them cracked, and a messy old man with white hair dashed out. He looked like a big monkey, his arms reaching his knees. He looked skinny, but he was energetic. His eyes were as bright as gold lamps. Another expert at the fourth transformation of Dragon Realm. Tu Fei and Li Heishui took in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this secret land would have two experts like that. It seemed like they valued these kids a lot. They must be young geniuses. Yi Fan hugged little Nan Nan and retreated. The two great experts had come at the same time, which made him shiver. The gap between their realms was huge. This old woman wasn't easy to deal with, and now, this old man was here. Pangbo stepped forward, standing next to Yi Fan. They wanted to fight these two formidable old men. You dare to intrude the pure land of the Yin Yang cult? You don't know life from death. The messy old man revealed his murderous aura. His white teeth looked cold. Seems like I got out of my seclusion at the right time. Destroy this holy body and drink his blood. We can prolong our lives. That's right. He came here to die anyway. That God King can't say anything, agreed the old woman. Old farts, wait for me to chop your heads off. Yi Fan smiled coldly, sending messages to Pangbo, the Black Emperor, and Tu Fei discreetly. The two old men joined hands and moved forward. After each step, the void shook. They were 6 realms higher than Yi Fan. They were really formidable enemies. If it were the other cultivators of the 4 extreme secret territories, they would be killed with one finger. Only Yi Fan and Pangbo, who had completed the 4 extreme secret territories, could resist them. Little Nan Nan opened her eyes discreetly. Seeing the two old men, she was frightened. She hurried to cover her big eyes with her small hands. Don't be scared, little Nan. We will leave soon, comforted Yi Fan. You've done so much for this little girl with a bad memory. The messy old man smiled coldly. You've lived for so many years. How dare you say such inhumane things, scolded Yi Fan. It's her good fortune that we brought her into the Yin Yang sect, said the old woman coldly. Yi Fan was furious. Little Nan Nan was captured here and suffered so much. She couldn't even eat, and now it was her good fortune. Old thing, I will cripple you today so that you can enjoy the good fortune. The old woman glanced at little Nan Nan disdainfully and said, she can only blame her bad memory for not being able to enjoy the good fortune. She deserves to be a servant. You said that she has the life of a servant. Then, your saintess is only fit to serve servants. Yi Fan said coldly. Pangbo also said coldly, you have captured so many young prodigies. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the Eastern Baron cultivators? The messy old man who looked like a big monkey laughed cruelly and said, won't there be no problem if we kill all of you here? Do it. Yi Fan swung his sword and rushed over. He started to circulate the battle saint technique. He had to be ruthless against the two old men. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Buzz. Pangbo activated the 9 slashes. Silver dragons shot out from his eyes. This was the divine wound of the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom, the void collapsed from the slashes. The two old men's expressions changed. They restrained their divine senses and avoided the dazzling dragon light. They didn't use their divine senses to face the demon, the Arch 9 slashes. Boom, as soon as Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, the heaven and earth lost color. The saint spirit sword in his hand seemed to have a life of its own as it slashed forward. Not good. The two old men shouted. Their arms joined together and pushed out divine techniques. One yin and one yang power formed a Dao diagram, Yin Yang Great Dao. This was the supreme great art of the Yin Yang sect. Men cultivated the Yang diagram and women cultivated the Yin diagram. In the Central Plains, there was a saying that when Yin and Yang were combined, one would be invincible in the world. Pangbo hurried forward. This Yin Yang Great Dao made his heart jump. He helped Yi Fan bear the burden and used the demon, the Arch 9 slashes, deprivation. Boom, this was a fierce collision. They used Dao seals to fight. This was a confrontation of their respective great Daos. It was incomparably terrifying and both sides were sent flying backwards. Yifan's blood was surging, but he was fine. However, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Pang Bo's mouth. How powerful was his physical body? But he was still impacted. The two old men laughed cruelly. Their hair was disheveled as they attacked again. Yin and Yang are combined, invincible in the world. You two juniors, go die. The two old men joined their arms together and shouted sinisterly. They pushed out the yin-yang diagram again. This time, the yin-yang diagram was several times larger than before. Pang Bo decisively retreated. These two old things were too terrifying. Yifan began to revolve the secret of all. During this process, the two of them constantly dodged. The two old men activated the Tao diagram. Their killing intent was thick as they chased through the void. The third yin-yang diagram was much larger. The extreme yin and extreme yang fused together, destroying everything in its path. It had to be said that the ancient saying of the Central Plains, yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. There was a certain truth to it. After the two old men joined their arms together, their combat strength was not doubled, but quintupled. The great Tao of yin and yang transformed into a giant yin-yang diagram. It was like a divine wheel that crushed through the void. Nothing could stop it. Even Pang Bo was injured by the first strike. If Yifan didn't have a saint physique, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. Yin and yang were combined, and the great Tao appeared. His combat strength was astonishing and he was invincible in the same realm. Boom! Finally, Yifan triggered the secret of all. His combat strength increased tenfold. Golden blood chi rushed into the sky and the world lost color. He waved the Saint Spirit sword and cleaved the sky. It was as if he was splitting the world in half. Boom! The yin-yang diagram was shattered by him. The two old men vomited blood. Yin and yang were combined. Although their combat strength increased by a large amount, it couldn't compare to the secret of all. The two old men were sent flying. Pang Bo quickly used the demon the Arch 9 slashes, causing them to vomit blood again. Swoosh, the two elders with disheveled hair disappeared in a flash and appeared in the sky, avoiding the remaining 2 slashes of the 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. They were covered in blood and looked at the two in shock. The secret word of all and the 9 slashes of the demon god were world-shattering divine arts, which made the two elders indescribably shocked and fearful. They were several realms higher than Yifan and Pang Bo, but they were still injured. They couldn't help but feel terrified. This shouldn't have happened. If a young king wanted to go against nature and kill a celestial, he had to display a phenomenon. Yin and yang combined, invincible in the world. The old woman mumbled to herself. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened. Don't encounter the 9 secrets. Could it be that secret technique? The messy old man's arms reached his knees and his eyes lit up like golden lamps. Countless years ago, their ancestor became an ancient sage and was invincible in the Central Plains with the yin and yang combined. They didn't expect to be defeated when they went to the East Barren territory because they met the sage who inherited the 9 secrets. The old woman and the baboon-like old man sneered at Yifan. We know what kind of holy art you are using, but you can't use it continuously. You need to keep triggering it. We will combine yin and yang and kill you slowly. And you? They looked at Pang Bo and said, you have mastered the supreme divine technique of the demon race. It must be the world-shattering 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. The two elders' white hair was stained with blood and they looked sinister. Even though they suffered a heavy blow, the collapse of the yin-yang diagram had dissolved most of the power. Boom! They linked their arms again and took out the yin diagram and yang diagram respectively. They combined and released the aura of the great Tao as they pressed forward. Unfortunately, there is no yang within the yin and no yin within the yang. Even though they have combined, they haven't formed the Tai Chi and lack the yin and yang eyes. Pang Bo sneered. He and Yifan retreated. They didn't want to face the yin and yang integration, which was 4 to 5 times their combat power. The two elders chased after them. The divine body contained a great secret, and Pang Bo also had a supreme inheritance. Their eyes were bloodshot. They originally wanted to kill the two, but now that they might get the ancient scriptures, they wouldn't let them go. Boom! Yifan activated the secret word of all again. Golden light surged into the sky like a deity and he began to chase after them. Pang Bo also executed the 9 slashes of the demonic god. The old woman and the disheveled old man tore apart space with the yin-yang diagram and escaped quickly. They didn't dare to face him head-on because they knew how powerful the secret word of all was. Only when its effects disappeared would they turn around and attack. The two sides fell into a tug-of-war. When Yi Fan triggered the secret of all, the two old men retreated and were chased by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who took turns attacking them. It had to be said that these two old men were very terrifying. They were strong enough and had rich battle experience. They were extremely difficult to deal with. "Alright, it's done." Tu Fei and Li Heishui shouted at this moment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo laughed at the same time and quickly retreated. The Black Emperor had already rushed over to lead the way for them. "Not good." The two old men shouted, but it was too late. Boom, black fog filled the sky, and endless killing intent filled the air. The heaven and earth were sealed, and they were sealed in the void by the big black flag. This was what Yi Fan had told the Black Emperor and asked him to set up secretly. The big black dog was an all-rounder in the field of formation patterns and could be called a grandmaster. With the help of Yi Huiling, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui, he set up a super formation pattern without anyone knowing, sealing a large area. None of the elites of the Yin-Yang sect could escape. They were all trapped inside. "Junior." The old woman and the disheveled old man were shocked and angry, but they couldn't get out. "Can you separate them?" Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor in a low voice. "That's easy." The big black dog was full of confidence. Among them, dozens of big flags flew and deviated from their original positions, separating this area into two spaces. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They each found an opponent and started fighting again. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to refine two seniors with the formation pattern alone. They didn't want to wait. This time, Yi Fan could fight with his opponent even without using the secret of all. He found the old woman again. Pang Bo faced the disheveled old man, but he didn't go deep inside. He only attacked from outside the formation pattern. The 9 slashes of the demon god was extremely terrifying as long as he had enough magic power. He started to cut the disheveled old man like he was cutting a carrot. "Junior, come in if you have the guts. How dare you plot against me like this?" The old man who looked like a big monkey was furious. "You deserve to be cut. Didn't you want to drink Yi Fan's blood? I think it's better to let you bleed to death first." Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god to cut the old man happily. When Yi Fan got rid of the old woman, Pang Bo also cut the disheveled old man into a dried carrot, ending the battle completely. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei were stunned. "I'm hitting a live target." Pang Bo shook his head. It was troublesome to clean up the battlefield. The formation pattern trapped many people, and it was impossible to kill them all. Yi Fan couldn't do it, so he searched their soul consciousnesses and cut off their related memories, making them blank. Then, he let them all go. The remaining children were troublesome. Yi Fan had more than 30 children, and all of them had extraordinary talents. He didn't know where to send them. "Why don't we start a sect? They are all immortal seedlings, young geniuses," Li Heishui said. The few of them were surprised. These children did have rare talents, and they didn't know how the Yin-Yang sect found them. "Let's leave this place quickly." Yi Fan's anger had subsided, and he didn't want to find trouble with the saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. They couldn't stay here for long. This was a secret place of a supreme sect. If a big character appeared, it would be a disaster. "Big brother, do you really know Nan Nan?" Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. "Of course I do." Yi Fan scratched her nose. They brought a large group of children, and it was very inconvenient. Fortunately, Yi Huiling was here. She was ethereal, beautiful, and elegant, and children liked her. Otherwise, a large group of children would cry, and Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others could only watch helplessly. They came to a small town. The first thing Yi Fan did was to bring little Nan Nan to buy new clothes. Her clothes were too tattered, and even her shoes had holes. A 3-year-old child couldn't feel anything, but it made people feel uncomfortable. "Can I eat something first?" Little Nan Nan lowered her head and said softly, looking a little timid. After she lost the seven-colored stone, she was like a normal child. If she didn't eat, she would feel uncomfortable from hunger. In the secret land of the Yin-Yang sect, her situation wasn't good. She was often hungry, and her small face was very thin. Okay, I'll bring you to eat first. Yi Fan said softly. Really? Little Nan Nan had forgotten about Yi Fan. Recently, people always bullied her. Although the man in front of her treated her well, the little girl was still anxious. That was why she was so timid. What do you want to eat? I want. Little Nan Nan cocked her head to think. Then, she said with her tender voice, I want to eat some herbal paste. I'm very hungry. When I was about to fall asleep, a little sister gave me some. It's really delicious. Yi Fan felt bitter. Apparently, when the little girl said that she was about to fall asleep, she was so hungry that she almost fainted. The Black Emperor had taken away the herbal storehouse in the Yin-Yang sect's secret land. Of course, they didn't lack spiritual herbs. Yi Fan gave her a small bowl and asked her to eat slowly. Then, he changed her into a set of beautiful clothes. Little Nan Nan suddenly became a porcelain doll carved from jade. She looked adorable. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei couldn't help but come to her, rubbing her head and making her laugh. Yi Fan took out a crystal jade and imprinted it on little Nan Nan's glabella. That jade contained the memory of Yen Du. He had purposely kept it to prevent the little girl from forgetting the past. Big brother, it's you. I remember now. Little Nan Nan was so happy. After she got the memory, she wasn't as timid and insecure as before. It was because she knew who Yi Fan was now. Then, Yi Fan took out the seven-colored stone and put it in her palm. Little Nan Nan gave this stone to Big Brother. You can't take it back. The little girl shook her head, looking serious. You can't give this stone to anyone. Otherwise, Nan Nan will get sick. You have to keep it. You can't lose it. Yi Fan made the seven-colored stone into a small pendant, hanging it on her pink neck. He had searched the innkeeper's memory. If Little Stone got sick, Nan Nan would get sick too. In the worst case, she had almost died. They couldn't afford to lose her. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also liked little Nan Nan. They thought that she was cute and obedient. Little Nan Nan is like a porcelain doll. Anyway, it's not suitable for her to stay with us. We often have to face life and death battles. What do you want to do? Asked Pang Bo earlier. I wanted to send her to the Great Xian Noble Peak to be Zhang Wencheng's daughter. However, I've made Hua Yunfei the enemy of that sect. I can't go there now. Nan Nan, don't go to another place. The little girl was frightened. Although she was playing with some kids, her spirit sense was sharp. She heard their conversation. Yi Huiling chuckled. She squatted down and scratched her delicate nose. In the future, you can go with Big Sister to the Central Plains and be a real carefree little princess. Nan Nan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. The little girl lowered her head. She was depressed. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry. How could I leave you behind? He hurried to tell Pang Bo not to say more. Little Nan Nan suddenly became very happy. Her big eyes brightened. She revealed a pure smile. You must take her with you. Don't send her to other places. The Black Emperor suddenly said. Ever since he saw the little girl, the big black dog had been thinking about something. No one knew what he was thinking. Did you see something? Yi Fan was moved. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also looked over. The Black Emperor coughed and mumbled, I didn't see anything. Then, he ran to the little girl and tempted, Little darling, do you want to be my disciple? Why? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. If you become my disciple, I will feed you with spirit pellets every day. I will teach you the supreme technique that is as good as the merciless man created in his later years. The Black Emperor was like a big wolf, tempting her. The Black Emperor must have seen something. This was the common understanding of Yi Fan, Tu Fei, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui. This damn dog wanted to take something as soon as he saw it. It was the first time in his life that he wanted to take someone away. From now on, you don't need to worry about her. I'll take care of her. The big black dog said. He stared at little Nan Nan as if he had found a treasure. He was almost drooling. Damn dog, you dare to eat a child? I'll skin you alive. Yi Fan shouted. Damn it. What are you thinking about? I'm going to train a great emperor. You just wait and see. The more the big black dog talked, the more excited he became. Damn dog, what did you see? Tu Fei asked. Little Nan Nan is the great emperor. No, the future great emperor? Li Heishui was also suspicious. Little Nan Nan. Great emperor? Not far away, Yi Huiling, who was playing with the group of children, also looked over in surprise. She said, what a cute little thing. You can see that she can become a great emperor? The Black Emperor didn't answer these questions. He turned his head arrogantly. Then, with a smile on his face, he started to tempt little Nan Nan again. I'll take you to the Undying Mountain to pick some tea. How about it? I'll take you to the Celestial Mausoleum to find the treasure. Do you want to go? How could little Nan Nan understand what you said? Yi Fan scolded. You won't understand even if I told you, the big black dog muttered. Then, he smiled and teased little Nan Nan. He was very attentive. What a cute dog. Little Nan Nan was very happy. Her voice was very innocent. The big black dog was petrified. It was the first time in his life that someone called him cute. Moreover, it was a little girl. He really wanted to bang his head on the ground. Haha. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others all laughed. Ants and dragons never interacted, and dandelion seeds rarely met colorful clouds in the sky. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Life Spring cultivators were unreachable in his eyes, and Palace Mystery Realm cultivators were almost non-existent. Now, the Sea of Reincarnation and Palace Mystery Realm were far away from him, and he could already look down on the cultivators of the 4 levels Mystery Realm and the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. Different cultivation levels, different identities, and different experiences were all experiences that everyone had. Standing at different heights, their experiences were naturally different. Yi Fan discussed with Pang Bo and the others for a long time, but they didn't know how to deal with these 30 or so young geniuses. They didn't have the energy to take care of them, but where should they go? The small town was very quiet, and both sides of the street were filled with moon trees. Every night, the crescent-shaped leaves would give off a gentle glow, and a faint fragrance would spread. It was very suitable for living. Late at night, a light breeze blew, and the moon trees rustled, giving off a hazy glow. The fragrance wafted in through the window. However, Yi Fan felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly sat up from his bed and stood in front of the window, looking down at the street. A black shadow walked over from the main street. Every step was firm but very light. When he landed, there was no sound at all. However, there was an extremely dangerous aura, as if a primordial beast was approaching. At this time, Pang Bo and the others woke up and all stood up to look. Without a sound, more than 20 figures appeared around the small town and gathered together. All of them gave off a murderous aura, and they didn't hide it anymore. Go, let's leave quickly. Yi Fan put the 30 or so children into the pristine jade bottle and had the Black Emperor take out the profound jade platform, preparing to cross the void. The newcomer was powerful, and his murderous aura was bone-chilling. They probably couldn't resist. Oh no, something big happened, the Black Emperor shouted in shock. What happened? Pang Bo's heart jumped. There's no way to cross the void. The Black Emperor was very anxious. He tried several times, but he didn't succeed. Why is it like this? Tu Fei asked. He knew that with the big black dog's skill in formation patterns, it was almost impossible for him to be countered. Those people outside should have a forbidden artifact on them. Moreover, they should have been refined according to the mysterious methods of the primordial era. They can restrict the air. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He's from the Yin Yang sect, Yi Huiling concluded. They're really persistent. They actually chased us all the way here. Pang Bo frowned. Let's break out of the encirclement and avoid that person. Yi Fan pointed at the first black shadow that appeared on the street. It was as unfathomable as the abyss. Hee hee. Without waiting for them to move, a bell-like laughter rang out in the night sky. A woman walked over on the moon, radiance flowing under the moonlight as she said, "Don't even think about escaping." Yin School's Saintess. Yi Huiling spoke softly. After that, she hid herself in the darkness and changed her aura. Even her appearance became indistinct. She did not wish to be recognized. It was this sister who took Nan Nan away, but she hated me very much afterwards. Little Nan Nan felt a little wronged. That's because she had eyes but couldn't see. Even if she cultivated for 100 lifetimes, she wouldn't be able to compare to you. The large black dog spoke very rudely. Yi Fan smiled as he rubbed little Nan Nan's head, and said, "You're so cute. Everyone likes you, except for those bad guys." After that, he also put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He did not want her to be frightened during the battle. "Yi Fan, I know you're inside. Come out." The saintess of the Yin school was 20 years old. She had a beautiful appearance and was slender and elegant. When she smiled, it was very moving, but there was also a kind of killing intent. "You came quite quickly." Yi Fan replied coldly. He had killing intent towards this woman. Back then, he had left a piece of precious jade on little Nanan's body, recording bits and pieces of it. He told her to look at it every morning to prevent her from forgetting the past. When the saintess of the Yin school took little Nan Nan away, she must have seen the memories in the beautiful jade. Knowing the relationship between the little girl and him, she still took her away. "Yi Fan, you destroyed my school's important place and took away all the children. You've gone too far." The saintess of the Yin school's smile carried a trace of coldness. Yi Fan coldly snorted, and said, "You should know why I did that. When you took little Nan Nan away, you should have already known about my relationship with her. Isn't it said that you don't have much time left in the world? I took her away from the inn for her own good. She won't have to wander the streets in the future." The saintess of the Yin school smiled lightly, not caring at all. If not for the mysterious expert here, Yi Fan would definitely fight with her. This woman was distorting the truth. She had clearly taken little Nan Nan away and made her suffer in the Yin school, but she still had such a face. "Go!" Yi Fan shouted and was the first to break out of the encirclement. Pang Bo, Yi Huiling, Li Heishui, and the others followed closely, fleeing towards the west. "Hee hee. You want to leave? It won't be that easy." The saintess of the Yin school smiled lightly. There were more than 20 figures surrounding them at the same time, and the most terrifying was the black figure that Yi Fan was wary of. He chased after them at an extremely fast speed. They wanted to break out of the encirclement and cross the void, but they didn't think that this person would follow them like a shadow. They couldn't break away at all, and the forbidden tool was on him. The saintess of the Yin school and the others also chased after them, determined to make them stay. Killing intent surged. "Let's split up and escape. My speed is fast enough to lure away the most powerful mysterious person. You guys have to be careful." Yi Fan said. "No, I'll go with you. I can still block him at the crucial moment." Pang Bo didn't agree, afraid that he would be in danger. "It's fine. I have extreme speed, and he can't catch up. You guys leave quickly." Yi Fan didn't agree. In the end, they split up, each finding a direction to escape in. Yi Fan sent a voice transmission to the large black dog and Pang Bo, and then rushed down without looking back. As expected, the most powerful mysterious person and the saintess of the Yin school all chased after Yi Fan, not wanting to let him go at all. "Since the Divine King has spoken, we won't kill you, but we can't let you go. We'll imprison you and slowly extract your divine blood. This idea is not bad." The saintess smiled sweetly. "You bullied little darling first, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you want to plot against me? You're really going too far. However, are you sure you can defeat me?" Yi Fan said coldly. "Now, everyone in the world knows that you've learned the old lunatic's movement technique, and possess the highest speed. It's not easy to capture you, but you can use it to see if you can escape from us." The saintess of the Yin school had a moving smile on her face, but her killing intent became even thicker. Yi Fan's heart sank. It seemed that they were well prepared, and most likely had a way to counter him. He quickly increased his speed, leading this group of people to escape into the distance. As expected, the most powerful old man, the saintess, and the others didn't escape. There was golden lightning swimming under their feet, and they were also extremely fast. What is that? He was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the Black Emperor's words. There was a lightning talisman among the ancient divine talismans, and only the supreme sect leader could refine it. After locking onto a person, the lightning talisman would be as fast as the opponent. If one didn't know the details, they would be exhausted to death, and they wouldn't be able to escape from the enemy. It was very mysterious. Although there was a way to break it, Yi Fan didn't know it. His expression became serious, and he flew at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He couldn't turn back to fight at all, because he had now discovered, to his surprise, that the most powerful old man was an expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. The 9 transformations of the dragon would soar into the sky and become a dragon among men. Only then would one have the chance to look up to the supreme domain of the Almighty, as well as the supreme grace of the divine leader. An expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was definitely not someone that Yi Fan could fight against. The difference between their realms was too great. If he could really be defeated, it wouldn't be going against the natural order, but going against the heavens. Yi Fan, it's better if you don't run anymore. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you help us? The holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect's smile didn't diminish, and she said, small success of the divine body, and your blood can already be used to refine medicine. Your entire body is a treasure. Be careful that extreme joy turns to sorrow, and I'll be killed. Yi Fan replied. I'm waiting for you. Come and kill me. The holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect smiled enchantingly. That old man sneered, little evil creature, you're about to die, and you're still dreaming. This old man doesn't have much lifespan left, and even if I kill you, I'm not afraid of the divine king taking revenge for you. The holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect laughed tenderly, you can't kill him, we have to keep him in captivity. He's even more precious than those strange beasts, and his blood is priceless. Slowly extracting his blood is the most cost-effective. That's right, keep him in captivity with those strange beasts. The old man nodded his head, and another 7 or 8 people chased after him, laughing at the same time. Old fart, and that girl from the Yin-Yang sect, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Fan threw down these words and continued to flee. Now wasn't the time to fight with his life on the line. The 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was a terrifying figure that couldn't be fought against. If the other party took 2 more steps forward, he would be a great figure like the supreme elder of the Holy Land. Little evil creature, even if we don't kill you this time, we'll tire you out until you vomit blood, and then we'll capture you. Another 2 old men also spoke. They were equally terrifying, and they were experts at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. They were all great elders. This time, they attached great importance to this matter. Not only did the holy maiden take action, but there were also 3 outstanding elders following along. Together with the lightning talisman, it was enough to kill Yi Fan. Along the way, many cultivators were alarmed, and they were shocked that the Yin-Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. Very quickly, the news spread. The Yin-Yang sect said that Yi Fan destroyed their important place for no reason and killed the innocent. They were forced to retaliate to protect their dignity. You guys are really good at distorting the truth. Yi Fan heard a lot along the way. In the next 2 days, he couldn't shake them off and was chased all the way. They really wanted to tire him to death. The southern region was shaken. The Yin-Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. This required great courage. After all, the divine king wasn't dead yet. During this time, many people rushed over to watch. However, Yi Fan flew into the desolate lands and traveled through the primitive regions. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and others couldn't catch up. The people of the Yin-Yang sect had already changed their lightning talismans 7 or 8 times. They were stunned. Yi Fan didn't seem tired at all. He flew at such a high speed, and he didn't look tired at all. They were afraid that even if they ran out of lightning talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Fan, you should stop. If your injured body is exhausted, the cracks in the Great Tao will worsen. At that time you really won't be able to live. The saintess of the Yin-Yang sect ridiculed. Although we plan to keep you, we won't harm your life until you die. Yi Fan ignored her. On the third day, he finally heard some news. The people of the Yin-Yang sect were robbing the young geniuses in the eastern wasteland, which made many sects in the southern region unhappy. He knew that Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had escaped the Yin-Yang sect's pursuit. This was spread by them, and they should have already made arrangements. He could go over now. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. Yi Fan increased his speed. He turned around and flew towards the small town from before. Along the way, he heard even more news. Many sects had lost their young geniuses, and their whereabouts were unknown. Now, the spearhead was pointed at the Yin-Yang sect. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that casually revealing this news would lead to such a secret. The Yin-Yang sect was too daring. They were robbing the young geniuses of various sects in the eastern wasteland. If they were exposed like this, they would definitely be badly battered. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh. If he sent the 30 or so young geniuses back, he believed that these sects would be grateful. The eastern wasteland would most likely expel the people of the Yin-Yang sect. On the 5th day, Yi Fan flew back to the small town. Little evil creature, what have you done? Today, I will catch you and break all the bones in your body. The great elder of the dragon transformation 8th transformation said coldly. It was clearly you who shamelessly robbed the children of the eastern wasteland, including little Nan Nan. You bullied and humiliated her, but in the end, you are chasing me. Instead, you are acting like the victim. Do you still have any shame? Yi Fan replied. Little evil creature, whatever you say is useless. Aren't the bones of the saint body hard? I will break them one by one. The great elder said coldly. Elder, you are angry again. You can't kill us. We still need to slowly extract blood. The saintess of the Yin-Yang sect laughed tenderly. Then, she said to Yi Fan, deliberately provoking him, so what if I snatched little Nan Nan? If you didn't come, I was going to throw her out. If you want to vent your anger for her, then come and kill me. Yi Fan knew that the other party was purposely trying to anger him and make him stop. He sneered in his heart, because at this time, he had already heard the Black Emperor's sound transmission. When he flew, he turned around and fled along a specific route. Something's wrong, be careful. The saintess of the Yin-Yang sect was very cautious. She sensed that something was wrong and warned him. She stopped in the air. However, it was too late. A loud rumbling sound came from ahead. Clouds and mist covered the sky and engulfed them in an instant. No one was able to escape. They were all enveloped inside. Haha. Pang Bo laughed loudly as he walked out. The big black dog's mouth also grinned from ear to ear, incomparably pleased with himself. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. If they got rid of the strong enemy, they would quickly return to set up the formation patterns and help Yi Fan resolve the danger. Boom! Within the formation patterns, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Those people were attacking, wanting to escape. If he couldn't refine them in a short period of time, perhaps the other people of the Yin-Yang sect would arrive soon. This caused Yi Fan to frown. He really wanted to kill these people. These people are too powerful. It's impossible to trap them to death in a short period of time. The Black Emperor shook his head. There was nothing he could do. No matter, I'll make a trip. When the time comes, I'll come back and destroy them. Yi Fan took out the profound jade platform and began to travel through the void. In a short moment, he arrived at the fire domain. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he directly entered the 7th floor. Without the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have a suitable vessel to hold the terrifying flames. He directly used his body to bear it. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he brought along the monstrous flames and flew back. With this kind of flame, he couldn't travel through the void. Otherwise, the profound jade platform would definitely be turned into ashes. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from that small town, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Along the way, the colorful flames surged and burned the void. As he traveled south, countless cultivators were stunned. When many people saw that it was Yi Fan, they were all very shocked. They chased after him all the way. Even though they weren't as fast as him, they still followed slowly, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. In the end, Yi Fan returned, bringing the monstrous divine flames to the small town. Even the Black Emperor and Pang Bo were stunned. "I'll send you on your way," Yi Fan shouted loudly, sending all of the endless divine flames into the sealed world. Boom, raging flames soared into the sky, and terrified screams rang out. This kind of flame couldn't be blocked at all. Even Supreme Elder level figures found it hard to endure, let alone them. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan wanted to burn all of the powerful enemies with the flames. It was really very straightforward. Because the great flames had also destroyed the formation patterns, the three great elders' bodies were covered in flames. They screamed miserably as they rushed out. Their bodies were almost deformed from the heat, and it was incomparably miserable. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to survive. On the other side, the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect also rushed out. Her entire body was releasing auspicious light, and she didn't die. It was obvious that she had a secret treasure on her. "It's good that you didn't die. I'll personally kill you." Yi Fan immediately rushed over. Pang Bo and the Black Emperor also went forward to prevent her from escaping. "You're so vicious." The holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect's face was pale. 7 or 8 great experts had all died tragically, causing her heart to feel cold. "It's you guys who have repeatedly bullied me. Now it's your turn." Yi Fan walked forward. The 3 great elders of the Yin-Yang sect screamed in pain outside the small town. Their bodies were almost completely charred, but they were still struggling, not dying. As for the others, when Yi Fan threw the fire down, they were turned into ashes. Now, nothing was left, returning to the earth. The heart-wrenching screams caused the expressions of many people in the distant sky to change. This kind of colorful flame could even burn the grand elders of the Holy Land to death, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. In their final struggle, the 3 great elders were finally turned into charcoal. With a bang, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Then, the flames flickered violently, turning them into ashes. The elites of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation could not withstand the burning of the colorful flames at all, and were completely destroyed. Many people followed Yi Fan here, and they were all incomparably shocked. Yi Fan brought the divine flame from tens of thousands of li away, and it was actually for the sake of killing a great enemy. His flesh could endure this type of blazing heat, leaving everyone horrified. Yi Fan's physical body was powerful enough. Even without the Bodhi seed, he could still enter the 7th level of the fire domain, and he also had the seed of the holy tree that was specialized in suppressing fire. "You guys are so ruthless." The face of the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect was pale, without a trace of blood. She wanted to break out of the encirclement. Dong, Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip, causing the void to collapse, forcing her back, and said, "Are we ruthless? You wanted to kill us, but in the end, you're blaming us. Didn't you say you wanted to capture me and take my divine blood? Now, do as you please." Chi. Brilliant light shone from the hands of the holy maiden, sprinkling out an expanse of colorful sand. It was as if a river of stars was flowing, very dreamy and colorful. "Hurry and retreat, don't touch the colorful sand," the large black dog shouted in shock. Yi Fan retreated agilely, avoiding the river of stars. It was unknown how heavy the colorful sand was, but every grain of it passed through the void, extremely beautiful and enchanting, still flowing forward. "This is star sand refined from the bone powder left behind by the ancient sages, and touching it will definitely kill you," the Black Emperor explained with a serious expression. Even after the ancient sages died, their bodies wouldn't decay. Only because of special reasons would they turn into bone powder and scatter between heaven and earth. Despite this being the case, the bone powder that was left behind was still incomparably terrifying. It contained strange divine force, and it was as heavy as a mountain. If it was refined into a weapon, it would be incomparably terrifying, able to pierce through anything. It was practically unstoppable and possessed great destructive power. Yi Fan finally understood how precious the sage's corpse in the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury was. It could be said to be a priceless treasure, its value immeasurable. Clang, Yifan pulled out the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. He didn't believe that the bone powder would be able to destroy the holy artifact that the great emperor used to refine his weapon. The sword beam slashed forward like a rainbow. Boom, the seven-colored river surged over, immediately going berserk. It surged and roared, releasing a trace of sage might. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, shocking everyone. Just how powerful is the sage? Yifan was stunned. The golden sea of bitterness in his body boiled and surged out. A green lotus floated in the middle. Boom, the two collided, and a huge collision occurred. However, the golden sea of bitterness finally blocked the seven-colored river, and it couldn't advance any further. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. He wielded the god-striking whip again and swung it forward. He felt that this wooden whip could also withstand the heavy pressure, and wouldn't break. After all, it was just bone powder. If there was a problem, he could quickly withdraw the god-striking whip. Dong, the god-striking whip was plain and emotionless, but it was extremely sturdy. When it struck the river of stars, it caused huge waves. Nearby, the figure of the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect swayed, and a streak of blood seeped out from between her brows. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The sage's bone powder was as heavy as a mountain, sturdy and immortal. Neither the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword nor the god-striking whip were destroyed, but the divine sense contained within was shaken. Snatch it. When the large black dog saw that it could shake the seven-colored river of stars, his eyes immediately lit up, encouraging Yifan to quickly make a move. He said, if the sage's bone powder falls into the hands of a divine lord, it will be extremely powerful. Giving it to her is purely a waste. Yifan wielded the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword in his left hand, and the god-striking whip in his right hand. With the golden sea of bitterness protecting his body, he pressed forward. Rustle, rustle, the seven-colored river of stars flowed, emitting a strange sound. It pierced through the void, flickering between brightness and darkness, surging outside the golden sea of bitterness. Boom, Yifan brandished the god-striking whip, striking out thousands of times in a breath's time, directly shattering this part of the void, turning it into a ruined land. Only the sage's bone powder was still shining. In the distance, a streak of blood seeped out from between the brows of the holy maiden of Yin-Yang. She was trying her best to retrieve this precious treasure. This was something that she had obtained by accident on a mountain peak, and she hadn't refined it at all. Just then, she had already heard the words of the Black Emperor, and finally understood what kind of divine object this was. Naturally, she didn't want to lose it. However, how could Yifan give her the chance? The golden sea of bitterness went berserk, instantly drowning over and fixing all the seven-colored star sand in place. Wung, a green lotus flashed in the golden sea, flowing with hazy wisps of mist. All kinds of seven-colored star sand rose up, gathering over and sticking to the lotus. You, return my divine object. The holy maiden of Yin-Yang was shocked and furious. Dong, Yifan brandished the god-striking whip and charged forward, seizing the ancient sage's bone powder. He no longer had any restraints and fought with all his strength. Swoosh, the holy maiden of Yin-Yang had already sensed the abnormality of the wooden whip. She retreated far away and took out a mirror. The front was snow-white like jade, while the north was pitch-black like ink. With a swoosh, she shone it at Yifan. Yin-Yang mirror. The people in the distance cried out in surprise. This was a strange weapon that could kill invisibly. Although it originated from the Central Plains, it was also famous in the Eastern Wasteland, and there were many imitations. Chi. The white light from the front came over. And Yifan felt that his divine sense was about to be restrained. There was a mysterious power flowing, almost causing his soul to leave his body. Humph. He snorted coldly, and the golden lake between his eyebrows shone with divine light. A small golden sun appeared and transformed into him. He sat cross-legged in the void and let out a light shout. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the void trembled violently. Then, that strange power immediately disappeared, and a white light flashed in front of the Yin-Yang mirror. This is the Yin-Yang mirror. It can kill souls and is impossible to defend against. This is just an imitation. The real Yin-Yang mirror was refined by an ancient sage, and its power is unimaginable. As long as the saint weapon of the great emperor is not used, it can sweep through the world. Whoever it shines upon will die. It is almost unstoppable. In the distance, many people were discussing, and they were all shocked. Yi Fan pressed forward. The holy maiden of Yin Yang flipped the Yin Yang mirror, and the black back revealed itself. It turned into a black hole and tried to devour Yi Fan. Buzz! Yi Fan opened his mouth, and the diamond chakram flew out. The chakram shone brightly, and it rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Clang, the two weapons collided, and the mirror was almost sent flying. The holy maiden of Yin Yang retreated. She quickly pointed at her eyebrows, and a crescent-shaped Yin diagram appeared. Chi, 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 rays of divine radiance shot over, striking towards Yi Fan. Although she was only at the four extremities perfection realm, she could definitely kill many dragon transformation realm cultivators. As long as it was a saint child, she could go against the flow and slay immortals. At the same time, Yi Fan rushed over, holding the holy sword and the divine revolving whip, and attacked the holy maiden of Yin Yang. This was a huge battle. The Yin Yang sect was a supreme sect in the middle ground, and their holy maiden was naturally extremely powerful. She was even more powerful than many saints in the eastern wilderness. What is that? Everyone was shocked. A Yin Yang diagram appeared behind the holy maiden of Yin Yang, and it made her almost invulnerable. All kinds of attacks from Yi Fan were greatly weakened. This is a powerful aura left behind by the Supreme Sect Master. It is specially used to protect the outstanding disciples. That's right. It must be a powerful imprint left behind by the Supreme Sect Master of the Yin Yang sect. Ordinary people can't achieve Yin Yang fusion. Yi Fan felt that his hands and feet were tied. The Yin Yang diagram had a great effect on him, and he was almost sucked in a few times. This made him very fearful. That was because he could vaguely see an old man with white hair and a beard sitting in the Yin Yang diagram. He was blurry and emitted a terrifying aura. If I kill the holy maiden of Yin Yang, will the terrifying imprint left behind by this old thing awaken and rush out? He muttered in his heart. The holy maiden of Yin Yang was anxious. She was holding on, hoping that someone would come to her rescue. After all, a huge incident had happened here, and news would definitely spread. However, Yi Fan's attacks were getting more and more violent. The god-striking whip was almost about to collapse the world, giving her endless pressure. If not for the appearance of the Yin Yang diagram, she almost couldn't hold on anymore. Even so, she felt uneasy. If this continued, her life would be in danger. Everyone saw the power of the saint's body, and they were all shocked. It was only the second level of the four extremities realm. It was not difficult to suppress the holy maiden of the middle ground. Clang! Yi Fan finally used his killing technique. He planned to delay any longer. The holy sword flashed with a black light, and clanging sounds rang out. He had imbued the battle saint technique into it, and shattered the Yin Yang mirror with a single strike. Pooh! There was a flash of blood, and the sword left a very long wound on the right arm of the holy maiden of Yin Yang. It almost severed her arm. Don't worry, holy maiden. We're here. Several old men flew over. At first, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw that they were elites at the second transformation of the dragon transformation, he instantly relaxed. The reinforcements that the holy maiden of Yin Yang had waited for finally arrived. She had held on for such a long time, and had already narrowly escaped death. If no one came, it would be very difficult for her to survive. Shwa! She turned around and left. She was as light as a cloud, and her speed was extremely fast. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let her go. Pang Bo and the large black dog also blocked her way, not allowing her to leave. Holy maiden, retreat quickly. We'll stop this little bee ****. Several cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm rushed forward. Who do you think you are? All of you can die. Yi Fan unleashed his manifestation, and charged over, locking them in place. Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god, and as if he was peeling a carrot, he killed all of them. Today, you're at the end of your rope. Didn't you say that you wanted to keep me with the variant beast? Today, I'll kill you. Yi Fan chased after her relentlessly. We're here. Don't try to be violent. After chasing for more than 50 kilometers, they encountered members of the Yin-Yang sect again. Several old men blocked their way with dark expressions. What's so great about the dragon transformation mystery realm? Yifan didn't care at all, and waved his holy sword to kill them. Pangbo and the large black dog also charged over. These people couldn't stop them. Without someone at the fourth transformation of the dragon transformation mystery realm, they couldn't solve the problem at all. After chasing for more than 500 kilometers, the Yinin Holy Maiden's holy whip almost broke her bones. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and screamed, "If you kill me, the sect leader will definitely kill you. Even if you have the mark of a divine king. I'll wait for your sect leader to come and kill me." Yifan waved his holy sword, and a brilliant sword ray tore through heaven and earth, almost cleaving the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden in half. If it wasn't for the Yin-Yang diagram spinning, he would have already ended this battle. Ah, the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden screamed, and another terrifying wound appeared on her body. She couldn't stop Yifan's attacks at all. She had already fought for several hundred rounds, and being able to last until now was already her limit. Wang, the holy whip in Yifan's hand caused the void to collapse, and he finally sent the Yin-Yang diagram flying. He wielded his holy sword and pressed forward. "Junior, you dare to kill a disciple of my sect?" Not far away, an old man with white hair and a beard sat cross-legged in the Yin-Yang diagram. His figure was very blurry, but it was terrifying. "Sect leader," the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden shouted. "So what if I kill her?" Yifan didn't care. The white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the Yin-Yang diagram. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were incomparably cold. This was a kind of deterrence and warning. "You destroyed the important place of my sect. If you kill me, there will no longer be a place for you in this world," the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden warned. "I'm not afraid of threats. If your supreme sect leader is competent enough, then go and fight with a peerless divine king. Today, I will definitely kill you." Yifan slashed out with his sword. The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden resisted with all her might, and the Tao diagram also flew back. However, Yifan didn't want any accidents to happen. He used the Battle Saint technique and the all-secret character at the same time, wanting to end this battle in a single strike. He was afraid that someone would come to her rescue. "You." The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden retreated, wanting to continue fleeing. "I'll send you on your way." The holy sword hummed, and sword light soared into the heavens. It slashed down with 10 times its power, cleaving apart the Tao diagram. The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden screamed, but she couldn't block it at all. She was cut in half on the spot. "Pooh." Yifan waved his sword and shattered her divine sense, completely killing her. The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden vanished, and her blood dyed the eastern wastelands. Just like that, her life was ended. The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden has been killed. This is a huge commotion. The people who had chased here were all stunned. Yifan had killed a Central Plains Holy Maiden. This was definitely news that shook the entire eastern wastelands. She was the most outstanding female disciple of a supreme sect. The final sword strike was strangely powerful, and no one thought too much about it. They all thought that the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden was exhausted, and no one knew that it was Yifan's all-secret character that was showing its might. "Junior." The blurry old man's voice was incomparably cold. "Go, kill him too." Pangbo was incomparably ferocious. He was the first to attack the diagram, and the Black Emperor also pounced over. Yifan naturally knew that he couldn't let go of this imprint, or else there would be great trouble. This was the imprint of a supreme sect leader, and it was likely that he had already seen through the all-secret character. In the distance, many cultivators were dumbfounded. These 2 people and 1 dog were really domineering. They had killed the Yin-Yang sect's Holy Maiden, and even wanted to erase the old sect leader's imprint of life. Yifan's avatar, Pangbo's 9 slashes of the demon god, and the large black dog's profound formation patterns all attacked at almost the same time. In the end, the Yin-Yang diagram was shattered, and the old man's head was chopped off. How savage! The imprint of the Yin-Yang sect's Holy Maiden has been erased. Everyone was dumbfounded. On that very day, news spread all over the southern region and the eastern wastelands. A Holy Maiden of the younger generation had finally fallen. This was the first case, The Yin sect was furious, everyone in the eastern wastelands was stunned. The doomsday saint physique was too crazy. He had killed the holy maiden of a supreme sect in the middle state, and everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, Yi Fan pushed out 30 young geniuses. People from many sects were present, and many people recognized the young children from their own sections. The Yin sect felt a great pressure. Many sects in the eastern wastelands viewed them as enemies, and a few great sage had appeared. They were all pressuring the Yin sect at the same time. Goodbye, southern region. On this day, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others crossed the void, heading towards the central region where the Undying Mountain and the Holy Cliff were, leaving this troublesome place. There were many ancient demon race inheritances in the central region of the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of the demon race, and there was also an ancient holy land like the wind race. The central region was where the top forces of the demon race and human race gathered. Apart from the Undying Mountain, the immortal mausoleum of the 7 great life forbidden zones was also located in this region. It could be said that the central region was the most prosperous and ancient pure land in the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of all inheritances, and it was rumored that the 9 secrets had come from here. End of chapter 455. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.